My name is Zhou. I am the child of a distant relative of the Jigwa family. My father never returned from a journey he once took, and when the rice jar at home was scraped clean, my mother decided to take me, who had just turned one, and seek refuge with that distant relative. On the road to the Jigwa household, we ran into bandits. Fortunately, we finally encountered the patrol of the Jigwa clan's main estate and survived by sheer luck. In order to protect me still so young, my mother was cut by the bandits. By the time we reached the lands of the Jigwa family, her wound had completely festered. After entrusting me to them, with a few final words, she fell ill and died. Thus, when I was still very young, I was adopted under the name of the clan head and became his third son. I abandoned my original surname and became Jigwa Zhou. Later, I learned that my birth mother had been the cousin of my current mother. It was precisely because of this that I could so smoothly be adopted into the Jigwa family as their third son. All of this was told to me when I was a little older by my new mother Junai. Mother Junai told me that my birth mother had exchanged her own life for the chance that I might go on living. She urged me to cherish myself, for my life no longer belonged to me alone. I had to live on, carrying her share as well. Mother Junai never tired of telling me these things over and over again. To outsiders, this woman called Junai might have seemed somewhat nagging, yet I loved listening to her voice. When I heard her speak, I could feel a gentle, calming strength which soothed the confusion and unease of a child newly arrived in a strange household. My new father was entirely different. He constantly reminded me that I was now a child of the Jigwa family, that I must be loyal to the Jigwa clan, diligently assist my eldest brother, and at critical moments, even die for him. He told me that this was the very purpose of a third son in the household. I could feel the disdain and contempt in his words. I understood that he had allowed me to take the name Jigwa Zhou and live here as an adopted son only because of Mother Junai's repeated pleas. Though my new father was fierce, the two elder brothers he spoke of were as gentle as my new mother. They were twins. My eldest brother was called Jigwa Yinxing, and my second brother was called Jigwa Yoriichi. Eldest brother Yinxing liked to imitate our new father. He always kept a stern face, yet his heart was not bad. He would silently look after Yoriichi and me even if he was beaten by father for it, and never changed his ways. He was an extremely awkward yet profoundly gentle person. Second brother Yoriichi, however, was a strange person. His features resembled eldest brother Yinxing's, yet on his face there was a red birthmark bright as flame. The tips of his hair were also dyed a vivid red. He was a person whose gentle countenance was at the same time strikingly flamboyant. His temperament was easy to get along with. He always carried a sense of quiet acceptance toward all things. Yet aside from Mother Junai, it seemed everyone in the clan regarded him as an ill-mannered child. My new father, his own birth father, was the foremost among them. He could allow me, an adopted child, to live in a side room, yet he confined brother Yoriichi to a cramped attic, forbidding him from appearing before others. I also found brother Yoriichi strange, but not because of his appearance or the rumors that twins were a curse. It was because his gaze was always so empty. Often when he looked at someone, it seemed he was not merely looking at that person, but peering through them at something else. His eyes were perpetually lost, unfocused, as though fixed on some distant confusion. In such a completely new family I settled in, and safely grew to the age of 3. By then I could no longer clearly recall my birth mother's face. I only vaguely remembered that she had been strict yet gentle. 2 impressions of her remained in my memory. One was of her desperately shielding me when the bandits came, despair written all over her face. The other was of her at the brink of death, clasping my hand again and again, urging me never to forget the Jigwa family's kindness in raising me, to keep gratitude in my heart and repay them well. When I grew up, her eyes filled with reluctant sorrow. At the time I did not fully grasp the meaning of her words, but I knew that my mother had been a good person. It was just that in this world good people did not seem destined to live long. It may sound strange, but I could see something. Whenever someone was about to die, a black shadow would appear behind them. When that black shadow grew a face identical to theirs, that person would die. It had been so with my previous father as well. Before he left home, a dense black shadow hung behind him, and he never returned. Unfortunately, I did not yet understand my own ability back then. Otherwise, perhaps everything now would be different. It was the same with my mother when she left. The shadow clung to her, and when she was about to breathe her last, that black silhouette took on her face, and its outline sharpened, watching me with deep sorrow before it quickly dissolved. That was the first time I became aware of my ability. I did not like this ability. I mentioned the black shadows because I saw one again. It appeared abruptly behind Mother Junai, clinging to her like a second self. As its features grew clearer, Mother Junai's body grew ever more frail. I did not know how to drive the shadow away. All I could do was try to become more obedient and study even harder, because whenever I presented excellent results, Mother Junai would smile, and correspondingly the shadow's face blurred a little. As long as that shadow's face did not become clear, Mother Junai would live on, or so I believed. But every time my new father saw my outstanding performance, he would scold me harshly, claiming I harbored ulterior motives toward the Jigwa clan, and his mood would grow even fouler. Though I felt guilty and uneasy, I wanted even more for Mother Junai to live. So even if I was reprimanded, I still wished to earn the smile on her face. Brother Yoriichi seemed able to see it as well. During his few chances to leave his room, he would always quickly find Mother Junai and throw his arms around her left leg. Whenever he did so, the shadow would blur a little. Yet whenever father saw Brother Yoriichi leaning on Mother, he would grow furious, and today was no different. How many times, you ill-mannered child, stop appearing before me all the time. Your Mother Junai's health is already poor. Do not get back to your room. I watched sorrow slowly fill Brother Yoriichi's eyes as he pressed his lips together and loosened his grip. But Mother Zunai caught his hand, ignoring father's rage, and pointed in my direction. In her gentle voice, she said, Yoriichi, I'm sorry. Mother has something to take care of right now. Could I trouble you to go and play with Joe for a while? I watched Brother Yoriichi walk toward me, but my gaze could not help drifting to the increasingly distinct shadow behind me. Please no, do not become any clearer. Brother Yoriichi took my hand and led me farther away, but at the corner of the corridor, I tugged him to a stop, my eyes still fixed on Mother Zunai. Brother Yoriichi was clearly just as worried. The two of us sat quietly in that corner, watching the confrontation between father and mother. It was the first time I had seen Mother angry. Her expression remained calm, yet her voice was sharp and filled with accusation, while father merely turned his head stiffly aside, offering no rebuttal. In my field of vision, for a moment, Mother overlapped with the shadow behind her. Please do not take my mother away again. Don't cry, Joe. Brother Yoriichi's voice was gentle, greatly easing my unease and fear. Brother, Mother is about to die. I know, he replied softly. Brother, you can see it too. I can see it. Then will you always stay by my side? I no longer remember what Brother answered then. I only remember the tenderness of his hand as it stroked the crown of my head, the warmth of his palm, bringing me a sense of comfort and peace. After father and mother quarreled, elder brother Yuan, he was allowed out more often. At times he could even attend lessons together with elder brother Yinsheng. A year slipped by in this manner. The position of heir that had belonged to elder brother Yinsheng was transferred by father to elder brother Yuan merely because Yuan at such a tender age already possessed swordsmanship that rivaled that of a grown man. Elder brother Yuan moved out of the small attic, donned exquisite clothing, and was praised by father with booming laughter as the son who filled him with pride. Yet elder brother Yuan was not happy. Elder brother Yinsheng was not happy either. Mother felt the same, even quarreling with father once more. From beginning to end, the only one who felt any joy was father. On the third day after father announced the change of heir, elder brother Yuan left a letter for me and vanished from our home. In the letter were the words, Zhou, I am sorry. Please think of me as dead. Father flew into a rage and began cursing elder brother Yuan again, calling him unfilial and willful, accusing him of having no regard for the family. Elder brother Yinsheng regained the position of heir and continued to look after me with care, but he never smiled again. Half a year later, mother passed away. Elder brother Yinsheng wept bitterly, yet I saw a black shadow shaped like mother gazing at him in sorrow, arms spread in an embrace that lingered for a long time before fading away. Gradually, I came to realize that the shadow was a person's soul. When it appeared, a soul would be tugged and grow weak. When it became clear, the soul would depart the body, and once a person is without a soul, death naturally follows. After mother's death, father never remarried. Instead, he poured all his energy into instructing elder brother Yinsheng, and from time to time would compare him with elder brother Yuan. If Yuan were still here. If it were Yuan. If Yuan had been heir from the very beginning. I watched elder brother Yinsheng grow ever more silent and could not understand father's behavior. When elder brother Yuan was present, you treated him as an ill omen. Now that he is gone, and it is elder brother Yinsheng who stands before you, why can you not acknowledge his efforts more? Later I came to understand this was part of humanity's base nature. What one cannot obtain is always deemed the best. Life then became very tranquil. At 16, elder brother Yinsheng became the head of the Jigwa family, took a wife, and had children, and grew into a formidable warrior. I had just turned 14. Apart from my refined ink paintings and calligraphy, which led people to call me a little prodigy, I had nothing of note. My swordsmanship amounted to mere familiarity, and in commerce and negotiations I was often derided as an idiot. For father could not bear to see me excel, believing that if I did, I must be coveting the inheritance of the Jigwa family. Yet elder brother Yinsheng was remarkably tolerant. He told me that I was his younger brother, and that I should simply do whatever I wished. Even if all I could do was write and paint, I would still be the brother he was proud of. What a gentle and embracing soul. He was just like elder brother Yuan in the past. When I was 16, I saw elder brother Yuan again. He returned with elder brother Yinsheng to pay respects at our parents' graves. It was said that elder brother Yinsheng had been ambushed, and that Yuan passing nearby had saved him. After that, elder brother Yinsheng changed. He entrusted everything to me, left his wife and children at home, and departed together with elder brother Yuan. According to him, he was going with Yuan to slay man-eating demons. Yet how could such creatures possibly exist? Puzzled, I could only begin to take over clan affairs and shoulder the management of. Thereafter, I kept hearing rumors of the Jigwa brothers cutting down demons. I devoted myself ever more to managing our family. Fortunately, I possessed a bit of talent in this regard, and after a year of quiet, the Jigwa clan began to flourish again. 2 more years passed after elder brother left home. I saw elder brother Yinsheng again. This time his face bore the same vivid flame-like markings as elder brother Yuan, and his features had grown more mature, giving him an air of great reliability. Yet I did not dare approach him as intimately as before. For with my own eyes I clearly saw behind elder brother Yinsheng a black shadow, without features yet unervingly distinct, made all the more conspicuous by the bright full moon. It seems you have noticed. As expected, you have always been perceptive since childhood. Elder brother, I am no longer Jigwa Yinsheng. I am now Hei Si Mao, a demon far stronger than any human. But, elder brother, are you not a demon-slaying swordsman? No longer. I have returned this time to sever the bonds of my human past. This feeble family only burdens me and keeps me from moving forward. I watched elder brother Yinsheng draw his blade, the snow-white edge gleaming with cold light as it leveled at me. So that is how it is. I felt immense sorrow, yet I did not resist. Instead, I closed my eyes and awaited the coming of death. What are you doing? Why are you not resisting? When father was alive, he said that when necessary, I must give everything for elder brother. That this is the very reason for the third son's existence. You have not returned as Jigwa Yinsheng, have you? I only hope that after you kill me, you will spare the remaining innocent members of the clan. For a long moment, the blade did not fall. Instead, I heard footsteps receding into the distance. Unable to help myself, I opened my eyes only to catch a glimpse of elder brother Yinsheng's back as he departed. From this day on, I am no longer your elder brother. Pray that those people will not see me when they walk the night roads, for I will Watching elder brother Yinsheng walk farther and farther away, I clenched the lantern in my hand, yet could not help calling out, "Elder brother, do you still have something to say? After you leave today, I will no longer acknowledge you as my elder brother." It does not matter. As I watched him step beyond the gate without a shred of hesitation, I knew that Jigwa Yinsheng was utterly dead, and that only a demon named Hei Si Mao now walked this world. With sorrow weighing on me, I wrote a letter to elder brother Yuan, intending to tell him everything. I had barely finished writing under the moonlight when a handsome man in a black kimono, also trailed by a faceless black shadow, arrived at my door. As expected, he still cannot sever his human bonds. In that case, allow me to help him. In a single instant, the Jigwa family was destroyed by that man. As I lay in a pool of blood, I realized that those who were followed by faceless black shadows were not humans, but demons. They truly exist. The handsome man walked towards me step by step, and I struggled to prop myself against the wooden pillar, thankful that my sister-in-law had taken the children back to her family to visit. At least the bloodline of the G nation still remained. Stop it. Is that my elder brother? He is just a fragile human with a short lifespan who, as long as he is ignored, he will soon perish. Consider it my last shred of compassion. No, it is not my elder brother, just a ghost who has not completely severed his emotions. Well, since you say so, I am indeed a considerate superior, but only this once, Kurizetsu. The footsteps receded once more, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke again, I found myself being taken to the medical hall by a passerby who had discovered the tragic state of the G nation. Looking at the wooden ceiling, I did not understand why such things were happening to me, nor did I know how to handle the aftermath of the G nation's fate. This was the first time I had a breakdown, I cried bitterly, and after barely calming down, I requested paper and ink from the medical staff to write a letter informing my sister-in-law about the attack on the G clan. However, I concealed the matter regarding my elder brother and changed the assailants to roaming bandits. Once I was able to move again, I took stock of the remaining assets of the G clan, sold everything for cash, paid for the medical fees, and set out with the remaining banknotes to visit my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law told me that she had returned to her family, the Tu clan, and was no longer a member of the G nation. She insisted that I take the money to start anew and would not accept a single coin, but I still left her with 80%. After all, I was now all alone, a grown man, while my sister-in-law had returned home with children. Without wealth, she would be forced to rely on others' mercy, and it would surely be a difficult life. With the remaining money, I embarked on a journey to find my elder brother Uni. During this time, I encountered many evil ghosts and ghost hunters, most of whom bound the evil ghosts and waited for dawn to eliminate them with sunlight. A few ghost hunters could sever the heads of the evil ghosts, causing them to die immediately. I even saw many evil ghosts chewing on human limbs while uttering contemptuous words about humanity, sometimes not even for sustenance, but merely for amusement, as if they were superior beings while humanity was but maggots. But were you not once human as well? I, who have witnessed my elder brother reappear as a ghost, am undoubtedly the one most qualified to speak on this matter. Why can you consume your former kind without any hesitation after becoming a ghost? Why can you so naturally belittle what do you truly regard life as? I detest ghosts, yet I also found myself curious about these beings for the first time. I began to study ghost hunting and research their behavior and weaknesses. After some time, I discovered that sunlight inflicted the most damage on ghosts, followed by the beautiful wisteria. A substantial amount of wisteria extract could destroy the regenerative abilities of ghosts, reducing their physical prowess to that of ordinary humans, making them easier to subdue. If the concentration was high enough, these ghosts would be directly obliterated. To better study ghosts, I settled at the foot of a remote mountain, offering assistance to every ghost hunter who passed by, while asking them to help me search for my brother Uni. To my surprise, many people knew of my brother's name. They even inquired about my brother Yinsheng after learning that Ji Uni was my— But how could I possibly speak it out loud? Faced with those who risked their lives battling in the darkness for humanity day after day, I could not tell them that my brother had abandoned the honor of being a ghost hunter and had become a man-eating ghost. I could only offer vague responses and devote myself to researching the nature of ghosts even more diligently. After extensive research on ghosts, I identified some commonalities in their blood and developed a theoretical powder that could potentially turn a person into a ghost. But I dared not consume it. I feared its failure, yet was even more afraid of its success. I simply carried it with me, constantly adjusting and optimizing its components. At least if one day I faced danger, I would have an additional choice. If the powder succeeded, I could take those villains with me before I died. If it failed, then perhaps I could escape more swiftly from the torment of death. About half a year after the powder was developed, my residence was discovered by nearby ghosts working together. I felt little fear. I merely thought that using the last moments of my life to test the powder's effectiveness should be a good choice. I took out the bag of powder I had been carrying and made an effort to swallow it. The evil ghost before me wore a mocking smile, Yet I felt my body gradually grow cold. A pain surged through my bones as if they were regrowing. My teeth protruded from my lips, and my nails became sharp and pointed. It hurts. Will I die? I suppose I will die. What a pity, I didn't even get to see my brother. At least I can take these ghosts to hell with me. Yes, I must kill them. They all must die. Who dares to offend my authority? Accompanied by a strong hunger in my stomach, the desire to destroy grew ever stronger. The group of ghosts, initially full of laughter, soon turned angry, but that quickly transformed into fear. I could clearly sense their dread. Is this what it means to be a ghost? I looked at my sharp, gray glowing nails, and felt a surge of power within me that I had never experienced before, beginning to understand why my elder brother chose to become a ghost. Because a ghost physique is stronger than that of a human, and he desperately wanted to surpass Yoriichi to prove himself. Is such a thing truly that important among family? I felt bewildered, yet I also came to a profound realization: I had become a ghost on my 19th birthday. Such incredible power. Zhou sighed as he felt the strength coursing through his body, contemplating. Is it really surprising to become obsessed with such power? But is it truly worth denying all my previous efforts just to surpass one person? Zhou found himself unable to comprehend his elder brother's, no Akaza's thoughts, but what was more pressing at the moment was dealing with the approaching malevolent spirits. Looking at the evil spirits crawling on the ground, he pondered with some distress how to kill them. After all, he had previously dragged them outside and relentlessly severed their limbs until dawn, allowing the sun to obliterate the evil spirits. Now the awkward part was that he had also become a spirit afraid of sunlight. However, if he let them go, the villagers nearby would, if only they could just die on their own. Zhou thought suddenly, but he quickly dismissed the notion as absurd. Who would willingly die while facing an enemy? What he didn't expect was that at the moment he contemplated slaying the evil spirits, several shadows lurking behind them suddenly pounced, transforming into far more terrifying figures that shredded the evil spirits to pieces. The disintegrated flesh and blood of the evil spirits turned to ash, merging into the shadows, which ultimately coalesced into a black gem slightly larger than a grain of rice falling to the ground. What just happened? Zhou's eyes widened, feeling an unprecedented sense of disbelief. Did I do that? But just as he wanted to examine it closely, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, the hunger in his belly intensifying alongside a strong desire for destruction. Gazing at the full moon high above, he stopped overthinking, picked up the gem the size of a grain of rice, avoiding the wisteria planted behind his house, and ventured into the mountains. He was nearly driven insane by hunger, but spirits could only replenish their energy by consuming blood. Not wanting to kill humans, he had no choice but to hunt animals. My body feels so light, and my strength has increased significantly. Zhou carefully sensed the changes in his body, sighing. Aside from fearing sunlight and having to endure hunger, I suppose being a spirit is what those emperors in history sought as a perfect existence. But were those spirits always this weak? I'm a newly born spirit, shouldn't I be stronger the more humans I consume? Little did he know, having transformed into a spirit through medication, he was not an ordinary spirit, but a spirit. Even as a newly born spirit king, he had absolute dominance over such inferior spirits who hadn't even consumed 10 humans. I'm so hungry. Zhou clutched his stomach and scanned his surroundings. Did one of the villagers mention wild boars on the mountain? I wonder if the blood of a wild boar can fill my belly. This is ridiculous. I'm so hungry that I can't think properly. Wild boar, come out quickly, you. I promise I won't make you suffer too much. Ugh, this is terrible. All I can think about is killing. When Akaza received the news brought by the demon slayer, he was stunned. The Kigen clan has been wiped out. I truly sympathize with your situation. A man with golden hair tipped with bright red exclaimed loudly, but please don't dwell in sorrow. Those who linger in the past cannot progress. So please quickly emerge from the shadows. You still have a younger brother, and there are many evil spirits in this world. Find your brother, bring him by your side, and teach him. With your talent, I'm sure your brother will also be an outstanding swordsman. Then you can join the Demon Slayer Corps together. We can slay demons together then. Thank you, Mr. Purgatory, but let me think about joining the Demon Slayer Corps first. Yoriichi tightened his grip on the sword sheath, being mindful of his brother's emotions and not joining the Demon Slayer Corps. He also had no fixed residence for slaying demons, which is why he only received this news nearly 2 years after the Kigen clan was annihilated. Do you have any news about my brother? I heard from fellow swordsmen. A kind gentleman near the town by the Akatsuki mountain is assisting the demon slayers. This man, known as Mr. Purgatory, has a booming voice. As a reward, he asks for help in capturing live demons when possible, and then help him kill the demons in his chosen manner. He is a very strange, yet very kind person. Yoriichi struggled to remember his brother's appearance, but all he could recall was the small boy who had been frightened into tears when their mother got angry, and later the gentle, yet unfamiliar man he had coincidentally seen when he returned home. He wondered if his brother still remembered him after all. He had left when his brother was only 4 years old, and by the time he happened to return, his brother had already grown up. What if his brother regarded him as an ill omen and distanced himself? Just like his elder brother, who had joined the Demon Slayer Corps due to the influence of demons, but after unlocking his patterns as taught, he seemed to become a different person, always looking at him with disdain. Yoriichi was troubled, but he decided to head to Akatsuki Mountain to find his brother. If his brother did not want to see him, he would leave again, but his elder brother would likely learn of this before him, right? The closer he got to Akatsuki Mountain, the more news he heard about his brother. Upon learning that his brother was also searching for him, Yoriichi felt a flicker of joy in his heart. However, when Yoriichi followed the information he had gathered and found that dwelling in the dead of night, he discovered the house was empty, filled with the stench of demons. Yoriichi's expression turned cold as he carefully investigated the traces in the house. He quickly confirmed that there was only a single exit, but what relieved him the most was that he saw no traces of blood. This meant his brother was still alive. Thank goodness there's still a chance. Yoriichi tightened his grip on the sword hilt and quick, isn't this enough? If I were still human, let's not even mention whether I could drink pig's blood, just this amount I couldn't finish, yet after becoming a spirit, I drank it all, and I'm still hungry. Zhou gently wiped the corner of his mouth. This appetite and digestive ability are not good. Am I going to starve to death? Even if I have to starve to death, I at least need to hold on until I see my brother. After all, I need to tell someone trustworthy that my elder brother has become a spirit. Now I've become a spirit too. What if we meet and am attacked? Will there be a chance to speak? Hearing a voice from behind, Zhou halted his steps, instinctively turning to look. A tall swordsman with vibrant red patterns on his face appeared before him. At this moment, those red eyes were filled with disbelief and anger, yet the face was exceedingly familiar. It was his second elder brother, Kigen Yoriichi. Brother. Zhou stopped, forcing a bitter smile, feeling that fate truly enjoyed playing tricks on people. If only I could have come a bit earlier, perhaps brother could have seen me in my last moments as a human. Did you transform into a spirit tonight? Yoriichi's grip on the sword sheath tightened, his arm bulging with veins, his voice thick with anger and regret. Have you killed anyone? To be honest, this wild boar was my first prey. Zhou smiled as he sat down, honestly not minding dying at the hands of his brother. Although I know you as a demon slayer should be killing me, please let me speak first, brother. Yoriichi stepped closer, finally stopping in front of Zhou, his expression dark and inscrutable. Go ahead. Zhou recounted everything from when Seijitsu left home until he became a spirit and went out to hunt. If only I had noticed the message you wanted to convey a bit earlier, if only I had come a bit sooner. Yoriichi gripped the sword sheath with one hand, gently stroking the sword hilt with the other. Then you wouldn't have become a spirit. Please don't blame yourself. Zhou smiled slightly. My becoming a spirit is not your fault. Besides, if I could end up in your hands, it wouldn't be too bad a fate, but Yoriichi raised his head, his handsome face now filled with sorrow. Zhou's smile widened slightly as he looked up at Yoriichi. But I'm really afraid of pain. If possible, could I trouble you to end me gently? But in the next moment, the sound of water droplets falling drew Zhou's attention. The powerful and handsome swordsman, like a god among men, was now in tears. Zhou initially wanted to offer some words of comfort, but upon seeing Yuan, even with tears streaming down his face, he slowly drew the long knife from his waist. It seems I need not say anything more. Zhou lowered his head, waiting for his own end. Looking back, it truly is ironic. Both times I faced death, it was at the hands of my brother, but this time it seems I will really die, doesn't it? I can only hope my brother can bring an end to this chaotic world. It's a pity I won't be able to see it. I truly am a useless person. Tears flowed from Yuan-Yi's eyes, and the knife in his hand ultimately did not fall. He could not bring himself to harm even a ghostly figure, still not having hurt anyone, and now faced with his own brother, who as a ghost-slaying swordsman was willing to die. Brother. As a member of the Jigwa clan, I could not protect the family. As a brother, I could not safeguard my younger sibling. As a ghost-slaying swordsman, I could not slay the man-eating ghosts. Yuan-Yi's face was full of self-reproach. A person as useless as I am is truly the one who deserves to die. No, wait, brother, don't cry. Just please don't cry, all right? Zhou wanted to step forward to comfort him, but upon seeing his sharp nails, he hesitated. It's not your fault, brother. You don't need to take all the responsibility upon yourself. When the Jigwa clan was exterminated, you were fighting desperately to slay the evil ghosts for the lives of many. I, on the other hand, was careless and was discovered by a ghost at my dwelling, and due to my own weakness, I had no choice but to consume the medicine that would turn me into a ghost. The reason you could not strike the final blow was merely because I am your younger brother, and you still cared for familial affection. But none of this is your fault, brother. So please do not reproach yourself like this. I'm sorry, Zhou, I'm sorry. Yuan-Yi for the first time let go of the knife in his hand when facing a ghost stepping forward to embrace Zhou. The intense sadness and self-reproach filled his voice. If only I could have arrived a bit earlier, a bit sooner to your side. Zhou, after a brief moment of shock, returned the embrace, gently patting Yuan-Yi's back. It's all right. Don't blame yourself. I have never blamed you, let alone this is not really your fault. But Yuan-Yi did not respond, merely crying silently and sadly. This action was undoubtedly a torment for Zhou. I'm so hungry. I really want to eat. Why does it smell so? Zhou constantly swallowed, his saliva opening and closing his mouth several times. No, I can't do that. If I do that, I will just be a monster I cannot control. At least I should die as a human. If I can still be considered human. Though he thought this in his heart, Zhou could not help but lower his head closer to Yuan-Yi's neck, the swallowing becoming more pronounced. Yuan-Yi could sense Zhou's movements, but he did not move. If Zhou wished to do this, then let him bite. After he had bitten, he could convince himself that the well-behaved brother he remembered was already dead, and what remained was merely a deceitful ghost, allowing him to slay him with peace of mind. Zhou felt the increasingly sweet scent of blood and flesh at his nose, and finally, could not restrain himself, abruptly lowering his head. Yuan-Yi's eyes clouded with disappointment, and just as he prepared to break free and slay the evil ghost, a heavy sound of inhalation suddenly reached his ears. Yuan-Yi. He could not help but turn his head to look at his brother. Zhou, sensing Yuan-Yi's strange gaze, sounded somewhat aggrieved. I'm just sniffing, I won't really bite. To be honest, I'm really very hungry right now, and you seem to smell a bit delicious. After a moment of shock, he could not help but laugh. That's great, he hasn't been consumed by desire. Why are you laughing? Zhou, not understanding Yuan's thoughts, raised his hand to wipe the drool almost spilling from the corner of his mouth, unable to help but complain. I'm really trying hard to resist my hunger, okay? But brother, you're still laughing at me. Isn't that too much? Yes, I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Yuan ruffled Zhou's hair, and as Zhou complained that I'm not a child anymore, he picked up his knife and returned it to its sheath. Seeing Yuan's actions, Zhou could not help but recall the ghost he had seen before who had died under the sun, shivering. Brother, dying under the sun is very painful. Can't you make it a bit simpler? Yuan turned to look at the faintly glowing East, taking off his coat and placing it over Zhou's head, his eyes filled only with determination. I will not kill you, Zhou. I will take you to slay the ghosts together. After I successfully slay the evil ghosts, I will then bring an end to your existence as a ghost, and then I will commit seppuku, accompanying you, never letting you feel alone. But brother, you are a ghost-slaying swordsman. There's nothing I can do. Who told you that you are my brother? Yuan reached out to touch Zhou's head, his expression tinged with helplessness. At least this time, I am not acting on the... Looking at Yuan standing against the light of dawn, Zhou could not help but smile after a brief moment of astonishment. All right then, I'll leave it to you, brother. Girdle. Yuan looked down at Zhou's stomach, and Zhou shyly turned his head away, clearing his throat. Sorry, I'm really very hungry. I may have drained a large wild boar, but I still don't feel full. It seems I've turned into a bottomless pit. I used to not eat that much and could endure, but this hunger after becoming a ghost is simply unbearable. Yuan glanced at the wild boar that had turned into a dry corpse, pulled Zhou up, and revealed a light smile. Let's go, I'll first take you to a nearby cave to hide from the sunlight, and afterward, I will help you hunt beasts. Okay. Zhou followed closely behind Yuan with a light step, his mood brightening. Then I'll listen to brother. He finally recalled the words his brother had said in childhood. Will you always be by my side? Perhaps I won't always be by your side, but as long as you are still my brother, still Zhou, I as your brother will spare no effort to... How is it? Are you full? Yuan glanced at the pile of animal carcasses on the ground, slightly frowning. If it's not enough, I can catch another one for you. No need, I'm not that hungry anymore. I'll just go by myself tonight. Zhou wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, saying, at least I'm not starving to the point of madness now, but I feel more like a monster that can only suck blood and is never satisfied rather than a man-eating ghoul. But I guess that's a good thing. Yuan gently tapped the skin and bone carcass with the sheath of his knife. Indeed, you seem different from all the ghouls I've encountered before. While some ghouls do crave blood, they cannot drain it completely dry. Perhaps you are just dehydrated. I'm not sure. I can try it when I get back. Zhou said, looking somewhat melancholy at the rising sun. Although I inadvertently developed a potion for becoming a ghoul and turned into one, I don't really understand them well aside from knowing some of their weaknesses. But after I return, I can study it properly. After all, now I can experiment on myself. You should take a break too. After all, humans are indeed weaker than ghouls, and you will need to move with me tonight. You won't last without proper rest. This level of fatigue is nothing. Yuan shook his head and sat at the cave entrance holding his knife. You should rest too. We'll go back together tonight. Okay. The human and the ghoul stayed in the cave until nightfall before heading back. After Zhou led Yuan back to his house, Yuan immediately searched for various items to block all the light from the second-floor room, creating an absolutely dark space. Seeing this, Zhou felt somewhat helpless. Brother, there's no need for this. I can stay in the basement. The basement is too... Yuan continued to seal the windows. You go bring your things upstairs, while handle it here. After unsuccessful persuasion, Zhou had no choice but to obediently move his things. This also made him realize that his strength had more than doubled after becoming a ghoul, prompting a moment of reflection. The two of them were busy all night before finally setting everything up. Zhou was organizing the experimental equipment when he suddenly spoke. Brother, can you come here for a moment? What is it? Yuan hearing the voice, walked over slowly. Zhou pointed his finger for Yuan to see. Yuan observed Zhou's finger closely, growing more puzzled, and repeated his question, what's wrong? I just touched the wisteria that previously poisoned a ghoul. Zhou's expression was serious, but it didn't work, or rather its effect is quite weak. Yuan scanned Zhou from head to toe this time, falling silent for a moment before glancing at the knife hanging by his waist. A special ghoul. No, wait. Zhou immediately realized Yuan's thoughts and instinctively took a step back. If you cut off my neck, I will definitely die, though I'm not special enough to survive a fatal blow. However, Yuan's intensely alert gaze lingered on Zhou's torso as his long fingers kept rubbing the knife's edge. Zhou swallowed hard, trembling as he extended his left hand, his voice stammering. If you want to experiment, I should be okay with just cutting my hand. Probably. Let's leave that question for after you've had a good meal. Yuan sighed, withdrawing his scrutinizing gaze and turning to leave. Just finish organizing and then rest well. Zhou breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had escaped a calamity. No wonder the swordsman I passed by before praised you so much. Just being stared at has such an oppressive feeling. By the way, I actually survived after turning into a ghoul. It was unbelievable. If he remembered correctly, it was also thanks to his brother. That Kokushibo stopped that man, allowing him to survive, right? That man claimed to be Kokushibo's master. So he was the one who turned you into a ghoul. Zhou looked at the dimly lit room, illuminated only by candles and the clutter of frequently used items, sighing. Although not needing to sleep is quite nice, I actually enjoyed watching sunrises and sunsets. Being human is indeed happier. Meanwhile, Yuan heading downstairs to rest was far from calm. He remembered that when he first saw Zhou's vital point was still his neck, but now as a ghoul, he had an organ inside him that should be no different from a normal human, a heart, and it was radiating an astonishing vitality. This meant that Zhou was no longer just a ghoul that could die from having his head cut off, he would have to crush his heart to kill him. And this had only been one night. Is it really right to keep him with me? After I eliminate the source of evil ghouls, will I be able to successfully slay Zhou? Let's observe a bit longer. At least he can survive without eating humans for now. At least he still retains memories of being human. At least he is still my brother. Yuan reaffirmed his resolve, looking at the cluttered first floor, and began to busy himself again. He needed to let more light in on the first floor, so that when he left during the day, he wouldn't have to worry about Zhou slipping from the second floor to the basement, and then from the basement to the outside. And at night, he would keep watch over him to prevent any accidents. I can't afford to slack off, Yuan thought, while moving furniture, pondering how to intensify his own training. Life went on relatively peacefully for half a month. Every night Yuan would take Zhou to hunt wild beasts. Thanks to the efforts of the human and the ghoul, the beasts of Luoxiao Mountain had met their doom, all found and dispatched by the brothers. Except for the first day, Zhou would stop after draining most of the blood from the beasts. During the day, Yuan would take the seemingly bled out but actually drained beasts to the town to sell for money, then return with daily necessities. After all, it would be impossible to explain a large number of animal carcasses appearing in a short time. This month of hunting finally allowed Zhou to escape hunger, and the ghoul parts of him had returned to being like a normal person. But upon closer inspection, one would notice that Zhou's pupils were not round like a human's, but instead an octagonal shape. When his emotions changed, the 8 edges would contract inward, transforming into a sharp-edged cross. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction, yet this made Yuan feel even more uneasy. Within his sight, another brain and heart had emerged within Zhou's body. This meant that Zhou's vital points as a ghoul were becoming fewer and fewer. Brother, can you accompany me to find a few ghouls tonight? I have some ideas I want to test. Zhou stood in the shadows of the second floor, gazing at Yuan, who was bathed in the gentle light of dawn, his eyes filled with an envy he himself did not notice. All right, Yuan agreed. After all, there are no more wild beasts around. Once I help you eliminate the ghouls nearby, we should— Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Zhou squatted at the stairway, looking eagerly at Yuan. I want to eat strawberry dye food. Yuan paused his cleaning and looked up. Aren't ghouls unable to taste human food? But at least I can see it, smell it, and experience its texture. Drinking blood all day is really making me feel down. Though blood tastes great in my current sense of taste, I still want to improve my life. Zhou clasped his hands together, begging, please, please, when you buy meat, help me get some strawberry daifuku. Yuan couldn't help but laugh at Zhou's pitiful expression. All right, I'll remember. If I can't get it today, I'll go buy it for you early. Thank you, brother. After Yuan watched Zhou disappear into the darkness, his smile gradually faded. Recently, some hidden ones had started inquiring about the affairs of Luoxiao Mountain, and he needed to move with Zhou as soon as possible. Moreover, traveling during the day would be swifter than at night. But regarding Zhou, could he really ask a carpenter to make a coffin? A swordsman carrying a coffin? Just the thought of it sounded suspicious. Yuan took out the tools for maintaining swords, beginning the daily upkeep of his weapons, while he couldn't help but sigh. What should I do? If I'm discovered by the Hidden Ones, it would be a huge problem. The Hidden Ones are a branch of the Demon Slayer Corps, specifically responsible for gathering information about demons. Although he had not formally joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he often received news and assistance from the Hidden Ones without cost. Unfortunately now, he indeed could not be as selfless as the Demon Slayers. Yuan gazed at the bright blade of his knife. Looking at his reflection in it, he sighed inwardly. My heart is truly up. Yuan ultimately failed to buy the strawberry daifuku because he went too late. Although Zhu was a bit regretful, he could only wait for tomorrow's dessert stall. Zhu had always known that his brother was a powerful swordsman. However, it wasn't until he witnessed Yuan slay a demon that he truly realized his brother's strength. The wound hasn't healed. Zhu crouched down to look at the demon that had stopped cursing and started trembling upon seeing him. Is there some special method? Yes, using a special sword technique can delay the healing time. Yuan drew his katana, gripping the hilt tightly, the dark blade instantly glowing like flames, just like this. Indeed, this sword feels significantly more dangerous than before in my perception. What do you want to do with the demon? Yuan sheathed his sword again. I want to experiment with my blood demon technique. Zhu stood up. It seems I unconsciously activated the blood demon technique when I first turned into a demon, but it was too brief to confirm. I want to verify it again. Yuan stepped back a few paces. You can begin, I'll watch you. Okay. Zhu concentrated on the feeling he had when he inadvertently activated the blood demon technique yesterday, extending his hand toward the defenseless demon, fingers spread wide. Blood demon technique, multicolor stone. The shadow behind the demon suddenly expanded, instantly engulfing the demon, which didn't even have time to let out a scream. Zhu crouched down to examine the ground, eventually finding a black gemstone the size of a grain of millet on the grass. Is this a gemstone? Yuan, curious about this blood demon technique, squatted beside Zhu, turning demons into gemstones. It feels a bit like germanium that can be used to make pigments. Should I try it with animals and plants later? I feel like using this as a pigment could produce something wonderful. Zhu placed the small grain with the one from yesterday, and the two instantly merged into a longer grain of rice. But after using it, I feel so hungry, as if my energy has been completely drained. There are no large beasts nearby anymore. Yuan frowned slightly. Moreover, recently the demons have begun to investigate this area due to the mass deaths of wild beasts. Then they'll try to find a substitute, otherwise I feel like I might starve to death before being slain. Zhu sighed, rubbing his growling stomach. It's a pity that demons can no longer taste human food, otherwise I wouldn't be so troubled. Woo, how I wish I could eat strawberry daifuku. Yuan sighed. Stop lamenting, I will go buy some soon. Though you might only be able to smell it before it ends up in my— Zhu, brother, that's too cruel. It's already miserable that I can't taste it. You actually only let me watch and smell. Zhu angrily punched the nearby tree. I clearly remember that you were once very gentle with me, brother. Yuan simply shook his head with a smile. There's nothing to worry about, it's almost dawn. That's too much, way too much. Even if you are my brother, you shouldn't joke about my favorite strawberry daifuku while I'm starving. Yes, it's my fault. After you buy the strawberry daifuku, you're not allowed to touch a single one. Yes, they're all yours. The two brothers continued their conversation as they walked back, but this light-hearted atmosphere only lasted until they saw 4 individuals with swords in front of their house. Mr. Yuan, we meet again. A man with golden hair, the ends resembling bright red flames, looked at Zhu and spoke loudly. In fact, we have received some information. The demons claim that you were living with them. I didn't believe it at first. Can you provide an explanation? Yuan frowned slightly. The situation was getting troublesome. Zhu curiously examined the man speaking. He had a loud voice and a cheerful personality. He felt that if he were still human, they would get along very well. Mr. Purgatory, stop talking to such a faithless person. A scarred swordsman drew his sword, pointing it at Yuan and Zhu. Those seduced by demons should be punished like demons. Brother, is he your colleague? Zhu whispered, should I leave first? Yuan slowly drew his sword. No need, you cannot leave my side at night. Okay, then I'll wait here. As someone who had fought demons for a long time, the brothers' conversation clearly could not avoid the man referred to as Mr. Purgatory was taken aback. His sword-drawing motion paused, but his voice remained loud. Is he really Mr. Yuan Yi's brother? Yes. Yuan Yi pointed the tip of his sword at the ground. He turned into a demon the night I found him. He hasn't eaten anyone. If he does, I will take responsibility and slay him. Even so, it's hard to believe. The swordsman in blue with a gentle appearance looked at them with pity but still firmly drew his long sword. I have heard of Zhu's help to passing swordsmen, but even someone as gentle as you would be hard to trust once turned into a demon. Mr. Obscured Moon, you might as well put away that boring sympathy. The last short-haired swordsman also drew a long sword. I never expected to one day fight against the teacher who taught us breathing techniques. It's truly saddening. I do not wish to fight. Yuan raised his sword. But I'm sorry, this time I will act according to my own will. The 5 powerful swordsmen faced off, but strangely neither side made the first move. Zhu's gaze wandered between the two sides, and eventually seeing the east growing brighter, he quietly began to move his feet. In the next moment, the attention of all 5 swordsmen was focused entirely on him. Zhu, I feel so much pressure. Well, I just wanted to go inside because the sun is setting fast. Zhou swallowed the rest of his words under the oppressive gazes of the crowd, and slowly moved back behind Yuan, saying, forget I said anything. You go in first, I will be there shortly. Yuan retracted his gaze and looked towards the dimly lit horizon, then at the 4 swordsmen across from him. Gentlemen, I have no intention of fighting. I swear on my life that Zhou has never harmed anyone, and I will keep a close watch on him, ensuring he does not hurt anyone. After I slay the Ghost King, I will take him with me to hell. Luan Yu watched as Zhou dashed into the house after receiving permission, the tip of his knife drooping slightly. But you cannot prove that he once suddenly harmed someone. After witnessing so many evil spirits, it's hard for me to believe a ghost would retain its rationality. If we can avoid a fight, I can persuade Zhou to cooperate with you for verification. However, afterward, I hope you can acknowledge Yuan did not wish to engage in battle with the ghost-killing squad swordsmen, as they were rare warriors capable of fighting evil spirits. If he were to get injured, the evil spirits would become even more rampant. Continuing to fight will only lead to mutual destruction, resulting in greater losses for humanity. Mr. Luanyu, don't listen to him. He is completely. Luanyu turned to the scarred swordsman. Mr. Yudo, what do you think of Mr. Yuan? The scarred swordsman's remaining words seemed to be stuck in his throat, silenced. Mr. Luanyu, are you really planning to trust? The short-haired swordsman looked on in disbelief. Mr. Yenxing, I do not trust ghosts. Oh, I simply want to believe in Mr. Yuan. Clearly that gentleman who has become a ghost has not lost his rationality, and I am willing to give him a chance. Luan Yu sheathed his sword. What does Mr. Lian Yu think? Lian Yu lowered his head, letting his sword droop, but soon raised his head again. Indeed, to fight against one's own teacher is an incredibly difficult task. As a ghost-slaying swordsman, I find it shameful that I cannot even hold firm to my beliefs. Really, hey Mr. Yenxing, you don't want to let the ghost go, do you? Yenxing put away his sword. I was just thinking that since it is daytime, and the evil spirit has entered the house, he has nowhere to escape. If that's the case, spending some time to verify certain thoughts wouldn't hurt. If he truly is an uncontrollable evil spirit, then I can slay him later. You 3 are really, fine. Yido also sheathed his sword. After all, if it comes to a fight, the 4 of us together might not be able to defeat Mr. Yuan. Thank you very much. Yuan bowed deeply, genuinely grateful that these people chose to understand him. After all, it's my first time seeing such a resolute Mr. Yuan. Luan Yu sighed, I am glad Mr. Yuan has found his inner direction, but I feel I shouldn't be happy since you are protecting an evil spirit. I apologize. Yuan sheathed his sword and opened the door. Please come in. The inside of the house was clean and bright, completely unlike the place they imagined where evil spirits were nurtured. Brother, have you finished talking? The four immediately placed their hands on their sword hilts, their eyes warily looking at the stairway, where Zhou was observing them with a curious gaze. Yes, they said they wanted to test you. If you pass, perhaps I can bring you out in the open in front of everyone. Yuani stepped up the stairs first, giving a slight nod to the four. Zhou, this is a rare opportunity. I don't want to. Yuani was taken aback, staring in disbelief at his brother, who was blocking his way. He never expected such a response. I said I don't want to. Zhou looked at Yuani in front of him, stubbornly glancing at the four people at the bottom of the stairs. Ultimately, why should I cooperate with them? Zhou, don't be willful. No. Zhou turned away, and as the atmosphere calmed, he grew angrier. They never intended to communicate with me from the start, did they? They are clearly here to kill me. I absolutely will not cooperate with them. Yuani looked at Zhou, who had shifted from timid to defiant, feeling quite helpless. Zhou, if you want me to cooperate, then show some sincerity. Zhou felt his behavior was childish, but with a growling stomach and an irritated mood, all he could think about was a desire for destruction. If he didn't find a way to vent this violent emotion, he might do something foolish. What kind of request is it to come empty-handed when asking for help? Yuani also sensed Zhou's unease and vigilant sighing. Then what does Zhou want? Strawberry daifuku. Zhou crossed his arms. If you bring me strawberry daifuku today, I will consider cooperating. Yuani felt even more helpless, although he had promised Zhou that he couldn't just leave Zhou alone to buy daifuku with other swordsmen at home. It was even less possible to let the swordsmen go instead. What if they secretly added wisteria? Just because Zhou could touch it does not mean it would be safe to eat. If you cooperate, I can make you strawberry daifuku later. Luan Yu was the first to step onto the stairs, trying to maintain a calm demeanor as he looked at the person who had turned into a ghost. Though the timing is not ideal, I was a dessert shop owner before becoming a ghost-slaying swordsman, and I can buy the ingredients for you. Yuani breathed a sigh of relief at this, but was indeed a solution, and he could also learn. Zhou looked at Luan Yu with slightly gray eyes, and after a long moment, he turned his head away. I am not negotiating conditions. This is a basic requirement. You need to bring the strawberry daifuku first. Hey, you evil spirit, don't go too far. Poof. That hurts. What are you doing, mister? Lian Yu. Yi Dou glared fiercely at Lian Yu, clutching his stomach. Haha, actually thinking about it carefully, it is indeed somewhat inappropriate. Lian Yu retracted his hand and laughed heartily. How shameful. I rushed over without preparing a gift. Mister, Luan Yue will making daifuku take a lot of time. Not at all. If we have the ingredients, it will take about an hour. Then let's start making daifuku. Lian Yu crossed his arms. After all, the evil spirit is listening to us while enduring hunger. Then I will go out to buy ingredients. Yen Xing sighed. Mister, Luan Yue, what do you need? Glutinous rice flour, red bean paste, and strawberries will be fine. If there is no glutinous rice flour, regular rice will do. Mister, Yuan, you should have sugar and cooking utensils at home, right? I also need to prepare in advance. Yes, we have everything. I will lead the way. Zhou watched Yuan lead the swordsman in the blue Haori away, feeling that he had nothing to do and might as well calm down in the sunlight, so he simply sat on the stairs staring at the two remaining swordsmen. Evil spirit, let's have a talk. Zhou shifted his gaze. I don't want to talk to you, mister. Ow. Lian Yu, ow. Yi Dou glanced at the visibly impacted Lian Yu and couldn't help but laugh. Don't say it, it's quite fitting. All right, Lian Yu quickly regained his composure. Then why doesn't the evil spirit want to talk to me, this owl? Because my name is Zhou, not evil spirit. Evil spirits do not communicate with ghost-slaying swordsmen. Zhou subtly rolled his eyes through a blink, feeling that this swordsman was not very clever. I was rude. My name is Lian Yu Tetsusuk. I am a ghost-slaying swordsman. Lian Yu Tetsusuk exclaimed loudly. Nice to meet you. What is your name? Zhou couldn't help but cover his ears, puffing up his cheeks. This guy's cheerful personality is really hard to dislike, but if only his voice were a bit softer. My name is Jigua Zhou, and as for my identity, Zhou pursed his lips. Let's just say I'm a person with pica. Upon hearing the self-introduction of Hiruma, Chozuro was taken aback for quite a while before speaking. I see. It seems that Mr. Hiruma has not given up on his human identity yet. This makes me more confident for the upcoming test. Otherwise, being against Mr. Yuani would be quite a painful experience. Is that true? Of course. Mr. Yuani is quite strong. As Chozuro spoke, he nodded as if he meant it. You should know, he taught us the breathing technique as a swordsman, though we have yet to unlock the patterns that can further enhance our abilities. But even with just the breathing technique, the act of slaying demons has become much easier. But isn't it fatal? Hiruma stared at Chozuro. Didn't they say those who unlock the patterns don't live past 25? But even with just the breathing technique, the act of slaying demons has become much easier. But isn't it fatal? Hiruma stared at Chozuro. Didn't they say those who... At least I can use the power of the patterns to slay more evil spirits during my youth, to save more people from being devoured by demons. That's enough. Chozuro laughed heartily. Thinking of it this way makes me quite impatient. I'm already 23 this year, and if I don't unlock the patterns soon, I will miss the opportunity to utilize the power they bring. Huh. Come on, mister. Chozuro, could you lower your voice a bit? Yato impatiently rubbed his ears. My ears are... Ha ha ha. Sorry. But mister. Yato, aren't you looking forward to it? Huh. I can unlock that any time I want. Yato turned his head away, but I'm already 27. Unlocking the patterns would lead to my immediate death, so I will wait to unlock them when faced with an unbeatable demon for a mutual end. Huh. As expected of Mr. Yato. Why are they so calm, even excited in the face of death? Hiruma fell into thought. Can humans really be so selfless? By the way, I remember hearing that Mr. Yuani A young and powerful swordsman. Isn't he with you? Hiruma pursed his lips and stood up, returning to the darkness. He was wrong. This owl is not charming at all. He can't get along with him at all. I'm going back. Yato glanced at Chozero. It seems Mr. Chozero is too noisy. Chozero scratched his head in confusion, his voice unusually quiet. Did I ask something I shouldn't have? Who knows? He'll go take a stroll around. Then he'll stay here to keep watch. This place is full of sunlight. He can't. What are you keeping watch for? No, I must keep watch. After all, I think I just asked an inappropriate question. I must apologize to him on this matter. Stubborn. Aburazuki sighed slightly at the noise outside him. Sorry, my partner is a bit loud. No need to mind. It's been a long time since the house felt so lively. Yuani tied an apron around himself. Thank you very much for your willingness to teach me how to make daifuku. There's no need for such thanks, but it's just a simple snack. Aburazuki shook her head, but I hope you know that if your brother, his name is Hiruma Kirakuni Hiruma. If Mr. Hiruma cannot pass our test, then even if it means being against you, we will fight to slay him. I understand. Yuani's gaze dimmed slightly, but there's no need for you to act. If your test is reasonable, and he fails to pass, I will personally slay him. I hope you won't interfere then, as I promised him that if I must end his life, I will give him a gentle death. Aburazuki could hear the seriousness in Yuani's words, and after a brief silence, she spoke. You are truly remarkable. I'm just an ordinary person with selfish desires, Yuani said sadly, not worthy of your respect. I remember you and Mr. Yensheng are also brothers, right? Why haven't I seen that powerful swordsman? No longer. Aburazuki was taken aback by Yuani's even sadder attitude, feeling a moment of regret for bringing up this new topic. My brother has died. The one living in that body is merely a flesh-eating demon. What? Aburazuki's exclamation startled the other two who had just entered the room. They rushed into the kitchen almost immediately. What happened? Yuani looked at Aburazuki's incredulous expression, lowering his eyelashes. Hiruma told me he witnessed the Kirakuni clan being annihilated by demons. Yato and Chozero stood quietly aside, confused. Then you, I will slay him. Yuani looked up at the ceiling, his hand unconsciously caressing the bulge in his chest, which was the short flute his brother had given him. He is not like Hiruma. He has become a flesh-eating, harmful, lost demon. Mr. Yuani. Aburazuki looked at him with pity, repeating her words. You are truly remarkable, truly. Yato glanced at the two with suspicion and curiosity. May I know what you two were discussing? Yuani calmly looked at Yato. We were discussing my brother. Oh, speaking of your brother, he truly was a powerful sword. Chozero smiled again, but when I mentioned him just now in front of Hiruma, he seemed very angry. I'm really sorry. Because my brother has also become a demon. Yuani looked at Chozero and Yato, who were wide-eyed, and lowered his gaze again. At that time, it was my brother who had become a demon that led the demons to wipe out the Kirakuni clan. Hiruma was lucky to survive at that time and witnessed his brother transforming into a demon. And later, when we collected the bodies of our clan, some showed signs of being eaten. A swordsman so powerful chose to become a demon. How heartbreaking. Chozero frowned, and he committed acts of cannibalism. There is no doubt he is a demon that should be slain. I agree. Yato's eyes turned fierce. Mr. Yuani, you want? I will not interfere. Nor is there any reason to. Yuani closed his eyes. I only hope that after you slay him, you can preserve his belongings for me. At least allow me to pay my respects to him. Yato wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Aburazuki's hand. That's enough, Mr. Yuani's pain is no less than out. Yato looked at Yuani, who had turned away and was particularly silent, opened his mouth, but said nothing further. Indeed, who among those who became demon-slaying swordsmen did not have painful memories? By the time Yensheng returned with the ingredients and everyone finished making the strawberry daifuku, the sun had begun to tilt towards the west. Yuani held the strawberry daifuku and knocked on the closed door with a sense of helplessness, saying, Zhou, the strawberry daifuku is ready. Creak. Zhou slightly opened the door, looking at Yuani and the four vigilant swordsmen behind him with a hint of resentment, and finally stepped aside, muttering, Come in. The room was quite empty, aside from a wall covered with painting supplies. The easel in the center of the room stood out prominent. Upon closer inspection, there was already a piece of artwork on the easel rendered solely in black and white, yet depicting a magnificent sunrise. Just looking at it evoked a feeling of tranquility and the beauty of time, but from the subtle sheen of the paint reflected by the candlelight, it was clear that it had just been completed. What an incredible piece! Rinyu exclaimed loudly. Though I don't understand painting, it's truly astonishing that such a simple color palette can make one feel as if they are witnessing a sunrise. Indeed, it's a masterpiece. Yensheng, quite interested, stepped a little closer. The brushwork is very delicate. It resembles the style of a painting master from Shinano 2 years ago. Who is that? Ido, having no knowledge in this area, thought the painting was beautiful, but was curious to learn more upon hearing Yensheng's words. I believe his name is Mr. Yijia. Yensheng stroked his chin, but I've never heard of him showing his face, though only his works have circulated. He's a very talented individual. Oh, and his haikus and waka are also quite good, very elegant. Yuani, holding the strawberry daifuku, watched Zhou puff out his chest in a position unseen by the four, chuckling, Aren't you coming to eat the daifuku? I will. Zhou immediately changed direction and took the plate of daifuku from Yuani before looking at Yensheng. I was once a private tutor. This is just necessary knowledge. Yensheng humbly replied, but soon became curious. Mr. Zhou seems to really enjoy painting. Yes. Zhou sniffed the strawberry daifuku carefully, trying to pick out the best-smelling one. After all, I don't need to rest right now. Zhou means the rising and setting of the sun, marking the boundary with night. If I remember correctly. Obon Moon shifted his gaze from the painting to Zhou. The Kaik clan used to be in Shinano, right? Yanxing widened his eyes slightly. Wait, mister. Obon Moon, are you saying? Exactly. That's me. Zhou puffed out his chest with pride. It seems that even if I truly die, I will still be remembered for my excellent artwork. Then there's no need to feel regret. Rinyu looked at Zhou. Such an outstanding piece will definitely be remembered. Zhou paused at Renyu's words, smiling after a moment. He set the daifuku aside on a table and walked over to the easel, gently picking up the brush and stroking its handle. Yes, at least I can still be remembered. I just wonder if I will have the chance to paint again after today. The room fell silent for a moment until Zhou broke the silence, looking at the four. How do you want to test it? Hurry up, I still want to eat strawberry daifuku. Obon Moon clearly saw Yuan-e looking at Zhou with sadness, yet did nothing to stop it. He sighed softly in his heart. We want to know if you would harm an injured human when you are hungry. Hungry is no problem. I am quite hungry right now. Zhou's expression turned puzzled. But where will you find an injured human? I'm a rare blood type. Yido silently drew his sword. For a demon, consuming me would be more useful than eating 10 or more people. I will use my blood to test you. Are you ready? Zhou couldn't help but look back at Yuan-e behind him. Yuan-e's hand was already resting on the sword hilt. After catching Zhou's gaze, he calmly said, I will act when you truly intend to bite down. Zhou sighed, first moving the easel aside, then stepping back a few paces. He pointed to the farthest corner from him and said to Yido, you go there. Rest assured. Rinyu also drew his sword. We will let you die as a human. Zhou mumbled, not comforting at all. Then looked at Yido, taking a deep breath. All right. Yido, seeing the three swordsmen nodding at him, swiftly slashed his left arm with the sword, causing blood to gush from the Zhou standing in the opposite corner also caught the incredibly tempting scent of blood. In an instant, the characteristics of a demon revealed themselves on Zhou. His dark eyes turned a light gray and shrank into sharp angular gray crosses. His glistening canines protruded from his mouth, and his nails became long and sharp. Sniffing the sweet and alluring scent of blood in the air, Zhou unconsciously took a step closer. So sweet. So hungry. Eat him. Eat him. If you eat him, your power will increase. You won't have to endure the pain of hunger anymore. Eat him, eat him, eat him, eat him. But no matter how the hunger within him surged, Zhou only took one step forward and then stopped moving. However, the aura of a demon around him grew stronger. As time passed, sharp horns slowly emerged from Zhou's forehead, and the tips of his hair were tinged with a lifeless gray. His originally gentle and harmless appearance began to take on eerie and terrifying patterns. The standoff felt long, and just when everyone thought Zhou had successfully suppressed his demonic desires, he moved again. In a swift motion, Zhou lunged at Yido, pinning him down firmly. Aside from Yuan-e and Zhou, who appeared beside Yido simultaneously, the other three only then reacted to Yido being attacked. But as they were about to act, Yuan-e blocked them with his sword, his gaze fixed on Zhou. I won't let him bite down. Please just wait a little longer, give him some more time, I beg you. Though the three swordsmen did not take action, they all stepped forward with their swords and surrounded Zhou, fully alert. Yido was undoubtedly under the most pressure at that moment. He had slain over 40 demons, but it was the first time he felt he might become food. When facing Zhou's attack, he couldn't even react, and now his limbs were pinned down. In Yido's view, there was only Zhou's snarling, malicious face and the demon horns that were gradually growing on his head. He could even see Zhou's Adam's apple moving as he swallowed, his sharp teeth protruding. The only thing that gave Yido a slight sense of security was that Zhou, despite constantly making swallowing motions, had his teeth clenched the entire time. This time the standoff did not last long. Yido felt Zhou pull away from him slightly, still tightly clenching his jaw, but the gray eyes were fixated on his wound, and his breathing became increasingly heavy. Yuan-e unconsciously gripped the sword hilt, the dark blade stained with brilliant red, but he paid no attention to it, only staring at Zhou's movements. Please, Zhou, don't lose. Time passed slowly as both sides remained in a stalemate, and Yido's complexion grew pale from excessive blood loss. Just as Yido was about to faint from blood loss, Zhou finally made a move. He rose stiffly, his gaze still fixed on the wound on Yido's left arm, his voice sounding dry and hoarse. You should bandage it. I need to calm down. Having said that, Zhou forced himself to look away. Ignoring the three vigilant swordsmen, he stripped off his blood-stained outer robe, picked up a new canvas, and sat in front of the easel. He dipped the brush in red paint and made his first stroke. No one left the room. After helping Yido with the bandaging using the medicine, she carried Hongyue, walked over to Yuan-e's side, and lowered her voice. Mr. Yuan-e, wait a moment. Yuan-e did not retract his knife, but the fiery color of the blade had faded. Zhou hasn't been able to suppress his appetite. He is just forcing himself to redirect his focus. The group fell silent and merely watched as Zhou maintained his ghastly form, painting on the canvas. The painting utilized only black, white, and red colors, its hues very simple, yet as time progressed, everyone could see. In the pitch-black night, a figure stood in the distance, dark red liquid flowing beneath its feet. As the liquid spread towards the edge of the canvas, the color became increasingly vibrant. By the edge of the painting, the liquid transformed into a swirling red river, and behind the figure appeared a pure white, indistinguishable silhouette without a face. The entire painting exuded a bizarre sense of confusion while still conveying a feeling of harmony. However, as the painting progressed, Zhou's ghastly features gradually faded. Apart from his still strange grayish eyes, he resembled an ordinary painter, his slender fingers gently holding the brush, continuing to add strokes to this eerie image. Yet the ominous feeling emanating from the painting grew ever stronger. The group could sense a rising killing intent surging from deep within. Mr. Yuan Ihanyue moved cautiously to block the weak Yido. Has Mr. Zhou still not calmed down? Yes. Yuan Yi's expression appeared somewhat sorrowful. The ghostly energy within him is still surging. Please remain on guard. They waited until night fell, and Zhou put down the brush. His gray eyes, resembling shurikens, stared at Yuan Yi. Could I ask my brother to help clean the room? Yuan Yi finally sheathed his knife, concern evident in his expression. I'm fine now, Zhou said, lowering his head to clean the brush. I just didn't expect human blood to affect me so much. Mr. Yido. Yuan Yi finally sheathed his knife, concern evident in his expression. I'm fine now, Zhou said, lowering his head to clean the brush. I just didn't expect. After Zhou's words, Yido looked surprised, but after exchanging glances with his companions, he nodded in agreement. No problem. May I ask why? I just dislike the feeling of losing control. Zhou lowered his head in front of the painting, burying his face in the darkness. Moreover, perhaps it's because my brother is nearby that I feel a sense of reliance. I have never been so acutely aware that I am no longer human, no longer. I'm sorry, please step outside and let me be alone for a moment. Let me just be by myself. Everyone please step outside. Yuan Yi led the others away, bowing to them as they exited. Thank you for your hard work. That was truly terrifying. Mr. Yuan Yi's brother. Yido, with help from Yen Xing, slowly walked out. I've never encountered such an oppressive feeling before. Zhou is not an ordinary ghost. Yuan Yi's expression had returned to calm. As long as he hasn't lost himself, whether he is human or ghost, he will always be. I will inform the Lord about what happened here. Hanwei sighed. I'm sorry, but I cannot conceal this from you. I am already very grateful that you are willing to give Zhou a chance. Yuan Yi picked up the cleaning supplies left at the stairway. You all go rest on the first floor. I will excuse myself for now. Watching Yuan Yi enter the room with the cleaning supplies, the four exchanged glances and slowly descended the stairs. Hong Yue, who needed to write a letter, and Yido, who had lost too much blood, stayed on the first floor. Lian Yu and Yen Xing went out to search for nearby ghosts, and at Yuan Yi's request captured a living ghost to bring back and confine in the basement. Afterward, Lian Yu and Yen Xing did not linger for long. After regaining their spirits, they bid farewell to Yuan Yi and the others, heading elsewhere to seek malevolent spirits. They could not afford to pause. On the fifth day, Hong Yue received a letter from the Demon Slayer Corps, or rather, every swordsman of the Corps received it. But it was not an evaluation of Yuan Yi's actions. Instead, it was news of an attack on the Corps headquarters by demons. A large number of demons had invaded the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, killing many of the hidden fighters and swordsmen, and even slaying the current lord. Although the remaining swordsmen managed to escape with the lord's wife and young lord, the Demon Slayer Corps could no longer function normally for the time being. How could this happen? Hong Yue read to the end of the letter, her eyes wide with disbelief. After reading the letter, Yedo rushed upstairs to find Yuan Yi fiercely throwing the letter into his arms. Take a good look. Yuan Yi had never joined the Demon Slayer Corps, so naturally he had not received the letter. He silently opened it, his brows furrowing deeper until he reached the end. The leader of the demons has been confirmed as the former demon-slaying swordsman Kikuo Yinsheng. This person possesses great strength. Non-class, a swordsman should retreat immediately if encountered. Upon reading this line, Yuan Yi felt as if all the blood in his body had congealed at that moment. What? Is this true? But why? The letter fell to the ground, and Yuan Yi's usually steady hands trembled. This was the third time. The third time he felt so helpless. The first time was when he discovered that his beloved wife sure had been brutally killed by a demon. The second time was after enduring hardships to arrive only to find that Chao had become an unspeakable evil spirit. And now it was the third time. Brother. Chao appeared at the door, pale and anxiously looking at Yuan Yi. What happened? Hong Yue, who had followed behind, handed the letter to Chao with a rare coldness in her voice. You should read it yourself. Chao took the letter and read it carefully, her expression darkening. It seems he has already accepted his identity as a demon. So demons are utterly untrustworthy. After all, you are brothers, right? You are the same kind of person, aren't you? Yedo glared fiercely at Chao. Aren't you going to test? Very well. Then let's do it. Without finishing his sentence, Yedo cut open his own arm, crimson blood gushing out. But this time, apart from his pupils turning from black to gray, Chao merely shrank for a moment before returning to his octagonal form. Although I still want to eat, I'm sorry, I have successfully restrained myself. Restraint. After confirming that Chao had indeed restrained himself, Hong Yue quickly walked over to Yida's side to help bandage his wound, her hostility slightly diminished. Can you elaborate? Chao nodded. Mr. Hong Yue should still remember the first time I accepted the test, right? At that time, if it weren't for being awakened by the bright red blade of my brother, I would have bitten down in the act of leaving. Yedo almost consumed all of my willpower. So you didn't control yourself at that time, Yedo said with a still unfriendly expression. You genuinely wanted to kill me. Yes. Chao did not conceal anything. However, at that time I drew a picture. Although it sounds incredible, I successfully infused my killing intent into the painting while I retained the memory but lost that intense killing intent that accompanied the desire to eat. In the past few days I have delved into this ability, and last night I successfully depicted my desire for cannibalism. So you still feel hunger, but you will no longer be governed by the demon's instincts because you have lost the desire to eat, is that correct? Yuan Yi, maintaining a calm expression, stepped closer, seemingly unaffected by the earlier events. Well done, Chao. That's not entirely accurate. The preservation of the painting has a time limit. When the painting is destroyed, I will regain. Chao shook his head, sensing the mixed emotions of sorrow and joy within Yuani. Emotions will gradually be released as the painting deteriorates, returning to my body. This is merely a temporary measure. This should also be an application of blood demon techniques, but since the time is too short, I haven't fully understood it. Perhaps once I grasp its application, I can detach it from the physical realm and truly seal away my desires for cannibalism and killing. Yedo grimaced and looked away. TCH, what a pity. It was unclear whether he regretted that Chao couldn't fully control his desires or that he couldn't slay Chao. I'll tentatively acknowledge you. Hongwei took back her letter from Chao, her expression sorrowful. After all, Mr. Chao truly is trying hard to maintain his bottom line. It would be too pitiful to deny him entirely because of my prejudice. Yuani, do you have any plans for the future? I'm going to search for the Demon King. Yuani unconsciously touched the short flute in his arms, and then slay him, ending this tragic cycle. I believe that since heaven has granted me such great power, it wants me to do this. Then please try to avoid other demon slayers, even though I know it shouldn't be your fault. Just thinking about it. I am very angry with you right now. Hong Yue's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice filled with deep resentment. The Lord was such a gentle and tolerant person, he should not have died from such absurd betrayal. It's already absurd for a demon-slaying swordsman to become a demon. To actually lead demons to attack the headquarters is utterly unforgivable. Such a person, know that demon deserves to die a horrible death. Yedo understood that he had just taken out his anger, and he quickly apologized to Yuani. I'm sorry, Mr. Yuani, and to you too, Mr. Chao. I was momentarily blinded by rage. But I must say, if I encounter that demon, I will definitely make him die in agony. No, it's fine. After all, his choice to become a demon may have something to do with me. Yuani's expression dimmed as he bowed to the two. Though this may seem shameless, if possible, please inform me when you receive relevant information. Yedo merely scoffed, not responding. Hongwei took a few deep breaths to calm her emotions and avoided the topic, turning to raise another question that equally concerned her. Mr. Yuani, if you are going to slay demons, you should bring Mr. Chao along, right? Yes, I won't let him out of my sight. I will keep a close watch on him. Yuani looked at the pale Chao, reaching out to pat his head. You've done well to get this far, Chao. Compared to the pressure my brother bears, this is nothing. Chao shook his head. Moreover, without my brother's help, I might have already become a cannibalistic demon by now. So what will you do afterward? Hongwei looked at Chao. You can't see the sunlight, right? Indeed, if we travel only at night, my brother and I will be too conspicuous. But if my brother carries a box? Chao smiled wryly. A swordsman carrying a coffin would be even more conspicuous, right? Demons can change their shape, right? Yedo placed his hands on his hips. Can't you just shrink and follow your brother? Chao slowly furrowed his brows. Let me try. Chao concentrated on shrinking himself, and soon there was a painful cracking sound from his bones, and his muscles began to contract. His originally fitted clothes became loose. Looking at the three who had become taller, Chao gathered his oversized clothes, his voice turning youthful. I can still get smaller, but then the clothes would become very inconvenient. I remember you were about this size when you first came to the Kikuo family. Yuani finally broke into a smile. If it's just a box of this size, it could be called a suitcase. Chao struggled to gather his clothes and looked up at Yuani. Should I change back then? However, when he transformed back, there was a slight mishap. His top was just a bit messy and still within normal limits, but his pants, clearly at his original height of 1.80 meters, his 3-year-old self couldn't hold them up. Even when he tried to hold them up with his hands, it only worked halfway. Now his pants were only half hanging on him. Had it not been for the length of his top, Chao would have been ashamed to the point of wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It seems clothing is a serious issue. Yuani pondered seriously about how to prevent his younger brother from facing such an embarrassing situation, even contemplating whether he should learn tailoring. Indeed, although demons can change size, clothing is not part of a demon. Yedo also scrutinized Chao. If every time you opened the box your pants fell down, that would be too. Cough, let's go outside first. Hongwei glanced at Chao, whose face was flushed as if about to bleed, and coughed lightly. Let's give Mr. Chao a little space and time, or I think he would prefer to be alone right now. After organizing his clothes, Zhu lowered his head and walked out, his gaze towards Yuan-Yi and the others filled with deep resentment, but in the end he merely muttered a few words before returning to his room. Yuan-Yi and the others stood together discussing something. The next day, Mr. Yuan-Yi, the situation here has stabilized, so I must embark on my journey again, aiming to slay evil spirits and uncover that guy's whereabouts. Luin, you said, glancing at Yido. Mr. Yido, please recover from your injuries before leaving, otherwise it will be quite concerning. Stop fussing, I'm perfectly fine. Yido turned his head away. I only stayed because I promised to help Mr. Yuan-Yi build a wooden box. Yes. Luin Yu sighed, watching the rising sun outside. Then I shall take my leave. Watching Luin Yu leave, Yido's expression gradually darkened. It's truly disgusting. Every time I think about the fact that in such a brilliant sunrise there are still such repulsive beings like ghosts, I can't help but want to rush in and drag them all out to bask in the sun. Sorry. Yido looked at Yuan-Yi, his expression somewhat awkward. Mr. Yuan-Yi, you don't need to apologize. What I despise are ghosts, not people like you who fight to protect humanity. Of course the damned ghosts I speak of aren't the kind of ghosts like Mr. Zhu who can restrain their desires. Anyway, to make the box, let's go chop some trees first. After all, once the wood is cut, it still needs to be dried and polished. There are many troublesome processes ahead. Thank you very much. No need, in a sense, it's practically my old profession. Mr. Yido was once a carpenter. Yes, before Huizi passed away, I never imagined I would pick up any blade other than a planer, and I even became a butcher. Yido lowered his head. This damned world. Yuan-e merely stroked the short flute in his arms, bowing his head in silence. He also detested this world. A week later, Yido helped Yuan-e finish the box, and then took his leave, embarking once again on the path to find and slay evil spirits. Yuan-e also went to report to the local authorities planning to sell the house. After all, unless something unexpected occurred, they wouldn't be returning to live there. After continuously practicing his ability to grow and shrink, Zhu simply had Yuan-e buy clothes for dolls. After all, he had no opportunity for battle. It was better to appear as an accessory than to appear each time only to lose his pants. Before leaving, Zhu didn't forget to use his blood ghost technique to turn the ghost locked in the basement into a small stone, only to be slightly surprised that unlike the previous several ghosts that required effort to condense into a grain-sized stone, this ghost condensed it on its own. Moreover, the stone turned from this ghost was not black, but a dark green, possessing a kind of transparent beauty that not only emitted a faint glow in the darkness, but was also quite beautiful. So beautiful. The doll's eyes Zhu held the newly obtained dark green gem, gazing at the hazy glow refracted by the gem with a sense of wonder. I never expected that something so disgusting could turn into such a beautiful thing. If I remember correctly, that ghost was captured by me, a ghost with blood ghost technique. Yuan-e neatly folded Zhu's painting and placed it in the compartment of the box. If you like it, we can focus our targets on those ghosts from now on. Is that possible? Zhu scampered over from the table. I look forward to gathering enough stones to make paint. Stones of such quality would surely astonish if used to create paint for painting. Oh my. This is the first time I've ever looked forward to something after becoming a ghost. Yuan-e stretched out his hand to measure, pondering for a moment. You are only as big as my arm now, so this stone should be enough for you to paint with, right? Zhu paused for a moment and nodded. That seems right, but only having black and green is too monotonous. By the way, brother, you should still have leftover scraps from making the box, right? Share some with me, so I can make a small set of painting tools. After all, if I'm staying in the box, there won't be much else to do. Zhu looked at the items in the room and unconsciously began to mutter softly. It's a pity I can't take the experimental equipment with me. Sigh, I spent so much money on that. Yuan-e just found it amusing. How about I bring you a few sets of adult clothes, one for winter and one for summer? You can decide, brother. After all, I can't feel hot or cold now. Fearing the stones might merge, Zhu carefully placed the newly obtained dark green stone and the existing black stone in different small bags, then climbed into the box with the clothes. Besides, the pants issue hasn't been resolved. It's my first time hating being so tall. Mr. Yido's box has truly been a great help. Yuan-e looked at the box that, while not large, contained 4 sets of adult men's clothes and still had space for the doll's eyes Zhu to move around, even having partitions for miscellaneous items. Feeling quite amazed. How about we set off tomorrow? Sounds good. Then let's not go out tonight. Although it might be a bit difficult, I'm kind of curious to try sleeping. Zhu sat on Yuan-e's thick winter clothes, swinging his legs. Brother, let's sleep together on the second floor tonight. All right. Yuan-e slightly bent his eyes, unable to resist reaching out to gently poke Zhu's head with his finger. Watching Yuan-e's figure go downstairs, Zhu sighed. Had he known, he would have found a way to delay that group of ghosts so that he wouldn't have to take the medicine that turned him into a ghost, resulting in his brother being completely dragged down by him. Hey, wait, medicine. Zhu froze for a moment, his eyes widening as he jumped down from the table. Brother Yuan-e, what? Yuan-e stood at the staircase looking at Zhu, who had rushed halfway and suddenly stopped in the shadows, his expression slightly puzzled. Do you want me to buy more doll clothes? No, it's not that. Zhu looked very excited. Think about it, I have no need to be slain by my brother. Yuan-e slightly paused, tightened his grip on the sheath, lowered his gaze slightly, his voice unchanged. You mean being a ghost? While there are indeed some advantages to being a ghost, that's not what I'm trying to say. Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I turned into a ghost because I took the medicine. If I'm on the right track, I can definitely take the medicine again and turn back into a human. However, I previously transformed with the help of the Ghost Slayer and captured many ghosts for experiments, but now I have my brother. As long as you help me catch enough ghosts and I have enough time to research, I can definitely turn back into a human. Turn back. Yuan-e loosened his grip on the sheath, his expression stunned. Is that even possible? Where there is a cause, there is an effect. Since I can use medicine to turn into a ghost, I can use medicine to turn back. Although transforming into a ghost was also a stroke of luck. However, I'm quite talented in areas other than fighting. Besides, trying won't cost me anything. However, I will definitely need a large number of ghosts for experiments, and that will be up to you, brother. Not to mention, I still can't skillfully use the blood ghost technique. Just using the blood ghost technique makes me starve to madness. In that situation, don't even mention using my brain. Just maintaining my sanity is already quite a struggle. Zhu said, sighing again. Looking at it this way, while ghosts have great strength, it all comes at the cost of intelligence. It's such a loss for someone as smart as me to become a ghost. Ha 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 ha. Huh. Brother, why are you laughing? I'm being serious here. It's nothing. Yuan-e wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes with his thumb, looking up at his doll's eyes. Brother, unable to help, but reached forward to grasp his small hand. I just think that if it works out, it would be truly wonderful. Yuan-e and Zhua officially set off on their journey. Yuan-e usually chose to travel in the early morning, find an inn to stay in the afternoon, and at night, he would take Zhua to hunt evil spirits, returning to rest until the next morning before continuing their journey. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. The two brothers encountered evil spirits that mastered blood techniques, but under Yuan Yi's formidable strength, all these spirits eventually transformed into beautiful stones in Zhuo's bag. As Zhuo accumulated more stones, he began to experiment with using them to create pigments. The stones were very hard, requiring him to grind them down with his demonized nails bit by bit to produce powder. After all, with his current body, piercing through steel with demonized nails was not a difficult task. Moreover, if the powder was not used immediately, it would reassemble into a stone. However, he was pleased to find that when he desired a certain color, simply placing two stones together would allow them to slowly merge, creating a new color that appeared quite natural. Thus, he crafted a wooden box with many small compartments specifically designed to cultivate his favorite colors. This lifestyle, which required almost no effort from him other than staying in the box daily to study medicine and painting, greatly satisfied Zhuo, except for the occasional jostling caused by Yuan Yi taking shortcuts over mountains, which left his head spinning. It really made his head buzz, in a physical sense. Ugh. Yuan Yi looked at Zhuo, who was standing in the cave with a mix of helplessness and concern. It seems that Zhuo really lacks exercise. I don't think it's my problem, Ugh. Zhuo retched repeatedly, his eyes glistening. Why can't we take the main road instead of climbing? He had tried to practice Yuan Yi's breathing method, but his first attempt after memorizing the route and techniques nearly led him to self-destruct on the spot. The burning sensation from his insides could not be immediately repaired, even with his demonized physique. After that, Zhuo never mentioned practicing again, focusing instead on studying medicine and immersing himself in painting. Because most demons hide in places like this, Yuan Yi found a spot to sit cross-legged. There are very few demons in the cities, but correspondingly those who can live in cities are powerful demons. It's one strike for you, yet I've never seen a demon recover after being struck by you. Zhuo looked around, eventually walking over to sit on Yuan Yi's lap. But there's still no news about Kurizetsu and the Demon King. Indeed. But as long as I keep searching, I will eventually find them. Yuan Yi lowered his gaze to Zhuo. By the way, why do we have to climb the mountains in winter? Zhuo looked at the world outside the cave, dressed in silver. What if we encounter a snowstorm? I don't mind, but you will be in great danger. Don't worry, I will find shelter before that happens. Yuan Yi exhaled a puff of white air. Besides, the umbrella seller at the foot of the mountain said he had seen man-eating demons on the mountain. You know, in winter, because people stay indoors, demons become more dangerous due to hunger, so it must be dealt with if possible. Zhuo looked up at Yuan Yi and then turned his gaze back to the outside of the cave. It's a bit of a pity. We've come all the way to Yunsu Mountain, yet we can't see the beautiful sunrise. Zhuo sighed as he looked at the brilliant sun outside the cave. Most of the recent medicines are focused on killing demons, and none show any signs of reverting to humans. Some have even gone completely berserk. Brother, do you think my talent for medicine is leaning towards harmful aspects? I don't really understand this area. Yuan Yi tilted his head. But to have developed two types of medicine that cause demons to immediately turn into pus and blood within just 1 year, that might also be a kind of talent. Honestly, I was quite shocked when I saw the scene back then. Moreover, in a sense, you did indeed kill the cells within that belong to demons, and you did so very successfully. Brother, are you really complimenting me? Zhuo slowly puffed out his cheeks, but in the end he simply slid off Yuan Yi's lap and dove into the box. Let's continue on our way. The snowy mountains at night are still too dangerous for humans. Alright. Yuan Yi gently closed the box door. Remember to lock it from the inside. Sure. Honestly, I'm not a child. Yuan Yi slowed his pace this time, trying to keep the box steady. With plenty of time before sunset, the umbrella seller at the foot of the mountain mentioned that there was only a family making charcoal halfway up the mountain, and at his pace, even walking slowly would be enough for him to arrive before sunset. Only he wondered if they would be willing to let him rest for a while. By evening, Yuan Yi finally found a small wooden cabin halfway up the mountain. However, before he could greet them, the male owner of the house spoke first. Are you the demon-slaying warrior? Yuan Yi was slightly taken aback and nodded. It must be tough to come to such a remote place to slay demons, said the man in a green and black interwoven plaid, Hayori, smiling. If you don't mind, come in and warm up. Oh, it must be hard to keep traveling in this weather. No, it's nothing. Thank you. Yuan Yi was briefly stunned by the man's kindness and warmth, but he quickly used his keen perception to inspect the man and the cabin behind him. There were no demons, so it was not a ploy to lower his guard. Still, it was his first time encountering someone so welcoming. No need to be polite. After all, you are fighting for us, the man said as he arranged the firewood, his expression gentle. Oh, by the way, my name is Tanjiro Kamadu. You can call me Tanjiro. What is your name? Yuan Yi. Kirigakira Yuan Yi. Enichi was warmly welcomed by the man named Tanji. So warmly, in fact, that Enichi felt slightly ill at ease, though he harbored no aversion to it. How do swordsmen live day to day? Tanji asked, his faintly reddish eyes gleaming with curiosity as he gazed at Enichi. Do you like him wander endlessly with sword and trunk in tow? No. I suspect I am the only one who does. Then, Tanji, can't you see how flustered Master Enichi? A petite woman with long black hair emerged, cradling an infant in her arms. A simple headscarf, worn by commoners at work, was tied neatly upon her brow as she wore a pale kimono, youthful and radiant despite being married. Only after reprimanding Tanji did she turn her gentle gaze toward Enichi. Forgive us, Miss Akimiko. I mean Mrs. Akimiko. My dear has long admired samurai. It's quite all right, Mrs. Akimiko. In truth, your ordinary, unassuming manner puts me more at ease. Enichi's expression softened as he glanced through the narrow window gap toward the fading light. The hour grows late. I should be on my way. There's only our family living on this mountain. Tanji took the infant from Akimiko's arms. If ghosts truly roam here, wouldn't it be safer for Master Enichi to stay and wait? Starving ghosts sense presence more acutely. If I remain, they will not come. Enichi shook his head. More likely we shall seek them out ourselves. I see. Tanji sighed. Swordsmen truly bear heavy burdens. With great power comes greater responsibility. That is only natural. Enichi picked up his trunk. Thank you for your hospitality. If you don't mind, Master Enichi, you could leave the trunk here. Tanji sprang to his feet. It's already so late, and you'll be searching for ghosts amid the biting mountain winds, all while carrying such a heavy trunk. It's far too dangerous. Please trust us. We won't touch your belongings, and we'll keep a lamp lit for you. Enichi clearly sensed Tanji's earnest, anxious kindness. After a brief pause, he lifted the trunk and stepped toward the door. Please excuse me. I'll be back momentarily. Tanji watched bewildered as Enichi knelt beside the trunk, murmured something softly to it, then returned, placing it carefully beneath the window. This will suffice. Thank you for the trouble. Oh, no trouble at all. Tanji waved his empty hands, cheeks flushing faintly. I'm relieved you didn't take offense at my boldness. Shall we leave the door ajar for you? No, please lock it securely. If possible, I'll rest briefly in the woodshed upon my return. That's simple. The conditions here are already far kinder than those I endured traveling alone through these mountains. A quiet smile touched Enichi's lips. Then, I shall depart now. Swordsmen truly endure so much. Watching Enichi vanish into the dusk, Tanji turned to his wife. Tomorrow let's prepare a warming broth for Master Enichi. Of course. Akimiko smiled. Then her expression softened with quiet wonder. But Master Enichi is truly extraordinary, trusting us so completely as to leave his trunk behind, even though today was our very first meeting. Then we must honor that trust. Tanji gently rocked the infant in his arms. I'll fetch bedding for the woodshed. Akimiko, please tidy up a bit. We'll lock the door tight and rest once I return. All right. Akimiko nodded, but a faint puzzled crease appeared between her brows. Why then did Master Enichi perhaps a habit formed from years of solitary travel. Hiru nestled inside the trunk, listened to the couple's tender exchange, and a small wistful smile curved his lips. Such pure, beautiful affection. Yet swiftly his brother's words echoed in his mind. Hiru, could you protect these two? Entrust it to me. Yes. But you've already subdued your hunger and bloodlust. Try trusting others, and yourself. I will. Hiru exhaled softly. Though relentless self-restraint, and his blood demon art, had long since dulled his appetite for all but the rarest blood, this was his first time alone with humans since parting from his brother. Since becoming a demon, that is. Rather nerve-wracking. Hiru pressed his lips together, then sighed again. I hardly trust myself. How confidently my brother entrusts me. Tanji. What is it, Akimiko? Just now, the trunk. Master Enichi's trunk made a sound. Really? Truly. Hiru's eyes widened. He clapped both hands over his mouth. Could they hear me even at that volume? Could Master Enichi be keeping some creature inside? That would be cruel, to confine it there. Shall we open the trunk then? Better not disturb Master Enichi's things. But let's leave food and water nearby, just in case the little one grows hungry and emerges. Agreed. Hiru breathed easier, at last. Such gentle souls, though demons fare, may tonight pass quietly. May nothing disturb this peace. With a soft sigh, Hiru opened the medical text he'd purchased days earlier, picked up a charred twig and a sliver of paper, and resumed studying his human transformation elixir in the darkness. Though thus far, demon-slaying formula might be the more accurate name. Would wisteria hold any effect? Yet wisteria seems powerless against me. Should I drink it and test its potency? Surely it can't be more agonizing than mastering breath techniques. I'll consult my brother about it later. Where now does wisteria bloom in abundance? Time slipped away unnoticed as he immersed himself in study, until heavy approaching footsteps jolted him from his focus. Is it a demon? Hiru eased the trunk lid open, silent as shadow, without rousing the sleeping Tanji and Akimiko. He skirted the sweet potatoes and water left beside the trunk, climbed onto its rim, then vaulted up to the windowsill. There indeed stood a grotesque demon clawing desperately at the door, still clinging to human habits, even while enslaved by desire. Perched on the windowsill, Hiru braced one hand against the frame and extended the other palm outward, aimed squarely at the snarling demon still scrabbling at the door. His gaze held only sorrow. What a pitiful creature. Blood demon art, prismatic stone. The hideous demon vanished without a cry, swallowed whole by encroaching shadows. Hiru studied the empty threshold for a moment, then resolved to ask Enichi tomorrow to help locate the stone left behind by the blood demon art. Yet as he turned to close the window and slip back into the trunk, his eyes met Tanji's, wide with stunned disbelief. Hiru frozen mid-motion, he locked gazes with Tanji, until Tanji abruptly flopped back into bed, tugging the quilt tight. Must be dreaming. Otherwise, why would I hear knocking and see a doll climb the window and speak? Utterly nonsensical. Seizing the chance, Hiru snapped the window shut, scrambled into the trunk, and locked himself inside. Long moments passed before Hiru released a slow, shuddering breath. I hadn't meant to wake Tanji. I thought I'd moved with... Did the mountain wind rouse him? Regardless, it's fortunate he dismissed it as a dream. Were I truly discovered, I'd have no explanation. Then, soft footsteps again. Light hesitant. The figure paused at the door, then moved quietly toward the woodshed. Silence settled once more. My brother has returned. Surely he sensed the demon too. Yet, given his strength, could there be more than one? My brother has returned. Surely he sensed the demon too. Yet, given his strength, could there be more than one? Hiro picked up his charcoal stick once more. With my brother here, no further demons need concern me. I'll stay exactly. Really, was it Mr. Yuan outside yesterday? Tanji looked at Yuan with a helpless expression. You could have just called me directly. I just took a few things out of the box, but nothing important. Since you didn't wake up, I didn't want to disturb you further. Yuan helped Tanji carry the quilt out from the firewood room. Thank you for the bedding, it was very warm yesterday. It's nothing really. Tanji scratched his hair. Speaking of which, I think I saw a doll yesterday. Yuan looked up at the dark sky and pondered for a moment before speaking. There is indeed a doll in my box. It is a companion more important to me than my own life. Would Mr. Tanji like to see it? Can I? It depends on his mood. Yuan smiled and tapped the box. There is no sunlight today. Would you like to come out for a while? Tanji was astonished as he watched the box's door open, revealing the exquisite doll he had thought was a dream yesterday, awkwardly clawing at the lock ring inside the box. Is it all right? I think Mr. Tanji wouldn't mind. Yuan handed over the black stone he had picked up at the door yesterday from a pocket inside his clothes. Would you like to come out for a while? Zhuo accepted the stone, then allowed Yuan to pick him up and place him on his shoulder. This is. Tanji was left speechless, finally looking at Zhuo with a shocked expression. Is it true that doll makers have come this far now? That's amazing. Zhuo sat on Yuan's shoulder, grabbing the paper ear ornaments at his ear, and murmured quietly, this is too dull, isn't it? Speaking of which, about a month ago while I was selling coal in the city, I heard of something called the doll swordsman. It should be you. Tanji continued to look at Zhuo with astonishment. I never expected to meet the legendary one. I'm so lucky. Yes, Tanji recalled, resting his chin on his hand. Rumor has it that there is a swordsman who can control dolls in battle, selling medicines to eliminate demons along the way. That's about what I heard. Zhuo silently covered his face, although he did indeed go out with his brother to hunt demons at night still. What do you mean by a swordsman who controls dolls in battle? His brother is so strong that he doesn't need him to fight. And besides, that's not a medicine to eliminate demons, it's the transformation potion he's still researching. And the whole doll swordsman thing is just too embarrassing. Who spread such rumors? I haven't heard of such rumors. Recently, it's been quite popular at Luojiayu, a storytelling place in Japan. Oh, speaking of which, I should get to work. Tanji picked up the axe, leaning against the wall. Mr. Yuan, you should rest well. Are you going to chop trees? Yuan grasped the handle of his knife. Let me help you. And no need, even if I am a swordsman using strength improperly, want chop down trees. Tanji smiled. I'll handle this myself. But Yuan still followed Tanji outside. Then let me help you carry them back. I'm quite strong. But I also happen to want to take Zhuo for a walk. All right then. Tanji put on his thick cotton coat and looked at Yuan. Aren't you going to wear something thicker? The mountains are very cold in the morning. It's nothing for me. Let's go. A swordsman with a doll. A man sat in the shadows, swirling a crimson liquid in his cup, looking with great interest at the person beside him. Zhu Shi, do you think this swordsman is similar to me? The woman referred to as Zhu Shi by the man was beautiful, with long black hair parted in the middle and tied into a large low bun fixed with a wooden hairpin. Her eyes were as gentle as morning mist with a faint purple hue. She appeared elegant from any angle, yet she did not answer the man's question, remaining quietly standing there. Answer me, Zhu Shi. At the moment the man's words fell, Zhu Shi's serene face erupted with bulging blue veins, and her mist-like eyes transformed into beastly vertical pupils, her voice filled with hatred. Yes, my lord. Your appearance is truly pleasing no matter how many times one sees it. The man stood up, pinching the woman's chin. Zhu Shi, I told you, you can't escape. I will definitely kill you all. Watching Zhu Shi curled up on the ground in agony, the man took out a handkerchief to gently wipe his fingers. Ants really love to fantasize. I am a perfect being, nothing can kill me. Your filthy life will eventually be ended by someone. Zhu Shi knelt on the ground, her black hair spreading out. Even though the intense pain made her tremble all over, it did not change the hatred in her eyes. I will watch you descend into hell. Your cries are indeed the most delightful to hear. The man laughed disdainfully, his plum-colored eyes gazing out at the bright moon, his handsome face illuminated by the moonlight. A doll swordsman. 8 years ago the breathing technique appeared, and 5 years ago I successfully obtained the swordsman of the breathing technique. Now there is actually another doll swordsman. I just wonder how your doll compares to mine. Is it exquisite enough? This is truly something to look forward to. If Zhuo were here, he would definitely recognize that the man before him is the culprit who turned his brother into a demon and annihilated the Inagami clan. The original ancestor of the demons he and Yuan were investigating. 2 days later, Yuan and Zhuo bid farewell to the Tanji family and left Yunsu Mountain to continue their journey. Due to the persistent, overcast days, Zhuo could sit on Yuan's shoulder and breathe in fresh air during the day, though he no longer needed to breathe. Thanks to Zhuo, the reputation of Yuan as the puppet swordsman spread wider over time, and many came to know of this swordsman who continuously sought out demons. Yet more famously, wherever Yuan traveled, the beasts of that place would be hunted down by him. After all, compared to the demons that could not appear during the day, the beasts had a greater impact on people's lives. However, with fame came endless troubles. You are the inherited nation Yuan, aren't you? Yuan looked at the swordsman before him and silently nodded. I truly do not understand how you can shamelessly appear before people. One of the swordsmen spoke, his eyes filled with anger. You betrayed the demon slayer core, and your brother became a demon. How can you not commit seppuku to atone for your sins? I am sorry about my brother, but I never joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Yuan-E's expression was calm. This was not the first time he encountered swordsmen venting their anger on him. Though I slay demons just like you, I have never declared myself to be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps for certain reasons. Accepting Hidden's help, yet still speaking such words, is truly brazen. So I taught the Hashira their breathing. Enough. That is the achievement of the Hashira. How dare you shamelessly claim merit that does not belong to you? Your heart is just as filthy. Zhuo remained in the box, his lips tightly pressed together. This is too much. That was clearly my brother's achievement. My brother owes you nothing. Shameless is what you are. You are the real scoundrels casually labeling others without knowing the facts. Yes, kill them all. Kill them all. No, wait, stop, don't think about that. Don't let the desires of a demon control you. But, how dare they? Sakuragi, there is a demonic presence nearby. Are you stupid? It's broad daylight. The one called Sakuragi first voiced his discontent, but soon his gaze fell upon Yuan-E. By the way, demons can change their form, right? Your box seems suspicious. Isn't he the brother of that traitor? That traitor wouldn't be hiding in his box, would he? The box does not contain my brother, who became a demon. Yuan-E sighed slightly as he looked at the encroaching swordsman. Please do not come closer. I do not wish to fight you. So it means there is indeed a demon in the box, eh? Sakuraki's eyes widened, his expression fierce. You are indeed a traitor to humanity. Yuan-E could only sense the demonic energy intensifying from the box behind him, yet he remained patient, explaining to the swordsman. Inside the box is my brother. He has never consumed a human. I have been keeping a close watch on him. Nonsense, when a demon encounters a human, it's like a dog encountering excrement. No, comparing them to dogs is an insult to dogs. Sakuragi stepped forward. Hand over the box. Yuan-E felt the movement from within the box and frowned slightly, patting it in a soothing manner as he explained for the umpteenth time. Joie has overcome his desire to eat people. He is not. Enough. Unless you can defeat us all today, a scoundrel like you. Bang. The box behind Yuan-E suddenly flew open, revealing a barefoot, demonized boy in oversized, disheveled clothing standing in the sunlight, his skin appearing as though it had been touched by a branding iron the moment it met the light, exposing the flesh beneath. The swordsman clearly saw Yuan-E's expression of shock. Almost immediately they threw away the box and hurriedly removed their outer clothing to cover the half-grown demon boy. No. But before that, the demonized boy extended his hand toward them, his expression and voice filled with extreme rage. Blood demon technique, world painting deprivation. At this moment, Yuan-E had already wrapped Joie in clothing to shield him from the light, and upon hearing the words, he immediately looked up at the swordsman. However, the swordsman merely collapsed helplessly to the ground without any life-threatening danger. Yuan-E first sighed in relief, then looked down at Joie, his voice unusually trembling. Have you lost your mind? They deserve it. Exposed to the sunlight, his skin continuously rotting, bringing Joie persistent and twisted pain, yet he still glared furiously at the powerless swordsman. If it weren't for my brother, I would have certainly done more than just temporarily depriving them of their strength with the blood demon technique. These people dare to slander without knowing anything. I was talking about how you knew it was daytime outside, and yet ran. Yuan-E gasped for breath, his eyes red. Do you know it's daytime now? Isn't it all for my brother? Joie turned to look at Yuan-E. At that moment, his damaged flesh was already beginning to heal. Ultimately, why does my brother never resist? My becoming a demon as well as my brother's was our own choice and has nothing to do with you. Yet you, brother, for the sake of our elder brother and family harmony, left the inherited nation at the age of 7 without even being able to see mother for the last time. But when our elder brother chose to become a demon, he did not consider your position or situation at all. So you do not need to shoulder all the responsibilities of the inherited nation or even those of the world. Your strength and gentleness have never been a reason for these scoundrels to slander, defame, or even insult you. At the very least, brother, clap. Joie felt the droplets falling on his face and couldn't help but freeze, instinctively looking up only to see Yuan-E's face wet with tears. Brother, Joie, I really do not want to lose anyone again. Yuan-E shielded Joie from the sunlight, and though he was not good at expressing emotions, his face remained calm, but his voice carried an unspoken panic. I couldn't protect my wife, couldn't protect my family, couldn't protect my elder brother. Please, I really do not want to lose anyone again. If explaining to them and being misunderstood could avoid conflict and gain their acceptance, I would not mind it at all. As long as it means I don't lose anyone anymore. But you are important to me too, brother. Joie raised his hand to gently wipe away Yuan-E's tears, his voice dropping. When I hear those people slandering you, I can't suppress the anger in my heart at all. After becoming a demon, my emotions are gradually being worn away. Aside from a few obsessions from my human days, my mind is almost entirely occupied by hunger. If it weren't for you, I might have lost myself the moment I encountered fresh blood, but I know you do not wish for me to become a demon without self-control, so I have been trying hard to find ways to restrain myself, and have always held myself back. Yuan-E saw the wetness in Joie's eyes and felt at a loss for words. Joie, but these people slander you without understanding anything about you. They unjustly accuse you. If someone lashes out at you for some reason, your first instinct shouldn't be to shoulder the blame and let them vent. Rather, you should clearly state your position to shut them up. Otherwise, they will only continue to pick at your emotional scars and destroy the people or things you cherish. And then they will naturally use the excuse if he didn't resist at all, he must be guilty, to continue pushing their luck. Why can't you face yourself more, affirm yourself a little more? Zhua almost shouted as he spoke. When will you understand, bro? You are just a powerful person, not an omnipotent god. The swordsmen lying powerless on one side felt a slight heat on their faces. Did they not realize that this was not Yuan Yi's fault at all? No, they knew. They were merely seeking a vent for their own incompetence and anger. After all, if he had not brought his brother into the demon-slaying team back, then this would never have happened. If it weren't for him, it was all his fault. They vented their pain with a clear conscience, and whenever a voice within told them that this was not his fault, they would excuse themselves by thinking, he is so forgiving, isn't it all right? After all, he is so tolerant and powerful. As the accumulation of these thoughts grew, they became oblivious to their own mistakes, knowing only to vent their negative emotions onto an innocent person. Yuan Yi was also taken aback, but he instinctively said, it's all right. It's all right for you, brother, but not for me. Zhou turned to glare at the swordsmen who were starting to regain their strength. A bunch of people who can't even discern right from wrong, even if they are powerful, are not worthy of being swordsmen. Yuan Yi glanced at the swordsman, pursed his lips, and ultimately said nothing. He merely picked up the box again, shielding himself from the sunlight. Let's go. Yuan Yi, brother. Let's go. The swordsmen, seeing Zhou still glaring at them, fiercely crawled into the box. Yet their angry voices still echoed from inside. Brother, why can you so easily forgive others' mistakes? It's all right, Zhou, your blood demon technique. I want to help them lift the blood demon technique. They need to be taught a lesson. But they will recover by sunset. At worst, brother, you can give them some exorcism or demon-killing medicine. No, we can't use that. They don't deserve it. The swordsman saw the helplessness in Yuan Yi's eyes, then took out a box from the box beside them and lit the incense inside with a fire stick. But taking it out of the box, Sakurai pointed at the box, his speech unclear. It was made by Zhou. Yuan Yi stood up. Although he has become a demon, he has never given up on his humanity. He has always wanted to develop a potion to turn back into a human. These exorcism incenses, although unintended products, work quite well. Brother, don't pay them any mind. They are not worth pitying. Yet Yuan Yi still moved the few swordsmen to the roadside, helping them lean against the trees, then nodded at them and left with the box. What is happening in this world? A swordsman weakly spoke. A demon has developed exorcism incense. Isn't the most surprising thing that he exposed himself to sunlight and not only survived, but also gave us a blood demon technique? Indeed, I still have no strength left. That demon really wanted to kill us, didn't he? Of course, Sakurai mumbled, there isn't a good demon out there. But that demon made exorcism medicine. The first swordsman to notice, Zhou sniffed the air. It's not the one we used. It has the scent of wisteria, but it's quite faint. Wisteria without the right amount has no effect, right? Shouldn't you be surprised that a demon can touch wisteria and be fine? Should we report this to the Lord? We should. After all, this is too bizarre. This nation is definitely not right. Sakurai struggled to breathe, trying to alleviate the numbness within. Two such powerful demons have emerged. If that Yuan Yi becomes a demon too, it will be troublesome. The other swordsmen fell silent, then uniformly practiced breathing techniques to recover their strength more quickly. However, until night fell, only Sakurai regained his combatability. He looked at his awkwardly moving comrades with great anger. I told you there isn't a good demon out there. At least he really didn't kill us. A swordsman with a sharp sense of smell spoke. Sakurai, be careful, I smell a demon. Tisk, why now? Sakurai drew his sword, raising it defensively in front of his companions. Tsukimi, can you tell how many? I don't know, this exorcism incense is interfering with me. Tsukimi also drew his sword, looking at the ground with a complicated expression. Even after an afternoon, only a little of the incense had burned. After all, why would demons still approach after smelling wisteria? Do we even need to ask? That demon must have done something. Sakurai spat. It's coming, everyone be on guard. A ferocious demon emerged from the depths of the forest, its eyes blood red, drooling at the mouth. Strangely, the demon did not look at Sakurai and the others, but rather hungrily leaned over the exorcism incense, making strange laughter. The swordsmen, while they did not understand the situation, avoiding a direct confrontation was a good thing. Sakurai took a deep breath, cautiously approaching to attempt to strike off the demon's head, only to find that the demon suddenly raised its head to glare at him, lowly growling, get away. Don't even think about stealing my precious blood. I found it first. Sakurai, you seem to be a bit mentally unstable. Where did you get this precious blood? But just as he was about to make a move, he saw the demon shout frantically, this is mine, mine, mine. It's my precious blood. Soon the demon, as if injected with a large amount of wisteria poison, clawed at its face in madness and turned to dust, while the small dish of incense continued to burn quietly. Sakurai swallowed hard. They call this stuff exorcism incense. They call this thing the ghost-repelling incense. Sakurai's voice was dry. Do they have a misunderstanding of exorcism? Did that swordsman named Yuan Yi mention that this was made by his demonized brother? Let's report it to the new lord then. Yes, let's report it. Agreed. It's terrifying that a demon could create something, but isn't it most surprising that he isn't dead yet? Yuejin, can you not bring up such things? I'm just being realistic. The swordsmen, gradually regaining their strength, kept watch over the incense until no more demons approached before extinguishing it and leaving with the incense. They needed to quickly deliver this item for further research. If this incense had not been tampered with and truly displayed its real effect, they had to promote it as soon as possible. But the thought that it was developed by a demon left them feeling uneasy. Why was it that it had to be created by a demon? Most of the swordsmen who joined the Demon Slayer Corps held deep-seated grudges against demons, and asking them to acknowledge a demon was as repulsive as turning them into one. Yet if this demon truly created something beneficial for humanity, then they would apologize first before fighting when they met next. Yes, that's the plan. On the other side, Yuan Yi also encountered a rare dilemma. Gee, it's already night, let me take you. I want go. But you should. I'm not hungry. But you didn't eat yesterday. I said I'm not hungry. Gee, that day I don't want to hear it. Yuan Yi was at a loss, staring helplessly at the tightly shut box. He truly didn't care much about the slander he faced days ago. Rather, he was wholeheartedly focused on his brother. If his brother wanted to become human again, then he would help him hunt demons for experiments. If his brother believed that demons were tragic beings, then he would find the Demon King to end the chaos. He had already lost so much. The reason he didn't join the Demon Slayer Corps back then was because he was immersed in the pain of losing his wife only to be awakened by Rengoku, Kyujiro's reminder of the little one who tugged at his sleeve asking if he would always be by his side. Thus he refused Rengoku Kyujiro's invitation, and after realizing that no one in the Demon Slayer Corps could use the breathing techniques, he taught those known as the Hashira to use the breathing techniques as a way to express his gratitude. Later on, he accidentally saved his older brother, returned home after many years, and finally saw his brother again. But his brother had grown up, no longer needing his protection, and the country had clearly long forgotten about him. Thus he set off on the journey of demon slaying once more. At that time, he wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps, dedicating everything to the cause of slaying demons. But his brother joined the Demon Slayer Corps. He knew that his brother's feelings towards him were complex. He loved him, yet also loathed him. So he did not join the Demon Slayer Corps with his brother, but instead informed them of the method to open the pattern, hoping that this way the Demon Slayer Corps would be a bit kinder to his brother. He just never expected that his brother would end up. With his thoughts drifting, Yuan Yi sighed softly and spoke again. Then he'll go slay demons now. Gee, do you still want to collect stones? This time the box fell silent. Yuan Yi chuckled lightly and knocked on the box. Based on the information I gathered earlier, there might be demons around here that can use blood demon art. Although I haven't confirmed it with my own eyes yet, they should be stronger than the demons we encountered before. Do you want to go with you? A faint sound came from inside the box. Yuan Yi couldn't help but smile as he opened it, revealing the doll's eyes, Ji, sitting cross-legged with her back to him, surrounded by books, looking as if she was in a do not disturb mode. Ji, oi, just so you know, I still haven't forgiven you, brother. Ji turned her head with a stern face. I won't forgive you until you learn to express your feelings. All right. Yuan Yi lifted Ji onto his shoulder. From now on, you supervise your brother. Humph. Ji sat on Yuan Yi's shoulder, tugging at the loose strands of hair near his ear, muttering, if there's another time, he'll run away from home to show you. Sure, then he'll follow you when that time comes. I'm talking about running away from home. Ji really had no way to deal with her brother's good temperament and could only continue to mumble on Yuan Yi's shoulder. Yuan Yi simply listened, quietly nodding occasionally to show that he was paying attention. Yuan Yi didn't have any grand ambitions. His only dream was to live peacefully with his family, even hoping that the house wouldn't be too big so that he could always maintain a close distance with them. Just that alone was enough to make him happy. But even such a simple dream was difficult to achieve in this world. Brother, you're definitely spacing out. You're not listening at all. I heard you. You said the herbs you used before didn't work as intended, and you plan to change the proportions. You wanted me to keep an eye out for them next time I pass by the town or see them. But you were clearly zoning out just now. No, I was seriously listening to you talk. Ji paused for a moment, then glared fiercely, even tugging at a strand of hair from Yuan Yi's ear, extending her arm and waving it. I told you, brother, to express yourself, not to use this tactic against me. Is that so? Yuan Yi tilted his head, looking at his small doll-like brother. But aside from you, I don't know who else to express myself to, nor do I know who would be willing to listen to my words. Ji fell silent for a moment, pouting, and silently hugged Yuan Yi's cheek. Then this time I will forgive you. I know. Yuan Yi's voice abruptly ceased as his expression turned serious, looking at the two figures that appeared before him. No two demons. One of them was a woman in a fitted purple kimono, her eyes filled with sorrow, while the other was a handsome man with slightly wavy hair, his gaze carrying mockery and malice. Yuan Yi sensed the brutal, surging life force emanating from the man, as if it were lava erupting from a volcano, boiling and threatening to consume everything. This demon was very strong. Yuan Yi tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile, Ji turned to look, and upon seeing the man's figure, she froze. It was him. The day of the clan's destruction flashed back into Zhou's mind. With just a lift of his hand, the man obliterated vast stretches of houses, while the clan members were left powerless to retaliate. Zhou felt as if something was blocking his chest, his throat tightened, and an uncontrollable fear began to rise within him. Zhou, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yuan Yi drew the long blade from his waist, his expression calm to the point of indifference. You are the progenitor of demons, aren't you? Huh, truly a perceptive swordsman. The man's lips curled into a disdainful smile. It's a pity I've lost interest in breath techniques, swordsman, or otherwise I might have considered bringing you under my command. Yuan Yi's pupils constricted as he immediately realized what Zhou feared. The slight red in his eyes grew colder. Is it you, the one who lured my brother to become a demon? Huh, is that your brother? Indeed, he was quite a capable swordsman, managing to bring me the head of the Demon Slayer Corps. The man rested his chin on his hand, looking down at Yuan Yi and Zhou with a condescending gaze. It seems that my benevolence back then has led to an interesting outcome. You must be my descendant, right? Zhou felt a chill run through his body, but at the same time, after the man's words, a strange sense of anger surged from deep within, and when this anger rose to the surface, his fear miraculously vanished. Who would be a descendant of a mere insect like you? Zhou stood up, perching on Yuan Yi's shoulder. I am nothing like you, a cowardly bug afraid of death. Yuan tightened his grip on the sword again, the blade instantly stained with a brilliant red. Zhou, control yourself. Zhou's narrowed eyes stared at the man, his demonic power surging. Brother, what color do you think the progenitor of demons would be? Unappreciative scum. The man's face contorted in a snarl, his hands extending into terrifying tentacles. I won't let you die easily. Yuan dodged the incoming attack, slightly frowning. Even from the sound alone, he could tell that the attack he evaded had severed the trees behind him, extending far into the distance. A terrifying attack. Surely any human who touched it would perish, right? Yuan dodged the horrific assault again, his eyes constantly tracing the man's movements, the man's body, gradually becoming transparent in his sight. But the moment he saw the man's body through the translucent vision, Yuan stumbled uncontrollably, and a claw extending from the man's tentacle ripped a corner of his clothing. 7 hearts, 5 brains. How could this be? Overwhelmed by shock, Yuan couldn't strike, continuing instead to observe the man with his clear vision. Yet in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the first time he used his clear vision to observe Zhou. Just ensuring he wasn't hungry led to the successful growth of a heart, overcoming the weakness of the neck. After the first full meal, it transformed into 1 brain and 2 hearts. Zhou was also the progenitor of demons. This thought suddenly surged in Yuan's mind, and at the same time, he no longer merely dodged but charged forward. The fiery red blade, as if wielding a dazzling sun, struck down, and in an instant the man who had previously been at an advantage fell apart. Yuan saw the man struggling to control his body, trying to keep his head from falling, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zhou watched as blood poured from the man, and involuntarily swallowed, a long-buried hunger awakening within him. Yet he remained steadily perched on Yuan's shoulder, looking down at the man. Where's my brother? The man's face turned dark red, his plum-colored eyes fixed intensely on Yuan and Zhou. Before that, I have a question. Yuan turned to face the man. What do you consider life to be? It seems your head has been severed, and you can no longer speak. Zhou extended his hand, his gray eyes filled with indifference. Good timing, I also have a new blood demon technique to experiment with. Yuan took a step closer, intending to slay the man, for he clearly saw the life force within this man continuously surging. If it was some dangerous blood demon technique, it would be troublesome. It was better not to let Zhou experiment. But just as Yuan approached, the sound of the man's clenched teeth cracking broke the silence. In the next moment, the man's body suddenly exploded, countless pieces of flesh and blood desperately fleeing in all directions. Without any hesitation, Yuan swung his blade, and Zhou unleashed his own blood demon technique. But in the night, and under such sudden circumstances, even with early warnings, Yuan still shattered chunks of flesh larger than fingernails. Zhou was also aware that humans lack the ability to see in the dark. Even with Yuan's extraordinary perception, he likely couldn't see the smaller pieces of flesh clearly. Thus, he focused his attention from the beginning on those tiny bits of flesh, exerting his blood demon technique with all. However, he didn't expect that using his blood demon technique on these bits of flesh would consume even more than using it on most complete demons. And these bits of flesh, after the application of the blood demon technique, showed no signs of shrinking. Instead, they seemed to swell, slightly clattering as they fell onto the gravel path in the forest. Yuan halted his knife-swinging motion, his expression appearing somewhat dazed and bewildered. Brother. Yuan lowered his gaze, his voice betraying no emotion. He split into over 1,800 pieces. I only managed to cut down about 1,500 or so, counting yours. I should have cut less than 200. Zhou panted slightly. The pressure of using the blood demon technique on him was greater than I imagined. That must have been flesh pieces the size of a child's heart that escaped. Zhou fell into silence. At that moment, a voice filled with hatred cried out, just a bit more. It was clearly just a bit more, yet he overcame the weakness of the neck. Zhou and Yuan unconsciously looked over, seeing the woman who had come with the man kneeling on the ground, her voice nearly a wail, yet her teeth were gritted as she clutched her hair, a powerful demonic aura surging at that moment. Why don't you just die? Why won't you just die? That filthy man. Kibutsuji Muzan. Yuan saw the girl freeze after her outburst, as if something unbelievable had happened, staring blankly at his hands. Not dead. Why am I not dead? You said his name is Kibutsuji Muzan. Yuan approached the woman, crouching down to look at her petite figure. I saw it just now, when I struck down his head. You not only didn't come to help, but instead showed hope in your eyes. You really wanted me to kill him. Of course. The woman began to grit her teeth again. That man deserves to die. He deserves to die. He deserves. Yuan quietly waited for the emotionally unstable woman to finish venting. When she finally became calm again, Yuan spoke. I am Yuan, the heir of the Yuan clan. This is my brother Zhou. The woman lifted her gaze in a daze, her eyes still red, but her voice had calmed down. I am Tamayo. Yuan turned his head to glance at Zhou, who was perched on his shoulder, then looked back. Miss Tamayo, can you tell me more about Kibutsuji Muzan? Miss Zhu, could you tell me more about Muzan Kibutsuji? All right. Zhu spoke, her eyes tinged with a mad hatred, spilling all she knew about Muzan. Yuan and Ryoto listened patiently until Zhu finished speaking. Only then did Yuan ask again. May I ask Miss Zhu a few more questions? Please go ahead. Zhu knelt upright on the ground, saying, as long as it is within my knowledge, I shall speak without reserve. You said that Muzan Kibutsuji is the progenitor of demons, and all demons are born from him. Yes. Yuan lifted Ryoto, allowing him to stand on the ground. But my brother became a demon through medication. Zhu fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating. I remember Muzan Kibutsuji once said that he needed a blue spider lily to become a perfect being unafraid of sunlight. I also heard that when he was still human, he had a frail body and doctors predicted he would die young. Later a doctor transformed him into a demon through long-term medication, but he was so enraged by being turned into a demon that he directly killed the doctor, leading him to still fear sunlight. But that is all I know. This is also because I am a physician. He kept me around so he could prepare medicine immediately after obtaining the blue spider lily and shared so much with me. But I only took a powder I prepared myself. Ryota instinctively furrowed his brow. If the demonization through medication is supposed to be a long process, then what is the reason for my immediate transformation into a demon? Can you tell me what medications you used, Many, but they were all common herbs. Ryota informed Zhu of the herbs he had used one by one, but did not disclose the ratios. Just these medications, if taken over a long period, can indeed enhance physical fitness. Have you forgotten something? Ryota paced back and forth on the ground, and after repeated contemplation he spoke. There should also be the powder extracted from demons. When demons are killed by sunlight, don't they turn to ashes? I successfully captured that kind of ash. Because it is difficult to preserve and observe, I could only attempt to use that ash to taint the medication and then refine it into powder multiple times, mixing it together. However, to be honest, although I have been doing this, I am the first test subject of the medication, so I am not clear on how much impact the ash had and how it differs from normal medications. That should be all here. Zhu's voice after calming down carried a reassuring feeling. Just like humans contaminated by Muzan's blood immediately turn into demons, you should also have transformed quickly because of these reasons. However, due to the special method of ingestion, this prevented you from being controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji, making you a primordial, unconstrained demon just like him. Ryota fell into contemplation, so he is actually a demon king. But he is so weak. Could a demon king be weak? He recalled Muzan being cut to pieces by Yuan. I'm quite weak. Yuan raised another question. What do you mean by being controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji? Demons transformed by Muzan's blood cannot reveal information about him. If they do, he will sense it immediately and destroy their bodies, leading them to meet dawn and death in agony. He has absolute control over the demons he has transformed. Zhu lowered her gaze, her expression sorrowful. It must be because of the severe injury just now that he temporarily lost control over me. If the demon king dies, will all the demons perish? Ryota raised his head. Or rather, will no more demons be born? I'm sorry, I only know that Muzan is the source of all evil, and am not sure what will happen if he is slain. Brother, Ryota raised his head. Muzan was just severely injured by you and fled in such a disheveled state. According to Miss Zhu's earlier description, he should not appear again before your death. Yuan lowered his head. It is indeed my responsibility. Really, brother, here we go again. Ryota patted Yuan's calf. Don't take on all the responsibility. With the strength Muzan just displayed, if it weren't for brother Yuan, those demon-slaying swordsmen probably wouldn't even manage to weaken him. But the fact is, heaven gave me the ability, yet I still failed. And because of my failure, even if I manage to pass a few years in peace, countless people will still die because of me. Yuan gazed into Ryoto's eyes, and after a moment he raised his head. The recent battle should have reached far, the nearby swordsmen should be gathering soon. Zhu closed her eyes upon hearing this, waiting for death. Then brother should also become a demon. Zhu couldn't help but open her eyes again, looking at the astonished expression on Yuan and the determined look on Ryota, feeling a tumult of emotions inside. If such a powerful swordsman, one who cannot even be compared to Muzan, becomes a demon, will there truly be a way for humanity to survive in this world? But Ryota, Yuan looked down at his brother. If you become a demon, I can suppress you, then who will suppress me after I become a demon? If I become a demon, no one will be able to stop me. What will humanity do then? Then let's do a test first. Ryota looked up, gazing directly at Yuan, smiling calmly. I want to make another batch of demon transformation medicine, then find the most wicked mountain bandit to take it, and let him turn the other mountain bandits into demons. Then we will kill the first mountain bandit transformed by the medicine. If all the mountain bandits he transformed die or lose the ability to become demons, then I will transform you into a demon when you are on the brink of death, thus establishing a relationship of mutual restraint between us. If it doesn't work, then brother must keep a promise to watch the sunrise with me before you die. As for our ideals, let's leave them to Miss Zhu, who harbors a strong hatred for Muzan. Zhu sure could hardly believe she had been spared. Although she had been marked by the day to monitor whether she would eat humans, how could they trust her so easily? Moreover, wasn't that man named Yoriichi a demon slayer? Though I slay demons, I have never joined the demon slayer corps. Zhu sure then realized she had spoken out loud, but Miss Zhu sure should be able to handle it, right? The day returned holding a bag filled with stones at Yuaniki's feet. After all, you seemed very pained when talking about eating humans. Zhu sure fell silent. How could she not harbor resentment, hatred, or pain? She had eaten her own husband and child. She had become a demon because Muzan said it would cure her illness. She had become a demon to be with her family, unable to let go. Yet she had killed and eaten everyone. If Muzan had been clear from the beginning, she would never have chosen to become a demon. I understand now. Zhu Shi's gaze became resolute. I will absolutely overcome my desire to eat humans. Then Miss Zhu Shi, you must keep striving. The day watched as Yoriichi gathered the stones, obediently being carried by him, sitting once more on his shoulder. I will also supervise Miss Zhu Shi. If you eat a human, I will sense it immediately and bring my brother to find you, and then slay you. I will. Zhu Shi nodded. I have a question too. Please go ahead. Zhu stood up and looked at the day sitting on Yuaniki's shoulder. Have you eaten a human until now? No, although I really want to, I have never opened my mouth to do so. Zhu voice carried a hint of urgency. Then how did you overcome this desire? Strictly speaking, I haven't overcome it. The day shook her head. I simply replaced human blood with a large amount of beast blood temporarily. My blood demon art is also quite special to conceal my desires, and my brother is there to keep me in check. So Miss Zhu will have a hard time. Zhu lowered her head, one hand clenched into a fist against her chest, while the other tightly grasped the sleeve below her fist. After a long silence, she spoke again, looking up with determination in her eyes. I will do this for my deceased children and husband, to see Muzan die with my own eyes. I will absolutely overcome this. Then I wish you success in advance. The day smiled slightly, but her smile quickly faded. Before we part, I have one more question. Have you seen a swordsman who looks like my brother wearing purple swordsman's attire? He should have been turned into a demon by Muzan, and now should be called Kokushibo. I'm sorry, I only heard that Muzan tempted a swordsman who practiced the breathing technique, and that swordsman brought Muzan, the head of the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yoriichi reached out to pat the day's head, reassuringly looking at Zhu. We should leave quickly. There should be swords. Yoriichi reached out to pat the day's head, reassuringly looking at Zhu. We should leave quickly. There should be swordsmen on their way here. Zhu bowed slowly and solemnly. Farewell, Mr. Yoriichi, Mr. Day. Watching Zhu's figure gradually fade away, the day turned to Yoriichi. Aren't we leaving? We need to at least explain the situation to the arriving swordsmen. But won't that just give them an excuse to blame my brother? Let them be. Oh, after causing such great destruction and leaving no trace, it will only cause panic among the people. Brother, why don't you be a little selfish? They are merely discussing the realities of what happened. Yoriichi watched the golden-haired figure approaching quickly in the distance. Besides, there will always be those who understand. Mr. Yoriichi. Long time no see. Yoriichi looked at Rengoku Kyujiro, who was leading the swordsman, running over slightly out of breath. Mr. Rengoku. Does Mr. Yoriichi know what happened here? Rengoku scanned the area, his gaze briefly pausing on the day on Yuaniki's shoulder before quickly moving away, finally returning to Yoriichi. There are huge slashing marks extending to the edge of the forest, almost penetrating it. The people are very anxious. Has a powerful demon appeared? Has anyone successfully slain it? If not, where did the demon escape? Is it possible to catch up? I encountered Kibutsuji Muzan. Rengoku was taken aback, then excitedly grabbed Yuaniki's arm. Is it true? Is it the Kibutsuji Muzan I was thinking of? The swordsman behind Rengoku wanted to say something, but fell silent, all looking at Yoriichi with excited expressions. Yes. Yuaniki's expression remained calm, but he has already overcome the weakness of the neck. When I severed his head, I was unable to kill him, instead giving him the chance to split and escape. Even when I swung my blade with all my strength, I let a piece the size of a heart escape. I apologize, but I fear he will not give me a second chance before I die. What? How could you let him escape? What a great opportunity. If we had just delayed a moment longer, we could definitely have killed him. To waste such a good opportunity. How infuriating. The day tightly grasped Yuaniki's collar. If it were you facing such an attack, you wouldn't last a second, would you? What right do you weaklings have to blame my brother? Who is speaking? Sneaky, come out. Hey everyone, look over there. Look at that swordsman. After a brief panic, the swordsmen quickly locked onto their target. He is actually with a demon. Isn't this the person's brother who betrayed our lord? That demon calls him brother. This person can't be a traitor allied with the demons, can he? Oh, no way. Otherwise he wouldn't have let Muzan go. You should commit seppuku. Hearing the increasingly extreme words of the swordsman, Rengoku burst out. Enough. After a brief silence, the swordsman's emotions grew even more intense. Does Mr. Rengoku also want to even if Mr. Rengoku is a Hashira, I want change my mind. To be with demons. Simply unforgivable. The day watched everything unfold, feeling her emotions as a human fading a little more. Look at these people. They are so weak, knowing nothing, yet they dare to label this matter, this person with powers far beyond them, with their self-righteous tag called truth. Explanation. They wouldn't listen to such things. They only need to believe what they want to believe. Truth. Such things are unimportant. They just want to pull others down from their pedestal and stand on it, blaming those who fall. How ugly. Why do humans need to live in this world? Ultimately, this world would be better without humans, right? Without humans, demons would lack food and kill each other, and at that time the demons would naturally perish. Zhou felt his hand being seized as Yuan Yi's voice sounded again at his side. Don't let Wu Can affect you so deeply. Calm down. He exhaled and looked toward the swordsmen, all of whom watched him warily. He forced a stiff smile and said, continue then. Why have you stopped? Lian Yu Che's Silang did not loosen his grip on the hilt. The overwhelming sense of danger that had washed over him a moment ago left the hairs on his arms standing on end. In just over a year, he had become this strong. What a terrifying capacity for growth. Thank heavens Yuan Yi is here. Huh. So it is as I suspected, you have revealed your true face. After all, demons are filthy creatures. Yuan Yi ignored the swordsman's words and turned his head, looking at Zhou with worry. Zhou, I'm fine, brother. Zhou once more stretched out his hand toward the swordsman. I only meant to teach them a lesson. Wait, Zhou, blood demon art Zuegwishu, Huisher scroll deprivation. The world fell utterly silent. Zhou stared coldly at the swordsmen, whose mouths opened in alarm, yet produced no sound. If my brother had not restrained me, you would all be dead now. Zhou, don't be ruled by a demon's emotions, Yuan, he said, keeping his hand on him to suppress Zhou's movements. I don't want to face the scene where I must swing my blade at you. I wouldn't mind such a thing, Zhou replied. Zhou shook his head, his expression still icy. I have never feared being slain as a demon. I also deeply acknowledge that demons should not exist, yet that does not mean I will let them slander my brother. Since brother out of his gentle heart refuses to express himself to these people, let me speak for you. Moreover, on our journey, I confirm that becoming a demon only amplifies the evil already within human nature. At root, the behavior does not transcend humanity. I am simply, don't say another word. Yuan Yi's brows dipped. Don't say it, Zhou. Zhou snorted coldly and turned his face away. I'm sorry, Lian Yusen. No, this is not Yuan Yi's fault. They provoked him first. Lian Yu was surprised he still had the presence to speak, yet he quickly addressed Yuan Yi, hoping to calm the swordsman. Mr. Yuan Yi, I will discipline these swordsmen. Could you allow Zhou? No. Zhou glared. If you possess mouths that only slander others and rashly brand them, then simply do not speak at all. That way you won't inexplicably lose your life at my hand, and then have my brother reproach me for the blood on my hands. Lian Yu Che Siling was left speechless, looking thoroughly at a loss. Zhou, stop acting out. Humph. Zhou folded his arms and turned away, but under Yuan Yi's steady gaze he relented. Get more, son. The blood demon art will dissipate on its own. Apart from being unable to produce sound, there are no other effects. Only then did Lian Yu Che Siling breathe a sigh of relief. No mortal danger, at least. Brother is simply too kind, and that is why people take advantage of him. Zhou puffed out his cheeks. Even though his strength is so great. Yuan Yi felt the demon chi on Zhou ebb away and allowed himself a small breath. He turned his attention to Lian Yu Che Siling. I've obtained some intelligence concerning Kibutsuji Wutsan. Mr. Lian Yu, is this a convenient time to record it? Could you please hold on a moment? If possible, I would ask you to present it at the Zhua conference. They'll write to my lord, right? Yuan Yi was slightly startled. I am traveling with a demon swordsman now. Oh, that might be inconvenient. I trust Mr. Yuan Yi and Mr. Zhou. Lian Yu smiled faintly. After all, Mr. Yuan Yi is the formidable swordsman who drove Kibutsuji Wutsan into retreat, and Mr. Zhou resisted the temptation of scarce blood while starving, holding fast that he is human rather than an unbridled demon. You are the only one saying anything fair, Zhou muttered. Still, it would indeed be inappropriate for me to attend. I am a demon. After having been led by demons in an attack, once the Gishitai will surely harbor even more hatred toward demons, won't they? Besides, demons are governed by desire and are poor at reasoned communication. I trust my lord's judgment. Lian Yu's voice regained vigor. Speaking of which, a few days ago we were truly grateful to Mr. Zhou. The new incense you devised is extremely effective. The survival rate of lower-ranked swordsmen has risen considerably. We are deeply grateful. What? Zhou tilted his head in thought. When did I give them incense? Brother. Yes. I gave them the one you said worked best. Zhou opened his eyes wide in reproach. Although it seems a misunderstanding, we must thank Mr. Zhou for researching the incense. Lian Yu chuckled. Might you two delay your journey for a few days? The routine Zhua conference is just a few days away. I believe everyone would like to meet Mr. Yuan Yi and Mr. Zhou, the creator of the demon-repelling incense. Do you want to go, Zhou? He threw the question back. Do you want to go, brother? All right, Zhou sighed, then well, follow brother's decision. I'll work harder to restrain myself when the time comes. Thank you, Zhou. Wonderful. There's the Tung family's house nearby. I'll guide the way. Lian Yu looked pleased, then turned to Zhou. I still haven't apologized to Mr. Zhou. Apologize to me for what exactly? When we first met, didn't I ask about your brother? Lian Yu folded his arms. Although I now bear great hatred for that demon, at the time Mr. Zhou must have been even more sorrowful than I was. I'm truly sorry. I have wanted to apologize in person, but one thing after another kept happening, and Mr. Zhou shut himself away, so I never found the chance. How can you still remember such distant matters? Zhou puffed his cheeks and turned his head. And you're apologizing to a demon who just harmed humans. What a strange swordsman. I really can't get along with you. Sorry for making you uncomfortable. So Mr. Yuan Yi, will you come with us to the Tung family's house? No. I plan to search the nearby area a little more. Yuan Yi's face bore a trace of a smile, but he soon returned to calm. Although Wutsan chose to flee and likely won't hide nearby if he truly lies in wait planning to devour people, even if he claims only one victim to sin upon me. I've told you so many times. It wasn't brother's fault. If it had been those swordsmen instead, they would have died without lasting a single strike. Very well, my oversight. Yuan Yi shook his head slightly, a helpless smile touching his lips. For that 1/10 possibility, I will still go and patrol. Then welcome too. One more person is one more force. Even if he were reduced to the size of a heart, this band of incompetent rookies couldn't handle him, Zhou said, with no kindness toward the forced silent swordsman. Without the strength of a pillar, they simply cannot wound Wutsan, and they couldn't even react to my attack. What are they for? To bring meals to Wutsan. The silenced swordsman fell utterly silent, unable to reply. In the end, Zhua and Yuan Yi were unable to find any trace of Muzan, and for some unknown reason the nearby demons also began to disappear. That guy is really good at escaping, even my brother couldn't find any trace of him. Yuan Yi's expression turned sorrowful again. If only I had been more decisive in my attack, instead of being wary of the unknown blood demon arts. It's not your fault, brother. No one would have expected him to flee so decisively. Zhua lowered his head. Besides, you have already done your best. The disappearance of the nearby demons should also be his doing, whether it be devouring for recovery, reclaiming blood, or gathering them. All it proves is his weakness. If I had acted a bit faster and left him with less flesh to escape with, perhaps I could have killed him. Yuan-e raised his hand and gently rubbed the top of Zhua's head. Zhua, promise me don't attack humans recklessly anymore, okay? If brother could speak for himself, I certainly wouldn't have acted. Zhua crossed his arms. You clearly promised to start expressing yourself. But for me, just knowing that Zhua cares about how I feel is enough to make me happy. Yuan-e looked at the sky that was beginning to turn pale, stopped in his tracks, and placed the box on the ground. For me, simply being able to see and feel is enough happiness. Zhua jumped from Yuan-e's shoulder to the top of the box, hands on his hips. That's why I say, brother, you're too gentle. Even our mother would get angry. Yes, indeed. Yuan-e rested his chin on his hand, a hint of a smile on his face. I remember, you even cried when our angry mother scolded you. Brother, don't always change the subject. Let's go, it's time to head to the tofu house, mister. Rengoku should be finishing his— Yuan-e turned his back to the light, and you need to organize your stones right. Zhua reluctantly entered the box. If the stones were left together for too long, they would stick together and mix colors. With dawn approaching, he felt compelled to say a few more words to his brother. How can there be such a kind-hearted person? Zhua thought, having taken over the management of the family business and having been put through all sorts of difficulties by the elders, but perhaps compared to humans, brother is truly the arrival of a divine being. His expression was always devoid of laughter, silent and dim, yet he possessed such a beautiful appearance with flame patterns at his temples that were almost blinding. He always wore his clothes neatly and meticulously in places outside of battle. It was even hard to see his robes fluttering as he moved with an aura of elegance and propriety. Usually he gazed at the world with calm and focused eyes, but when asked what he was looking at, he would gently smile with a hint of detachment and say nothing at all. Clearly possessing immense power capable of changing the world, yet his personality was gentle, tolerant, and inclined towards silence, always exuding a sense of unhurried calm in his actions. He was not much different from the legendary gods, untouched by the mundane world and insulated from its troubles. However, he is my brother, a human, not a divine being walking the world. Did my efforts bring my brother a little closer to being human? Zhua pondered as he organized various stones, then laid down on the soft clothes, gradually emptying his thoughts and closing his eyes. Having used a lot of energy fighting Muzan earlier and needing to go to a place with many people soon, even though he had suppressed his appetite with the blood demon arts, it still felt a bit uncertain. At this time, sleeping became a good choice. As a demon, he didn't need sleep, but who said that being in a dormant state wouldn't help him reduce the consumption of energy within his body? Thinking this way, along with the slight swaying from Yuan-e's walking, Zhua slowly fell into a deep sleep. When Yuan-e arrived at the tofu house, Rengoku Tanjiro was standing under the wisteria flowers at the entrance looking out. Upon seeing Yuan-e, he waved his hand eagerly. Over here. Mr. Yuan-e. But seemingly unable to wait, Rengoku Tanjiro hurriedly ran over. Did Mr. Yuan-e find any trace of him? Yuan-e looked at Rengoku Tanjiro's hopeful eyes and shook his head slightly. He isn't hiding nearby, and I can't find any traces of demons around him. A bit worried. If the demons gather and suddenly attack, it would be a great disaster for the people. Mr. Yuan-e has worked very hard. As long as we don't give him a chance next time, it will be fine. Thank you, Mr. Rengoku. You don't need to thank me. In fact, I really feel quite sorry. When I heard that the Demon Slayer Corps was attacked, I also felt anger towards you, but upon reflection, none of this is Mr. Yuan-e's fault. Rengoku's voice lowered. I know that Mr. Yuan-e has a deep hatred for demons. After all, his loved ones were either killed by demons or turned into demons. Mr. Yuan-e's pain must be greater than ours. Yuan-e lowered his gaze, remaining silent. But thankfully you have Mr. Zhua accompanying you. When I first met you, to be honest, I thought you were a divine being descending to experience trials. Rengoku laughed again, but after being with Mr. Zhua, you also began to show clear emotions, which is really heartening. Moreover, Mr. Zhua is also a remarkable person. Even after becoming a demon, he can still create such powerful and useful demon-repelling incense. It's truly admirable. At first, he just wanted to give you ordinary demon-repelling incense, but when he found out that I had given you demon-repelling incense, he got angry. Haha, then we are indeed blessed. Rengoku laughed loudly. By the way, Mr. Yuan-e, can I know how Mr. Zhua makes these things? Though it may be a bit shameless, if possible, could you persuade Mr. Zhua to share some more recipes with us? Anything we can find. Yuan-e was silent for a moment, a rare smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I will try to persuade Zhua, but those incense and medicines were not originally meant to kill or repel demons. Rengoku Tanjiro couldn't help but be a bit dazed, instinctively asking, then what are they? They are failed products of the transformation medicine that Zhua made for himself. Rengoku Tanjiro. Transform, a failed product of the human transformation potion. Rengoku Tenjin took a moment to regain his senses. Well, in every sense it is truly impressive. Yoriichi's voice also carried a hint of amusement. Indeed. Then Mr. Yoriichi should take a good rest. This is the edge of the wisteria house, and I have specifically informed others not to disturb. Once the master replies, I will notify you. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could you please help me find some paper and a pen? I want to organize the information regarding Muzan Kibutsuji in advance. Yoriichi nodded slightly. This way, if I can't visit, it won't waste time, and if I do visit, it will be clearer. Not a problem. I will bring it over shortly. That evening, Rengoku Tenjin received a letter from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and he excitedly found Yoriichi. Mr. Yoriichi, the master has replied. The master has already agreed to meet at the next Hashira meeting. Let's set off together the day after tomorrow morning. Also, this is a letter for you from the master. For me? Yes. Yoriichi took the letter, saw Rengoku Tenjin off, and stared blankly at the table for a long time before lifting his hand to open the letter. The handwriting was very juvenile. Dear, to Kaneo Yoriichi. Good day, Mr. Yoriichi. I am the new master of the Demon Slayer Corps Kanamori. I have heard that you encountered Muzan Kibutsuji and dealt him a significant blow. Although it's unfortunate that he escaped, this is the first clear information we have received about him in hundreds of years, and I am truly grateful. I have also heard about your two brothers becoming demons, and the children mentioned the Kanamori clan seems to refer to the swordsmen as children regardless of their age when they become master, that you were traveling with your brother who has become a demon. I have heard of demons who have overcome their cannibalistic desires, and I am genuinely astonished and very eager to meet. However, the children are vehemently opposed, seemingly unsettled by the earlier attacks on the Demon Slayer Corps. But I have come to realize that these two are fundamentally different. One has already abandoned his humanity while the other still upholds his principles and has even developed such exquisite medicines. I also know that it was you who selflessly taught the children the breathing techniques and the use of markings. So I persuaded the children. However, the majority of them still harbor strong animosity towards you. I apologize on their behalf and hope you can understand when you come. Lastly, please convey my gratitude to Mr. Kaneo Taku. With that incense, the children not only improved their efficiency in killing demons, but also reduced many casualties. Even a frail child like me can wield a knife to kill low-level demons in the presence of that incense. I am truly grateful for both of your contributions. I look forward to your visit. Kanamori Asahi. Yoriichi's hand tightened around the letter paper unconsciously. To think a child would worry about me, I really am quite pitiful. Yoriichi smoothed out the letter. Clearly, it's my brother who committed that wrongdoing. I should be the one apologizing. Yoriichi stared blankly at the table for a long time before folding the letter neatly and putting it away. He then picked up a pen and continued to review the details of his battle with Muzan Kibutsuji. He could not let this kindness go to waste. The next day, Yoriichi changed into a new Haori brought from the wisteria house. The old one had been torn by Muzan Kibutsuji's attack due to his negligence. The new Haori remained a bright red color and fit him perfectly. Along with this Haori, there was another set of clothes designed for a young boy said to be prepared specifically for Taku. However, since Taku had fallen into a deep sleep, Yoriichi could only express his gratitude and put the clothes away properly. After everything was done, Yoriichi found himself unusually at a loss. With Taku asleep, departure time set for the next day, and the narrative of his battle with Muzan Kibutsuji organized, Yoriichi discovered for the first time that he actually had nothing to do. In the end, he could only take his box, sitting quietly on the porch staring at the wisteria flowers blooming around the courtyard. How long had it been since he last had such leisure? It had never been this quiet when Taku was awake. He always seemed so busy and loved to worry. If I had gone a little earlier back, then perhaps I could be enjoying the beautiful wisteria flowers under the bright sunshine with Taku. Yoriichi's expression turned somewhat sorrowful. I have also become fond of relying on others. In the end, can I truly take action against Taku? Yoriichi shut his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, he returned to his usual calm. Alright, let's practice. After all, it seems I completed my sword technique during the battle with Muzan. I need to familiarize myself. Yoriichi stood up, placed the box against the wall, and drew out the long knife from his waist, slowly walking to the open ground. With the tip of the knife pointing to the ground, Yoriichi slowly adjusted his breathing, gripping the knife handle with his other hand. After exhaling, he struck out with the first slash. The arc of the flame-wrapped slash seemed to detach from the blade at that moment, but soon Yoriichi moved again, striking the second, third, fourth slash. One after another arc slashes wrapped in flames appeared alongside his movements, and those almost tangible flames began to spread around him as Yoriichi's movements grew faster, transforming into swirling flames surrounding him. What should have been a somewhat terrifying scene became solemn and sacred due to Yoriichi's calm expression. Rengoku Tungin, who had come to deliver food, witnessed this solemn and sacred scene. The one who repeatedly swung his sword amidst the flames seemed like a spirit of fire, and his movements were so fluid and beautiful that one forgot they were dangerous sword techniques. Rather, compared to the term sword technique, that was full of a murderous aura, the person in front of him seemed more like performing a Kagura dance dedicated to the deities. The brilliant flames reflected in Rengoku Tenjin's orange-eared pupils. Although he himself was also skilled in swordsmanship, he found it hard to react at that moment. Upon seeing that figure, he was captivated completely, and his mind went blank. How dazzling it is. It was only after a turn that Yuan-e noticed the dazed Chisara from hell, and he paused his movements to nod at Chizara, saying, "Mr. Chisara." Chisara snapped back to reality, excitedly stepping forward. What an incredible technique. Truly worthy of Mr. No, it's not something to be praised. Yuan-e sheathed his sword and walked towards Chizara. It's merely self-training during. You are being too modest. Only a swordsman who can fully utilize breathing techniques can bring forth the form of a sword strike when wielding a blade. Your sword form is exceptionally beautiful. Chisara was very excited, even a bit incoherent. Just watching from afar, I can feel the power contained within. So magnificent. After you taught me the breathing technique, I could only manage to grasp 4 sword forms. And I don't possess the same fluid beauty when using them as you do. Can I record this scene? Please allow me to document it. I beg you. It's such a pity that only I can witness this exquisite sword technique. Yuan-e felt a bit overwhelmed by Chizara's enthusiasm, looking somewhat embarrassed. I don't feel it's necessary. It's just an ordinary sword technique. No, please. Let me record it. Facing a situation where he had never retreated even one step from Muzan Kibutsuji Yuan, he instinctively stepped back, his hand gripping the sheath, slightly sweaty. He wasn't good at getting close to others if Mr. Chisara doesn't mind. How could I? It was simply spectacular. That radiant and beautiful sword technique made me forget to breathe. What sword technique? Daytime. Yuan quickly approached the box like he had found a savior. You are awake. It's the sword technique Mr. Yuan used while employing the breathing technique. Chisara walked over holding a food box. It's incredibly sacred. Beautiful. Unparalleled. Day blinked, slowly regaining clarity, reaching out to tug on Yuan's pant leg, looking up. Brother, I want to see too. But there's really nothing to see. Yuan faced two eager faces, unable to utter the words of refusal. He could only sigh and smile helplessly. All right, I understand. Day watched Yuan walk back to the open space and quickly climbed onto the box. His perspective was too low to see it all clearly, and it was already too late to change clothes and grow taller. Feeling the sudden sensation of weightlessness as he soared up, Day instinctively turned around, meeting Chisara's orange-eared eyes. Mr. Chisara. A low perspective cannot appreciate such beautiful sword techniques. Chisara lifted Day onto his shoulder. If you don't mind, please watch from my shoulder. Day grasped Chisara's collar, paused for a moment, then lowered his head. Thank you. Thank you for your help, and thank you for your— It's nothing, look quickly. It's about to start. Day quickly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Yuan. The intense gaze from the corridor made Yuan feel a bit uneasy, but it didn't affect his grip on the sword. After slightly adjusting his breath, Yuan executed his sword technique. A dazzling flame-like form once again soared in the field. It was only when Yuan sheathed his sword and walked towards them that Day snapped back to reality and clapped vigorously, his eyes filled with admiration. So cool. You look just like a god of fire. Indeed. I wholeheartedly agree with this. Chisara stood in the shadow of the corridor against the wall, loudly echoing. Though this is my second time watching, it's still incredibly shocking. But forgive my boldness. I still cannot discern how many sword forms Mr. Yuan used. May I ask Mr. Yuan to tell me how many sword forms? Yuan was slightly taken aback. I should have only used one move. Such a magnificent technique is actually just one move. Day's eyes widened. Brother, don't tease me for not understanding sword techniques. Mr. Chisara is still here. No, it really is just one move. Yuan shook his head. It's just that this move contains 12 actions. I see. Then that makes it 13 sword form. Chisara stroked his chin. However, those 13 sword forms, as Mr. Yuan said, is just one move, should only be achievable by someone as strong as Mr. Yuan. After all, even with my keen eyesight, I can only discern 6 actions. Truly, the initial breathing swordsman is indeed powerful. I'm already feeling pumped. Day nodded vigorously, jumping from Chisara's shoulder to the box. While my blood may not be boiling quite that dramatically, I also feel incredibly shocked. As expected of my brother. Mr. Yuan, I've placed the food here. I can't wait to record all of this. Watching Chisara hurry away, Day quickly cupped his hands around his mouth and raised his voice. Mr. Chisara, please bring me some drawing supplies. I want to capture my brother's image too. Chisara had already disappeared from sight, but his voice still came clearly. Day, there's no need to. But my brother looked so cool just now. Day clenched his fists. He was just like the god of fire descending to the human realm. It would be such a pity if only I and Mr. Chisara could see this. My brother is so dazzling, he should be known by more. Yuan sat down next to the box, his expression unusually shy, but I've already thought of a name for the artwork. Day also came to the edge of the box, sitting down next to Yuan. He then extended his hand, making a gesture as if holding a sword. Let's call it the Blazing Sun Swordsman. How does that sound? Doesn't it sound cool? And for the battle against Muzan, I even got some really nice red. It doesn't even need much processing to make the picture extremely eye-catching. Oh, I can't wait. I wonder when Mr. Chisara will bring over the drawing board and paper. Yuan listened to Day's continuous chatter and description, his expression gradually softening, and he couldn't help but reach out to ruffle Day's hair. Day, brother, it's nothing, just wanted to do that. Yuan smiled, letting Day sit on his shoulder, then carrying the box in one hand and the food box in the other. Let's go back to the house. However, just as Yuan finished his meal and tidied up the food box, Day had also transformed into a young boy dressed neatly, sprawled on the tatami, complaining about why hasn't the drawing board arrived yet when they welcomed an unexpected visitor. Mr. Iwaki, please come in. Upon hearing the voice, Day lifted his head, raising his hand in greeting. Long time no see. By the way, shouldn't Mr. Chisara be the one delivering the drawing supplies? The tall, short-haired swordsman nodded slightly, holding drawing supplies in his hand. Mr. Chisara said he was busy documenting the sword techniques, so he entrusted this matter to the Hinode family's hidden. However, the Hiddens were somewhat afraid of your presence, so they were hesitant to come over. Since I happened to arrive, I came by instead. Day sat up with a somewhat mournful expression. What? Those guys, I'm not going to eat them. I heard they were frightened by your attitude towards the swordsman. Yenshing set the drawing board in the corner, paused for a moment, then spoke. Mr. Joe, I would like to ask you for a favor. My. Joe, who was arranging his painting tools, turned around surprised. What is it? Even if my colleagues are disrespectful to you, please do not use blood demon techniques in front of our Lord. Are you afraid I will scare the children? Joe tilted his head, then turned back to retrieve a brush. All right, but I will retaliate. Well, I am not a kind person like my brother. Yenshing was momentarily speechless, ultimately just sighed and took his leave. He was not as magnanimous as Mr. Purgatory, after confirming that the ghost's mistake should not be associated with Yuan Yi and Zhou, he reverted to his usual calmness, yet his heart still harbored resentment. But he was also very clear in his heart that Zhou was a ghost who could maintain a certain restraint and communicate even in hunger, not one who had lost their true nature. Mr. Yuan Yi, on the other hand, was a person so pure that he would silently bear any accusations. If only Mr. Yuan Yi did not have these two brothers. This thought unconsciously sprouted in Yanxing's mind, but he quickly shook his head to negate it. After losing his wife, Mr. Yuan Yi, despite appearing calm, could not hide the sorrow conveyed through his eyes. Even when he seemed to regain some peace, he faced betrayal from the once excellent swordsman, now known as Kokushibo. He had heard from Mr. Rongyue that at that time a hint of death lingered in Mr. Yuan Yi's gentle gaze. Now as Mr. Yuan Yi came back to life, all his obsessions were tied to Mr. Zhou, yet Mr. Zhou was now a ghost. How tragic that those with good intentions cannot reap good fruits. Yuan Yi did not realize he was the object of sympathy. He moved a chair to sit beside Zhou, watching him hum a nameless yet lively tune as he continued to paint. The center of the painting showed no figure, only a rough outline of a humanoid space remained, but the flames occupying 3/4 of the paper shone as if they were about to burst forth from the paper. Is this really me in the painting? Yuan Yi could not help but question as he gazed at the vibrant and dynamic flames. Brother, could you help me find a lantern? Zhou carefully removed the drawing paper and set it aside, then placed a new sheet on the drawing board. I might need it later. Yuan Yi nodded, standing up, but before leaving, he could not help but look back at Zhou, who continued painting the flame. Yuan Yi quickly returned with a lantern accompanied by Purgatory, who was carrying paper and pens, and the tall Yanxing. Their arrival did not disturb Zhou's actions. He remained focused on depicting the scene on the paper. Purgatory only watched for a moment before sitting beside a low table to continue documenting his observations, while Yanxing broke the silence after a brief exchange of glances with Yuan Yi, inquiring about Muzan Kibutsuji. During this time, perhaps because Purgatory and Yanxing were present, the hidden one finally grew bolder, bringing food for the group. But when Zhou waved to greet them, they vanished like a startled rabbit. As a result, Zhou had to leave the drawing board midway to check in the mirror whether he had turned into a ghost. When the sun set and the full moon rose, Zhou finally set down his brush, carefully stacked the 4 drawings together, and secured them with the empty frame from the disassembled drawing board. This should count as barely completed. Yuan Yi noticed that each painting's center was left blank, which made him even more puzzled. Did you only paint the flames? Zhou circled around from the shadows, closed the door, and smiled as he replied. With my current abilities, I can't capture the form of the divine being. Yuan Yi, slightly stunned, turned his head away. You keep saying such things. I am not a divine being. Is it finished? Purgatory also lifted his head from his documents. My records can finally reach a conclusion. Whoa, Mr. Purgatory, you startled me. Haha, sorry. I never expected I could scare a ghost one day. Purgatory Choshiro laughed heartily. But I am really curious about what Mr. Zhou has drawn. Zhou puffed up his cheeks, squatted down to fiddle with the lantern, saying, I really don't understand. What is Mr. Yanxing too was very curious about Zhou's actions. Do you need a light source? Yes, because my current knowledge only allows me to depict the situation at that time this way. Zhou finally found a satisfactory angle. Please help extinguish the other light sources. When the room was plunged into darkness, Zhou took out a fire starter and lit the lantern. The soft light filtered through the lantern paper, then penetrated the drawing paper, projecting the content onto the blank wall. The layered drawing paper and paint finally intertwined at this moment, forming an image. The person in the painting had indistinct features, standing tall, with robes billowing, stirring the surrounding flames in concert. The snow-white blade seemed to pierce through like a beam of flowing light, captivating the heart. Even from behind the painting, one could feel the pressure and majesty it conveyed. Yanxing stared blankly for a moment, wondering if such a person truly existed. Even Yuan Yi was stunned, realizing how he appeared in the eyes of outsiders. Although it's stunning, Purgatory Choshiro crossed his arms and commented, it doesn't compare to even 1% of what I saw with my own eyes. How can it be only 1%? Zhou looked unsatisfied. It doesn't even reach 1,000th of it. It seemed quite good while painting. I guess it should just be destroyed. Yes, inferior works should be destroyed. Yanxing instinctively reached out to stop him, but Zhou had already crushed the painting along with the easel. All right. The dark history has been erased. Although it cannot compare to Mr. Yuan Yi's stature, it is still a fine piece. Purgatory crossed his arms. Such a pity. What is there to regret? I will paint even better ones. Zhou used blood demon techniques to absorb the remnants on the floor, then dashed over to the dazed Yuan Yi. Brother, please demonstrate it again. Your sword technique. It will definitely be more splendid at night. Only then did Yuan Yi come back to his senses. After a brief silence, he reached out to ruffle Zhou's hair. Stop messing around. But Zhou looked at Yuan Yi's gentle gaze, pouting. What a pity. Purgatory and Yanxing also stood up to bid farewell, intending to return to their respective places. Just as they were parting, Yanxing could not help but ask, is that person really as dazzling as in the painting? Purgatory Choshiro, still holding his notes, smiled wider at the question. Far beyond that. Yanxing was taken aback. Was it even more than that? But Purgatory did not give him more opportunity to ask. Make sure to rest well, and not stay up late to arrive on time for our Lord. Yanxing watched Purgatory Choshiro leave, standing in the corridor in silence for a long time before opening the door. We are all perceptive people. The next day, as the weather grew gloomy, as if about to rain, the entity known as Zhao appeared in the form of a young boy walking alongside Yuan Yi and the others through the remote mountain forest. During this journey, both Lian Yu and Yen Xing witnessed Zhao's feeding scene. Despite appearing frail, he effortlessly subdued a bear that stood 3 times his height. Then with sharp claws he easily tore open the prey's throat, bending low to drink the fresh blood from the wound. After the animal beneath him turned to a dry corpse, he leisurely licked the remnants of blood from his claws, a deadly, yet graceful sight. Can you find any nearby wild beasts, brother? Zhao brushed off the dust from his clothes. Since we are going to the Demon Slayer Core, it would be best if I filled my stomach a little more, right? Not for the time being, Yuan Yi replied, handing over a handkerchief. I will keep an eye out. All right, but I can't shake the feeling that my appetite is increasing. Zhao couldn't help but lick his lips. I remember that after eating a bear this big, I would at least feel half full, but now I'm barely 3/4 full. Do you think the demons could starve? Yuan Yi shook his head, helplessly not responding. However, Lian Yu Cheshire was quite enthusiastic, as far as I know. No. Why do you say that? Because during evaluations, the Demon Slayer Corps will send us to a mountain full of man-eating demons. The inspectors usually only see the demons fighting each other. Apart from basking in sunlight, they won't die even if their heads are torn off. Lian Yu prodded the now completely dried-up bear with the hilt of his sword. Zhao instinctively covered his neck, then bared his teeth at Lian Yu. If you scare me again, I really might bite you. Huh. With Mr. Yuan Yi around, Mr. Zhao will control himself, so I'm not afraid at all. Zhao, this person. How infuriating. He has seen right through me. Zhao turned his head away, refusing to continue the conversation. However, he didn't dislike being seen through like this. How gentle, Mr. Lian Yu. Yuan Yi was also pleased to see Zhao coexisting harmoniously with humans. Grateful for Lian Yu Cheshire, who had genuinely accepted Zhao, Yuan Yi, though not good at expressing himself, simply smiled at him without further actions. Excuse my boldness. Yen Xing walked up to Yuan Yi. You and Mr. Zhao don't seem to resemble each other. Well, Zhao is a child adopted from a distant relative of the nation. Yuan Yi's gaze never left Zhao. But he is already my true brother. Is that so? Yen Xing suddenly remembered something and waved at Zhao. Zhao, come here for a moment. What's wrong? Zhao approached, holding colorful wild fruits he had picked along the way. What happened? I remember you could see different things a long time ago. Yuan Yi tilted his head. Is it a skill that can be taught to others? Zhao paused, shaking his head. That's innate, just like how it was for you back then. Is that so? What is it? Lian Yu leaned in with curiosity. I only heard Mr. Yuan Yi mention that he could see a transparent world. What is the world like in Mr. Zhao's eyes? The world in my eyes, eh? Zhao was slightly taken aback, pondering for a moment before speaking. If I must say, it's the world of death. What is the world of death? Do you remember the drawing I made? Zhao played with the wild fruit in his hand. It was the one I drew when Mr. Ito tested my blood. Ah, is it the one with the white shadow behind it? Yes, the world in my eyes is probably like that, except the shadow is black. Zhao tossed the fruit in his hand to a squirrel passing by in the tree. Moreover, the closer a person is to death, the clearer the shadow becomes. When the appearance of the shadow completely matches the person, that person will die. That sounds a bit terrifying. Lian Yu's expression turned serious. Then what does it look like when Mr. Zhao sees? For demons, their forms are very clear, but their faces do not appear. Zhao rubbed his chin in recollection. By the way, I can't see my own shadow. That sounds like a very convenient skill for identifying evil spirits. But it's not very good. Zhao sighed. If I could, I'd rather not see these things. They really give me nightmares. So you weren't completely scared to tears by your mother when you were a child? Yeah, when my parents argued my mother's shadow. Zhao lowered his eyes. After that, my mother's health worsened. She passed away shortly after my brother left home. At that time, my eldest brother cried terribly, while my mother's shadow had a look of deep concern before it vanished. Yet this also strengthened my belief in the existence of souls. I believe my biological mother and Junai's mother are watching over me, so I must not disappoint them. You've really worked hard, Zhao. Yuan Yi reached out to pat Zhao's head. Your brother will always be with you. I didn't say this to get comfort from you. Zhao turned his gaze away, but did not shy away from Yuan Yi's hand. I want to tell you, brother, that you are also being watched. Your mother must be watching over you too, because in the end she looked into the distance. She is also worried about you. Just like how she went to pray for these earrings for you with her ill body, you are also deeply loved. Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression softened even more, his slightly reddened eyes gazing at Zhao. I know there are still people in this world who are trying every way to love me. The group finally arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps the next morning. The sky remained overcast, devoid of sunlight, allowing Cho to see the other Hashira. This generation of the Demon Slayer Corps has 8 Hashira. The Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyujiro hails from the Rengoku family, a lineage of sword masters who have long collaborated with the Kanamori family. The Water Hashira Tomioka Ju was previously a dessert shop owner with remarkable skills. He lived a peaceful life and was even engaged, but after his parents were killed, his fiance's family called off the engagement. Eventually invited by the previous leader, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps. The Stone Hashira Himejima Jyomiai was once a teacher. While giving a night class to a young master from a prestigious family, he was attacked by a demon and saved by a demon slayer. After resigning from his job, he joined the Corps to slay demons. The Wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi has no surname and is merely a lowly craftsman. One night, demons broke into his home and killed his lover. In a rage, he used his hammer and chisel to pin a demon to the ground and unexpectedly killed it at dawn. He then encountered the Demon Slayer Corps and joined without hesitation. These are the swordsmen Cho is familiar with. As for the others, Cho closely followed Yoriichi, observing the first swordsman who caught his attention. He wore a bright yellow spotted haori and had a fierce face glaring at Cho with hostility. That is the insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho. He harbors a deep hatred for demons after witnessing his family being devoured, but he is not a bad person. In fact, he is very gentle, Rengoku whispered. Without waiting for Cho to ask, Rengoku continued. Sitting under the tree is the sound Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri. He was a wanderer who joined the Demon Slayer Corps because he found slaying demons challenging and his sword techniques are incredibly sharp. Standing against the wall is the sound Hashira, who is Mr. Kanroji's disciple called Ibuki Kazuma. He is only 15 years old and a very talented child, but due to his master, he also harbors a strong disdain for demons. The last one standing at the edge is the Mist Hashira, the only female swordsman among us. Her name is Kocho Shinobu. Don't let her gender fool you, she is as strong as any of us. However, her personality is not very easy to get along with. Cho instinctively tilted his head toward Rengoku. Not easy to get along with. Are you sure it's not just a bias against demons? I'm not too sure after all, miss. Kocho tends to say some rather nonsensical things. Hey, what kind of things? Well, for example, since Rengoku-san came, he only talks to himself. Does he not introduce us at all? Oh, I forgot. Rengoku stopped whispering and looked at the newcomers. Let me introduce, this is Kocho Shinobu, and this is Tsujikuni Cho, a demon who has overcome his desire for human flesh. This tall swordsman is Tsujikuni Yoriichi, who initially taught us the breathing techniques. He is the original swordsman. You are Mr. Yoriichi. The Mist Hashira Kocho Shinobu slightly bowed as a form of greeting, saying, nice to meet you. Me too. Yoriichi responded politely. Oh, so you are Tsujikuni Yoriichi. How interesting. After the Hashira meeting, let's have a duel. The stone Hashira Himejima Jyomi finally stood up. I can't help but feel excited when encountering a strong opponent. Please don't say that I'm not a strong warrior. Excessive modesty is arrogance. I've heard Rengoku praise you for a long, yet both of them conveniently ignored Cho's presence. Cho silently shifted his gaze to others. The insect Hashira Shinobu still regarded him with disdain, as did his disciple the sound Hashira. Himejima was conversing with Tomioka, but Shinazugawa approached with long strides. Cho instinctively stepped to the other side of Yoriichi as Shinazugawa moved closer. After scrutinizing Cho, he menaced. Hey, I say, have you eaten a person? Cho, if you've eaten a person, just say it quickly so we can give you a quick death. Did you lose your mind while bleeding out demon? Cho confronted Shinazugawa across Yoriichi. If I really had eaten someone, do you think you would see both me and my brother at the same time? Who knows if he would shield you? Cho, can I use blood demon art to attack him? Cho looked up at Yoriichi. If not, you can just chop him once. Aim for the forehead. I want to see if this guy still has his brain in his head. Stop messing around. Yoriichi helplessly ruffled Cho's hair and then turned to Shinazugawa. Mr. Shinazugawa, I'm keeping a close eye on Cho. So far he hasn't eaten anyone. That's good to hear. I don't want to end up dead with unclear markings because I have to battle Mr. Yoriichi. With your simple mind and strong physique, even 10 of you with markings wouldn't be able to match my brother. What did you just say, you bastard? I said you have no brains. As it seemed one human and one demon were about to quarrel, Yoriichi had to reach out and press down on Cho's head. All right, Mr. Shinazugawa is also concerned about you. Who wants this kind of insincere concern? I'm not concerned about you guys. Mr. Shinazugawa is consistently gentle. Rengoku, have you been blinded by demons? Which I saw me being gentle. Both eyes saw it. Although not straightforward, Mr. Shinazugawa is indeed concerned. It would be even better if he could change his way next time. Rengoku, are you looking for trouble on purpose? I'm not. Cho covered his ears, wanting to leave quickly. The leader has arrived. Instantly the surroundings quieted down, and Yoriichi pulled Cho, who still wanted to look around, down. Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to see all of you participating in this biannual meeting. It truly pleases me. Such a youthful voice, but it sounds rather lighthearted. Cho couldn't help but look up, finally meeting the gaze of a boy who appeared delicate and refined, almost like a girl. The boy's eyes held no suspicion or disdain, only a gentle smile. But Cho's eyes widened in disbelief, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice. We are also very pleased to hear that you are well, my lord. May you continue to prosper in health. Thank you, Himejima, Kanamori said with a smile. I appreciate your blessings. Everyone please rise. My lord. Kanroji Ye straightened up. Forgive my frankness, but the Demon Slayer Corps has just undergone such upheaval. How can you agree to allow demons to visit us? I ask that you explain this matter. If my decision has frightened you, I apologize in advance. Kanamori sat upright. However, after careful consideration, I realized that Cho-san is not a demon without self-control, and he is the brother of Yoriichi-san. Although Yoriichi has never joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he has provided techniques that allow humans to compete with demons, and he has traversed the darkness, continuously slaying evil demons to protect humanity. Moreover, he recently encountered Muzan Kibutsuji and severely injured him. This is the first confirmed news of Muzan in the several hundred years since the Corps was established. And after becoming a demon, Cho-san has not consumed human flesh, maintaining his rationality, and has developed excellent incense that greatly reduces the casualties among the swordsmen. I personally believe these brothers are completely trustworthy and wish for everyone to trust and recognize them. While I have great respect for the Lord, I completely disagree on this point. Ming Zhu, you shouted loudly, the duty of the Demon Slayer Corps is to slay evil spirits, yet now we are supposed to acknowledge them. This is simply absurd. Although I completely do not get along with Mr. I fully agree this time. Jin Zhu Xianren clutched his hair. Demons are beings with whom communication is utterly impossible. Those that can communicate possess formidable blood demon arts, and only powerful demons can awaken such arts. To become powerful, they must consume a great deal, and ultimately demons are untrustworthy, so I firmly oppose this. I stand with my master. Inju Ibu and Jun puffed up his cheeks. Demons cannot be trusted. Though I too do not trust evil spirits, I agree with the Lord this time. Feng Zhu Yido lowered his gaze. Demons that can endure facing rare blood in times of hunger still hold research value. If what Mr. Yido says is true, then I also agree. Xiazhu Yao Shiying smiled, gently, her voice soft. After all, if there is a demon that can cooperate and research, the swordsman's skills in slaying demons would surely become more proficient and decisive. My opinion aligns with Mr. Yido, but I believe it is necessary to test Mr. Zhu again. Yan Zhu Yanxing Lu Chuan, even while half kneeling, still towered over the others. It is essential to confirm that Mr. Zhu poses no harm to humans. I fully comply with the Lord's decision. Shui Zhu Long, you respectfully bowed his head. Moreover, Mr. Zhu is not a lost cause, an irredeemable evil spirit. Mr. Zhu is an exceptionally talented person. Lian Yuche Si Lang raised his head, his voice booming. I wholeheartedly support the Lord's decision. Mr. Zhu is an exceptionally talented person. Lian Yuche Xianren raised his hand to his mouth, pretending to whisper, but speaking in a voice audible to all. They are no longer human. To them, humans are food, right? Although I have great respect for Mr. Lian Yu, and often feel fondness for Mr. Yuan I cannot trust evil. Mr. Zhu is different. Lian Yu, don't be so unreasonable. Evil spirits should die with their heads severed. As tensions rose, Chan Ashiki Akihikari's eyes reflected sadness, his voice still gentle. Please, everyone, does Mr. Yuan have anything to say? Yuan then raised his head, looking directly at Chan Ashiki Akihikari, who though young bore heavy responsibilities, his eyes filled with regret. Mr. Zhu has not harmed anyone until now. If he were to harm anyone, I would personally slay him, that is beyond doubt. You are brothers after all. Even you find it hard to trust him. Yu Sheng Yi glared fiercely at Yuan and as the initial swordsman, how could two evil spirits be born in your family? You should commit seppuku to atone for this. Agreed. Xianren nodded solemnly. However, I more agree that only evil spirits should be slain. Mr. Yuan is indeed an excellent swordsman, and it would be truly regrettable for him to die just like that. Besides, to explain it with something like he hasn't eaten humans, yet he's simply too feeble. His brothers have already become demons, so perhaps this guy will also become a demon. Ibu and Jin snorted, so we should execute them all now. What are you ugly little shorties talking about? The pillars, who were once again on the verge of argument, all stopped looking at Zhu, who had spoken for the first time since the pillar assembly began, then instinctively compared their heights, ultimately their gaze landing on the smallest, Ibu and Jun. Stop looking, I'm talking about, you stupid shorty. Zhu raised his chin, an eerie pattern gradually creeping across his face. I can't stand this anymore. It makes me so furious that I want to tear you apart. Huh. Jin glanced at Zhu. If you have the guts, then try it. Do you think I haven't acted against you because I'm afraid? Zhu narrowed his eyes, the gray tint already flooding his gaze. If it weren't for agreeing with Mr. Yanxing that I wouldn't use blood demon arts in front of Mr. Chanashiki, you would have already collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, you rude little shorty. Huh. Just a light-fearing demon. Oh, come and try it. Watch me easily slay you. Based on you. Even if you trained for another 100 years, it would still be far from enough to sever my neck. Then come and try. Zhu. That's enough. Jun, don't shout in front of the Lord. Zhu stopped talking, yet the demonic energy still surged around him, his gray eyes fixed intently on Ibu and Jun, and Yuan, beside him, could still hear the faint sound of grinding teeth. Chan Ashiki Akihikari watched the tense atmosphere among them, his hands tightening slightly. Have I made a mistake? Indeed, I am still far from my father. What would father do in this situation? And in this silence, Zhu spoke again, and compared to me, your lord is more suspicious. This time, even Lian Yuche Si Lang's expression became serious. Mr. Zhu, please take back those words. I did not lie. Zhu crossed his arms, standing a half step behind Yuan, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Your lord has a shadow behind him that looks identical to Kibutsuji Muzan. The pillars, unaware of Zhu's special vision, felt puzzled, and Lian Yu hurriedly explained the situation to everyone. Meanwhile, Yuan looked at Zhu with some astonishment, then slightly furrowed his brows. Zhu, such things cannot be fabricated. I am not fabricating. After being addressed with a serious tone by Yuan, Zhu silently restored his demonic features, his expression a bit aggrieved, mumbling, it looks identical, so why doesn't even my brother believe me? If Zhu had a tail behind him, it would surely be drooped down in a very obvious display of disappointment at this moment. Everyone, there is no need for doubt. Chanashiki Akihikari spoke up after hearing Mr. Lian Yu's explanation. I understand if Mr. Zhu saw someone else, I might still have doubts, but if it is Kibutsuji Muzan, then it should be true. All the swordsmen half-kneeled, looking up at Chan Ashiki Akihikari, quietly awaiting an explanation. Chan Ashiki Akihikari, after briefly calming his mind, spoke. Kibutsuji Muzan did not originally have the surname Kibutsuji, but was surnamed Chan Ashiki. He is actually an ancestor of our Chan Ashiki clan. Although I do not know why he became a demon, this is undoubtedly a sin of our Chan Ashiki clan. I stand here to apologize on behalf of the entire Chan Ishiki clan. Truly, I am very sorry. Please raise your heads. Lord, this is not your sin. Lord, you need not apologize. Chan Ishiki Akihikari raised his head calmly, looking at the swordsman. Such matters need not be denied. As long as our Chan Ishiki clan has not perished, we will continue to raise generations of people to pursue Kibutsuji Muzan until he is completely slain. This is our mission. Though the idea is commendable, but you probably won't live long, will you? Zhu, upon receiving the swordsman's anger again, switched to a more tactful statement. Those who I have seen followed by shadows do not live long. Yes, I probably can only live until 30. Chan Ishiki Akihikari spoke calmly. Because of the existence of Kibutsuji Muzan being born in our family, the males of the Chan Ishiki lineage are cursed, doomed not to live past 20. It is only through the marriage with the priest family that we barely manage to live until 30. This is a punishment from the divine, punishing our Chan Ishiki clan for having given birth to a harmful demon. If that's the case, Zhu lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Then this divine being is truly. Why punish those who wish to eradicate the source of evil instead of the true culprits? Ji's face was filled with mockery. Are you not pretending to be a demon who enjoys suffering? This punishment is truly absurd. Chanshu Shunkai was rendered speechless by Ji's remarks, merely pursing her lips and gripping her clothing tightly. Indeed, why does our divine lord not punish the wicked Muzan, but instead target them? Yu Sheng-ia suddenly stood up, drawing his sword. Do you simply enjoy watching others in distress? If he cannot even solidify his own will, and is swayed by just a few of my words, how can you have any faith that he can lead you forward? Ji sighed, saying ultimately it is too harsh to place such a heavy burden on a child who has just lost their father. Oh dear, does this esteemed demon think all of this is a gift from someone? The sage wore a smile, his tone quite relaxed, though he slowly rose his hand, resting on the hilt of his sword. Is it not? Yes, regardless of whom. Why? Of course it is, because of your incompetence. Ji scoffed. Even a child from Chanshu understands the various reasons behind these events, yet you self-proclaimed strong Hashira cannot differentiate. Shouldn't it be you who should commit seppuku instead? The attack on the Demon Slayer Corps happened because of your inability to discern people and a lack of vigilance, not because my brother led anyone on the path to slaying demons. You were quite happy when he stood with you, were you not? And Muzan Kibutsuji's escape was due to your failure in gathering intelligence for hundreds of years, resulting in a slow response and no reinforcements. Yet you dare blame my brother for being careless, allowing him to escape. Stop making me laugh. What right do you have to criticize him? Is it based on your ignorance and weakness? Gee, that's enough. Yuan halted Ji, who was about to say more. Muzan did indeed escape due to my negligence. The thought that people will continue to die because of him for countless years weighs heavily on my heart. I must bear these accusations. This is not something that can be solved merely by you taking responsibility, brother. Ji sighed. When Muzan fled, he split into over 1,800 pieces in an instant, while you, brother, struck out with hundreds of blows, destroying approximately 1,500 pieces of flesh. Ultimately, who here possesses that kind of power? As demon slayers, it is normal and reasonable for them to harbor animosity towards demons and lash out at me. Sometimes I even think demons should die regardless. But what right do they have to blame my brother for things they cannot achieve? To simply say it's all your negligence and place all the blame on my brother while feeling at ease with that criticism is not a bit too ridiculous. Chanshu Shinkai suppressed the confusion in her heart and raised her head again. This is my fault. I failed to restrain the swordsman, and You do not need to apologize. Ji interrupted Chanshu's words. You should not waver or feel confused because of my words, nor should you intend to apologize for it. Unless your mission is complete, only then should you bow your head in gratitude to those who have accompanied you all the way. You must remember you are the leader, the one who must guide others forward. Among everyone, you are the only one who cannot waver in your will. The sudden teaching left Chanshu Shinkai visibly stunned. However, Ji no longer looked at him, but instead at the Hashira. Ultimately, you guys just do not believe that I want to eat people, right? Then come test it out. Besides, Mr. Yato, the pharmacist lady, also has rare blood. How about the two of you bleed together to see? Double rare blood should be enough to prove it, right? In any case, feel free to test however you want. Hurry up and complete this boring trial, and move on to the next step. Time is not to be wasted like this. This is truly. The pharmacist Sakura covered her mouth with her hand. I used a large amount of medicine to conceal it. Can you actually smell it? I can even smell that you used a lot of wisteria. Ji sighed. And the incense my brother previously provided to the Demon Slayer Corps that has been burning all along, right? You don't seem to be as tolerant towards demons as you appear, do you? But it's a pity that due to constant experiments over the years I have developed quite a high resistance to wisteria. Especially using my own things against me. Don't you think that's rather foolish? What if it succeeds? One pharmacist Sakura smiled sweetly, stood up after bowing to Chanshu, and said, after all, I want to know what abilities the demon that can confuse Mr. Rengoku possesses. So Mr. Yato, would you mind accompanying me for the test? Yato also stood up, mumbling, women are indeed terrifying. Did Mr. Yato say something? Nothing at all. Answering too quickly raises suspicion. As the two stood, the surrounding Hashira tacitly rose and stepped back. Yuani looked at Ji with slight concern, but eventually retreated, trusting Ji. So how will you approach this? Ji looked at the two in front of him. By the way, the pharmacist lady smells much sweeter than Mr. Thank you for the compliment. Pharmacist Sakura smiled as she drew her sword, aiming it at Ji. However, rather than that simple test, I am more curious to see if Mr. G can remain calm in the face of rare blood after being provoked into his murderous instinct. Do be careful not to let me cut your neck, okay? Yato. Women are indeed frightening. G squinted his eyes and then chuckled. Alright, I also want to know how strong my combat ability really is. Let's give it a try. Sure, I also want to test my own strength. Zhou first glanced at the increasingly overcast sky and then turned his gaze back, saying let's finish before it starts to rain. The apothecary Sakura held a knife in one hand and took out 2 small vials with the other. She threw one to Yeto and opened the other for herself, drinking it down. Alright, if you can suppress your urge to eat humans before it rains, I might as well acknowledge you. Yeto spat out his tongue, feeling the bitterness. What did you give me? He disdainfully tossed the empty vial aside. It's a medicine that can temporarily increase blood concentration and even disguise an ordinary person as a demon. After all, isn't it quite troublesome when demons are fleeing during a fight? That's why I specially developed this medicine. The apothecary Sakura smiled brightly. But sometimes it attracts more demons, so I haven't made it public. Women are indeed terrifying. Mr. Yeto, I've heard you clearly this time, alright. Even though you have guided me in breathing techniques, I will be angry if I hear such words. Zhou, listening to their conversation, moved his nose in confusion. The scent hasn't intensified, has it? Shall we begin? The apothecary Sakura was still 5 meters away from Zhou when she spoke, but as her voice fell, the blade light had already rushed toward Zhou's face. So fast. Zhou's pupils constricted as he transformed in an instant to dodge, but he still lost a lock of hair. I'm still here. Zhou only felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck and quickly ducked down as a fierce blade light slashed overhead. They are serious. Zhou hurriedly distanced himself, but clearly his opponents did not give him a moment to breathe. The two launched another joint attack. Breath of Wind first form. Breath of Haze first form. One was swift, the other transformed, yet both forms intertwined with their swords, and then they lunged in from the left and right. Dust Cyclone Cutting Slash. Hanging Sky Far Haze. Zhou instinctively wanted to use Blood Demon technique, but quickly stopped, retreating repeatedly to avoid. Yinxing observed the battle between Zhou and the two opponents, sighing slightly. Mr. Zhou is indeed admirable in certain situations. What are the apothecary and Yeto doing? They still can't take down that evil spirit after so long. Mr. Yohara, the purpose of this battle is testing, not killing. The melancholy gaze of Yua looked toward the scene, and Mr. Zhou hasn't used the Blood Demon technique at all. Do you know what? It implies that the demon at least will abide by the agreement. No, I think what Mr. Yua means is that Mr. Zhou said Muzan Kibutsuji is very strong. Yua slightly tilted his head. Mr. Rengoku, you don't have to speak so loudly. Cough, I'm sorry. Rengoku Toshiro chuckled, awkwardly lowering his volume. Mr. Zhou once said ordinary swordsmen are unable to react to his attacks. Such strength cannot harm Muzan. Something along those lines. I haven't seen Muzan, but if I infer solely from Mr. Zhou's strength, if Mr. Yeto and the apothecary don't activate their patterns and fight with the mindset of certain death, they probably can't truly harm Mr. Zhou. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The wise man pulled a blade of grass from somewhere and chewed on it. Though that demon named Zhou hasn't used the Blood Demon technique, Yeto and the apothecary have yet to use any techniques beyond the first form. Mr. Rengoku, are you perhaps exaggerating a bit? At least after witnessing Mr. Yoriichi's sword techniques, I have no doubts about Mr. Yoriichi's description of Muzan Kibutsuji. Rengoku became excited again, his face full of nostalgia. It was truly extraordinary. Rengoku Toshiro transformed into Yoriichi, passionately recommending the exquisite sword techniques he had seen to his colleagues, while Yoriichi stood to the side observing the changes in the arena. He noticed Zhou's gaze repeatedly sweeping over the wounds deliberately inflicted by the two, his breathing growing heavier. Several times the demonic power within him surged and was suppressed, and even a low growl of threat began to emanate from his throat. Oh, it seems the medicine is taking effect. The apothecary Sakura laughed again as she slashed with her knife. Is it difficult to endure? Mr. Zhou, shouldn't you stop holding back and start attacking? We are very nutritious food, you know. Don't you think so, Yeto? Yeto felt that the apothecary Sakura was somewhat unwell, remaining silent and merely cooperating with her to attack, further compressing Zhou's movement space. I absolutely refuse to drink the blood of a woman like you. Zhou had no obvious wounds, but his forehead was covered with fine cold sweat, and his haori had become tattered. How drinking it would definitely taint my soul. Oh, I didn't hear what Mr. Zhou said. I said if I drink your blood, my soul will definitely be tainted. Zhou gasped, avoiding the apothecary Sakura's thrust. Are you angry out of shame? How could that be? I truly want to have Mr. Zhou acknowledged, and then take you for my research. Then let's forget it. I enjoy research, but I don't like being researched. Zhou dodged Yita's slash and charged directly at the apothecary Sakura. I'm about to counterattack. Then let's see what you've got. Zhou faced the slash Yiden for the first time. The sharp claws scraped against the blade, creating a piercing sound. The apothecary Sakura's expression changed as she horizontally positioned her blade. Breath of Haze third form, Haze scattering foamy mist. The milky white mist swirled with the movements of the blade, but this time the spin did not complete because Zhou's hand had already pierced through the blade light and grasped her wrist. Got you, Zhou said, exerting force in his hand, trying to seize the knife from the apothecary Sakura. But the apothecary Sakura did not sit idly by. Instead, she quickly followed Zhou's force, crashing into his embrace and simultaneously executing her next move. Breath of Haze fourth form stream slash. In an instant, they were enveloped by thick mist, blinding everyone's vision. Yedo also charged into the mist at that moment. With a twist of the knife handle visible, white mist seeped from the corner of his mouth. Breath of wind, second form, claw, claw, Keiho wind. Clang, clang. The sounds of swords clashing rang in Joe's ears. When the mist dispersed, Yoriichi was standing right behind him, while the apothecary Sakura and Yida's blades had all shattered into 2 pieces. That's enough. Yoriichi sheathed his sword, frowning. For testing purposes, this is sufficient. Joe, let go. The apothecary Sakura covered her already swollen wrist, still looking at Yoriichi with a disbelieving expression. Such incredible speed. Yedo, however, was not surprised by Yoriichi's strength. He looked at the broken sword in his hand, feeling somewhat awkward. Cough, I apologize for forgetting it was a test after seeing the apothecary captured. It's fine. Joe pinched his brow, trying to suppress his hunger. I wanted to bite you during the first test, as well, so we're even. Does that mean, mister? Joe wasn't affected at all. The apothecary Sakura once again wore a sweet smile. For demons, the scent of rare blood must be quite wonderful, right? Ah yes, I'm practically drooling. Joe exhaled deeply. Aside from his eyes, all the parts of him that had transformed had returned to normal. However, the fine beads of sweat still covered his forehead. But I ate a lot of wild beasts before I came here, and I also sealed my appetite in advance, so I can still suppress it. But what on earth is that medicine? It clearly smelled like it belonged to 30 people before, but as the battle went on, the scent intensified, almost reaching that. Just a slightly modified stimulant. The apothecary Sakura did not elaborate further, looking somewhat troubled at the broken sword in her hand. I'm going to get nagged by Mr. Tomiyaki again. I didn't say anything, so what are you complaining about? Yedo sighed, picking up his broken sword. Mr. Yoriichi was just using a standard Nichiren blade, right? That's just. Joe raised his chin proudly while standing behind Yoriichi. I told you my brother is super strong. Even if you all combined together, you wouldn't be his match. That's just laughable. Yoriichi sighed, helplessly speaking. Joe, I'm not wrong. Joe turned his head away. Even though I only served as the head for 2 years, I have always been fair and objective when assessing people. Even if my brother's matters with the demon slayers were written as a story, those who read it wouldn't blame him for those incidents. Of course, they probably wouldn't blame the demon slayers either. Yoriichi shook his head, turning to Yedo and the apothecary. I apologize, I used a bit too much strength in the heat of the moment. I understand. Yedo waved his hand. But Mr. Yoriichi's Nichiren blade should be replaced, right? How about taking this opportunity to ask the craftsman to forge another one? Indeed, if swordsmen like Mr. Yoriichi had a good sword in hand, it would surely make their journey of slaying demons smoother. Although the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps remained highly vigilant toward Joe, aside from Rengoku and Yuyue, this did not prevent them from gaining an understanding of Yoriichi's strength from the previous move, leading to a sense of recognition toward him. After all, they believed they could not kill Joe under Yoriichi's protection, so they could only provide Yoriichi with a stronger weapon, allowing him to keep a closer watch on Joe. My fighting spirit is rising. The wise man spat out the blade of grass in his mouth. After the Hashira meeting, let's spar. Mr. Yoriichi. Yoharu turned his face away with dissatisfaction. You actually have this kind of strength. It seems we indeed have to share the responsibility regarding Muzan Kibutsuji. As for that evil spirit Tisk, let's keep it for now. Then I truly thank you, you yaksha-faced swordsman. Huh. It seems like you really want your head to roll, huh? Joe raised his chin while standing behind Yoriichi. How I belong to my brother. Although it's somewhat untimely now. But Mr. Joe is technically a demon, so you should have a brother, right? Shut up, you clueless owl. Joe huffed, looking down at his clothes. Really, my Haori is all tattered, though it was never mine to begin with. Yoriichi reached out to pat his brother's head without saying a word. Mr. Kenroji, I can't help but ask, why did Mr. Joe say such things to me? Joe paused, then tilted his head. Because I saw my own shadow. Kenroji looked puzzled, wondering what it meant to see one's own shadow. Don't talk about me. Aren't you discussing Muzan Kibutsuji? Joe crossed his arms. That's the important matter. Also, Mr. Yedo and the apothecary, please keep your distance. I'm really very hungry, but I don't want to drool in public. Everyone. Afterward, Yoriichi described in detail his battle with Muzan and provided the Demon Slayer Corps with all the combat summaries and known information he had written. You actually let a demon that has eaten humans go. Have you lost your mind? In response to Yoharu's accusations, Yoriichi silently clenched his fingers. Miss Tamayo despises Muzan Kibutsuji deeply. I believe she will make a significant contribution to the hunting efforts against him. I promised Joe that if the experiment fails, his life will end together with mine. However, Muzan's full power is not something the trained swordsman can contend with. Only a demon can understand demons, and the incense Joe created proves this point, doesn't it? What experiment did Mr. Yoriichi mention? The apothecary Sakura raised her hand. That is. Yoriichi lowered his head, sorrow evident in his expression. It's a hypothesis about the Demon King, and an experiment regarding how my and Joe's final outcomes would be. Let me speak of what my brother is unwilling to say. Joe sighed, simply stating that the experiment is divided into 2 types. The first type is that I can create a human transformation potion, so I will write down all previous formulas, including those for becoming a demon, for the Demon Slayer Corps living as an ordinary person until I die of old age. The second type is that I will experiment on humans transforming into initial demons. If the initial demon is slain, will its offspring die? If they do not die, I will have to measure whether they still have the capacity to infect humans. Initial demon. What does that mean? The wise man frowned. Aren't demons simply categorized by whether they can or cannot use blood demon techniques, whether they are or are not the Demon King? And besides, you only became a demon because of Muzan, right? Joe shook his head. You are correct to a degree, but in my brother's view my body structure is the same as Muzan's, while other demons, no matter how powerful, do not have this condition. To put it simply, I won't die even if my head is cut off, of course excluding my brother's sword techniques. So theoretically, I possess the ability to turn humans into demons, and those turned by me would be my offspring unrelated to Muzan Kibutsuji. Then you should be even more doomed, right? You shorty, shut up. If you interrupt me again, I will slap you, and my brother's restraint. Please continue, Mr. Zhou. Yansheng held the still fuming Inosuke in his arms, silencing him, his expression unchanged. More details about the experiment. Zhou noticed his ears were already flushed, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape the confinement of the rock. Eventually, when his limbs grew weak, he was finally released. He silently compared his height to his brother's and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although his brother was tall, he was not a muscular giant. Even if he did that to him, he wouldn't suffocate. I know his brother would never do that to him. But could he not breathe? However, he felt a twinge of envy. Both of his brothers were not good at expressing affection, resulting in very little physical contact between them. At most, it was just a pat on the head or a shoulder tap. If only. Upon receiving his brother's scrutinizing gaze, Yuan, he could only respond with a puzzled expression. Ahem, let me continue. Zhou's thoughts returned as he awkwardly cleared his throat, twice avoiding looking at Ibuki, who was struggling to breathe fresh air. The main step of the second experiment is that I need to create another version of the ghost transformation potion and then use it to turn a person into a ghost. Hearing this, everyone present except Yuan frowned. Ibuki wanted to say something, but upon noticing the hand still resting on his shoulder, he ultimately chose to remain silent. But don't worry, if I really succeed, I will select a group of mountain bandits and robbers who have no value to society for the experiment, so ordinary people won't be harmed. Then I will allow this newly born initial ghost to consume sufficient blood to gain strength. Next, I will have him infect other bandits with blood, then initial ghost's infection, or if the transformed ghosts lose their infectiousness, then when my brother reaches the end of his life, I will if the first batch of infected bandits dies from the initial ghost's infection, or if the transformed ghosts lose their infectiousness, then when my brother reaches the end of his life, I will turn him into an infected ghost and hide away until Kibutsuji Muzan reappears. My brother and I will take on the responsibility of slaying him and then face death after ensuring no more ghosts exist in the world. Conversely, if the infected ghosts retain their infectiousness, then I will face death when my brother's body starts to deteriorate. Of course, if by then I manage to create the human transformation potion, I will take it to restore my human identity. But given my current progress, it's highly likely I will be going to bask in the sun. Using mountain bandits, That would indeed rid the world of harm. The sage crossed his arms. By the way, death row inmates are also a good choice, right? Mr. Sage. Kagaya looked disapprovingly at the sage. Using humans for experimentation is still too. Those scum can die without issue. The sage stroked the hair on the back of his neck, which was standing up. But if Mr. Yuan becomes a ghost, can anyone really eliminate him? That's why experiments are necessary, Zhou sighed. If the initial ghost dies and the lower tier ghosts do not die and can continue to infect others, I can't allow my brother to turn into a ghost. If that happens, I really wouldn't know who could stop my brother. Indeed, if Mr. Yuan becomes a ghost, that would truly be a disaster for humanity. There's no need to confine yourself because of a hypothetical situation. Everyone's gaze unconsciously shifted to Rengoku Kaijiro, who had his arms crossed over his chest, a bright smile on his face. A swordsman's heart is resilient and powerful, and Mr. Yuan is one of the best among them. Moreover, if Mr. Zhou can create a potion that can turn a person into a ghost, there's no reason Mr. Yuan can achieve it too. Rengoku Kaijiro's gaze turned to Yuan. Regardless of what choice Mr. Yuan ultimately makes, you will always be that gentle and powerful swordsman. Just like your swordsmanship, you shine brightly, and such you, even if you become a ghost, will surely be bold. Yohana Ichiyo displayed a disapproving expression, but before he could speak, Rengoku Kaijiro continued to speak loudly. And frankly, with Mr. Zhou's talent to create a potion that can turn a person into a ghost-killing potion, this so-called experiment may just be a distant assumption. It was unclear who made the sound, but the expressions of everyone present relaxed. Even Yohana Ichiyo, who had always viewed Zhou unfavorably, couldn't help but twitch his face. Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as he ruffled Zhou's hair. Indeed, Zhou glared at Rengoku Kaijiro. Thank you very much, you owl. Clap. The raindrops, which had been brewing in the clouds for a long time, finally fell, adding a chill to this early autumn season. Today's pillar meeting will end here. Kenroji Mitsuri stood up. Please everyone come in to avoid the rain and take a break. Then I won't be polite. Oh, then I will excuse myself. Thank you for your lordship's concern. Thank you, my lord. The swordsman said one after another, walking into the house. Yuan also carried his box to the corridor, slightly nodding to Kenroji Mitsuri. Thank you for your concern. No, that line should be said by me. Kenroji Mitsuri looked up at the tall swordsman. If it weren't for Mr. Yuan selflessly teaching the breathing techniques, the current condition of the Demon Slayer Corps would surely be much worse. Thank you again for your generosity. Yuan squatted down to maintain eye level with Kenroji Mitsuri, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No, I must thank you for acknowledging Zhou's existence. Truly, I am very grateful. Since Mr. Zhou became a ghost, he hasn't consumed human flesh or taken lives, has he? Kenroji Mitsuri smiled as well. Although his attitude toward humans isn't particularly good, and he has attacked the Demon Slayer Corps more than once, every action he took was to protect you, and it was only because the swordsman first spoke words that offended him that he acted. Not to mention that Mr. Zhou has inadvertently created many useful drugs for the Demon Slayer Corps. So I believe Mr. Zhou is capable of communication and still retains humanity. That's not right. Zhou, who had been lost in thought in the rain, turned around and walked slowly into the corridor, finally squatting down in front of Kanroji Mitsuri. It's incorrect to think that way. After becoming a ghost, aside from the obsession in one's heart, nothing else remains. So please remember, ghosts are not beings that can communicate. After saying this, Zhou walked back outside and silently left. Kanroji noticed that Yuan-Yi's expression turned very sad after Zhou's words, but it quickly returned to calm. He nodded slightly to him, bid farewell, stood up, and followed Zhou's footsteps while carrying his box. Kanroji Mitsuri stared blankly at the backs of the two, leaving unable to articulate the feeling in his heart. When he wanted to talk to Yuan-Yi and Zhou again in the evening, he was informed that they had already left once the rain stopped. Kanroji Mitsuri could only suppress what he wanted to say in his heart, planning to speak with them the next time they met. However, after that, Kanroji Mitsuri never saw the two again. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps, Zhou began to teach Yuan-Yi how to capture the ashes of demons upon their death. However, despite Yuan-Yi's considerable talent, he failed to succeed, even once in the 2 years that followed. Zhou understood that Yuan-Yi was rejecting his experiments in a gentler and more subtle way, so he stopped bringing it up, but continued to research the elixir to revert to human form. However, perhaps it was fate or something else entirely, Zhou managed to create a few expensive materials that were not suitable for widespread use, yet were highly effective for slaying demons. This setback struck him even harder than Yuan-Yi's rejection of his initial request regarding the demon experiment. As a result, Zhou isolated himself in the box for half a month before finally being coaxed out by Yuan-Yi. Speaking of which, Zhou sat on Yuan-Yi's shoulder, gazing at the starry sky. Have you ever considered passing down your breathing technique? Why bring this up all of a sudden? Yuan-Yi observed the traces around them. And besides, I have already passed it on, haven't I? I don't mean those derivative breathing techniques. I mean your own unique method of breathing. Zhou poked Yuan-Yi's cheek. Isn't it a pity if such a brilliant and powerful sword technique is not passed down? Those who pursue the path will ultimately converge in the same place. Yuan-Yi walked at a leisurely pace. Zhou, in the eyes and hearts of the world, I am not as significant as you think. We are merely a part of history, transient passersby. Perhaps at this very moment, a child with greater talent than mine is being born somewhere in the world. Someone will eventually reach my level, or even surpass me. So it's best to go with the flow. Is that so? Zhou's gaze lingered on the smile at Yuan-Yi's lips, and after a moment, he shifted the topic. Speaking of which, we should write a farewell letter to Tanjiro, since we'll be going further to slay demons, right? After all, it might be hard to see him again if nothing unexpected happens. It seems you really like Mr. Ringoku, don't you? Yes, Zhou gently swung his legs. Even though that owl swordsman is not very articulate and can be quite loud, I appreciate such an open and generous person. More importantly, he acknowledges you, brother. Unlike other swordsmen, he truly respects you, even to the point of admiration. Indeed, Mr. Rengoku is a gentle soul. You must have someone you wish to bid farewell to as well, right? Yuan-Yi's steps paused slightly. Indeed. I also have someone I wish to say goodbye to. It must be that overly enthusiastic charcoal burner, right? Zhou suddenly sighed. That guy is utterly foolish. He saw me in my demonic form while eating, and after thanking me for saving him from a bear, he asked if I was suffering from some strange illness, and if I wanted to rest at his home. How am I supposed to respond to that? Moreover, why on earth did he climb up a tree like a monkey when he discovered honey and was chased by a bear? He hid so well. It's the most baffling thing. Brother, you must have noticed him, right? You must have intentionally done that. Well, I just didn't look up, that's all. Yuan-Yi chuckled lightly, but Mr. Tanjiro was genuinely shocked when he learned you are. He deserves it. And then he even went on to sympathize with demons while selling charcoal during the night on his way home. What kind of overly kind person is produced in this place? Zhou held his forehead. It's a miracle he didn't die while obediently carrying the demon exorcising medicine. Yes, the medicine you made is indeed very effective. I would rather it be ineffective. Zhou began to withdraw again, turning his body sliding down from Yuan-Yi's shoulder to sit atop the box, curling up. It's truly tormenting to want something and never obtain it. I'm sorry, Zhou. Zhou understood Yuan-Yi's meaning after a moment, standing on the box and patting the back of Yuan-Yi's head. It's fine as long as you remember to accompany me to watch the sunrise. In fact, even recalling my past as a human feels very distant. If I think about it, even as a demon, dying at that point can be considered a natural end to one's life. It even seems quite romantic on a high cliff accompanied by the dawn's breeze and dew finally turning to ashes in the first rays of sunlight. No, the image is forming in my mind. Ew, I need to sketch it out. A beautiful image must be preserved. Then Yuan-Yi heard the sound of footsteps and the box opening. How truly. Yuan-Yi shook his head helplessly, a gentle smile still on his lips. It seems I will be hunting demons alone today. Call me when you find a demon. Zhou's voice came from inside the box. I still need paint. I'm almost out of black. Yuan-Yi shook his head helplessly. Yes, I understand. Yes, since a decision has been made, there is no turning back. It's just, he truly cannot be as calm as Zhou. It feels as if he has violated an agreement and caused Zhou's demise. With no decisiveness, he can only hesitate when faced with matters. He can't even manage a clear refusal. Inui Yuan, you are too weak enough to need your brother to comfort and accommodate you. How pitiful indeed. Yuan tightened his grip on the hilt, sorrow welling in his eyes. I'm sorry, Zhua, for being so selfish that you have to accommodate me, but please rest assured I will always be by your side, whether facing heaven or hell. I will always walk with you. With that thought in mind, Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming indifferent as he quickened his pace towards the direction of the traces he had detected. The next day, Yuan entered the town, found a shop to buy stationery and ink, and then wrote letters together with Zhua. Zhua wrote letters to Rengoku Tanjiro and Ubuyashiki Kagaya, mainly discussing daily matters with Rengoku Tanjiro, while the letter to Ubuyashiki covered how to be a competent ruler and various prescriptions he had newly researched. Yuan wrote a letter to the Demon Slayer Corps detailing his experiences with the breathing technique and the specifics of blood demon arts he had encountered during this time, presented in a very official manner. After folding the letters carefully, Yuan rested in the hotel until evening, then checked out and found a member of the Fujiwara family to pass the letters to hidden for delivery. However, when the Fujiwara family member inquired about the return address, both Yuan and Zhua stated that they did not require a reply. Afterwards, they proceeded without pause to the Yonokiri mountain, where Tanjiro's family lived. Tanjiro appeared very happy when Yuan visited, but upon hearing the reason for the visit, he froze. Huh? You came to say goodbye because you're going on a long journey and won't be returning. Yuan nodded slightly. Yes, I thought to come and say farewell since you've looked after me many times. Why so suddenly? Tanjiro looked worried. Did something happen? No, nothing's wrong. Yuan slowly shook his head. Just a simple farewell, and then I'll be going to a distant place to slay demons, and I have always wanted to thank you, Tanjiro. Huh? Thank me? Why? Tanjiro leaned on his axe, looking puzzled. I want to thank you for accepting Zhua even after knowing he is a demon. Haha, the medicine mister Zhua provided saved my life. If anything, I should be the one thanking you more. But I wouldn't dare to sympathize with any other demons aside from Mr. Zhua. The last time was truly too perilous. Tanjiro laughed, his light red eyes giving a very warm and accommodating feel. Since you're leaving, come to my house, let me throw you a farewell feast. It won't do to have no one send you off on such an important journey, will it? But, come on. Tanjiro took Yuan's hand and led him to his home. It's been quite a while since we last met, and when you visited last time, my little girl Akari was still a baby. She's grown quite a bit now, and can even talk. By the way, my second child has also been born. This time it's a boy. Although he's a boy, he's much quieter than Akari the girl. Sometimes I even wonder if the gods made a mistake. Haha. Yuan wanted to decline again, but, Mr. Yuan. Tanjiro suddenly turned around, fixing his gaze firmly on Yuan's eyes. Since you've come to say goodbye, you must consider, since we are friends, let's not be so hesitant. It's very normal to send off friends, especially since Mr. Yuan has been slaying demons nearby, protecting our safety. Yuan looked into Tanjiro's earnest eyes and ultimately relented, nodding slightly. All right then, I shall trouble you. Since the Tanji family had learned of Hiru's true identity, Hiru moved openly in his puppet form, even sharing many stories about Enichi with Tanji's wife Shimiko. Was Master Enichi truly that extraordinary? Of course. My brother's sword techniques are utterly breathtaking. Hiru sat cross-legged on a low table, gazing up at Shimiko, before sighing softly. Yet my brother has no intention whatsoever of seeking a disciple. Such resplendent swordsmanship would be a profound loss if it vanished without trace. Oh, how I long to witness it. Stars seemed to shimmer in Shimiko's eyes as she sprang to her feet and dashed outside, calling out Master Enichi. Master Enichi. Yes. Enichi had been crouching beside Tanji, helping him tend the fire. Hearing her voice, he turned back over his shoulder. I've heard from Master Hiru that your sword techniques are extraordinarily formidable. As radiant as the sun itself. Shimiko pleaded, eyes alight with yearning. Might we, be granted the honor of witnessing them? I am nowhere near as exceptional as Hiru claims. Oh, I want to see too. Tanji also turned around, his expression mirroring Shimiko's down to the last detail. Truly, does such a sunbright sword technique exist? Enichi sighed, weary yet affectionate, and cast a glance toward Hiru, standing quietly in the shadows of the house. Please refrain from exaggerating, Hiru. My brother simply underestimates himself, Hiru replied, cheerfully swinging his legs. If you refuse to take a successor, then at least let your art be witnessed by more people. Would it not be profoundly lonely, if in the end nothing remained of it? Enichi exhaled deeply. Faced with their earnest, unwavering gazes, he found himself unable to utter refusal. Very well, but let us wait until all present duties are fulfilled before I demonstrate. Wonderful. Shimiko cried with delight. Come on, Tanji, hurry. Once this batch of charcoal is ready, we'll finally behold Master Enichi's sword techniques. Understood, I'll handle it. That very night, true to his word, Enichi unveiled his sword techniques. Flames blazed brilliantly, yet emitted only gentle warmth, swirling around Enichi like living halos. As he moved, leaping, pivoting, drawing his blade with deliberate, unhurried grace. The paper ear ornaments swayed, his long hair fluttered, and the flame-shaped birthmark upon his brow glowed with increasing intensity, luminous, ethereal, almost painful in its beauty. The moment Enichi stilled Shimiko was the first to burst into jubilant applause. What exquisite swordsmanship! Could such artistry truly exist in this world? Master Enichi is like a woodland spirit incarnate, absolutely magnificent. Faced with Shimiko's unrestrained enthusiasm, Enichi gently averted his gaze. No, it is truly nothing extraordinary. Tanji, Shimiko exclaimed, still brimming with excitement. Weren't you lamenting just the other day that you could never secure performers for the Kagura dance during New Year's rites? What if we asked Master Enichi to perform it for us? Tanji blinked, then nodded slowly. Yes, you're absolutely right. Oh, what is this Kagura dance? Hiru, seated before his sketchbook, glanced up curiously. Why perform the Kagura dance? Ah, it is because our livelihood revolves around fire. To ensure safety, we must offer prayers to the fire deity during New Year's rites. Yet since we dwell deep in the mountains, Miko and Kanushi seldom visit us, so we considered performing the rite ourselves. Tanji explained, gently, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. But without an authentic Kagura, we feared offending the deity, and when we attempted to learn it, the Miko and Kanushi turned us away. Having just witnessed Master Enichi's sword techniques, we were utterly spellbound. Would you permit us to adapt them into a Kagura? Shimiko clasped her hands together, gazing at Enichi with fervent hope. Such transcendent swordsmanship transformed into sacred dance. Surely even the deity would grant us pardon. Enichi smiled, faintly tinged with quiet resignation. If it does not trouble you, how could it ever trouble us? We are beyond grateful. Tanji looked troubled. Master Enichi, why do you persistently diminish yourself? Perhaps because I am a man who has accomplished nothing of no worth whatsoever. Hiru's brows knotted instantly, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, Tanji broke in. His voice urgent, almost, how dare you think so poorly of yourself? Tanji's tone held genuine anger. You are most certainly not worthless. Please, never speak of yourself as accomplishing nothing. You possess immense strength, yet wield it with unfailing gentleness, even enduring scorn silently for the sake of your loved ones. Therefore, I will not allow anyone to speak of you thus. And please, do not speak so of yourself either. Constant self-denial only deepens isolation, but you are not alone. You have Master Hiru. You have us. So please, cherish yourself more deeply. Master Tanji speaks wisely. Were it not for the solemnity of the moment, Hiru would have leapt to his feet and applauded. For those words alone, I bestow upon you every demon-slaying elixir in my chest, regardless of cost or rarity. Hiru turned to Enichi, his silent message clear. See, brother. Even those beyond me recognize your warmth and radiance. So look upon your own light just once with honesty. Enichi paused, momentarily stunned, then offered a tender, quiet smile. His voice was soft as falling ash. At parting, as promised, Hiru entrusted Tanji's family with every demon-repelling and demon-purifying remedy he carried. Yet to his surprise, Enichi also gifted Tanji the paper ear ornaments his mother had once prayed for on his behalf. Because Hiru spoke freely of anything concerning Enichi, Tanji knew precisely how sacred those ornaments were. Master Enichi, this cannot be. Tanji cradled the ornaments reverently. Are they not among your most treasured possessions? Enichi stood beneath the pale morning light, his traveling pack slung across his back. A gentle smile touched his lips. Yes, they watched over me as I grew. Then why? I shall not return, Enichi said softly, lowering his gaze to Tanji. So I wish for them to remain here, to watch over you in my stead. Master Enichi, then farewell. He bowed slightly, then turned and began descending the mountain path. Master, I shall treasure these ornaments beyond measure. I vow to pass down both this heirloom and your breath technique to future generations. I shall remember you always. Enichi paused mid-step, turned, and bestowed one final radiant smile upon the Tanji family, then raised a hand in quiet farewell before walking on. This time he did not look back. After that, Yuan-e and Zhou wandered far and wide, visiting countless vistas. Zhou filled sketchbooks after sketchbooks, and the name Mr. Yi spread ever farther with each place they passed. Many connoisseurs and collectors of painting were perplexed. Why did Mr. Yi, whose skill was plainly exceptional, never depict subjects bathed in sunlight? All of his scenes were drenched in gentle moonlight. The rare daylight views he painted were usually paired with frost, rain, or snow, or else veiled in clouds and mist. People offered many guesses, yet no one suspected the simplest truth, that this Mr. Yi simply could not bear the sight of sunlight. Zhou nearly lost himself in that life of wandering with family, untroubled by the cares of the world. Yuan-Yi's bearing remained straight and steady, but as his hair took on silver and wrinkles slowly traced that handsome face, he felt the inevitable day drawing nearer. How lovely the sunlight is today, Zhou said, sitting on Yuan-Yi's shoulder as he had decades ago, letting the shadow of Yuan-Yi's straw hat shelter him as he watched the sunlit fields and the wheat rippling in the breeze. This year will surely bring a good harvest. The thought of a bountiful harvest was beautiful even to imagine. Perhaps this is one of the colors of happiness. Yuan-Yi glanced toward the roadside fields, and a gentle smile softened his aged face. Yes, a rich harvest is indeed a sight that brings contentment. And what does happiness feel like to you, brother? Yuan-Yi rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a while, then smiled. For me, this is enough happiness. There are so many beautiful things in this world. Simply being born into it is to me a source of happiness. I suppose I still cannot fathom your way of thinking, brother. Zhou crossed his arms. If you had been raised in a temple, you would surely have been an exemplary disciple. Everything you say sounds like a koan. Perhaps, Yuan-Yi admitted, but I do not dislike the life I have now. Does brother have any regrets? Yuan-Yi instinctively laid a hand over his chest where a wooden flute rested, its tone always strangely off. Regrets? There are some, but I doubt there will be an occasion to fulfill them. My regrets are many, Zhou replied cheerfully. Pouting, Zhou began counting on his fingers. I have never again tasted the sweetness of strawberry daifuku. I have yet to find a demon whose flesh makes a true white pigment. I never did learn from brother how woeful it is to become a demon. Worst of all, I never caught Kokushibo. He is such a coward. He hides for decades and ceases to convert others, which makes it harder for me to procure demons for pigment. When I die, I will wait for him in hell and teach him a lesson when he is brought down. Yoriichi smiled faintly. You do carry many grievances in your heart. Zhou leaned against a white lock of hair at Yoriichi's temple. Still, there is joy as well. It is such a relief that Miss Zhu sure has overcome her cannibalistic urges. At least our ideals will live on. Even if Kokushibo should return someday, Miss Zhu sure will guide the Geisha Corps to confront him rightly, which brings a measure of peace. Yes, I hope our successors will manage to slay Kokushibo. Yoriichi said, lowering his head. Is there anything you wish to do right away? Zhou tilted his face up, watching the thin slivers of light through the weave of the bamboo hat. I want to watch the sunrise. I have painted decades of night. My final work should carry the meaning of light. Yoriichi's steps faltered. It is not yet time. But it will come soon, won't it? Zhou cocked his head and looked at Yoriichi. You are only avoiding it. Yoriichi kept his gaze lowered and said nothing. The longer we spend together, the harder it becomes to part. Zhou murmured, staring at the pebbled road. That truth holds anywhere. But if you postpone until the very last moment, and I change my mind, what will you do to stop me? The place I want to go is very, very far, and it will take a long time to get there. Where do you want to see the sunrise? Longji and Shanli. Zhou's voice was light. They say you can see the sun rise from behind Fushishan there. The morning rays reflecting off the mountain's perennial snow create an especially exquisite light. If one witnesses such a scene on New Year's Day, it brings fortune for the remainder of life, and even into the next. I want to paint that scene and give it to you, because you have always been a presence that shines so brightly. Shanli. Yoriichi calculated their pace. Indeed, we would have to reach it before the year begins. Isn't that right? Zhou replied. And I must compile new remedies and send Miss Zhu Shi's contact to the Geisha Corps. His voice fell as he continued. It is a shame Che Siling decades ago in battle awakened his mark and could not die a natural death. If only he could have come to see the New Year sunrise, his company would have been lively, especially with that owl swordsman around. Zhou grew pensive. Brother, why is it that human lives are so brief and fragile, yet so many, at an age when they should be carefree, fight in darkness for strangers, and ultimately pay with their lives? Their existence is recorded only by a small stone upon the ground and pallid words in a book. Does that not seem undeserving? Because they inherit the will of those who came before them. Precisely because life is short, human beings pass knowledge and purpose from one generation to the next. The routines of food, shelter, and clothing we take for granted were discovered by predecessors who ventured risks. We may not remember their names or the dangers they faced to find the right way, but we record their deeds and follow along the path they forged. Yoriichi wore a mild smile. Thus our ancestors accompany us in another form, and we will pass our experience to those who come after us. Humanity has endured by doing just this since ancient times. He continued, there is no absolute measure of worth. We simply continue along the road our predecessors left for us. Yoriichi and Zhou finally arrived at Chili County before the new year. It was a very peaceful small town. Yoriichi found an inn to stay in and bought new painting supplies before the shop closed. On New Year's Eve he checked out and set off for Longzhou with Zhou, who had regained his adult appearance. Oh, it's been such a long time since I walked together with my brother like this. Zhou measured his height against Yoriichi's. Brother is still a bit taller than me, even though as an elder, he should be shrinking by now. As your brother, I must be taller than you to shield you from the wind and rain, right? Zhou was momentarily stunned, and then broke into a bigger smile. Haha, brother can joke too. It seems my long-standing efforts have been worthwhile. Yoriichi extended his hand and gently patted Zhou's hair, his expression softening. You truly have worked hard. Actually, it's not that bad, Zhou said, carrying the easel and following Yoriichi closely. To be honest, for the past decade, even without the seal, seeing human blood doesn't make me feel hungry anymore. Rather, it's more like I feel a bit nauseous. But I still have some desire for fresh blood. Oh, what does that mean? Am I living more exquisitely now? As I talk, I can't help but laugh, but soon my expression dims. Perhaps it's because I've been studying the transformation potion. The long-term exposure to wisteria has weakened its effect on me. In recent years, even drinking it directly no longer causes a burning sensation. I am drifting further from humanity. But thankfully, even though I have no clues regarding the transformation potion, my understanding of ghosts has deepened. However, the more I study the bodies of ghosts, the more confused I become. Powerful, yet emotionally detached, feeding on their former kin. Everything in existence has its meaning, but what is the purpose of the existence of such beings as ghosts? Or rather, initially, what ideology brought ghosts into this world? Yoriichi looked up at the bright moonlight, exhaling a puff of white air. Perhaps the person who first summoned ghosts did so out of pure intentions. Who knows? Zhou quickened his pace and walked ahead of Yoriichi. Hey brother, let's race to see who reaches the top of the mountain. The loser must promise to do something for the winner. What do you say? Let's have a contest. Yoriichi shook his head helplessly. Aren't we in our 30s? This behavior seems a bit childish, doesn't it? Come on. Please. Yoriichi sighed. Alright, you run first. Yoriichi smiled slightly. I'll be right behind you. You promised, brother. No going back on your word if you lose. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, he dashed into the dense forest and vanished from sight. Yoriichi maintained his previous slow pace, even slowing down a bit more. Will Zhou run away? It would be great if he did. Please run away. Yuan felt ashamed of the thoughts that arose in his mind, yet he truly did not want to see Zhou disappear before his eyes. He wasn't as resolute as he thought, believing he could ultimately slay Zhou, but now he had to let Zhou bring it up himself. Please, Zhou, run away. Even if you live as a ghost, please don't let me witness your death. However, no matter how much Yuan slowed his pace, the mountain peak was right there. He would eventually reach it. By the time Yuan arrived, the moon was already beginning to set in the west, while Zhou had set up his easel and even cut down a tree to make himself a seat. It seems brother really is getting old, making me wait so long even on this small hill. Zhou sat on a wooden stump laughing and pointed to another stump beside him. Fortunately, I was prepared. Why don't you take a rest too, brother? Yuan silently walked over and sat down quietly and sadly, watching Zhou arrange his various paints, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile as he gazed at the distant mountain peak. The stars are very bright tonight. Tomorrow should be a wonderful sunny day, and it seems we might see the legendary sight. Yes. However, if brother loses, he must promise me something. Zhou turned to look at Yuan, no going back on. All right, Yuan moved closer to Zhou. What is it? I will do it. You must remember, after I leave, don't come looking for. Zhou withdrew his gaze from Yuan and looked towards the distant Mount Fuji. If you come looking for me too soon, it means you don't cherish yourself at all. I will be angry then, and if you make me angry, I will never speak to you again. Yuan remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. All right, I will remember. That's good. Zhou nodded and pointed to the stump closer to the cliff. Brother, go sit there. I want to paint you in. Yuan quietly walked over and sat down as Zhou instructed, facing the sky and turning his back to him. Being illuminated by the first ray of morning light of the new year, the Sun Warrior, makes for a wonderful composition. It would also be great for my final work. Zhou looked at the faint white light appearing on the horizon and picked up his brush. I know brother is reluctant, so please don't look back. Otherwise, with your gentleness, brother, you might make it impossible for me to complete this final piece. Yuan lowered his head, his hand unconsciously tightening. Zhou, haha, brother, if you say any more, I might wait. Zhou could clearly see the veins on Yuan's hands. His expression involuntarily became sad, but his voice remained cheerful. It would be a hassle if I ran away, right? As he watched the sky grow brighter, tears finally fell from Yuan's eyes. I'm sorry, Zhou, I'm sorry. You've said that for decades, it don't make me repeat it. Zhou's voice carried a sense of helplessness, but his actions of sketching on the paper did not stop. Brother, you haven't done anything wrong. There's no need to apologize to me. The black ink spread across the paper, forming endless mountains and the upright figure of the white-haired swordsman. The swordsman bore a dazzling red mark on his forehead, and though his features were indistinct, they exuded a gentle aura. Yet for some reason, the swordsman's eyes glistened with tears, quietly gazing at the distant mountain peak, where the first rays of dawn of the new year would soon appear, adding a hint of sorrow to the scene. Zhou looked at the painting, which had large areas of blank space, and slowly wrote a few lines beside it. This painting is dedicated to my elder brother. May his life ahead be smooth and healthy, still shining bright, and no longer burdened. Presented by Mr. Night Realm as my final work. At that moment, the dawn finally climbed over the mountain, illuminating the eternal snow with dazzling brilliance. Zhou finally saw his beloved sunrise again, but his body bore large burn marks from the sunlight. He couldn't help but look at the swordsman who had dedicated his life to slaying ghosts and was gentle towards humans. Goodbye, brother. Enichi could no longer maintain his upright posture and covered his face with both hands. The sound of a demon turning to ash beneath the sun was all too familiar to him, yet in that moment he wished desperately that it were not. At least then he might have deceived himself into believing Hiyori had merely stepped away from him under the sunlight, not vanished from him entirely. So when the crackling of ash finally ceased, Enichi still dared not turn around. What would he see upon turning? Only an empty seat before the easel, and nothing but a discarded garment. Or would he gaze upon that final painting, mourning the hand that had created it? It is my fault. Brother. If only I had noticed Hiyori's whereabouts sooner. If only I had arrived just a moment earlier. Brother, why did I fail to stop him? Hiyori had already overcome his hunger for human flesh. He could have lived on as a demon without issue. Brother, is that Hiyori's voice? Could this be a hallucination born of guilt? If so, then let me never awaken. Brother, stop crying first. I'm perfectly alive. Feeling a gentle touch upon his shoulder, Enichi turned in stunned disbelief, only to find Hiyori standing whole and unharmed behind him, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and resignation. Hey brother, I think I've overcome sunlight. So what do we do now? A hallucination? No, it's real. Brother, snap out of it. Hiyori cupped Enichi's face in both hands. Look closely. I'm truly alive. Though honestly, what do we do now? Thank the heavens. What? Enichi surged to his feet and pulled Hiyori fiercely into his arms, his voice trembling, not with sorrow, but with overwhelming, uncontainable joy. Thank the heavens. You didn't vanish. Thank the heavens you're truly here. But isn't it worse that I'm still alive? Hiyori slumped slightly, yet still returned the embrace, gently patting Enichi's back in quiet reassurance. If the sun failed to kill me, doesn't that mean I'll ultimately fall by your blade? Though an enemy, even the sight of Muzan's wounds made me wince in visceral pain. And wouldn't dying by your hand wound you far more deeply than any other fate? Hiyori lowered his head, burying his face against Enichi's shoulder, his voice softening. I brought it up myself, because I never wanted you to face such a choice. I know you possess a tender heart. I couldn't bear to burden you with such anguish. Yet look how much worse things have become. Truly, since I've overcome sunlight, why couldn't you devise a cure to restore me to humanity? The wisteria's power has faded from me entirely. Is this not forcing you to end me yourself? Hiyori. Enichi steadied his shoulders, gazing intently into his eyes. His own lashes still damp, his gaze red-rimmed. Live, please, live, even as a demon. I no longer possess the courage to witness your death again. But without you beside me, how can I even claim to remain a human? Hiyori wiped away Enichi's tears, his gaze lingering on his brother's aged face, sorrowful, tender. I may have striven to hold on to myself, but without you I fear I would long ago have devolved into a flesh-eating demon indistinguishable from Muzan in cruelty. Without your constant guidance, my emotions dulled by demonhood, I could not have preserved my humanity. You understand that, don't you, brother? Then we must find a way. Hiyori gave Enichi's shoulder a light, reassuring pat, then turned toward the fully risen sun, radiant and golden. After all, demons have no place beneath such beautiful, blinding light. Do they? Enichi opened his mouth several times, yet no words emerged. Ah yes, demons are not meant to exist. But Hiyori, how am I to accept this truth? I truly cannot do it. I cannot raise my hand to end your life. Ah, how selfish I am. The brothers stood in silence, until the crimson sun climbed high, then surrendered to the silver moon, until the town at the mountain's foot shifted from bustling clamor to hushed midnight stillness. Only then did Hiyori move, carefully lifting the finished painting from its easel, rolling it with reverence. His voice was calm. Let us seek Lady Tamayo. She once trained as a physician, did she not? Even if only to prepare for the day we confront Muzan Kibutsuji, we shall ask her to craft a poison capable of ending me. Perhaps then, I may yet journey with you to the netherworld. Hiyori, brother. Hiyori placed the rolled canvas into Enichi's hands, a quiet, knowing smile playing upon his lips. I understand. Entirely. Enichi watched Hiyori pack the easel, his vision blurring with unshed tears. Yet faced with Hiyori's serene, untroubled composure, the words rising in his throat dissolved before they could form. Instead, Enichi slowly, gently unfurled the scroll, gazing upon the landscape rendered with such delicate care, and upon those final words inscribed within. This painting is gifted to my beloved elder brother. May your remaining days flow smoothly, your health flourish, your radiance never dim, and your heart remain unburdened. He fell silent. Shall we go, brother? Hiyori smiled. This time, I'll carry the luggage. How strangely wonderful it feels traveling beside you at this angle. Enichi carefully re-rolled the canvas and tucked it safely into his sleeve before stepping forward. Shall we race once more? Race for what? Whoever reaches the luggage first wins, Enichi replied, his eyes still shadowed with sorrow, yet his lips curved once more in gentle warmth. The loser must grant the winner one wish. Agreed. Hiyori immediately quickened his pace. Then I'll win for certain. Enichi simply watched his brother's figure vanish swiftly into the dense forest, then lifted his gaze once more toward Mount Fuji, where the eastern horizon had begun to blush with the pale, luminous promise of dawn. It will be a fine day. Enichi's features softened. Turning, he stepped into the forest, his voice unchanged across decades of quiet devotion carried softly on the breeze. The one who truly shines, the one who has always shone, is you, Hiyori. Why? Why did brother arrive first, even though I set off before him? Zo carried his box on his back, puffing with indignation as he trailed closely behind Enichi. Honestly, brother's physical condition hasn't declined at all. So those earlier matches were all deliberate concessions to me. I'm furious, truly furious. Because there's something I wish Zo to agree to. Enichi slowed his pace and has always reached out to ruffle Zo's hair. You already consented, Zo. Brother is so deceitful. If you're about to plead with me to continue living as a demon and aid humanity, forget it. I'm no benevolent soul like you. When I behold humans worse than demons themselves, I can only wish to obliterate this world entirely. After all, without humans, demons will gradually fade away, and natural scenery is far more beautiful than any city. Enichi simply ruffled Zo's hair once more, then withdrew his hand. You mentioned Lady Shuji resides in Nara. Yes. The location of the mark points precisely there. Zo walked step for step behind Enichi. Pity there are no merchant caravans traveling near the new year, otherwise joining one would spare us much trouble. No matter. Consider it cultivation. Who asked for this kind of cultivation? Yet despite his words, Zo obediently followed Enichi on foot toward Nara. Traveling with Zo brought Enichi both joy and quiet frustration. On this journey he discovered, after decades of companionship, a trait had never previously noticed. Zo was effortlessly captivated by beauty or strangeness, veering off course without realizing it, inevitably losing his way. Most crucially, Zo remained utterly unaware of his own distraction. This habit stretched their journey, originally slated for 1.5 months, into 3. At least 2 of those months were spent with Enichi, silently observing Zo stray from the path, reluctant to interrupt his reverie, waiting instead until Zo himself realized the error before gently correcting their course. Lady Shuji visited by Enichi, and Zo in early spring greeted them with genuine surprise. Mr. Enichi, Mr. Zo, how long it has been. Decades had passed, yet Lady Shuji remained breathtakingly beautiful. Dressed in a pale kimono, her violet eyes still imbued with an ineffable sorrow now layered with faint bewilderment. I've come with a request, Lady Shuji. Zo spoke first. Please do tell me. I ask that you develop a poison capable of— Lady Shuji. I sincerely beg your pardon. Her composure finally cracked. Did you just say what I believe? In truth, 3 months ago I attempted suicide beneath the sun. Zo sighed, then spread his palms open. Well, here I am still alive. Lady Shuji's pupils contracted sharply, her voice trembled, turning brittle and sharp. You mean, you have overcome sunlight? Zo gave a slight nod. As you likely know, I've devoted these years to formulating a serum that restores humanity, but results have been, well, less than ideal. And these serums have rendered me slightly more resistant to wisteria. Lady Shuji turned her gaze toward Enichi. Does even Mr. Enichi lack the means to end Mr. Zo's life? Indeed, Enichi replied, returning from his quiet appraisal of the room's interior, shaking his head faintly. I do not know. Lady Shuji's expression deepened into profound perplexity. May I inquire why? I no longer possess the courage to face Zo's death a second time. Enichi spoke with serene calm, his words shattering Lady Shuji's composure entirely. Even now, having conquered both wisteria and sunlight, I still wish for him to live. Thus I ask you, Lady Shuji, to devise such a poison before my brother passes away. Zo gazed at her equally tranquil, because I cannot be certain I'd retain the resolve to die if he departs before. Lady Shuji steadied herself, her gaze lingering upon the two composed figures before her. After a long silence, she nodded slowly. I shall endeavor to do so. Please stay here for now. Thereafter, Lady Shuji collected Zo's blood in a small porcelain vial and began experimenting to suppress cellular vitality. To the outside world, her clinic announced a temporary closure due to a critically ill patient. She administered several of her own demon-targeted toxins to Zo, but he displayed no adverse reaction whatsoever. In fact, he remarked that one tasted sweet. Then, after carefully reviewing the formula with Lady Shuji, sought out Enichi, who was practicing swordsmanship, and persistently persuaded him to prepare strawberry daifuku using glutinous rice flour infused with the same compounds. Zo ate over 10, his expression radiant with bliss. He added with quiet emotion that though the flavor was peculiar, it marked the first time since becoming a demon that he'd tasted anything beyond blood, and it moved him deeply. 2 weeks later, as Lady Shuji immersed herself in her research, Enichi sought her out alone. Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Enichi? Indeed, there is something I wish to ask. Lady Shuji paused her work and sat upright before him. Please speak freely. I wish to ask about Zo. As the first demon, how does he compare to Muzan? Enichi's fingers unconsciously traced the hilt of his blade. Though Zo's cellular vitality remains exceptionally high, it is comparatively milder than Muzan's. Lady Shuji's brow furrowed, sorrow tinging her voice. Yet it is undeniable. He is a demon king. Even ordinary humans risk immediate conversion upon contact with his blood. Precisely what degree of exposure triggers infection? Ingestion or injection offers the most direct route, but given the potency of Zo's blood, mere skin contact or contamination of a wound would suffice to transform a human into a demon. A shadow of foreboding crossed Lady Shuji's eyes. What troubles me most is that the blood sample Zo provided is not at its highest concentration. Yet even this diluted sample induced a subtle, unsettling pull toward conversion within me. Weren't you transformed by Muzan? Why then are you vulnerable to Zo's influence? Once I broke free from Muzan's control, his blood ceased to shield or threaten me. Lady Shuji explained patiently. As the first demon, Muzan wielded absolute dominion over every demon he created. Our regenerative capacity, the strength of our blood demon arts, all evolved according to the residual concentration of his primordial blood within us. The greater the concentration, the faster our healing, the stronger our powers. 50 years ago, after you gravely wounded Muzan, I began steadily expending my own energy to purge his blood from my body. Today, virtually none remains. And in this purified state, I am perilously susceptible to reinfection by any primordial blood. Put simply, if I am a drop of clear water, then both Muzan's and Zo's blood are ink. Over decades, I painstakingly washed away Muzan's ink, but clear water possesses no defense against a new drop of ink. And Zo having conquered sunlight, I dare not imagine what he might become if freed from your restraint. To this world, his capacity for destruction would be terrifyingly effortless. Enichi lowered his gaze, silent for a long while, then rose. I understand. I shall speak with Zo. Watching Enichi depart, Lady Shuji's violet eyes filled with sorrow. I truly hope both of you find peace. After conversing with Zhu Shiyuan, he stood in the courtyard for a long time in contemplation. It was not until the eastern sky gradually brightened that he returned to the house dripping with dew and found Ji, who was engrossed in reading a medical book. Brother, I discussed some matters with Miss Zhu Shi. Upon hearing this, Ji put down the book, sat upright, and awaited Yuan Yi's words. She said that to develop a potion capable of killing you, she would need your blood after you have fully transformed into a ghost. Yuan Yi's expression was calm. However, in your fully ghostly form you might assimilate her, so she asked me to help collect a small sample of your blood. Ah, all right. Ji stood up, removing his outer garment, and the characteristics of ghost transformation began to emerge gradually on his body. Sharp claws 5 centimeters long sprouted from his slender fingers, and a pair of sinister ghostly horns appeared on his forehead. Strange blue-gray patterns radiated from the horns, gradually spreading across his body, while the contour of his muscles became increasingly pronounced, making him grow taller once more. But the transformation stopped there. Compared to the ghosts he had hunted over the years, Ji, in his fully transformed state, appeared far less intimidating than some ordinary low-level ghosts. Ji's gray eyes turned to Yuan Yi as he raised his hand. Did you bring a container, brother? Yuan nodded slightly, producing 2 small porcelain vials. Ji then cut open his wrist, letting his blood flow into the vials. Once both vials were full, he ceased to suppress his healing ability, and the ghostly features on his body slowly returned to normal. Will just 2 vials be enough? Yes, too much wouldn't be manageable for Miss Zhu, sure. Yuan sealed the porcelain vials. I need to go out for a bit. You stay here and wait for me. I will return as soon as I can. Edge. Ji's tone revealed obvious disappointment. Aren't you taking me with you? I'm sorry, I can't take you this time. Yuan said with a smile as he ruffled Ji's hair. All right, I'm off. Ji looked at Yuan's gentle smile, but unease filled his heart. He instinctively expanded his perception and discovered that Yuan left after finding Zhu sure. Am I overthinking this? Ji furrowed his brows, ultimately abandoning thoughts about the deeper meaning behind Yuan's actions. Never mind, brother probably has something important to attend to. Perhaps he is going to inform the Demon Slayer Corps about the potential developments. Or I should just read, maybe I can experience other flavors before disappearing. And brother should return soon, right? Ji resumed his study with the book in hand. The passage of time was hardly perceptible for ghosts, so when Zhu Shi found Ji with the newly developed potion a month and a half later, Ji realized that Yuan still had not returned. Ji merely asked Zhu Shi to store the potion for now and began to wait by the window every day for Yuan's return. Zhu Shi, observing, could feel Ji's increasingly turbulent, ghostly energy beneath his calm facade, along with his emotions on the verge of erupting. Mr. Ji. Zhu Shi stood in the shadows looking at Ji, who had been standing motionless by the window for 7 days, her expression filled with worry. Please take a moment to rest. Even as a ghost, your body will be worn down like this. If you lose control before Mr. Yuan returns out of waiting for him, he will be very saddened and blame himself. Ji's already visibly roiling ghostly energy paused for a moment, his gray eyes sharp as shurikens turned toward Zhu Shi. After decades, Zhu Shi felt once again the oppressive force from the Ghost King, nearly collapsing to the ground, yet she still encouraged herself to remain upright. Please rest, or I will notify you when Mr. Yuan returns. But soon Ji's gaze shifted away, his voice calm. Yes, you're right, I will take a moment to rest. Oh, I can't make my brother worry. Zhu Shi, if my brother returns during this time, come and call me immediately, understood? Okay, sure. Zhu Shi's voice trembled noticeably. After watching Ji turn and enter the room, she finally couldn't help but collapse to the ground. Once her body recovered from that overwhelming fear, Zhu Shi instinctively clasped her hands together at her forehead, letting out soft whimpering sounds. Please, Mr. Yuan, come back quickly, I beg you. That kind of monster, if left unchecked by you, will truly destroy this world. Please come back, I really beg you. Dressed in inner robes, Ji lay with his hands crossed in a very proper manner on the warm bedding, but his pupils remained gray crosses. He was in turmoil, the unease in his heart nearly spilling over. He knew clearly that the biggest difference between ghosts and humans was not their abilities, but their lifespans. As a ghost, his lifespan could be hundreds or even thousands of times longer than that of a human. Even if Yuan's abilities were powerful enough to break the curse of the patterned swordsman at 25, he could not escape the limitations of his human lifespan. How old is my brother this year? Is he nearing death? But there are clearly no shadows appearing behind him. Why did he leave? Aren't many things meant to make it easier for me? Oh, it's all my fault. Because I am a ghost, I lost track of time, and now I can't even track down my brother's whereabouts. But can't ghosts convert humans to act as subordinates? Wasn't Muzan also searching for the blue spider lily like this before my brother cut him down and sent him into despair? But would my brother be very disappointed if he knew I harmed humans? But, as a fragile and useless human, it is their honor to burn their lives in my service, isn't it? Ji found himself thinking these thoughts involuntarily, ultimately feeling agitated and forcibly clearing the increasingly violent ideas from his mind, compelling himself to close his eyes. Don't think about it anymore. Ooh, I've already persevered for so long. I mustn't let a brief separation disrupt my emotions. Sleep now. When I wake again, my brother will be back. This time I must make my brother kill me no matter what. If my brother shows mercy, I will find someone to kill me. After all, Miss Zhu Shi's potion cannot truly kill me, though I must not neglect this point simply because I am enamored with my brother's kindness. After all, my brother treats me gently and loves this world, but the existence of ghosts will only destroy happiness in this world, so I must die. But I have already overcome the sunlight, and I have finally tasted its flavor. There are still many things I want to do, like painting the morning light and the evening glow, and I want it. So please come back, brother. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to face death. Joe had a dream. In it, he returned to his childhood when he had just come to this household and was often terrified by his father. Just an adopted child, you do not really think that taking the Jigwa name makes you one of the Jigwa, do you? You are merely an adopted son. You must accept the idea of sacrificing yourself for the family and stop learning those useless things. You are only an adopted son. You do not need to learn these things. These are for the heir, Yin Sheng. This was what his father said to him most often. But Yin Sheng, when their father was inattentive, would secretly reassure him. Do not worry, Zhou. I will protect you, for mother said you are my brother. Are you very afraid? It's all right. I will protect you. I will not sacrifice my kin. The things you learn are not without use. One day you can assist me. When I become head of the family, I will have father release Yuan from the attic, and then the 3 of us brothers will surely raise the Jigwa clan to glory. That was also the first time Zhou learned the name of another elder brother. Why won't father let brother Yuan live with us? It seems Yuan was born with a birthmark on his face which father considered an ill omen, but I believe Yuan is not unlucky. Yin Sheng thought for a long moment. Come to think of it, Yuan, he still cannot speak, and is always so quiet, but he is gentle. If you are afraid of father and mother, and I are not around, go to Yuan. He will surely welcome you, and will protect you as I would. But the crucial point is that father, because he does not wish to see Yuan, he will not go there unless necessary. So go there, but why? Why would brother Yuan protect me? Is that even a question? Yin Sheng reached out to ruffle Zhou's hair with a warm smile. Because a brother protecting his younger brother is only natural. After that, whenever he was scolded or reproached by father, Zhou would go to find Yuan. Although Yuan always looked at him with a vacant expression, he never rejected him. He sat quietly by his side, sometimes reaching out smiling like Yin Sheng as he patted Zhou's head and soothed his panic. There was no conversation, yet that simple companionship was enough to calm him. Unlike him and Yin Sheng, Yuan was not allowed to step beyond that cramped three-mat space and could not often see the outside world. It was then that Zhou first felt the urge to draw. If I paint everyone and every scene, then even if brother Yuan is not permitted by father to go out, he could still see the outside. Zhou told his mother about it very earnestly. Zhunai was delighted. She fetched paper and pens for him and gently asked him to paint her beautifully. Zhou drew Zhunai with great care. His strokes were naive, and the image barely resembled her, only suggesting a person. Still, Zhunai praised him, and so Zhou afterward went to find Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng gladly agreed, letting Zhou come and draw while he worked on his evening exercises so that he could capture his handsome side for Yuan to see. In the end, it was only a tangle of lines slumped over the desk. After he added Yin Sheng's likeness to the picture, Zhou drew himself as well, though, because he had used the water surface as a reference, his lines were even more distorted. When only father remained, Zhou, unable to confront him directly, observed secretly and sketched him bit by bit. The man's figure became unusually towering on the page, far surpassing the strokes of the other three combined. Just as he intended to give the painting to Yuan, father stopped him and casually tore apart the drawing Zhou had labored over for days. Indeed, a wild child spending his days on such useless things, corrupted by play, utterly beyond hope. Get back to your room and copy books. Do not come out until you have copied 100 volumes. Although Yin Sheng told Zhunai what had happened, and Zhou did not end up copying that many books after the confinement was lifted, he could not help but go to Yuan and cry. That was the first time Zhou heard Yuan's voice. Do not cry, I will protect you. Yuan's voice was gentle in a way that made one immediately want to depend on it. Only then did Zhou realize that Yuan could speak, though he was poor at expressing himself. Not long after, Yin Sheng, for defending Yuan and for reproaching father for destroying Zhou's drawing, was slapped by father and confined for 3 days. As if in petulant defiance, Yin Sheng carved a small flute with his own hands during his confinement and gave it to Yuan and used his pocket money to buy a large supply of paper and pens for Zhou, so he could keep drawing freely. He was then disciplined again by father and kept under confinement. Afterwards, because father saw Yuan always leaning on mother during their brief outings, he angrily scolded Yuan and then fought fiercely with mother, which earned Yuan more chances to go outside. Yuan finally began to reveal his talent. But nothing truly improved. Father abandoned Yin Sheng in favor of Yuan's talent and quarreled with mother again, and amid the ensuing chaos, Yuan left. Zhou still could not forget that short letter. Zhou, I'm sorry. Please consider me dead. He finally snapped awake from the long— What? Why am I remembering these things? Zhou covered his face. It's been so long, shouldn't I have forgotten by now? Forgot what? A gentle familiar voice sounded beside him. Did you have a nightmare? I heard Miss Zhu say you're not— brother. Zhou turned his head in surprise, but when he saw Yuan, he froze, his voice twisting into an odd tone from the shock, and his eyes almost overflowing with astonishment. How are you? Yuan still bore white hair, sitting sidewise at the window. His red haori burned brighter in the warm afternoon light, yet his features had returned to the handsome visage of his youth. The white-haired swordsman tilted his head slightly, his handsome face, and the blazing mark on his temple seen against the backlight made him appear ever more sacred and untouchable. Zhou, let us walk onward together. Zhou stared blankly at the youthful appearance of Yuan, his mind still frozen in a state of shock. Unable to contain himself, Yuan stood up and approached Zhou, gently pressing the back of his hand against Zhou's forehead. Why are you silent? Is it because of the nightmare you just had? Brother, you. Zhou trembled as he pointed a finger at Yuan, unable to form complete words. You. I'm sorry for making this decision without consulting you. Yuan sat down in front of Zhou, saying, perhaps it sounds very weak and shameless to say this, but I chose this after careful consideration. Zhou's mind was still in a state of shutdown as he stared blankly at Yuan. Not being able to strike at you with my sword back then doomed us to this outcome today. Yuan's eyes held regret. I'm sorry for using your blood to become a ghost without your knowledge. No, that doesn't matter. Zhou shook his head in a daze, feeling as though he were still in a dream. He closed his eyes and lay back down. How could brother choose to become a ghost? Ha ha ha, what a miraculous dream. I need to wake up quickly, maybe brother has already returned. Yes, that's it, wake up fast. Yuan shook his head helplessly and stood up. Then you should rest well. I will go comfort Miss Zhu for a bit. Zhou couldn't help but open his eyes again to look at Yuan. Why? Well, Miss Zhu seemed quite frightened by you earlier. She fainted right in front of the experiment table when she saw me return. After waking up yesterday, she has been praying for something. I feel she is a bit disoriented, so I didn't want to disturb her for now. Yuan looked down at Zhou. You should also apologize to Miss Zhu. After a long silence, Zhou stood up quietly and put on his haori. It's just a dream anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yuan-e helplessly tilted his head to look at Zhou, reaching out to ruffle his hair, but when he tried to withdraw his hand, Zhou grabbed it. Just a little more. Yuan-e was momentarily stunned. Zhou lowered his gaze. When I wake up from the dream, will I no longer see brother? Yuan-e felt it necessary to wake Zhou up right now, so after ruffling his brother's hair again, he withdrew his hand and drew out a well-maintained long knife from his waist. Zhou instinctively took a step back as he looked at the fiery red long knife, then suddenly jolted, his eyes widening as he stared at the long knife, murmuring, "It's so terrifying to see this in a dream. It's truly brother." Yuan-e held the knife horizontally in front of Zhou. "It's real. Zhou, do you want to try if it hurts?" Zhou, look, he knew it was a dream. How could gentle brother Yuan-e say such a thing? But the next moment Yuan-e sighed, deftly twirling the long knife in his hand, and touched the back of Zhou's hand with the blade. Zhou immediately recoiled, his expression dazed as he looked at the long knife, then back at Yuan-e. After several back-and-forth glances, he cautiously touched the fiery red blade again with the back of his hand. Recoiling once more, he looked at Yuan-e in daze. Is this reality? It is reality. Yuan-e retracted the long knife, looking at Zhou, gently extending his hand to wipe the tears from the corner of Zhou's eyes. You're already grown up, so you shouldn't cry like that. Zhou simply reached out and embraced Yuan-e without making any sound, but Yuan-e could feel his shoulders soaking quickly. Didn't I compete with Zhou before? Let's use the winning condition here. Yuan-e gently patted Zhou's back. Can you forgive my weakness? Brother is not weak. Zhou did not raise his head. Brother clearly hates ghosts the most. Now that you've become a ghost, isn't it the most painful for you? If only I could die under the sunlight, then brother wouldn't have to make such a choice. Becoming a ghost is like feeling my body crushed and reassembled, and I must suppress the dark thoughts and cravings within me. Brother must be suffering a lot, right? Yuan-e fell into a suspicious silence for a moment. No, that's not true. I clearly remember how it felt to become a... Zhou looked up at Yuan-e. Brother, don't try to deceive me. Yuan-e remained silent for even longer this time. In fact, after coming into contact with your blood through my wound, it took me a whole month to transform from human to ghost, and during that time I still needed to consume human food to replenish energy. The entire transformation process did not involve the agony of bone twisting and flesh reassembling, nor did I feel the uncontrollable cravings Zhou mentioned. Rather, it was quite peaceful. But that's impossible, right? Well, that's why I want to discuss this matter with Miss Zhu Shi in detail. Yuan-e showed his usual helpless expression again. But it seems she was quite frightened by me, and I don't know if she is calm. But soon Zhou raised another question. What about the breathing technique? I almost burned myself trying to practice brother's breathing technique. Though I did secretly try again after not dying under the sun, it was still painful, just without the burning sensation. Has brother always had that breathing technique? Doesn't it cause any problems at all? Well, no problem. Yuan-e slightly nodded. Perhaps it was the breathing technique that slowed my transformation into a ghost, who knows? Miss Zhu Shi said that ordinary people would be infected and turned into ghosts just by coming into contact with the blood of an initial ghost. So I originally planned to create the illusion of both of us dying, and then use your blood to become a ghost and return. Because of this unknown change, I lingered outside for a while to adapt to my body, but in the end, I was still at a loss. But I was afraid you might do something irrational, so I rushed back as soon as possible. Thankfully, Zhou, you still managed to restrain yourself, and did a great job. In a sense, it was indeed very close. No, it's nothing. Zhou pulled Yuan-e along, heading downstairs. Let's go find Miss Zhu Shi. Let's go ask her for clarity. Zhu Shi still cannot believe the events that have unfolded. First, 3 months ago, Mr. Chao unexpectedly brought Mr. Yuan-e to her, claiming that he had overcome sunlight and demanded to create a poison capable of killing him before Mr. Yuan-e's death. However, after trying several potions to no avail, Mr. Chao even took one of the concoctions as seasoning and consumed it with great delight. Then 2.5 months ago, Mr. Yuan-e suddenly came to talk with her. The next day, he abruptly left after giving her a vial of Mr. Chaos blood, which had completely turned into that of a ghost. Then a month ago, Mr. Chao discovered that Mr. Yuan-e had not returned for a long time and was emitting a terrifying aura of a ghost. After a desperate attempt to persuade him, Mr. Chao chose to fall into a deep sleep, waiting for Mr. Yuan-e's return. Finally, the most unsettling event was 5 days ago, when Mr. Yuan-e returned in the form of a ghost. In the form of a ghost, Zhu Shi felt as if she were dreaming, so she fainted. However, bolstered by the physical attributes of a ghost, she quickly regained consciousness. Looking at the worried expression of the white-haired swordsman, Zhu Shi instinctively wanted to avoid facing this reality, so she could only feign ignorance, and began to prayerfully communicate with the divine to calm her mind. But this tranquility was short-lived. Zhu Shi stared blankly at the two figures before her, two ghosts, and for a rare moment felt a twinge of sympathy for Kibutsuji Muzan. Look, the thing you've pursued for hundreds of years, easily obtained by others. Do you envy it? Do you resent it? Do you feel rage? You deserve it. It seems the sense of gloating far outweighs the sympathy. Zhu Shi took a few deep breaths before looking at the two brothers again. Mr. Yuan-e, Mr. Chao, I believe I am unable to create a poison that could kill the two of you. After all, even just sitting across from you, I already feel an indescribable sense of oppression, and that is under the condition that you both are holding back. Then let's research a transformation potion. A transformation potion. Mr. Chaos' posture was rather relaxed. Anyway, my brother and I are no longer afraid of sunlight. When Kibutsuji Muzan thinks it is safe to walk around, we will go and take care of him, then revert back to being human and start a new life. Perfect. Mr. Chow, it's not that I don't want to help. Zhu Shi sighed. It's just that I truly cannot face your blood at this moment. Unlike Mr. Yuan Yi, who barely turned into a ghost after a month, I nearly became assimilated by just a slight contact with your fully ghostified blood. I do not possess such immense strength. Before becoming a ghost, I was merely a terminally ill physician lacking in both physical and mental fortitude. After realizing that I had consumed my own son and husband, I became uncontrollably repulsed by cannibalism, having only consumed blood under Kibutsuji Muzan's coercion. After Mr. Yuan Yi severely weakened Kibutsuji Muzan, I continuously worked to expel the blood of Kibutsuji Muzan from my body, and if we speak in terms of combat power, I might even be inferior to some newly born ghosts. Then let's put this matter aside for now. I would like to ask Miss Zhu Shi about some details regarding becoming a ghost. Zhu Shi sighed again. Please go ahead, Mr. Yuan Yi. I remember Miss Zhu Shi saying that as long as a human comes into contact with a ghost's blood, they will quickly be transformed. Mr. Yuan Yi sat upright, a look of confusion on his face. But why did it take me a month to become a ghost? Moreover, after becoming a ghost, I felt no discomfort at all. In fact, I feel even more suited to my ghostly state. The speed of ghost transformation has its limits, or rather a ghost can only quickly assimilate and erode those weaker. And Mr. Yuan Yi, being a formidable swordsman himself, should have felt more adapted after becoming a ghost due to his restored youth. Zhu Shi's gaze was filled with concern. I think that if you had not actively accepted the blood, Mr. Chow might not have been able to transform you into a ghost. Even now, Mr. Chow likely cannot read Mr. Yuan Yi's memories, can he? Mr. Chow was taken aback. What do you mean by reading memories? Initially, a ghost should be able to fully control the ghosts they have transformed. Zhu Shi frowned slightly, her expression filled with disgust. I was manipulated by Kibutsuji Muzan and could only serve him. Such control even prevented me from committing suicide. Mr. Chow looked at Mr. Yuan Yi in confusion, trying to sense it, but only received a bewildered expression in return. He then spread his hands. I can't perceive anything at all. If I hadn't seen him with my eyes, I might not even feel my brother's presence. Zhu Shi nodded slightly. That's it. Because Mr. Chow is far weaker than Mr. Yuan Yi, he cannot control ghosts under him like Muzan does. Well, after all, my brother is the strongest swordsman. Mr. Chow spoke with pride, but soon his expression turned puzzled. Miss Zhu Shi, ghosts can be harmed by the Nichiren blade because of the sunlight stored within it, right? Yes, that's correct. Mr. Chow looked back at Mr. Yuan Yi. Your brother's crimson blade must also mimic the sun to inflict such great harm to ghosts, right? Mr. Yuan Yi nodded slightly. Then why did I feel a burning sensation when I touched my brother's crimson blade, even though I have conquered sunlight? Mr. Chaos' expression was particularly perplexed. Moreover, I can clearly sense that if I were struck by the crimson blade, I would definitely be injured, and if serious, I would still die. Zhu Shi's gaze was complicated as she sighed softly. You have conquered sunlight, not the sun. Mr. Chow. That seems to make some sense. Yuan Yi couldn't help but draw out the long knife again, watching as the blade turned fiery red before he touched it. Yet in his perception, the He Dao did not feel burning. Instead, it carried a comfortable warmth, leaving Yuan Yi even more confused. It seemed to have become quite extraordinary. Day recalled the sensation akin to being touched by a hot iron and quietly shifted to the side. Looking at Day, who appeared both obedient and timid before Yuan Yi, and recalling the threatening presence of the Demon King from a few days ago, Zhu Shi couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, letting out a soft laugh. Seeing the puzzled gazes from the two brothers, Zhu Shi smiled and said, It's truly incredible. What? Day looked at Zhu Shi in confusion. What's incredible? Yuan Yi sheathed his knife without speaking, but his gaze was also filled with doubt. I just think that Mr. Day and Mr. Yuan Yi have a really good relationship. Zhu Shi said with a gentle smile before Mr. Yuan Yi returned. Mr. Day was so anxious that he seemed like he would destroy everything, but just seeing Mr. Yuan Yi calmed him down. Even the ghostly aura surrounding him became faint. It seems that Mr. Day truly relies on Mr. Yuan Yi. Well, after all, I've spent decades with my brother. I've always been cared for by him, so it's only natural to feel uneasy when he suddenly disappears, right? I'm sorry for making you uneasy, Yuan Yi said gently as he reached out to pat Day's head. I didn't expect the transformation into a ghost to be so slow. However, it's truly wonderful that Mr. Yuan Yi still retains his reason. Zhu Shi appeared much more at ease. When I saw you return as a ghost, I really felt a moment of despair for this world. If you don't mind, I hope to conduct some tests to document your physical data. That's only right, Yuan Yi nodded slightly. At least if one day we lose control, future generations can find our weaknesses through Miss Zhu Shi's records. Brother, do you really have weaknesses? Day's expression was indescribable. Brother, you're not afraid of sunlight, even after becoming a ghost, and you won't be influenced by the Demon King, right? As a sentient being, as long as one can still think and has emotions, one will have weaknesses. Yuan Yi shook his head gently. I cannot escape this category either. I wonder how Miss Zhu Shi intends to test us. Well, Zhu Shi gently listed many weaknesses of ghosts, excluding sunlight, which both had overcome, along with various toxins that target ghosts, and the recovery ability after being injured by the He Dao. To ensure the comparability of results, Yuan Yi specially captured 2 ghosts after a few days of adaptation for Zhu Shi to use for comparison. Both ghosts were nearly driven to madness by Zhu Shi's medicine, while Day and Yuan Yi could only provide feedback. After conducting over 10 tests, they seized all the memories related to the two ghosts and turned them into paint-making materials, and Jusher finally reached a conclusion. First, concerning day 1. The initial ghost has highly infectious blood, easily transforming lower-tier ghosts into its subordinates, and its blood ghost technique is more focused on the mental aspect. 2. Unfazed by known toxins targeting ghosts, led by the wisteria flower toxin with no rejection reaction. 3. Reacts to humans with rare blood, needs to regularly hunt animals to consume blood for sustenance, unable to digest human food, and has no taste for it. 4. Unfazed by sunlight, wounds from the sunwheel knife, heal normally, but still suffer damage from the Hidao. Though it won't leave permanent scars, a wound of 1 centimeter in length and depth took 17 days to heal under the ghost's recovery ability. 5. Emotions are relatively stable unless involving Mr. Yuan E or painting, harbors prejudice and hostility towards humans. 6. Close combat ability is relatively poor. 7. Retains 80% of human form after becoming a ghost, exhibiting ghostly horns, patterns, and claws with noticeable changes in the pupils. Now concerning Yuan E. 1. A ghost transformed by day's blood, but not under control, possessing free will no blood ghost technique with highly aggressive blood. Those contaminated will die immediately, making assimilation nearly impossible. 2. Unfazed by known toxins targeting ghosts, led by the wisteria flower toxin, but shows unconscious discomfort when exposed to medicines and incense mixed with wisteria wood and flowers. 3. No reaction to human blood, no reaction to animal blood, has not consumed any blood since fully transforming into a ghost, and can digest human food, but finds it bland and unsatisfying. 4. Unfazed by sunlight, wounds from the sunwheel knife heal normally, while wounds from the Hidao heal noticeably slower, yet still rapidly. 5. Shows no obvious emotional expression unless addressed by Mr. Day. 6. Very strong. 7. No obvious external signs of ghostification. Day held the paper used by Jusher for recording, occasionally looking at Yuan E with curiosity. Brother, you're really strange being so strong yet unable to awaken the blood ghost technique. Isn't it supposed that the stronger a ghost is, the quicker and stronger they can awaken the blood ghost technique? Moreover, I've restrained myself for decades, yet I still need to eat at least 1 chicken or rabbit each week to maintain my reason. How do you manage without eating anything, brother? Do you eat air? Well, as long as I practice breathing techniques and sword techniques under the sunlight, it's enough. Yuan E's previously pale hair now had several strands of black, holding a recording sheet in hand. Is this the detailed information about ghosts? What a fearsome existence. Day. Let's not mention our ability to overcome sunlight and wisteria's uniqueness. If we're talking about fear, isn't it more terrifying that you could fight the Demon King as a human and even make him flee? Day fell into deep thought. Jusher looked at the test results, her purple eyes filled with concern, but just as she couldn't harm Muzan, she could do nothing against this pair of brothers. Jusher sighed lightly. Mr. Yuani, Mr. Day, on certain levels you have already transcended the category of ghosts. What are your plans for the future? Before Muzan resumes his active presence, my brother, and I should also go into hiding. Day set the report aside. Although I'm not afraid of Muzan, if he wholeheartedly escapes and creates a large number of ghosts, it will be a hassle. If we confront him directly, I won't give him a chance to escape again. Yuan E's gaze lingered on the report, his voice calm. As a human, one might worry about losing combat effectiveness due to being hit, but ghosts don't have such a flaw, so as long as we kill him before he escapes, it'll be fine. However, given that he has been hiding for decades, Day crossed his arms. I feel like he would split and flee the moment he... In that case, wouldn't you be unable to chase after him? As for appearance, Yuan pondered for a moment, and the patterns on his forehead gradually faded. His black hair returned to its previous pale color. Would this make a more noticeable difference? Aren't your patterns natural? Can they be hidden? Well, as a human, I can only occasionally close off the transparent world and can't erase the patterns. Yuan felt no sense of accomplishment for what he considered remarkable, but a ghost's body can easily do this. It's thanks to the ghostly body that I can perceive the world like an ordinary person. Jusher pondered slightly. Then, for safety, while I research the human transformation potion, I'll also look into developing a drug to prevent ghosts from splitting. Afterward, Day left a contact mark on Jusher and informed her that besides him, there might be members of the Demon Slayer Corps reaching out to her. If they approach with goodwill, she can share the formulas for the developed ghost-killing drugs. Otherwise, she can contact him through the mark, and he will help Jusher escape. However, to ensure Muzan does not learn of their whereabouts, she must not voluntarily disclose any information regarding him and Yuan. Jusher agreed. After staying with her for a few more days, Yuan and Day took advantage of the spring festival in the town to leave in a hurry, not revealing where they went. For safety, Jusher also moved to another place after the festival, not even dealing with the now valuable building. 3 days after they left, a 4-member Demon Slayer Corps arrived at the small building in the evening. There are indeed traces of ghosts, but they clearly left. There are also signs of human life. There are food scraps here. Darn, have they already been killed? The hidden intel is that the doctor here mentioned a patient who hasn't come out for a long time. It's very likely that the doctor turned into a ghost and killed the patient. But it's also possible the patient transformed into a ghost and killed the doctor. After all, this doctor had a good reputation before. This trip has been in vain. Let's report back to the Lord and move on to the next location. Understood. Then the 4-person team left in a hurry, just as they had come. Though they felt uneasy, they had no time to dwell on sadness. Messages aren't always accurate. and if they arrive too late, they mostly have time only for mourning, and they might not even be able to retrieve the bodies. But it doesn't matter, as long as they continue to slay ghosts and carry on one day humanity will completely eradicate ghosts. After the Demon Slayer Corps left the small building returned to silence bathed in the sacred moonlight, like a silent giant witnessing everything. For centuries the narrow mist mountain has been shrouded in thick fog, which gives the mountain a serene, yet mysterious aura every morning. However, today is evidently a special day, despite the persistent mist shadows can be seen moving about accompanied by the sounds of conversation. The first figure to catch the eye is an elderly man dressed in a flowing kimono adorned with wave patterns wearing a tengu mask over his face holding two wooden masks in his hands. One mask has a fox face with a scar at the corner of its mouth looking rather stern while the other is a fox face, painted with blue eyes, its mouth slightly downturned appearing somewhat stiff. In front of the old man stand two young boys. The taller boy has medium-length flesh-pink hair and silver eyes that give him a gentle appearance. However, a scar runs from the corner of his mouth to the front of his ear, adding an air of menace. The shorter boy has his black hair tied back in a braid at the nape of his neck, his handsome face, wearing a calm expression with aquamarine eyes that reflect indifference towards the world. The old man handed over the mask, saying, "Chang to Eong, be careful on your journey." "Don't worry, teacher Linlong Eong, and I will definitely return," the boy with flesh-pink hair replied with a smile. "Just wait for the new water column to appear." "I'm not like you, Eong," the boy with the blue-eyed fox mask said, looking at Xiangtu with indifferent eyes. "Don't compare me to you. Seriously, Eong, can't you speak nicely?" Xiangtu put on the mask, covering his face, though his gentle voice could still be heard from beneath it. "If we hadn't known each other for years, I would have wanted to hit you already." "You do you," Eong turned his head away. "Different is different, Pim, just speaking the truth." The old man referred to as Teacher Linlong reached out and embraced the two boys, saying, "Good luck, and make sure to come back." "Don't worry, Teacher Linlong," they replied. "I understand, teacher," countered Xiangtu. "Your packages, Xiangtu Eong." A clear voice rang out as a girl with black hair dressed in a short plum blossom kimono came out of the small cabin holding two bundles. Her delicate features were marred by an unmistakable look of concern. "Be sure to stay safe during the selection competition. Running away temporarily is not shameful." "Don't worry, Makoto, I'll bring Eong back safely," Xiangtu said with a smile, taking the bundles from the girl. "Not only that, but I also plan to save everyone. I'm quite strong. You just like to show off." "Haha, it's not just showing off," Xiangtu said as he pulled Eong along. "Now let's go, and Makoto, you take care on your way." Makoto cupped her hands around her mouth. "I'll prepare a feast for you." Eong turned back and waved his hand, muttering under his breath. "Salmon." "What?" Xiangtu turned his head. "Salmon and radish. You really like that dish, huh?" "Yeah, it's delicious." "You should have told Makoto that just now," Xiangtu said, patting Eong on the shoulder. "I'm not like you." Xiangtu couldn't help but sigh. Why can't this kid just speak properly without leaving parts out? "Let's go, we need to pick up the pace to reach a place to stay before evening." "Yeah, I never expected the world could develop so quickly. After coming out of the mountains, I hardly recognize it." The black-haired boy stood at the bustling market entrance with a relaxed expression, the sword at his waist, swaying with his movements, but his attention was almost entirely focused on the strawberry daifuku being held by the owner of a nearby dessert shop. The speed of development is truly astonishing. Owner 10 strawberry daifuku. Yes, humans are truly wonderful beings capable of creating miracles. The white-haired boy, a head taller than the black-haired one, stood tall and handsome with one hand hanging naturally while the other rested on the long sword at his waist. He looked gently at the bustling market, saying, "Witnessing a scene like this is truly moving. Miss Tamayo is truly remarkable. She actually managed to create a medicine that restores taste." The black-haired boy spoke with his mouth full of daifuku, making his words somewhat unclear. "Thanks to my brother, I can digest food again, which is just fantastic." The white-haired boy nodded slightly. "Yes, Miss Tamayo has a great talent for medicine, which is completely different from Hairu, brother Yoriichi." The black-haired boy looked at the white-haired boy with a seemingly betrayed expression, but quickly his attention was drawn elsewhere. "Hey brother, look over there." "Moi." Yoriichi looked in the direction Hairu pointed and saw two boys wearing fox masks. "Are those the two masked boys?" Yes. Brother, look at the wood grain on that mask." Hairu's eyes sparkled. "Even though the painted patterns are not to my liking, the craftsmanship is truly exquisite. The wood grain is completely unbroken. What amazing skill. I want to learn." They're wearing Nichiren swords. If you approach them, it might lead to the Demon Slayer Corps." Hairu's expression suddenly turned disdainful. "The Demon Slayer Corps, how annoying. Should we go?" Yoriichi asked, looking at Hairu. They seem like two kids with no bad intentions. "Let's go. After I finish this daifuku, we can head over," Hairu said, grinding his teeth and taking another bite of the strawberry daifuku. "Damn it, who carved such a nice mask? That makes me so curious. If I find out, I will definitely ask him to be my master and learn this craft." "Hello." Startled by a hand suddenly resting on his shoulder, Kabu instinctively placed his hand on his sword hilt and whirled around, only to meet the boy's earnest dark eyes brimming with anticipation. "Sorry, I frightened you." Hairu stepped back a few paces, eyes crinkling into a warm smile. "My name is Hairu." "Hello." Hello." Kabu studied the boy standing before him, slightly shorter than himself, and sighed inwardly, realizing his nerves must have flared from the upcoming trial. Now that he'd calmed, he relaxed just slightly, though still marveling at how silently the boy had approached. With characteristic patience, he asked, "May I ask what brings you here?" "Yes, I wanted to ask where you acquired your mask." Hayaru leaned forward again, unable to contain his enthusiasm. The patterns are exquisite and the carving technique astonishingly refined. Upon closer inspection, the wood grain flows seamlessly, no breaks, no flaws. I was instantly captivated and simply couldn't resist coming over to inquire. Truly a masterpiece. Kibu instinctively tilted his head back. It isn't purchased. My master carved these disaster-wording masks for us himself. So it is a disaster-wording mask. Hayaru's delight deepened. It must have been carved with heartfelt blessings. After all, the fox motif itself symbolizes protection and guardianship. Might I meet your master? I'm deeply fascinated by this carving technique. Would it be possible to learn it? Hayaru, don't be so impolite. Only then did Kibu notice the silver-haired youth standing quietly behind Hayaru. Older in bearing, yet utterly imperceptible until spoken. His expression sharpened instantly. He hadn't sensed the other's presence at all. Terrifying strength. Kibu tensed, a new wariness flooding his senses. But I rarely encounter such things. Hayaru turned to Inichi, puffing his cheeks. Honestly, brother only ever speaks of swordsmanship, nothing else. He simply doesn't grasp the beauty or romance embedded in craftsmanship. By the way, are you two also heading to the Demon Slayer Core selection trials? Keibu glanced at the long swords hanging at their waists and smiled faintly beneath his mask. If so, we could travel together. After the trials conclude, I'd be honored to escort you both back to Kabamuri Mountain. It's been ages since our master welcomed guests, and he'd surely be delighted. Perhaps if moved by your sincerity, he'd even teach you mask carving. Hayaru's expression dimmed. The Demon Slayer Core trials. Yes, they begin in 2 days atop. Kibu nodded gently. From the mountain's base to its midslope, wisteria blooms year-round, stunning when viewed from below. Above the midslope dwell the demons captured by swordsmen for the trials. Wisteria blooming year-round, from base to midslope. Hayaru repeated, seeking confirmation. Indeed, this season Fujikura Mountain is the only place one may behold such wisteria, and truly it is breathtaking. Brother, Hiru turned to Inichi, eyes alight. Let's go with them. A sea of wisteria spilling across the mountains. How splendid that sounds. Inichi merely smiled and nodded, though he clearly recalled Hayaru dismissing the Demon Slayer Core as troublesome mere minutes earlier. Hayaru remains as easily enchanted by beauty as ever. Would traveling together inconvenience you? Are you pressing onward through the night? Or have you secured lodgings? Actually we're about to have dinner. And I haven't introduced myself. I'm Kibu. This is my junior brother Fujimi. Kibu glanced apologetically at Ju, who sat silent despite his stomach's quiet rumble, then turned back with gentle warmth. If you don't mind, shall we talk while we eat? Wonderful. I'm Hayaru, and this is my elder brother Inichi. Hayaru gestured behind him. What shall we dine on? As an apology, I'll treat you. Won't that be too extravagant? Let's each pay our own share. Then consider it gratitude. Hayaru kept gazing intently at Kibu's mask. After all, you patiently answered my questions. Let's call it friendship then. At last Kibu lifted his mask and handed it to Hayaru. You may examine it closely, just please stop staring at me. Thank you. I'll handle it with utmost care. Hayaru accepted the mask reverently and began inspecting it meticulously. Truly masterful technique. Inichi watched Hayaru sink wholly into his private world of wonder, then offered Kibu an apologetic nod. Forgive my brother's impropriety. No harm done. Hayaru hardly seems malicious, merely overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Kibu swept his gaze across the street and pointed toward a modest Odin stall. Shall we dine there? Agreed. Inichi gave a slight nod, then gently guided the entranced Hayaru to follow Kibu. They seated themselves in turn and ordered from the vendor. With Hayaru's lively chatter still, the atmosphere among the four grew quietly contemplative, until Inichi noticed Ju steadily devouring daikon radish and softly asked, is everything all right? What do you mean? Ju has been eating nothing but radish. Might he not suffer nutritional imbalance? Kibu finally turned to look at Ju, cheeks puffed, eyes fixed on his radish, and sighed before offering Inichi a wry, affectionate smile. No need to worry. Our boy is simply rather selective, yet his daily nourishment is never lacking. Still, how fares Hayaru? He's quite fine. He's already eaten many strawberry mochi earlier. He shouldn't be hungry now. Eating mochi so late won't upset his stomach. It hasn't yet. And when strawberry mochi is present, Hayaru sees nothing else. Inichi watched his brother's eyes soft with resignation. Sounds as though your younger brother presents challenges at mealtimes too. Kibu sympathetically clapped Inichi's shoulder. By the way, Inichi, are you of age? Inichi paused, then nodded. Yes, I am of age. Older than I am. Then I ought to address you as, though judging by your appearance you've only recently come of age. I'd hope to claim seniority by age. Kibu chuckled. And Hayaru? Surely he's considerably younger than you. He is 3 years my junior. And not so young after all. He's even a bit older. Kibu's gaze softened further with empathy. Given Hayaru's temperament, Inichi, you must endure considerable hardship. Not at all. I've grown accustomed to it. Inichi shook his head lightly. He does behave like a child at times, but in terms of sheer strength, he is profoundly reliable. And you, Kibu? I'm 14. Ju is 13, a year my junior. Kibu smiled, but soon bowed his head, a trace of sorrow clouding his expression. Yet this boy struggles dreadfully with speech. I truly worry how he'll fare in the future. Struggles with speech. Kibu absent-mindedly prodded a fish cake in his bowl. How best to explain it? He somehow transforms, I am worthless into, you are worthless. leaving me utterly at a loss. He's kind-hearted, immensely capable, yet insists on denying his own worth. That too leaves me helpless. Ju set down his chopsticks calmly. I am finished. And indeed, I am unlike you. See, exactly like Kabu's silvery eyes shimmered with quiet exasperation. He means I fall short of you, yet voices it as you are unworthy to stand beside me. How on earth do I correct such inversion? No correction is needed, Inichi replied, warmly unoffended. I simply saw it, the moment I met him. Ju is no ill-intentioned soul. Inichi truly is gentle. Truth be told, when I first met Ju, I was often left flustered. Kabu lowered his head again, sighing softly. If only there were some way to help him mend this habit. There is no need to change, it is woven into his nature. It is Ju. Inichi smiled gently at Ju, who blinked startled, then quickly looked away, whereupon Inichi's smile widened just a fraction. And this world is vast. Somewhere surely he will meet those with whom understanding flows without a single word exchanged. Kabu stared at Inichi, astonished then thoughtful. I suspect Hayaru's disposition today owes much to you, elder brother Inichi. Indeed. Inichi nodded, smiling easily. Others have said the same, that I ought to discipline Hayaru more strictly. But because he behaves so obediently before me, I unconsciously overlook it. Until suddenly I realize I've no idea how to guide him anymore. So Inichi is someone who finds refusal difficult. Kabu skewered a fish cake and popped it into his mouth. That must prove disadvantageous in the wider world. I confess, I struggle with refusal. Hayaru often scolds me for it. Inichi chuckled lowly. And in those moments he becomes unexpectedly stubborn. Doesn't that speak volumes about your bond? Their conversation deepened. Clearly for both Inichi and Kabu, discussing their younger brothers was a source of genuine connection. Hayaru, having finished examining the wood grain, carefully donned the mask and murmured in awe, how extraordinary. Though sealed from the outside, it breathes freely and obstructs neither sight nor clarity. A subtle, refreshing cedar scent lingers, no trace of harsh pigment. Truly peerless artistry. If Master Sengoku heard that, he'd be overjoyed. Kabu watched Hayaru. Tell me, do you hold a particular fondness for such crafts? Not exactly a passion, though I do sketch frequently. Hayaru removed the mask, handed it back with serene satisfaction, and added, thank you for letting me examine it. Sketching. Kabu blinked, slipping the mask back into place. An uncommon pursuit among swordsmen, I'd imagine. I'm no swordsman, not truly. Hayaru waved dismissively. I merely swing my blade with brute strength, lacking any innate talent for swordsmanship. Though I've slain demons alongside brother before, my technique proved useless. He bore the burden. When alone, I mostly sever limbs, repeatedly waiting for dawn to consume them. Kabu glimpsed Inichi's expression soften into resigned amusement. So no talent is merely a humble pretense. To find time for painting at all, truly astonishing. Hayaru's gaze snapped instantly to Ju, his expression shifting to mild, sharp annoyance. What is it you? Ju meant, though possessing power sufficient to slay demons, you claim no talent, and yet carve time for painting. Kabu laughed lightly. Apologies, he struggles with phrasing. Really? Hayaru sounded skeptical. That's less struggling, more like deliberate provocation. Even I would hesitate to utter such words to a stranger I've just met, let alone one who's done nothing amiss. I'll apologize on his behalf. Kabu ruffled Ju's hair. Truthfully, he's deeply reserved. If he didn't sense your kindness, he'd scarcely speak to outsiders at all. Even when the hidden arrived at our home, he retreated far away to practice swordsmanship in solitude. Can't say I'd guess it. Hayaru muttered. So what's next for you, Kabu? Pressing onward tonight, or seeking lodgings? We'll rest, Kabu mused, calculating the journey. The trials commence the night after tomorrow. We'll reach the town beneath Fujikura Mountain by tomorrow. Rest there a day, then depart after dinner. That way we'll face the trials at peak readiness. Right, I'll fetch more strawberry mochi. You two wait here. I'll return shortly. Hayaru sprang up and dashed off. Inichi watched his brother vanish down the street and shook his head. Impossible to manage. He went days without mochi in the mountains, yet now. Should Hayaru suffer indigestion tonight, come to me. I carry digestive remedies. Then thank you in advance. Kabu simply smiled and bent his head once more to savor his meal. Yet when Hayaru returned laden with neatly packed strawberry mochi, Kabu stared dumbfounded at the three-tiered bento box. Surely it held nearly 30 pieces. Does he intend to consume them all tonight? Yet surely such indulgence invites severe indigestion. A reluctant admiration stirred within him. Though he knew nothing of Hayaru's true strength, he certainly couldn't devour 30 strawberry mochi in one evening. No, he'd likely surrender after 7 or 8, overwhelmed by sweetness. Truly remarkable Hayaru. Afterward, the four of them arrived at a small town near Tengshi Mountain. Yen Tu saw Zhou very excitedly asking for directions and ran towards the mountain, leaving him somewhat puzzled and worried. That Zhou is this something that happens often? Yuan nodded slightly. Compared to the sword path, his talent in painting is indeed much greater, or rather he has a deeper passion for it. Yen Tu nodded thoughtfully, noticing the inn by the street. Speaking of which, isn't there a very famous school in the painting world? It seems to be a Yejia. Many have imitated the works of the founder Mr. Yejia. Later it seems there was also a Mr. Yongguang whose painting style is said to be very similar, but only depicting daytime scenes. Yes, there is indeed such a school, and Zhou is a part of it. Yuan's eyes curved slightly as he nodded. Actually, Zhou has been thinking about whether to adopt a similar name, claiming he only paints dawn and dusk, and hopes it will be passed down. Haha, that's indeed a wonderful aspiration. However, I heard that Mr. Yiji's works are very difficult to imitate. Yen-tu supported his chin, trying hard to recall. It seems he never uses white paint. All the white in his paintings is left blank. Mr. Yongguang became famous partly because of this. Though I don't know much about painting without white, it must be difficult to express in the artwork right. Yuan shook his head. This is not a problem for Zhou. For certain reasons, he has never had white paint available to him. After all, he has been painting like this for hundreds of years because he couldn't find the paint, and every time he gets lighter color paints, he is very reluctant to use them. Yuan thought silently. That truly is impressive. I think so too. Yuan smiled again. However, he can be a bit difficult to get along with when he's painting. Yen-tu wanted to say something more, but Eong tugged at his sleeve. Yen-tu, over there. Yen-tu looked up and just happened to see the vacant sign of an inn. Ah, that inn seems to have rooms available. Let's go there. Yuan nodded, slightly indicating agreement. However, upon arriving and inquiring, they found that there was only one room left at the inn, and they hadn't seen any other available inns along the way. After a brief discussion, Yen-tu and Yuan decided to split the cost for the room and instructed the innkeeper to prepare 4 beds and an extra screen. Before resting, Yen-tu couldn't help but wonder when Zhou would return and if he could find them, but he didn't see anyone come back. Looking at the other side of the screen, 2 beds were neatly stacked against the wall, while Yuan was sitting cross-legged under the morning light meditating. Yen-tu glanced at the still sleeping Eong and didn't want to disturb them. He quietly put on his clothes and walked out the door, not noticing that Yuan had looked at him when he opened the door, but closed his eyes again as Yen-tu turned back to shut it. He'll go help everyone order breakfast first. Yesterday, it seemed Mr. Yuan preferred lighter flavors for the Odin, and Eong should also eat some other vegetables. Yen-tu closed the door, dressed in his haori, and walked downstairs, pondering what breakfast would be suitable. Unexpectedly, the lobby, which should have been empty in the morning, already had someone seated, and upon closer inspection, it was Zhou, who had been missing all night. But at this moment, Zhou felt different from the lively demeanor of yesterday. Although the youth appeared casual, his expression was calm, one hand holding a handmade sketchbook, and the other holding a pencil, constantly moving on the page. Yen-tu blinked and couldn't help but quietly walk over, standing behind Zhou to peek at the drawing. The picture depicted a person with black hair, dressed in a kimono with an indistinct appearance, standing under blooming wisteria, their posture like that of a pine tree gazing towards this side. Although it was still only a rough draft, one could sense the kindness and inclusiveness of that person, even through the painting. It's the person I met last night. Yen-tu was taken aback, only then realizing that Zhou had stopped drawing at some point and was looking at him. Last night. It seems they have a very serious illness. Zhou turned his gaze back to the drawing. They look like they could die at any moment. Yen-tu noticed that Zhou's expression at that moment was very confused, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Zhou lightly stroked the pencil and after a moment continued sketching. I've already ordered food. Oh, everyone can come eat. How much is it? I'll cover my and Yong's share for you. I forgot to just treat me to dinner later. Zhou frowned and looked back at Yen-tu, his tone carrying a hint of dismissal. If you have nothing to say, don't talk to me. I need to finish this before evening. Hurry up, hurry up. Yen-tu. He really is a bit difficult to get along with when he's painting. The rabbit did not mind being driven away. It shrugged and turned to go back upstairs, only to find that Yuan was already awake, neatly folding the blankets while sitting upright with a curious expression, observing Yen, who was still meditating. As the rabbit pondered whether to wake Yuan, it saw Yuan open his eyes and look over, asking, "Is there something you need from me?" "Sorry, did I disturb you, Yuan?" "No, it's just that your gaze carries a clear sense of entanglement, so I was a bit concerned." Yuan-E's expression was calm. "Is there something you need?" Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Yuan-E's penetrating gaze, the rabbit replied, "Well, Zhou has already returned and is downstairs drawing. He has also ordered breakfast. Would you like to join us?" Yuan-E nodded slightly, picked up a haori from the side, and stood up. "Let's go. Why meditate?" Eong also stood up, his blue eyes fixed on Yuan-E. "Isn't it useless?" The rabbit felt its heart leap to its throat. "Eong, could you please refrain from speaking so recklessly this early in the morning? It's merely a method to cultivate one's mental state." Yuan-E smiled, tilting his head to look at Eong, showing no signs of being offended. However, for most people it can indeed be somewhat tedious. "Are you interested, Eong?" "Hmm." Eong walked to Yuan-E's side and looked up at him. "I want to learn." Yuan-E reached out, ruffling Yong's hair in a seemingly practiced manner. "Sure, but let's talk about it after we've eaten." Eong squinted from the ruffling, and only after Yuan-E withdrew his hand did he quietly say, "Thank you." The rabbit also sighed in relief, looking gratefully at Yuan-E and nodding to him. Yuan-E remained silent, responding only with a reassuring smile. The breakfast experience further refreshed the rabbit's impression of Yuan-E and Zhua. Yuan-E simply stood quietly behind Zhua, who would glance up at him, but soon returned his focus to his drawing, indicating that they didn't need to wait for Zhua, and it was fine to leave a portion of food beside him. When they finished breakfast, the rabbit noticed that Zhua's portion had somehow also been emptied, yet he remained seated, seemingly unchanged in all positions except for the hand that was drawing. The interaction pattern between these two brothers was indeed both harmonious and strange, the rabbit thought. After the meal, Yuan-E shared with the rabbit and Eong some insights about meditation and how to swing a sword more smoothly and naturally when practicing in different locations. Yong's expression was completely unchanged, but one could tell from his focused gaze that he was listening intently. However, the rabbit became more and more shocked as it listened. Many of Yuan Yi's statements were ones it had never heard before, yet upon reflection it realized that everything Yuan Yi said was indeed correct. Incredible and thorough understanding. The rabbit couldn't help but express its astonishment after hearing all of Yuan Yi's explanations. Yuan Yi must be the genius from Legends, right? No, it's just some personal insights I've gathered from my own practice, nothing noteworthy. Yuan Yi shook his head. But it's wonderful that you both understood so quickly. I was previously only explaining to Joie, and he never seemed to grasp it, which made me worry that my explanations were poor. No, your explanations were very clear. The rabbit looked at Yuan Yi with awe. It feels like many of the confused points I had before have become much clearer. Very impressive. Young nodded as well. Thank you. I'm glad to be able to help you both. Yuan Yi smiled and nodded, soon looking towards the door. Joie has arrived. Not long after Yuan Yi's words, the door was pulled open and Joie walked in holding a sketchbook with a hint of curiosity on his face. Brother, what are you talking about? About swordsmanship. Upon hearing the answer, Joie immediately lost interest, his gaze shifting directly to the rabbit. It's already dark. When are we leaving? The rabbit looked at the sky and suddenly smiled. I was too engrossed in listening to Yuan Yi talk about swordsmanship and meditation, I completely lost track of time. Let's go after eating. We should just make it in time for the assessment. I can't believe you two could actually pay attention. How could we not? Yuan Yi's explanations are very thorough. The rabbit stroked its chin, looking at Joie. I previously thought you were just making excuses about not having talent in swordsmanship. Turns out that's not the case. Of course not, I just don't like swordsmanship. It's just that with my brother around, I don't need to lift a finger. He can handle it all in one strike. Yuan Yi could only shake his head helplessly, saying nothing more. Haha, your brotherly interactions are really interesting. The rabbit couldn't help but laugh. I'm still quite curious about the drawing from this morning. May I take a look? Oh sure. Joie handed over the sketchbook. Feel free to look. The rabbit opened the sketchbook, discovering that each page was filled with beautiful scenery. On the latest page, a scene of blooming wisteria and a man strolling through the wisteria forest was depicted. The man's features were gentle and refined, dressed in a light-colored kimono with a slender figure. It seemed he noticed the artist smiling slightly as he faced outward, exuding an aura of warmth and acceptance. Joie is really impressive in drawing, but... The rabbit gradually grew puzzled. It seems this is the only picture with a... That's because I previously couldn't draw people into my paintings. Joie's expression was calm. Including people would only spoil the beauty of nature. The rabbit felt a bit lost at this statement. Joie has slightly strict standards for his paintings. Yuan Yi smiled, ruffling Joie's hair. So sometimes he might say some strange things. I'm sorry. Haha, perhaps it's the pursuit of art by artists. The rabbit didn't mind flipping back through the sketchbook from the end to the beginning. Although I don't understand, painting the scenery is indeed refreshing and pleasant to the heart, making me want to travel right now. Some places can no longer be seen now. Joie's expression was hard to define as nostalgia or regret. Those places only exist in memories now. Yuan Yi also smiled with a hint of nostalgia. Yes, some sceneries can no longer be seen. At that moment, the rabbit clearly sensed a sense of disconnection from the world emanating from the two, as if they had always drifted outside, never truly stepping in. Although I saw it last night, I am still amazed by the wisteria flowers that shouldn't bloom at this time of year. Joie leisurely walked in front, exclaiming, "Ah, how enchanting it is for such beauty to blossom endlessly to bind evil." Yen too had grown accustomed to Joie's occasional strange remarks, and continued, "It is said that it was achieved through special methods. That is truly remarkable. After all, wisteria flowers take at least 3 years to bloom after being sown, and they only flower from late April to early May." Joie gently touched a cluster of hanging flowers and smiled. Not to mention that the blooming period lasts only half a month. Achieving such a splendid sight, where they bloom endlessly, is truly not easy. Joie knows a lot. I specifically planted them because I wanted to use the flowers as pigment. Joie sighed as he spoke. The color is beautiful, but the blooming period is too short, and the finished pigment oxidizes and changes color, making it difficult to preserve, so I gave up. Yen too couldn't help but laugh. Haha, despite being younger than Young, you speak as if you've lived for decades. I am much older than you. But Yuan Yi just turned adult not long ago, right? You are 3 years younger than him, so you are only... Yen too smiled. And with Joe's personality, even if he says he is older than me, it would be hard for anyone to believe it, right? Joe looked at Yuan Yi with a hint of confusion. Brother, did you just tell Yen too you are now an adult? Yuan Yi shook his head. I just said I am already an adult. Joe nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, humans are the best at Amid their conversation, they finally reached the platform halfway up the mountain. Yen too surveyed the surroundings. It seems there are many participants this year. Isn't it considered many if there are less than 50 people? That's already a lot. Yen too looked at Joe. The teacher said that in previous years there were years when the number of participants was less than 20. Not everyone has the determination to walk this path. Less than 20. That is indeed quite few. Joe glanced around briefly, overlooking 2 white-haired little girls quietly waiting at the entrance of the climbing path, along with a group of others participating in the exam. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he was drawn by a shadow behind Yen too. A question mark slowly emerged in Joe's mind. What is going on? Wasn't there something like this before? Yen too, either not noticing or not caring about Joe's scrutiny, continued. In order to help more aspiring individuals continue, I must work hard. Young remained silent, but tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his gaze resolute. You better be careful. Joe frowned slightly as he looked at the increasingly solid shadow. Being overly passionate can lead to a deadly end. Haha, don't be fooled by my appearance. Oh, I am quite strong. Even without seeing directly, one could imagine the expression behind Yen Tu's mask. Moreover, only by saving more people can more ideas be transmitted, leading to more people coming to slay demons, making the world more peaceful. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yuani nodded slightly, his faint smile widening. Indeed, the legacy of willpower will not be extinguished. Brother, you aren't going to follow along with this nonsense, are you? Isn't it a good thing to slay some demons to gain more successors? Zhou pouted and did not respond. Those without strength can only provide temporary help. Can they really inherit? That merely delays their deaths. Without making them wait too long, the two small white-haired girls they had noticed earlier walked to the center of the venue. They looked identical, one wearing a red hair ribbon and the other a yellow one. Their movements were very graceful as they alternately spoke. Hello everyone, thank you for coming to participate in the final selection. In this Wisteria Mountain, many demons have been captured alive by the swordsmen. They cannot leave here because of the wisteria flowers from the foot of the mountain to the halfway point. Demons dislike wisteria flowers, so they won't think of leaving. However, there are no wisteria flowers above this point. As long as you can survive for 7 days on the mountain without wisteria flowers, you will pass the assessment. Then the final selection officially begins. We await your return. As the two girls finished speaking, the people on the platform began to move towards the entrance of the mountain. Yen Tu waved to Yuan, Yi and Zhou. Then Yong and I will set off first. Let's meet here later. We will go to Xiaowu Mountain together then. Okay, you two take care. Yuan nodded slightly. Zhou, let's go. Zhou appeared somewhat dejected as he followed Yuan. More troublesome matters have arisen. Consider it training, you haven't had a good workout in a long time. Yuan led the way into the woods. Is it okay if I don't follow you? It's fine, Zhou nodded. Although I can't compare to my brother, I am quite strong. Slaying demons is easy. Hey, the blacksmith who forged your knife will cry upon hearing that. Yuan shook his head helplessly. Then see you in 7 days. Zhou looked weakly at his hand. All right. Watching Yuan's departing figure, Zhou stood in place pondering for a long time. Should I go find Yen Tu? After all, I am somewhat concerned about the shadow that appeared. Did he just walk this way? Well, never mind, let it be. Casually selecting a direction to walk into the forest, Zhou soon encountered a demon that arrogantly charged out from the woods. Gaha. It's been a long time since I've eaten a human. It looks like I will be able to feast today. Zhou looked at the grotesque demon with a look of disgust. You can't even tell the basics. What is the purpose of lowly demons like you? To disgust people? Have you already been scared into babbling? Then let me eat you. Zhou dodged the demon's assault, frowning slightly as he drew his long knife, and in the demon's next lunge severed its head with one stroke. Boring. Just as he was about to sheath his knife, the demon's voice reached his ears. You actually managed to cut off my head, ha ha ha. But without the Nichiren blade, I won't die. Human stamina has limits, for as long as I don't die you will die instead, ha ha. Zhou turned to look at the demon, reattaching its head to its body, then lowered his gaze to the ordinary long knife in his hand, unable to help but fall into thought. Because I still want to learn mass carving, I must continue to hide, and cannot reveal the methods belonging to demons. Moreover, I cannot use the breathing techniques that allow my brother to transform ordinary swords into Nichiren blades with mere grip strength. This is bad. Zhou's expression grew serious. I never thought about this before separating from my brother. Obey and become my food. Then only one solution remains. Zhou sighed as he looked at the charging demon. Raising his foot slightly, he kicked directly at the demon. After a deep rumble, the demon vanished, but upon closer inspection one could see that the surrounding flora was evenly stained red, and the red began to squirm slightly, appearing particularly disgusting. However, it wasn't long before this flesh and blood stopped writhing and turned to ash with the passing breeze. It's not just the Nichiren blade and the sun that can kill demons. Zhou slowly retracted his leg, looking down indifferently at the blood and flesh spreading out in a fan shape before him. Even if demons can regenerate from severed limbs, if the damage they suffer exceeds their recovery limit, in an instant they will still die. As the ghost vanished, the mountains and forests regained their original colors, though the daylight appeared slightly agitated. Really? Ji rubbed the soles of his shoes against a stone. Even though I know nothing will remain, it's still disgusting. I should have gone to get a Nichiren blade last night. Do I have to kick ghosts from now on? Please spare me, it's so filthy. Is there no swordsman who could die and give me a Nichiren blade? Ji stopped, looking towards the forest on his left. Just like that, it appears. Is it real? It seems I should go take a look. After all, not having a Nichiren blade is quite inconvenient. A boy with a middle-part hairstyle was running through the woods carrying an unconscious boy on his back. His face betrayed an undeniable panic. Why? This shouldn't be happening. How could such a ghost exist? Didn't the inspecting swordsman ever find it? I need to find someone for help. It's simply not. Ugh. The boy stumbled back as a force came from behind, instinctively drawing his sword to slash, but to his surprise the blade could only cut halfway before it couldn't advance any further. Is it a ghost? Could there be an even stronger ghost in this forest? Without hesitation, the boy released the sword and swiftly retreated with the unconscious boy. I don't have the strength to face such a ghost, and I was entrusted with the injured. Oh, I need to find someone to help. Run fast. I'm not tasty at all, so please don't chase after me. Ji silently watched the boy with the middle-part hairstyle as he dashed into the forest, clearly flustered and awkward. What the? That guy? He came at me without even exchanging words. Is he fleeing for his life? Quite decisive and loyal. Is the one he carries Yuju? That dark red Haori should only belong to him, right? Or is it someone else's white Haori stained red with blood? But it seems there are no other people in White Haori. So that means it's Akatsuki fighting. Really? I said before that being overly passionate would lead to a death-like expression. No wonder I saw a shadow. By the way, the direction of the battle. Is it over there? Let me help a little. At the very least, I can't let him die before taking me to Shirmu Mountain to learn carving. Otherwise, that craftsman might be too heartbroken over his disciple's death to teach me. Yes, that's right, for the sake of wood carving. Ji nodded thoughtfully, finally taking the Nichiren blade in his other hand and walking towards the direction of the battle, adjusting his grip on the sword, repeatedly feeling uncomfortable no matter how he held it. I'll hurry up and finish. Although I have a long lifespan, I really don't want to waste 7 days in a place so unglamorous doing something I completely dislike. Akatsuki tightly gripped the sword handle, adjusting his breathing continuously. The mask had split into several pieces and fallen to the ground, but he didn't go to pick it up. All his attention was on the towering green demon before him, which stood at least 10 meters tall and was covered in arms. Such a strong ghost. Damn, slashing through ghosts along the way has consumed too much energy. You two should be fine, right? I should retreat soon and come back after my energy recovers. Oh, my lovely little fox, he. The towering demon let out a strange laugh. Are you angry because of what I said? But there's no need to be angry. Soon you will be reunited with them, he. Then I will go find another little fox to eat, as well. I won't spare a single disciple of Rintaku, he. That detestable Rintaku probably still thinks the disaster-repelling fox mask can protect you, right? But in reality, it's precisely because of that mask that you are going to be eaten, you know. I remember his carving technique. That mask is identical to his Tengu mask. Had that guy Rintaku actually captured me here, I will never let him have it easy. You shall not insult Master Rintao. Akatsuki's silver eyes were filled with rage as he pulled himself together, using his breathing technique again to avoid the demon's continuously attacking arms. He leaped high into the air, visible white mist swirling around his mouth. Water-breathing third form. Flowing dance. Waves of blue forms wrapped around Akatsuki's blue Nichiren blade as he approached the demon's neck with agility. Akatsuki's arm holding the sword bulged with veins, his voice filled with gnashing hatred. Go to hell and repent. As his words fell, the blade struck the demon's neck. But, clang. Akatsuki stared at the snapped blade, his mind blank for a moment. By the time he regained his senses, the demon's gigantic hand had already come before him, and he found himself unable to evade while suspended in midair. Can I not go back either? However, in the next moment, a sound exploded nearby as the demon before Akatsuki was suddenly struck and sent flying. Akatsuki landed somewhat stunned and turned to see Ji, maintaining a posture as if he had just thrown something with a hint of impatience on his face. Ji retracted his hand side and walked over slowly. Did I not say? Those who get overly passionate will have a death-like expression. Akatsuki scratched his head awkwardly. Anyway, thanks, but what did you just throw? It was my sword. Your sword? Akatsuki looked in shock at the demon, which now had a large portion of its body shattered and lay on the ground. Is that the kind of damage that can be inflicted with a sword? Did I not say? I'm quite strong. Akatsuki couldn't help but recall Ji's words. I was just swinging my sword randomly, relying on my strength. Akatsuki, so that's how you swing it randomly. Is it a bit too reckless? Ji walked towards the demon with the unknown Nichiren blade gifted by the middle part hairstyle. What an ugly creature. I will help. No need, just 2 strikes. The demon had completely recovered by this point, and hearing this made it instantly furious. What an arrogant little brat. Watch me kill you. Kill you. I'll come at me if you can. Akatsuki watched as Ji held the sword in a very awkward manner, yet with every swing brilliant sword light emerged, severing the demon's attacking arms, while Ji maintained a calm pace throughout the process. Overwhelmed by shock, Akatsuki stood frozen, watching as Ji systematically severed all of the demon's arms before casually decapitating it. Ji maintained a detached expression as if this were not a battle at all to him, but merely a tedious game. So strong. Akatsuki looked at Ji standing amidst the swirling ashes, his expression dazed. But using the sword like that must make the swordsmith cry, right? Fortunately, it didn't shatter this time. Zhao picked up his blade from the ground and sheathed it at his waist, exhaling softly before glancing towards Sakuraba, who stood frozen in place, staring blankly in his direction. What are you gaping at? And Sakuraba shook his head and slid his broken katana back into its scabbard. No, it's just that I suddenly understand why Enichi wore that look of quiet resignation that day. What? When was that? In the day you claimed your strength was great, but you had no natural aptitude for swordsmanship. Sakuraba's usually gentle expression now carried a subtle complexity, bordering faintly on disdain. Honestly, if I were your swordsmith, witnessing how you wield a blade would bring me to tears. In your own words, utterly devoid of grace. Zhao, and I'll hit you. And under Zhao's increasingly dangerous gaze, Sakuraba cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, I wasn't wrong. Fine, I apologize. Calm down, please. Zhao finally looked away. By the way, where did you get that Nichiren blade? You only carry one, don't you? Oh, this. Zhao glanced down at his Nichiren blade, its edge noticeably dulled. It was a gift, courtesy of a middle-parted young man carrying someone on his back. So, was he carrying? Yes. He bore a figure clad in dark crimson haori. I'd reached out to ask for directions, Zhao said, spreading his hands. But the moment I grasped his arm, he swung his blade at me. I caught it, and he dropped the sword and fled. Catch it. How? Like this. Zhao pinched the blade's edge, lifted it, then rotated it towards Sakuraba. See? My fingerprints are still clearly visible here. Sakuraba stared in silence at the unmistakable imprints near the tip, then fell utterly still. What kind of creature is this? And looks like it's already resolved. Both Zhao and Sakuraba turned, and saw Enichi approaching calmly, hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Brother, weren't you headed the other way? Someone called for help, so I came. Enichi glanced back at the middle-parted youth trailing behind him. He said he'd encountered an exceptionally powerful, unstoppable demon. The same middle-parted boy who ran off earlier. Zhao craned his neck, then raised a hand in greeting. Thanks for lending me your Nichiren blade. I'm returning it now. Mine. The youth looked stunned, then instantly anxious. So you were the one back then, Are you hurt? I struck with full force. Yikes. Why's my blade chipped? I polished it meticulously before leaving. Zhao shifted his gaze aside, slightly sheepish. He truly hadn't meant to. Sakuraba hurried toward Ju, relieved to find him merely unconscious. He then turned to the middle-parted youth. Thank you for watching over Ju. I'm Sakuraba. May I ask your name? I'm Murata. But please don't thank me. I should thank you. Murata carefully slid his chipped Nichiren blade back into its scabbard. Without you, I'd have perished at the hands of that terrifying demon. Truth be told, I was the one rescued. Sakuraba chuckled, scratching his head. Hey, say, do we really have to endure this tedious trial for 7 whole days? Zhao murmured quietly beside. I find it rather intriguing. Enichi smiled. It's been quite some time since I've met a demon bold enough to charge at me while shrieking about devouring me. Rather novel, really. Don't remind me. A pack of crude, inept wretches. None even capable of basic discernment. And all of them grotesquely ugly to boot. Zhao crossed his arms. Then I suppose I'll simply hasten my work. Enichi reached out and gently ruffled Zhao's hair. Once every demon in these mountains is slain, we'll depart. Before Zhao could reply, Sakuraba's voice cut in. Enichi, Zhao, shall we continue onward together? Zhao has already grown bored. Enichi replied, shaking his head slightly. I wish to clear the mountain of demons swiftly, and then take him away. Enichi, going alone isn't a problem. Sakuraba broke off mid-sentence, then laughed lightly. How forgetful of me. Zhao's swordsmanship is formidable despite lacking formal training, and Enichi's mastery of the blade runs profoundly deep. Surely he's even stronger. I am but an ordinary swordsman, Enichi said softly, shaking his head. Would you accompany me, Zhao? Zhao tilted his face upward, studying the sky. Since we're already here, I'd like to watch the sunrise from the summit first. Very well. I'll join you there once I've cleansed the mountain of every last demon. Zhao, brother, you realize how unsettling that sounds, right? Enichi paused, then smiled faintly and shook his head, before simply ruffling Zhao's hair once more and striding away with steady, unhurried steps. Sakuraba noticed the exchange and pointed toward Enichi. Is that truly all right? Yes, brother is incredibly strong. Zhao nodded, grinning. If you're curious, you're welcome to follow him. He's quite fond. Sakuraba, that phrasing feels oddly disconcerting. But Zhao offered no further explanation, merely waved and began ascending the mountain path. After brief reflection, Sakuraba decided to shadow Enichi for now. He apologized again to Murata, hoisted Ju onto his back, and set off after Enichi. What astonished Sakuraba most was that merely keeping pace with Enichi drained his reserves completely, even though Enichi had deliberately slowed upon noticing his pursuit. Even more astonishing was how Enichi seemed to know each demon's exact location in advance, striking them down several times before they'd even sensed his presence. How does he locate them? And judging by the blade's material, he's not even wielding a Nichiren blade. So how can he slay demons with an ordinary sword? Sakuraba watched as Enichi sheathed his sword, momentarily stunned. Enichi, are you resting now? No, I mean you needn't follow me further. Demons remain dormant by day. You may rest and attend to Jaya's condition. Then what will you do, Enichi? I'll continue hunting demons. Enichi smiled gently. By daylight, they won't shift positions. If all goes well, I'll eradicate them by tonight, and the trial may conclude ahead of schedule. Sakuraba sighed. That can't be serious. I'll take my leave now. Head eastward, toward the rising sun, and you'll find a spring. Rest and refresh yourselves. How did Enichi know that? I can hear it. Enichi gestured lightly toward his ear, smiling. You've carried Ju through the night. Your breath is already ragged. Rest well. Leave the rest to me. Kokoto stood rooted in place, watching as Enichi vanished from sight within mere heartbeats. After a moment of stunned silence, he let out a wry smile. Truly gentle, yet unfathomably powerful. Will I ever attain such strength by the time I reach his age? You are not like him. You're awake. Kokoto hastily lowered Yori to the ground and gazed at him with deep concern. Even if your constitution is exceptional, even earning you from Kori herself the nickname Endurance Fool, you must never hurl yourself headlong into battle to shield others with your bare body. Do you have any idea how terrified I was when I saw you sent flying? I forgot, Yori replied, his expression as serene as ever. I didn't think it through. Honestly, what am I supposed to do with you? Kokoto sighed, silver eyes clouded with worry. Are you feeling any discomfort? Dizziness? Of course you're dizzy. You're lucky to be alive after that blow. Can you just once give me peace of mind? Yori lifted his gaze to meet Kokoto's anxious, indignant stare, listening quietly to his reprimand. Only speaking once, Kokoto had exhaled heavily and fallen silent, because Kokoto is here. Truly. Yet I cannot always stand beside you. Kokoto reached up to ruffle Yori's hair. You must grow stronger. I am different. Nah. You truly are beyond saving. Kokoto covered his face with one hand, then rose to his feet. Let's go. Find somewhere to rest. We'll hunt demons again tonight. Yes. Truth be told though, Kokoto acknowledged Enichi's extraordinary prowess and fully believed him stronger than himself. He had never imagined Enichi could be so transcendent. In the fleeting daylight of late autumn, he had located and slain every demon concealed across the mountain range. When the hidden members of the Demon Slayer Corps found Kokoto that evening to inform him the trial had ended prematurely, his mind went utterly blank. Already over. Wasn't it meant to last 7 days? It's only the second day. And the hidden member looked equally exasperated. But every demon on this mountain has been eradicated. Not a single one remains. Continuing the trial would serve no purpose. Kokoto fell silent. Indeed, there was no point. Any swordsman who had journeyed here for the trial ought at the very least possess the survival skills to navigate mountain wilderness. Moreover, judging by the hidden member's swift arrival, it seemed the entire trial had been under surveillance from the outset. Kokoto nodded pensively, then led Yori to follow the messenger down the mountainside. When Kokoto and Yori arrived back at the platform with the hidden member, over 20 swordsmen were already gathered there. They ranked among the latest arrivals. Kokoto scanned the crowd and finally spotted his target beneath a wisteria tree in the corner, Enichi. Hinata. And Enichi looked up and smiled faintly, while Hinata, seated nearby, remained absorbed in his picture book, not glancing up at Kokoto at all. Hinata sketching again. How utterly absorbed he is. Kokoto guided Yori forward. We never expected you to arrive before us. Tell me, was it Enichi who eliminated every demon? Yes. I delivered the report of the demon's extermination. In fact, I believe I was the first to arrive. Enichi turned toward Yori. Is Yori unharmed? He's fine. He regained consciousness shortly after you departed. Though he remains mute, his constitution is remarkably... Kokoto sighed. Still, Enichi truly is extraordinary. Demons are masters of concealment in daylight, yet you managed to locate them all. One need only follow the shadows. Finding them is one thing, but slaying them is another. Kokoto sounded dejected. I thought myself strong enough, yet nearly met my end. And the gulf between individuals is vast. Kokoto felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. Yori, couldn't you just stay silent right now? And Yori held Kokoto's gaze for a quiet moment, then turned his head away. We are simply not the same. Kokoto merely sighed again helplessly before turning back to Enichi. May I ask, how many demons did you ultimately... Counting from the moment I entered the mountain, it should be 27. Not an overwhelming number, and most had consumed only 2 or 3 people, so they posed little challenge. To brother, no demon is truly formidable. Hinata closed his picture book and rose, looking at Enichi. Few, if any, survive past the second strike. Speaking of blades, Kokoto's expression softened with recollection. I recall Enichi did not wield a Nichiren blade. And Enichi paused slightly, then nodded. Correct. Only an ordinary sword. Then how did Enichi slay the demons? Ordinary blades cannot kill them. Kokoto stroked his chin. And no sign of breath technique usage either. Without it, combat against demons would be perilous. I employed the breath technique continuously. Enichi explained patiently. Since I bore no Nichiren blade, I channeled the technique's outward manifestation, the forms, inward, infusing them into the blade itself. This temporarily imbued the weapon with the Nichiren blade's sacred properties, sufficient to destroy demons. Kokoto blinked. And aren't forms said to manifest only upon contact with a Nichiren blade? And confusion settled deeply upon him. No one can accomplish what brother describes. Quite literally, it would defy reason. Take my advice, avoid discussing swordsmanship with him. You'll spiral into despair. Hinata patted Kokoto's shoulder. Enichi chuckled softly. Hinata possesses rare talent. He simply refuses to apply himself. And no, I lack talent entirely. I cannot even master the breath technique. Hinata stared blankly, eyes dull as a lifeless fish. Other matters aside, but claiming swordsmanship aptitude before brother is sheer self-torture. Living alongside him in these mountains for years taught me that lesson well. Enichi shook his head, resigned. It wasn't inability. It was deliberate avoidance born of his conviction that swordsmanship would steal precious hours from his art. Welcome back. A clear feminine voice rang out. The twin sisters with snow-white hair emerged from nowhere, their eerie alternating speech pattern unchanged. We rejoice to see you all returned safely. And safety is paramount above all else. NAS candidates have eradicated all demons ahead of schedule. This trial concludes early. Consequently, not all surviving candidates have passed. NWE now announced those who have succeeded. Unsurprisingly, Enichi's name appeared first, followed by Hinata, Kokoto, and Yori. Only 11 candidates passed in total, all of whom had either slain a demon or confronted one without fleeing, choosing instead to fight. Those whose names were not called voiced complaints. Some lamented never encountering a demon, others wept, shrinking back, begging never to become swordsmen again. Yet none contested the verdict. Those wishing to retake the trial confirmed the next examination date, then grumbled their way down the mountain, leaving behind only the 11 successful candidates and the 2 white-haired girls. Once more, congratulations on your success. And first payment for your uniform will be collected, followed by physical measurements and the engraving of your rank. Standard ranks consist of 10 tiers, and they are Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gong, Xin, Run, and Gue. Above these lie the pillars sustaining the entire Demon Slayer Corps. And with rare exceptions for exceptional performance, all newly admitted members begin at the Gue rank. Today, each of you shall select a Tamahagane stone. Your personal Nichiren blade will be forged within 10 to 15 days and delivered to the address you provide. From this moment onward, a Kibutsuji crow will accompany you. Upon receiving your Nichiren blade, it will assign demons. Now, step forward and choose your Tamahagane stones. Zhou stared at the words in his hand with a displeased expression. My brother is at the Wu level, which is higher than mine, I can understand that. But didn't I just defeat the ghost that even the Yin rabbit couldn't handle? Why is he at Ren while I am at Gue? Think about the pronunciation of Ren and Gue in Chinese, and you will understand my deep meaning, manual doghead. This level is calculated based on the number of ghosts killed. You can level up after killing about 5 ghosts. Yin rabbit smiled and walked slowly down the steps. Although it's far less than Yuan, I have still killed 8 ghosts. Didn't Zhou go to the mountaintop to paint the scenery after your words? It's not like I can help it that I am at a higher level than you, Zhou replied. TSK, by the way, how far is the Xiaowu mountain from here? Not particularly far. If you hurry, you can reach it in a day. Yin rabbit's smile faded. Zhou, there's something I want to ask you. What? About the mask, can you not mention it to teacher Lin Long? But I am here to learn carving after all. Not in that regard. Zhou looked at Yin rabbit curiously. Do I have any other purpose? Yin rabbit stared blankly for a long time before suddenly laughing. Yeah, you really don't have any other purpose. Anyway, thank you. This is so baffling. Haha, let's go. If we speed up, we can get back in a day, and Chengya has already gone to report, so there will be a feast waiting for us when we get home. As he spoke, Yin rabbit quickened his pace and ran to the front. Xiaowu Mountain. Lin Long stood in front of the house, gazing at the mountain path, and no one knew what kind of expression lay beneath that dignified Tengu mask. Teacher Lin Long, the assessment should just be starting now, and both Yin rabbit and Yong are very strong. They will definitely come back. I know. Lin Long turned to look at Zhenggan, reaching out to stroke her hair. I just feel a bit more at ease this way. How about it? Has today's training been completed? Zhenggan nodded, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Chengya's call. Ga, Yin rabbit, and Yong have passed the assessment. They both passed the assessment. They are now bringing the swordsman, who also passed the assessment, and rushing towards Xiaowu Mountain. Towards Xiaowu Mountain. Edge. Passed. Shouldn't the assessment just have started? Zhenggan looked somewhat stunned. Ga, there was a swordsman who killed all the ghosts on the mountain. The assessment ended early. Ga. Chengya landed on Zhenggan's hand. The swordsman who killed all the ghosts is on his way here. Ga. On his way here. To kill all the ghosts in such a short time. Impressive. Zhenggan couldn't help but exclaim, but soon looked up at her teacher, her tone filled with joy. Teacher, it's so great that Yin rabbit and Yong both passed. Lin Long remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a hoarse voice. Yes, it really is great. I'll go buy some ingredients in the town, then Yong will definitely want to eat radish salmon, and I must reward him well. I'll go too, Lin Long replied, his voice hoarse yet filled with cheer. Buy some more. As the group returned from the assessment, they finally arrived at Xiaowu Mountain, just as the moon began to rise. At first glance, Zhou spotted the elderly man with a head full of gray hair and a Tengu mask, his eyes instantly lighting up. He was the skilled woodcarver. Teacher Lin Long, we're back. Yin rabbit smiled and ran over to hug the old man. But the mask you gave me broke because it blocked a ghost attack. It's fine, they were just fulfilling their mission. The mask can be remade, the important thing is that you returned safely. Lin Long hugged his 2 disciples tightly before turning to the other 2 boys who had lagged behind. You must be the swordsman Chengya mentioned, who also passed the assessment. Welcome. Hello, I'm Yuan Yi, and this is my brother Zhou. Yuan Yi greeted with formality. Sorry for the disturbance. I heard from Chengya that among the swordsmen who were invited here, there was one who killed all the ghosts during the assessment. It should be you, right? Lin Long assessed Yuan Yi, his tone appreciative. The young people nowadays are really remarkable. You flatter me. Yuan Yi smiled and shook his head slightly. Actually, my brother wanted to learn woodcarving, which is why he participated in the assessment. When we left, I even heard him complaining about having to go out and cooperate in catching ghosts. In a sense, he was actually being blamed. They were just complaining on the surface. In reality, they are the happiest to have such a powerful swordsman appear. Lin Long smiled at Yuan Yi before shifting his attention to the black-haired boy who had been staring at him intently since the beginning. You want to learn woodcarving from me? Yes. Your carving technique is very beautiful, and you've handled the most difficult issue of breathability and wooden masks with such finesse. Zhou looked somewhat excited. If possible, could you please teach me? Speaking of which, when the assessment was first mentioned, Zhou had a face full of unwillingness. Yin rabbit suddenly laughed. It's just that the desire to learn woodcarving outweighed his reluctance, which is why Yuan Yi took him to participate in the assessment. But thanks to their participation, I might not have returned this time. What happened? Zhenggan approached worriedly. Isn't Yin rabbit strong enough to deal with ghosts? In fact, there was a ghost that had been hiding very well, and it should have eaten at least 30 people. Yin rabbit recalled the moment when the Nichiren blade broke. If Zhou hadn't passed by, I would likely have become its food. What? There shouldn't be ghosts in the Fujin mountain that have eaten only 2 or 3 people, right? Zhenggan appeared very angry. How many excellent swordsmen must have been eaten by that guy over the years? Haha, it's fine now. That guy is already dead, and Yuan Yi has investigated the entire mountain. There are no ghosts left there. Yin rabbit chuckled nonchalantly. Who knows, my first task might be to assist in catching ghosts and send them to food. You really? Lin Long looked at Zhou, who was still admiring the woodcarving technique, and gradually felt doubts rising in his heart. To participate in the ghost-slaying team assessment just to learn woodcarving. Such a person, even if they have strength, would they really be dedicated to hunting ghosts? Speaking of which, the aura of these two brothers is quite strange. They do not emit a human scent, but rather carry a faint ghostly aura. However, if they were ghosts, they shouldn't be able to walk in the sunlight. Could it be the legendary ghost-eating physique? Lin Long's expression behind the mask changed unpredictably. Let's observe a bit more. Lin Long lowered his gaze and said, "You must be tired after the assessment. Come in for a meal, and then rest." As a sweet tooth, Zhua's enthusiasm for meals is not very high. He simply finishes his portion and stops. What concerns him more is the smile that Yong shows while eating radish salmon. That smile is truly healing. If only it didn't come with such a terrifying sound. Why do you make such horrifying noises while eating, you guy? Yong looked up, still chewing, and asked, "What?" "Enough. Don't look at me with that expression." Zhua closed his eyes and covered his ears. "I've been polluted. The information my ears and eyes captured combined to form memories that shouldn't exist, flooding my mind. Delete it quickly. Delete it quickly." Yuan Yi's expression was also unusually stiff. First he patted Zhua's head to calm his brother down before slowly articulating, "It seems Yong is also a special child." "Haha, Yuan Yi, there's no need to speak well of Yong. Yong is usually very quiet while eating, but when he eats radish salmon, he lets out a rather terrifying laugh. Even after living together for so long, we still get scared occasionally. What a horrifying habit." Zhua couldn't help but slap the floor beside him. Why does he smile like an angel, yet his laugh sounds like a death knell? How infuriating. Make me forget it quickly. Lin Taki poured some tea and gently pushed it towards the stiff Yuan Yi. "Drink some tea to calm down." "Okay, thank you." Yuan Yi picked up the teacup, staring blankly at the tea water with a light purple hue. "This flavor, is it wisteria?" "Yes, it was made by two very talented members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Drinking it has a calming effect." Lin Taka's voice was calm. "I tasted it, it's quite nice." "What's wrong? Don't you like wisteria?" "Not really." Yuan Yi slightly shook his head, taking a sip of tea. "When I lived on the mountain with Zhua, he had a phase where he particularly liked using flowers as paint. During that time, I was truly tormented by all sorts of floral scents. Those natural pigments are the best, aren't they? If it weren't for their shorter shelf life compared to stone pigments, I would definitely use them all the time." Zhua leaned closer. "Mr. Lin Taki, please give me a cup as well. I feel I need to calm my mind." "Add more sugar, thank you." Lin Taki added some sugar to the teacup, filled it with tea, and pushed it towards Zhua. "You like it sweet?" "Yes, I'm a staunch sweet tooth, though for staple foods I still prefer savory." Zhua received the teacup with both hands, blew away the steam, and took a sip. After all, if life only had sweetness, it would be too fake. Just like a single color could never form a picture. Why do you want to learn wood carving? Because it's beautiful and the technique is impressive. The taste of truth with no lies. Lin Taki paused for a moment before saying, "Learning from me will be quite arduous." Zhua was taken aback and quickly sat up straight. "No problem. I can endure hardship, at least until I lose interest." "Lin Taki, we do not allow half-hearted efforts here." "All right. As long as you don't push me to practice swordsmanship and breathing techniques, I can do anything." By the way, Zhua really doesn't know breathing techniques. Yada swallowed the food in his mouth. How can Zhua have such strength without knowing breathing techniques? Of course it's through training, other than that there's no other way. Zhua's expression twisted and he looked dejected. Clearly it's enough to ensure good health, yet I'm forced to train every day by my brother. Who would have thought Yuan Yi is such a strict person? He only trains very reluctantly for an hour every day, just as I said. Yuan Yi sighed while holding the teacup. Clearly he has decent talent. Very reluctantly training. Yong swallowed the food in his mouth. Isn't that just a form of obedience? Well said, stop talking. Zhua glared at Yong, set down his empty teacup, and turned his head away. In short, I just don't like it, and have no talent at all. Zhua saying such things will make you disliked. Yada finished the food in his bowl, and tidied up his dishes. Do you know how envious I am of your strength? Those with great strength have an innate advantage when becoming swordsmen. Don't envy me. Zhua propped his face up, slightly frowning. I have nothing worth envying. Indeed, and yet you are very talented yourself. Yuan Yi reached out to ruffle Zhua's hair, his expression gentle. There's no need to envy others. Lin Taki observed this scene and began to doubt his own judgment. After careful consideration, he decided to ask. After dinner, Lin Taki dismissed his 3 disciples and sat down looking at Yuan Yi and Zhua. What kind of people are you? What are your intentions? What kind of people? Just someone who has just come down from the mountain. As for intentions, Zhua shrugged. I just want to learn wood carving. Then what about identification? Lin Taki noticed that although Yuan Yi seemed to have more authority, it was Zhua who was more communicative, so he turned directly to Zhua. You must have some form of identification, right? What is that? Zhua tilted his head. I've never heard of it. Still the taste of truth with no lies. Lin Taki frowned slightly. Identification is a document that proves you are you. But I am I. Why would I need a document to prove it? Zhua furrowed his brows. Hey brother, has Miss Tamayo ever mentioned? Yuan Yi pondered for a moment and shook his head. I have no recollection. We should ask Miss Tamayo later, it must be something important. Brother, do you think Yu Shilang is intentionally hiding this? After all, we've never met Miss Tamayo. Yuan Yi's expression turned helpless. Don't say that Yu Shilang is a good kid. Brother, do you really see any? Lin Taki listened to their conversation and gradually formed an idea. So you two have been living in the mountains and just recently came down, so you know very little about the outside world, right? Yuan Yi and Zhua both nodded. Yes, then I have another question. Lin Taki looked seriously at the two. Has there ever been a demon in your family? Zhuo pursed his lips and nodded slightly, making a sound of agreement. Yuan sighed. Yes, there have indeed been demons in our family. That explains it. What does that explain? The aura you carry belongs to the demons. Lin Taki did not hold back, pointing to his nose. I can distinguish many scents that ordinary people cannot. Among them, the scent of humans and demons is very distinct. From the beginning, I couldn't detect the scent of humanity on you, so I had my doubts. But now it can be confirmed that you should be carrying the scent of demons because of the demons in your family. It must have been very difficult, Zhuo Sigmund or LLL. It's not that difficult, but it's great to clear up the misunderstanding. Yuan chuckled lightly. To be honest, I'm also curious why Mr. Lin Taki is so wary of us brothers. Now it all makes sense. Zhuo Sigmund. Yuan could tell what Zhuo was thinking from his astonished expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhuo, did you forget? I can see. Zhuo. Alright, I'm the only one at fault. The next day, after completing the morning exercise routine with Zhuo Yuan, he declared that he had no desire to touch a sword anymore and turned to chase after Lin Long inquiring about the details for carving wooden masks. Lin Long, feeling helpless from being pestered, instructed Zhuo to find 2 suitable pieces of wood for carving masks on the mountain. However, Zhuo went out in the morning and didn't return. Could something have happened? Zhenguo's expression appeared somewhat worried. There are many traps on Misty Fog Mountain. Although he is strong, his other abilities are still unclear. I'm also a bit concerned, said Yu2. Hey Yuan, is everything alright? The traps set by the teacher on the mountain are genuinely lethal due to the training. Yuan showed no signs of urgency, merely smiling helplessly at the words. He's probably just gotten distracted by something while drawing. It's fine if this sort of thing has happened before. He will definitely be back tomorrow morning. What kind of life have you all been living? Just a very ordinary, secluded life. Yuan replied with a faint smile. It's just that it has been a long time. Yong frowned as he listened to this amiable conversation and spoke up. The mist has no direction. Yuan's smile froze for a moment, his expression becoming more serious. So it's easy to get lost, isn't it? Yong nodded. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Although the area is full of traps, there are still mountain paths, as long as you follow the path. Seeing Yuan's increasingly serious expression, Ye2 silently fell silent. Could it be that Zhuo gets lost easily? Well, he's probably the kind of person who gets easily distracted by other things and strays off the path. Yuan couldn't help but raise a hand to rub his forehead. Moreover, when he can't see the sun, moon, or stars as reference points, he has no sense of direction at all. If I remember correctly, it seems that teacher Lin Long asked him to go find wood in the forest. Everyone. Yuan sighed. I'll go find him. He'll go with you, Ye2 stepped forward. After all, I grew up on Misty Fog Mountain. He'll lead the way. No need, this level of mist won't hinder my vision. Yuan shook his head, and I will be faster on my own. Thank you for your kindness, Ye2. After saying that, Yuan swiftly dashed into the mist, leaving Ye2 and the others exchanging glances. What incredible speed. Zhengguo's eyes widened. No wonder he obtained the rank of a wheel-level swordsman after I feel like I've done something wrong. Ye2 sighed. Do you think it's a bit difficult to treat Yuan as a target to Yong looked up at Ye2. Dreams are remarkable. Ye2. Hey Yong. Promise me that if you want to comfort me next time, just give me a hug. Absolutely, absolutely don't say anything, okay? However, Yong's comfort is indeed effective, Zhenguo chuckled. Look, Ye2 has immediately shaken off his worries, hasn't he? Really? Ye2 ruffled Yong's hair vigorously. How do you manage to say everything in reverse? But that statement isn't too bad. Zhenguo tucked a stray hair behind her ear. After all, being able to chase after Yuan as a dream is truly remarkable for Ye2. In essence, daring to treat Yuan as a dream to chase after is impressive. Yet it feels like a mockery. Ye2 sighed, looking at Yong, who remained calm even with his messy hair. You really are like a mute when it comes to speaking. Yong stopped fixing his hair. I'm not a mute. Ye2 continued. I mean, you're like a mute, unable to accurately express what you wish to convey. Ye2 patted Yong's neatly combed hair again and headed into the house first. I really can't do anything with you. Yong followed Ye2's pace and repeated, I'm not a mute. Only I and Zhenguo can understand, which is useless. That's not true. This world doesn't have that many gentle people like Yuan. Yong, you should seriously learn how to talk, otherwise how will you communicate with others? I'm not a mute. You can't just live on Misty Fog Mountain, you will definitely encounter more people. Not necessary. Really Zhenguo, don't just watch it, come help me talk to him. Zhenguo stood with her hands behind her back, smiling as she watched Ye2 and Yong. Even the dim light of Misty Fog Mountain in the evening could not dampen her good spirits. But if Yong could change, he would have already done so. Zhenguo, don't spoil Yong like that, okay? If he continues to be so willful, he really won't change. Aren't you? Zhenguo flashed a sweet smile. You know, only loved children can be willful. Yuan found Zhuo in front of a small waterfall in the mountains. When Yuan found him, he was sitting on the edge of a cliff sketching the waterfall before him, and beside him was a bamboo basket containing evenly sized pieces of wood, clearly the wood he had gathered for learning wood carving. Indeed, he was captivated by the scenery. Yuan smiled as he walked out of the woods, and the beautiful sight finally unfolded before his eyes. At this moment, the full moon was rising, the brightest and largest it would be. The round moon aligned perfectly with the top of the waterfall, casting a dazzling silver glow on the cascading waters, while the waterfall, wrapped in the brilliant silver light, flowed down from above, ultimately splashing into the pond and reflecting the moonlight, creating a shimmering spectacle. The entire sky apart from this full moon had nothing else to compete for brilliance, making the whole cliff appear as if it were a fairyland under the pure moonlight. Yuani stood beside, his voice always gentle. Indeed, no matter how many times I am always awed by the scenery you discover. Zhuo is truly skilled at finding beauty. It's not that I discovered them, it's that they discovered me, as they've always been there for hundreds of years. Zhuo did not turn around, his eyes still fixed on the rushing waterfall. Why did you come, brother? You two and the others were worried that you got lost. Zhuo glanced at Yuan. He suspiciously fell silent for a second, then lowered his head again, continuing to sketch in his drawing book. I did indeed get lost. In accordance with the... But if I hadn't gotten lost, I wouldn't have seen this magnificent scene of the full moon illuminating the waterfall. Zhuo smiled. I suppose the so-called 9 heavens hanging down the hidden Milky Way refers to this kind of scenery, right? Is the 9 heavens inverted star river a new haiku? No, it is a phrase I saw when I bought books before from a country across the sea, a style called poetry. Zhou smiled slightly, saying, although the words are somewhat difficult to understand, they read quite simply and elegantly. It is said that this phrase has been passed down since before the Heian period, but because it is quite obscure, very few people learn it. I only became interested in it in the past 200 years. Yuan Yi's fingers gently caressed the hilt of his blade. Poetry. Oh, I'm sorry, did that remind you of your wife? Indeed a little, but after so long poetry should have reincarnated, right? Yuan Yi sat beside Zhou, looking up at the seemingly reachable full moon. Speaking of which, even now I still feel somewhat apologetic. What? Zhou's gaze shifted between Yuan Yi and the illustrated book, finally, choosing to temporarily set down his brush. What burden have you taken upon yourself this time? I apologize for not being able to give her a world without demons for so long. Yuan Yi lowered his head, resting the long blade across his lap, and gently tracing the patterns on the sheath. After a moment of silence he spoke, but it should be soon. Miss Juya said that Muzan has recently begun to operate openly, and the so-called 12 Kazuki are also exceptionally active. As long as we can obtain accurate information. Yes, as long as we have the precise location with you here, it will end soon. Yes, I hope so. Yuan Yi paused for a moment. By the way, Zhou probably doesn't know, right? What? Zhou turned to look at Yuan Yi. What don't I know? The breathing technique of my elder brother is the moon breathing technique. Yuan Yi looked up again, the bright full moon reflecting in his eyes momentarily, making him appear like a celestial being with white hair and white eyes who had stumbled into the mortal realm. Yet his voice was filled with sorrow. It should be that pure and flawless moon. Zhou fell into silence after a brief moment of astonishment, and after a long time, he picked up his brush again. Yes, it should indeed be flawless. After that, Yuan Yi and Zhou ceased their conversation. Zhou quietly sketched the scenery in front of him in the illustrated book, while Yuan Yi entered meditation beside him. Until the next morning, when the rising sun illuminated the mist from the waterfall, casting a rainbow glow, they both rose and headed toward the wooden house of Rintak. Just as they were about to reach the wooden house, Yuan Yi suddenly turned his head, looking towards the nearby forest. Is that Mr. Rintak? Only then did Zhou realize and turn his head, his gaze finally landing on a large tree. Over there. I didn't hear any footsteps, but based on strength it should indeed be Mr. Rintak. Mr. Rintak, wearing a wave-patterned haori, walked out from behind the tree, secretly surprised by their keen perception, yet his expression remained unchanged. You two have taken quite a while to find this wood. Zhou immediately lowered his head. I'm sorry, I got distracted by the scenery after getting lost. Scenery. Rintak scanned Zhou's figure. What kind of scenery can my misty mountain provide? The wonderful scenery of moonlight cascading like a waterfall. Zhou raised his head, took out his illustrated book, and excitedly showed it to Rintak. Because of the heavy mist, I only drew a sketch. He'll find another opportunity in a few days to perfect the picture. Though such a pure beauty can be depicted in a sketch, it still feels like something is missing without color. Rintak looked at the drawing in the illustrated book and was momentarily speechless. After a long silence, he finally spoke. It seems you really do not enjoy swordsmanship. If you had given a third of your talent in painting to swordsmanship, you wouldn't have done something like throwing your sword to smash demons during the assessment. Rintak closed the illustrated book and handed it back to Zhou. Let me see the wood you found. Sure. Zhou took off the backpack. This is it. Rintak looked at the evenly sized wood in the backpack, all with various knots, and after a moment of silence he spoke. Zhou, go find smoother wood and come back. But I specifically chose these. Zhou picked up a piece of wood from the backpack. Look at this grain. You are just a beginner. Rintak ignored Zhou's disappointment. However, these shouldn't be wasted. Go practice chopping wood with these first. Start with an axe, then switch to a katana, and finally a dagger. Once you can chop them evenly to the thickness of a finger, then bring the wood back to me. Why do we have to chop wood? If you want to learn wood carving, you need to be familiar with your own body. Controlling your strength is the most basic practice. Rintak walked towards the wooden house with his hands in his pockets. If you can't even do this, then don't bother learning. Yuan Yi found it amusing to watch Zhou puff up his cheeks in frustration, sulking as he carried the wood to the spot behind the wooden house to chop it. He followed closely in Rintak's footsteps. Mr. Rintak is truly a good teacher. In all these years I have never once succeeded in making Zhou so proactive in practicing. It's just a common ailment of mentors, they can't stand to see good seedlings being buried. Rintak's voice was calm. It's a pity Zhou is only interested in painting. I wonder how much he can improve like this. Koga Rabbit really talked a lot about you. Koga Rabbit rarely praises anyone, but this time he indeed said a lot about both. Rintak stopped in his tracks and looked at Yuan Yi. I heard from Koga Rabbit that you can slay demons with an ordinary sword. Yes, Yuan, he nodded slightly. As long as I attach the form of the breathing technique to the sword, it's possible. However, this method can easily damage the sword, and if you're not familiar with it, it can be even more distracting. Moreover, it is considered an overloaded application, which can easily injure the lungs. Therefore, it's better to use the Nichiren blade properly to harness the power of the form. I see. How did you come up with such a method? Yuan Yi paused slightly, then smiled. How should I put it? It came from a twist of fate. Oh, Zhou said he wanted to see a sword technique without the form. He mentioned wanting to try drawing me, so I thought to hide the form within the sword. Yuan Yi looked somewhat embarrassed. As a result, the moment I did that, the sword in my hand completely disintegrated and shards flew everywhere. It took me several years of practice to achieve it. That certainly was a twist of fate. Rintak's voice carried a hint of laughter. It's a good thing you're a genius. I'm just an ordinary person with some talent in swordsmanship. Yuan Yi shook his head. Besides, the origin of such a sword technique is a bit childish and hard to admit. Doesn't that just illustrate your talent? Rintak resumed walking. Although I don't know how helpful it will be to you, do you want to join the upcoming swordsman training? Intu held a training iron knife in his hand, staring blankly at the person standing opposite him. After a moment, he turned to Lin Long, who was nearby, in disbelief. Teacher Lin Long, this is. Today, Yuan Yi will train with you all. Lin Long stood with his hands in his pockets. Whoever breaks the bamboo sword in Yuan Yi's hands can rest today. The remaining two will run 10 laps from the top of the mountain to the bottom tonight. If no one breaks it, all three of you will run together until sunset. But teacher, Zhengguo's expression was somewhat worried. The iron sword is much sharper than the bamboo sword. This duel isn't fair. You three are still far from qualified to discuss fairness with him. Remember, both sides can use breathing techniques. You need to integrate the use of breathing techniques into your Buddhist instincts. Alright, begin. Yuan Yi raised the bamboo sword with one hand, slightly nodding to the others with a smile. Please be gentle with me. Intu sighed, drew the long knife from his waist, and held the handle with both hands. Please be gentle with me. As soon as Intu's words fell, he transformed into a blur white mist escaping from the corner of his mouth, and his knife struck horizontally. Water breathing, first form water surface slash. Yuan Yi remained still, lifting his hand to horizontally align the bamboo sword. With a slight flick, he redirected Intu's attack, and then pressed down hard with the bamboo sword, aiming to drive Intu's knife into the ground. However, Intu was not one to sit idly. He simply followed the downward pressure from Yuan Yi and slashed downwards, leaping into the air the shape of his blade, forming a beautiful circle. Water breathing, second form water wheel. Taking advantage of the sword technique, Intu landed and immediately launched another diagonal slash at Yuan Yi with the water wheel. Yuan Yi is just defending. Zhengguo watched the clash, feeling that her eyes were insufficient. So impressive. Yet very strong. Yang's gaze was fixed on the movements of the two in the arena. Intu has lost. Not long after Yang's words, Intu was struck under the chin by Yuan Yi's upward thrust, stepping back and intending to use a shape technique when he was hit again in the chest. The change he was preparing was interrupted, and he stumbled to the ground. Your breathing is already disrupted. Take a short break. Yuan Yi lowered the bamboo sword. When facing a taller opponent, it's best to keep your center of gravity lower. Anytime attacking the legs to restrict movement is the best strategy. Lower center of gravity. Intu cupped his chin as he stood, comparing his height to Yuan Yi's. Then he crouched down to measure again, frowning as he walked to the side. Let me think. Afterward, Yong and Zhengguo took turns practicing with Yuan Yi, but rather than practicing together, it was more like Yuan Yi was feeding them techniques. He would only knock them down when their breathing became chaotic, replacing them with the next person. Later, the three even attacked together, but all they managed to do was prompt Yuan Yi to change his footwork. After a day of practice, Yuan Yi still looked as clean and neat as he did in the morning, while the three of them were all covered in dirt and disheveled. After a day of chopping wood with a firewood knife, Ji finally found an opportunity to pull Yuan Yi aside and ask how to strike the wood more evenly. Yuan Yi picked up the firewood knife, and after chopping 2 pieces of wood, began to explain the power movement of the firewood. A week later, the three were still sent to run laps after practice, but among them the strongest Intu could now go from dozens of moves on the first day to only starting to breathe chaotically after over 100 moves. To correct some of Intu's habits, Yuan Yi specifically consulted with Lin Long about the secrets of water breathing, and then began to apply water breathing techniques to counter the three, once again pressing their progress back to a few moves before changing partners. Ji finally learned wood carving from Lin Long, and when he mentioned that he was already comfortable using a dagger and didn't want to carve with a chisel, he received a scolding from Lin Long. 4 days later, a man wearing a fire mask arrived at the narrow mist mountain, bringing forged swords for the three. Intu and Yang's swords had become striking blue, but while Yang's sword was a deep pure blue, Intu's was slightly lighter. As for Ji, it's gray, a color I haven't seen before. The swordsmith with the fire mask sat to the side, curiously looking at the sword in Ji's hand. May I ask about your breathing technique? I don't know breathing techniques. Ji gently stroked the silver gray blade. This sword seems to be deliberately thickened, and it feels heavier too. Because the cloth strip on the jade gon said as long as it is strong enough, weight doesn't matter. So I made modifications without. The swordsmith's voice sounded somewhat shy. I wonder if it will suit you. Is it too heavy? No, I'm very strong. Oh, that's great. This child looks like he will be able to use it well. But if there's a chance, please reinforce it some more. But because this knife has already been made to weigh 4 kilograms due to the reinforcement, will it really not affect swinging it? It won't. To be honest, it still feels quite light in hand. Ji sheathed the knife and smiled. Thank you for considering my note. Oh, it's nothing. The swordsmith waved his hands repeatedly, but soon had a conflicted look on his face. Actually, I have something else I'd like to ask of you. Moi. Because this is the first knife I'm a bit concerned. Could I ask you to use it carefully? The swordsmith lowered his head. At least until you've slain 5 demons could you not let this child return to the swordsmith village. Alright, I'll take good care of him. Please rest assured to leave it to me. The swordsmith joined his hands together and bowed to Ji. Thank you very much. Oh, then I truly entrust. Ji leaned back slightly. Please don't act like you're entrusting an orphan to me. I will indeed use it carefully. Oh, I'm sorry because this is the first knife given to a swordsman. I can't help but get emotional. Meanwhile, Yuan-e was also being approached by another swordsmith. Why is it black? How disappointing. I've been excited for a long time to forge for the #1 swordsman this time. And yet it turned out to be such an ordinary color. So disappointing. Ordinary. Yuan-e sheathed his long knife, smiling faintly indeed. You are really too strange. Get angry. Get angry. Yuan-e tilted his head, paused for a moment, then spoke. Why should I get angry? Why are you angry? Yuan-e tilted his head, looking somewhat puzzled. In belittling you, do you understand belittling? Hurry, then come and argue with me. How can you be so docile as a person? Yuan-e lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment, then looked up at the particularly irritable swordsmith. But you didn't say anything wrong. I also think of myself as just an ordinary person. Oh, you guy? Swordsmith #2 grabbed his own hair. Is your patience running out? At a time like this, you should be holding a knife against the opponent's neck. But what you said is the truth. Why should I be angry at you? Yuan-e's expression grew even more confused. If I were to be furious just because someone states the facts, wouldn't that be quite rude? I'm so mad. I've never seen such a useless swordsman like you. Swordsmith #2 glared angrily at his companion, who was holding the Nichiren sword, muttering about what to do. Akiha? Let's go. Stop crying, you guy. But Mr. Yaki, Akiha sobbed, this is my first child. Whoa. I really can't rest easy. Whoa. Enough, you guy. Use this time to go back and forge a new Nichiren sword. Yaki directly yanked Akiha off the Nichiren sword, angrily pointing at Yuan-e before leaving. If you don't let my sword kill at least 10 demons, I will definitely teach you a good lesson when he returns to the swordsmith village. Until being dragged away by the furious Yaki, Akiha was still sobbing. Whoa. Mr. Nichiren, I entrust my child. Whoa. Please don't let him return to the swordsmith village too early. Mr. Nichiren. Mr. Nichiren. Absolutely not. Please take good care of that child. Whoa. Zongtu watched the 2 departing swordsmiths, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Should I be thankful that neither my swordsmith nor Yong has come? Nichiren also let out a long sigh of relief, looking seriously at the sword in his hand. To be honest, I've already started to feel psychological pressure. Zongtu nodded in agreement, then looked at the solemn-faced Nichiren. But it seems Nichiren is the type who is soft to the Yuan-e gently stroked the sword's edge, chuckling. Indeed, as long as the attitude softens, Nichiren starts to lose his way with people. Isn't that the same for everyone? Nichiren muttered in dissatisfaction. When someone has good intentions, genuinely cares for you, and makes sacrifices for you, suddenly starts crying and pleading, who wouldn't be at a loss? Zongtu chuckled. Speaking of which, Yuan-e's swordsmith is pretty fierce. Doesn't Yuan-e find it hard to get along with him? Yuan-e looked at Zongtu, tilting his head with a thoughtful expression. Not really. After all, what Mr. Yaki said is the truth. Where's the truth? That guy is just looking for trouble. Nichiren turned to Yuan-e, mumbling, if I had to deal with my brother's swordsmith, I'd definitely scold that guy to tears today. That would be too much. Yuan-e reached out to ruffle Nichiren's hair. They are genuinely making an effort for us. Hasn't Nichiren also been entrusted with care? I'd rather be spared of such trust. Ga. Mission. Multiple people have gone missing in the Ishikawa area, and all the bodies are disfigured and faceless. Suspected demons are on the loose. Mizunaki, Iyong, and Nichiren must hurry. Nichiren was instantly stunned. Why is Zongtu and Iyong not going together but sending me? But Kajikuro apparently ignored his concerns and continued shouting, level Wu swordsman Yuan-e and level Jin swordsman Zenkuzano. Hurry to Nagano. Many passersby have gone missing in the mountains of Nagano, and the investigating team has lost contact. Confirmed demons are on the loose. Immediately set off. Zongtu, holding the newly acquired Nichiren sword, wore an expression of concern. Getting a mission so soon? It seems the situation isn't good. Yuan-e watched Nichiren roll up his sleeves ready to catch the crow and stopped him. Alright, since you've joined the Demon Slayer Corps, let's do the mission properly. I don't want to separate from my brother. Nichiren puffed out his cheeks, glancing at Iyong. I really don't want to be on a team with this guy. Iyong tilted his head slightly. We're different. I won't hold you back. See, there it is again. Nichiren said with a look of disgust. Seriously, can I poison him? Mute. Actually, Iyong is saying, although I am weak, I will do my best not to hold you back. Zongtu couldn't help but cover his face, then pressed his hands together. In any case, I entrust my brother to Nichiren. He may not speak, but Iyong is still very obedient. Nichiren, Iyong is younger than you, Yuan-e said with a smile. He couldn't suppress. You are the older brother. Nichiren. Whoever wants to be the older brother can be one. But in the end, Nichiren still set off with Iyong toward Ishikawa. Though he didn't like the Demon Slayer Corps, he had to fulfill. Yuan-e and Zongtu also set off for Nagano. Before departing, Nichiren repeatedly went over the communication methods with Iyong. When hungry, just say he's hungry. When ready to depart, just say let's go. If he can't keep up or notices he's off course, just say wait. If he spots an enemy, just say be alert. and for any inquiries, simply nod, or shake his head, or pick words from what he says, and above all no unnecessary communication until the mission ends, or else he'll break his legs, and send him to the Fujin house for recovery. Iyong recalled what Zangtu had said that Nichiren could smash a hand demon's upper body with a sheathed sword from 20 meters away, and nodded seriously, checking his Nichiren sword and uniform before bidding farewell to Zangtu, and the others then looked at Nichiren saying let's go. Nichiren waved goodbye to Yuan, who looked utterly helpless, and led Iyong ahead. Iyong diligently followed the agreed communication signals, but after just an hour of saying wait 7 times, he found a long branch, letting Nichiren hold one end, while he held the other, looking exceptionally serious. Stay close. Nichiren thought for a moment, then complied without rebuttal, holding the branch obediently as they followed. With Yang's remarkably determined guiding behavior, their speed toward Ishikawa increased significantly, and they successfully arrived by the evening of the following day. It looks quite peaceful here. Nichiren observed the bustling market of the small town, tilting his head to look at Kajikuro perched on his shoulder. Is it in this small town? Ga, that's right, Ga. Hurry up and investigate. Hurry and investigate. Ga. Nichiren raised his hand to shoo Kajikuro away. I get it, just don't yell on my shoulder. Iyong tilted his head to watch Nichiren, his blue eyes exceptionally calm. If we ask separately, I might not return on time. Nichiren rubbed his chin together. Iyong nodded, pointing at the crowd gathered in front of the bulletin board. Indeed a direction, but we could also ask the victims. Which one to choose? The bulletin, oh it's closer. Alright then, let's ask this first. Nichiren directly tugged Iyong along, finding a kindly-looking uncle, and smiling. Excuse me, uncle. I'd like to ask you something. The old man said the first victim was right here, and this was the only place where there were survivors. Zhou looked at the small courtyard in front of him, stroked his chin, and then turned to Iyong, but I heard that only one woman is left at home. Is it inappropriate for us to visit so late? Iyong pondered for a moment, and nodded. It is inappropriate. Do you have any ideas? We should go to another house. Iyong observed Zhou's expression, and when he saw he had no intention of making a move, he continued, investigate the remains, the empty houses. Then I will investigate the remains, and you check the empty houses. Let's regroup here afterward. If we find any ghosts, make some noise, and the other side can support us quickly. How does that sound? Sounds good. Iyong nodded, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly grasped Zhou's shoulder. Be sure to be on time, I won't be able to find you. Zhou. Looking at Zhou's hand reaching for the knife handle, Iyong quickly withdrew. See you tomorrow. What's wrong with this guy? That fellow Yin, too, never speaks the truth. Zhou clicked his tongue, frowning. The body should be in the security office, right? Going through the proper channels will be quite troublesome. He'll just sneak in. Without hesitation, Zhou concealed his presence and climbed over the wall into the security office. Although he sometimes disliked his ghostly identity, he had to admit that his ghostly sense was incredibly useful when it came to searching for bodies. Ugh, what a stench, I feel like throwing up. Zhou covered his nose, his face contorted in pain. I must be the first ghost to feel nauseated by blood and flesh, right? Easily using his ghostly nails to break the lock, Zhou entered the room, forcing down the urge to vomit as he carefully examined the body, especially the mutilated parts. The facial disfigurement is a knife wound, and the missing parts of the limbs look like they were simply cut and then torn off. Zhou examined the body. There are no obvious bite marks. Is it not a ghost? Or is it a ghost that can conceal itself, or has a sense of ritual? Or is it just humans seeking revenge? Zhou looked at several other corpses, and the situation was the same. There are no breakthrough clues. Let's check the investigation records of the case. By the way, is there a dedicated archive for this kind of thing, or is it in some office? Really? I have to search through each one. Meanwhile, Iyong quietly arrived at the yard where the reported death occurred, agilely climbing in while ensuring he left no trace, meticulously examining the various remnants inside the house. There were no signs of a struggle, nor were things rummaged through, and the furniture remained intact. The ground. Iyong squatted down to examine closely. There are signs of dragging. Iyong frowned, and slowly followed the traces forward. The trail ended with splattered blood marked with a white outline of a person. Clearly the body was found here, and every house was the same. Iyong's frown deepened. If a ghost was behind this, there would be too few traces. At the very least, there should be signs of a struggle. He must have overlooked something. So Iyong retraced his steps, going over everything from beginning to end. In the end, his gaze fell on a white powder near the teapot. After slightly furrowing his brow, Iyong rushed to the next house, and then to the next. In each house, there was white powder scattered next to the kettle. What is this? Iyong bent down, bringing his face close to the white powder, sniffing gently. After a moment, he stood up expressionlessly, beginning to search for something to collect the powder. As for figuring out, indeed I cannot imitate the teacher's nose. Iyong thought to himself, nodding slightly. He went to each house in turn, collecting the suspicious white powder. Iyong returned to the gathering place with 7 or 8 small paper bags. Seeing that Zhou had not yet returned, he found a corner to squat down where he could monitor the house of the only survivor. But whether it was because he had not deliberately hidden himself, or because this family was overly perceptive, Iyong had only squatted for less than a quarter of an hour when a beautiful woman walked out of the house, coming straight toward him, finally stopping in front of him. Iyong grasped the knife handle, looking down at the woman. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with an exquisite figure. Even from the eaves, Iyong could faintly smell a delicate fragrance wafting from her. You must be the samurai here to investigate. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Actually, I have some clues. Would you like to come in and sit down so I can share more? Iyong merely looked at the woman expressionlessly, giving no response. He now felt lightheaded. The only women he had closely interacted with in his life were his sister and Zhenghua, and the woman's affectionate demeanor made him quite uneasy. This gaze lingered for 5 minutes before the woman's smile widened slightly. Hello. Did you hear what I said? Yong simply turned his gaze away, still silent, but if one looked closely they would see the back of his ears were reddening. Zhou said that if you don't know how to respond, just ignore it, that way you'll be perceived as aloof rather than disliked. Yong's gaze fell on the street in the distance, so I just have to ignore her, but why do I feel dizzy? Seeing that there was no response, the woman lowered her head, her expression cooling down, but her voice remained gentle. It seems I was— Why are you chatting with a beautiful woman while I'm investigating the corpse? Could you explain? Zhou held a notebook in his hand, suspiciously examining Yong, who was squatting under the eaves, but soon he abandoned his thoughts, raising his hand to signal Yong to be quiet, and turned to the woman. Forget it, you should stop talking. Now who are you? Aren't you both samurai here to investigate what happened in my home? Oh, you are the survivor. Zhou nodded, surveying the woman for a moment before speaking. Although this may touch on a painful subject for you, do you have any insights into the tragedy that befell your family? We will help you. In fact, I do have some clues. The woman's expression turned sorrowful, but the officials do not believe. I will consider whether to listen to you based on the circumstances. Zhou remained unmoved. Go ahead and tell us. This matter is quite complicated. Why not both of you samurai come to my home? Men and women should not be close. Zhou stepped back, avoiding the woman's outstretched hand, and at this time, as a woman who has just suffered a great change, your eagerness to invite two strangers into your home seems rather suspicious, doesn't it? Moreover, what is more puzzling is that according to my investigation, those families that encountered danger seem to have bought embroidery from you. If it weren't for my ability to confirm you are not a ghost, I would think the task is already complete. Yong felt the scene before him starting to sway, but upon hearing this, he vigorously shook his head, focusing to ask, how do we— You can't learn it. I was born with the ability to see. Zhou waved his hand, looking at the woman. Then let's hear the suspect. The woman smiled, even more enchantingly. Actually, in the evening, when you were reading the notice, I had already noticed you. The woman smiled seductively. With her long black hair, tall stature, and exquisite features like a doll, how striking, how captivating she is. People with such remarkable appearances wherever they go will always receive kindness from others, just like today, when you easily inquired about my residence, didn't you, eh? Day narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. But. The woman's smile remained enchanting, yet her tone gradually filled with malice and extremity. Why is it that your purpose is specifically to seek justice for those scum? Scum? Oh, indeed, they are all worthless people. The woman's icy voice starkly contrasted with her soft demeanor. They are merely a group of commoners who judge others by appearance and trample over others without mercy. Day raised an eyebrow slightly. This was indeed a clue delivered to him. He did not believe the woman could threaten him in any way. Just as he planned to continue questioning, he heard a sound from the roof nearby, a sharp thud. Day instinctively turned to look, finding Yong propped up with a knife, drenched in cold sweat, his face pale. Yong felt his mind growing clouded. The objects before him began to double, but he still forced himself to speak through his weakness. Poison. We need to go. It actually takes 10 minutes to take effect. The body of a warrior should not be underestimated. The woman's voice softened again. But do not worry. To ensure the quality of the skin, I deliberately used only a drug that will leave you unconscious and powerless. You will die peacefully in your dreams. So those people were all killed by you. Day looked at Yong, who had collapsed on the roof, then turned his gaze back. What did you do? Why did you cut off their faces? I merely made their ugly faces even more beautiful. The woman stepped forward. After all, isn't that what they admire? I simply realized what they envied, didn't I? Day frowned, and took a step back, glancing at the already unconscious Yong. This is the first time I have heard killing described so refreshingly. Soon you will know. Your companion has already fainted, and you must be feeling weak as well, right? The woman's smile became increasingly alluring, yet it could not mask the madness in her voice. She extended her hand towards Day. Such a beautiful face of yours must create a wonderful piece of art. Oh, I'm sorry. Day raised his hand and grasped the woman's wrist, his eyes filled with uncontrollable disgust. My resistance to poison is quite high, but it seems you have no intention of cooperating, huh? This is indeed surprising. The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her other hand. But without evidence, killing me will only bring you disgrace. Yes, because I don't intend to be stained with meaningless bloodshed, I also plan to use some special methods. Day released his grip, jumped onto the roof, confirmed that Yong had truly lost consciousness, and amidst the woman's astonished expression, extended his hand. Blood Demon Technique, World Painting Scroll, Memory Removal. In an instant of enduring the Blood Demon Technique, the woman collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Despite being a feared murderer, she was still just a human being. Day then closed his eyes to review the memories he had extracted using the Blood Demon Technique. It was a story of twins. The hostess of this family gave birth to a pair of female twins, but for some unknown reason, one side of the facial skin of the two infants was fused. To save the lives of the woman and the infants, the midwife cut off the fused skin of the older sister with scissors, allowing both babies to be born safely. However, the sister without one side of her skin became an ugly monster, while the sister who retained her skin blossomed into a renowned beauty. Yet the bond between the sisters was very strong, and the older sister was a talented woman. Her embroidery even attracted the attention of the powerful in the capital, who came to seek her out and expressed a desire to marry her. But the older sister was extremely self-conscious about her appearance and had the younger sister reach out to that person on her behalf. As time passed, the older sister finally let go of her insecurities and decided to meet that person. Regardless of the outcome, she wanted to clarify her feelings to this gentle and patient individual. However, when she stepped out of her room and passed through the front hall, she heard her younger sister's voice. How can you pursue me? What place does that leave my sister? But she has never agreed to meet me. It has always been you handling these matters. Haven't you felt even a flicker of affection for me? I am indeed delighted, but what about my sister? I only admire her talent, as she will understand. So do you Yes, I actually have feelings for you too. The older sister was taken aback and silently returned to her room, picking up her needle and thread again. This was normal, though after all she had been so timid and delayed for so long. She was the one who had her sister contact the man, and it was the man who had first expressed his feelings. Though unwilling, what could she do? The older sister returned to her previous silence, but what troubled her was that her younger sister continued to pass messages on her behalf, showing no intention of being honest with her. It wasn't until shortly before their wedding that the younger sister finally told her about this matter, expressing her guilt towards her sister, but only now did she choose to delay informing her. Moreover, because of her younger sister's consistent outward behavior, the villagers believed it was due to the older sister's great ugliness or some disgraceful act that caused the man to reject her and choose the more virtuous and beautiful younger sister. Anger and jealousy continuously scorched the older sister's sanity, yet the younger sister still brought wedding clothes every day to talk to her, dreaming of a beautiful future. The string in the older sister's mind snapped. On the eve of the wedding, she killed her younger sister, meticulously skinned her face, and sewed it onto her own with her exquisite embroidery skills. Thus, the older sister became her younger sister. However, when the man lifted the veil, he was utterly shocked. Why are you here? Wasn't it agreed that you would bring your sister? What? Did you not discover that your sister was eavesdropping that day and you wanted to trick her? I said before, whether she is beautiful or ugly, I like her. The older sister froze, and after a long time she reached up to tear off the skin sewn onto her face filled with surprise. You like me, eh? The man witnessing this scene was horrified. You are insane. You are not her. You are a demon. Looking at the man's disgusted gaze, anger and hatred surged within the older sister. Indeed, people only judge by appearances. This person is no different. Otherwise, why would he treat me this way after confessing his love? If only it were my younger sister who had her face cut off at the beginning. The older sister comforted the man, weeping that she was momentarily possessed by a demon and would turn herself in tomorrow, holding out a wine cup, pleading for the man to spend one night with her, fulfilling her obsession. The man softened, and after reasoning with the older sister, he took the wine she offered and drank it without a care. This was the second person the older sister had killed. The older sister felt no guilt or unease about killing. She calmly dragged her younger sister's corpse over, placed it beside the man, then cut off the man's face, also slicing their flesh, disguising them as victims of a legendary cannibalistic attack. She restored her own appearance and reported to the authorities. As rumors of a demon eating people had long circulated, the villagers were anxious, but no one suspected this delicate woman. Once everything settled, the older sister took out the 2 pieces of facial skin she had preserved, carefully repaired them, and adorned them with exquisite embroidery, turning them into beautiful masks. Since every person's skin is unique, each embroidered mask became one of a kind, leading to an influx of admirers. Thus, she crazily sought new targets. Initially cautious, she later acted purely on impulse. As more and more embroidered masks appeared, she was gradually surrounded by praise, yet some still spoke venomously. Ah, such beautiful embroidery, yet made by such an ugly person. Hee, look at her, it seems no one will ever like her in this lifetime. If she couldn't embroider, such an ugly person wouldn't deserve to live in this world. The older sister quietly listened to these remarks. There was no need for her to argue with these critics. She just needed to remember to choose the loudest critics next time. However, the continuous disappearances could not escape the eyes of the authorities. Among the dead were not only locals, but also many outsiders, including tall men. Each time, she had an alibi, so although the authorities were suspicious, they never acted against her. As the situation escalated, she finally attracted the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps, legendary figures akin to cannibals. Standing at the street corner, she first laid her eyes on 2 exquisitely handsome youths. Both youths had long black hair. One had slightly gray-tipped hair, wearing a light blue-gray Haori, always adorned with a gentle smile. Though tall, they exuded a youthful innocence. The other youth, with a cold demeanor, had clear and lively blue eyes, yet could not hide his underlying anxiety, often instinctively clutching the hem of his dark red Haori, mimicking someone and closely following the steps of the former youth. What outstanding individuals they are. Her gaze could not be torn away. When she saw the 2 youths briefly discussing before inquiring about the recent deaths, her desires became uncontrollable. Such beautiful faces should be preserved well. With a sigh, she watched the 2 youths split up to investigate, then returned to her home and selected the most beautiful piece of facial skin she had preserved to sew onto her own face. The pain of the silver needle piercing through skin and flesh only heightened her excitement for what might happen next. She could even imagine the incredulous expressions of the 2 youths once deceived. Oh, what wonderful expressions they will have. After tending to the stitched wounds, she quietly waited by the window for the 2. The blue-eyed youth returned, squatting on the eaves and looking this way. Even without his companion, he diligently carried out his task. How adorable. She took the antidote, infused her clothes with a specially concocted drug, and stepped outside to engage the youth in conversation. The youth initially widened his eyes in surprise, but soon pressed his lips together and turned his head away while she stood below, catching sight of his flushed ears. Oh, what a lovely child. Oh, I must be gentle with him. I wonder about his companion. Day could no longer look on. The various thoughts in the woman's memory only made him feel disgusted. Humans truly are unlikable. Day, carrying the unconscious Eong, lightly leaped down from the eaves and walked over to the woman. The nail of his right index finger turned gray and sharpened, but just as he was about to stab her throat, he hesitated. Dying like this would be too easy for you. After a moment of thought, Day used the blood demon technique again, erasing all the woman's memories of the time after Eong lost consciousness, sending her back to her home. He then carried Eong to the nearest wisteria house to settle him in and returned to find the prosecutor responsible for this matter, writing down the entire case and linking it to the prosecutor's personal secrets in a document, quietly placing it under the pillow of this prosecutor. As for the next day, the prosecutor's mood upon discovering the document and how he felt when sending people to arrest the woman only to find every file room had been rummaged through, Day could only express that there was no need to thank him. After all, he was a law-abiding citizen. Saya must be sacrificing too much, Day thought. The next day, the first thing Eong shouted upon waking from the effects of the medicine was, "Don't worry about me. Run." Day, who was eating daifuku, was startled and nearly choked, glaring at Eong with irritation. "What are you so jumpy for? What about that woman from yesterday? She was taken away this morning." Day chewed on a strawberry daifuku, looking at the sunlight-drenched courtyard outside. "But she seems a bit unconvinced." "Why, oi?" Eong tilted his head, looking puzzled at Day. "Probably because she couldn't peel our faces off to create the art she envisioned. She kept shouting something like, 'Let me go. I still have works unfinished. I have 2 excellent materials. As long as I can make them into embroidered pieces.' Such phrases. Embroidered pieces, eh? It's about completely peeling off the skin of the face, processing it, embroidering according to the skin's texture, and finally selling it to the wealthy as thin masks for covering the face." Eong subtly curled his fingers. "How cruel." Day looked at the obviously frightened Eong and chuckled softly. In a sense, humans can be much crueler to each other than demons are to humans. The most terrifying thing in this world will always be humans and will only ever be humans. Eong was taken aback as he first witnessed the mocking expression on Zhou's face. Zhou, however, picked up the last strawberry daifuku on the plate, stood up, and said, "All right, since you are awake, I shall take my leave." "Where are you going?" Eong snapped back to reality. "He'll go with you. I am heading to Kyoto to undertake a new mission from the Tengu. They say there is a powerful demon there, and all nearby swordsmen are to provide support." Zhou placed the strawberry daifuku in his mouth and replied, "Although I've given you the antidote, the effects of the medicine in your body have yet to wear off. With your sluggish hands and feet, you wouldn't be of much use, and besides, you need to be alone sometimes." Eong remained silent for a moment before speaking. "You might get lost." Zhou retorted. "Are you deliberately trying?" Eong observed the increasingly dangerous expression on Zhou's face and silently closed his mouth. However, just before Zhou was about to leave the room, he couldn't help but say, "Be careful." Zhou paused, slightly turned back, and waved at Eong with a smile. "Don't worry, there is no one in this world who can kill me. You should focus on your recovery and regain your strength as soon as possible." Eong quietly watched Zhou leave, feeling his powerless body. He pursed his lips and lay back down, muttering, "It really is different." It is often said that one must act according to their position, and Zhou wholeheartedly agreed with this principle. Thus, in order to arrive at the mission site on time, he decisively took Kaguya as his guide. To show his sincerity, he even closed his eyes and refrained from looking around, while Kaguya, unable to fight back or escape, could only very reluctantly, yet actively lead Zhou. The streets of Kyoto were much more bustling than those of Ishikawa, and Zhou could hardly contain his restless heart. Noticing that no swordsman had arrived at the meeting point, he naturally walked into a nearby dessert shop and ordered 10 strawberry daifuku, sitting at a table to eat. He pondered, wondering who he would be assisting in this mission. He thought as long as it wasn't someone like Eong, who couldn't speak, it would be fine. After finishing off the shop owner's entire stock of strawberry daifuku, Zhou finally spotted a person dressed in a demon slayer uniform approaching with Kaguya. The newcomer was tall, with short black hair, wearing a light green haori printed with Namu Amida Butsu, and walked with a steady and swift pace. However, it wasn't until he got closer that Zhou noticed his features, which surprised him somewhat. His features could only be described as decent, but a grotesque scar ran horizontally across his forehead, and his eyes bore an abnormal pallor, seemingly unable to see. His expression carried a sadness that could easily infect others, making anyone who looked at him unable to resist feeling sorrowful. This monk-like swordsman was currently clasping his hands together, manipulating a string of red prayer beads, which, judging by their shine, were clearly personal belongings. Yet no matter how one looked at it, Zhou felt that this person was a chanting monk, despite the visible muscle on his forearm indicating he was someone who trained regularly and was quite strong. The man stood at the street corner, and soon Kaguya perched itself on his shoulder, replacing the previous one. After slightly tilting his head, the monk-like swordsman walked directly toward the dessert shop. Zhou ceased his observation, stood up, settled his bill with the owner, and exited the small shop. Although he could not see, the person in front had a very keen sense. He stopped about 3 meters away from Zhou, his hands clasped together, and his head slightly bowed. "You must be the swordsman here to assist." "Yes, hello." Since he was unsure of the monk's taboos, Zhou also clasped his hands together in greeting. "I am Zhou, a level 9 swordsman who just arrived from Ishikawa." I am called Baiming Yueying. I am a level 6 swordsman. The man straightened up, and seeing that he did not seem inclined to continue speaking, Zhou took the initiative. By the way, Mr. Baiming Yueying, what do you know about this mission? The Kagaya that notified me didn't say anything. No need to call me Mr. Just call me Baiming Yueying, or simply Yueying. Baiming Yueying recited a Buddhist prayer. All I know is that there are supposedly demons from the 12 Kazuki around here constantly attacking civilians. The 12 Kazuki, huh? Zhou frowned. I hope it isn't another human-made issue. Human-made? Zhou briefly recounted the situation he encountered during his first mission. Tears fell from Baiming Yueying's pale eyes. How tragic. There is already so much suffering in the world, why must humanity harm each other? Indeed, it is truly incomprehensible. Zhou sighed. By the way, is it just the two of us? The Kagaya told me that nearby swordsmen were coming to support us. Ga. They have been severely injured in previous battles and can no longer fight. Kagaya perched on Baiming Yueying's shoulder chimed in, but they are all on standby at the nearest Fuji household. If an unavoidable battle occurs, they will come to assist. I see. But are there really so few demon slayers? Zhou tilted his head. I saw quite a lot of people participating in the assessment, and if it weren't for me and my brother this year, there should have been even more joining the ranks, right? In fact, only a few hundred swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps can actually fight demons. Some swordsmen may have passed the assessment, but their fear of demons has rendered them unable to continue fighting, and they can only switch to logistics. Baiming Yueying no longer shed tears, his hands still clasped in front of his chest. Compared to the number of demons, there are far too few qualified swordsmen. No wonder even someone like me who can't use breathing techniques is needed. Baiming Yueying. You can't use breathing? Yes, I've tried many methods, but I just can't learn them. Zhou nodded. I can't master either my brother's breathing or that of Master Rentaki. And what about you, Baiming Yueying? What school of breathing techniques do you practice? Ba, I am the successor of the Breath of the Rock. Surely, Zhou, your journey as a swordsman must be quite challenging. Not really, after all, I am quite strong and can easily behead demons. I have a natural advantage. Zhou then looked at Baiming Yueying. By the way, I didn't see your sword. I do not practice swordsmanship. I use a chained hammer with a blade on one end. It's too conspicuous to carry, so I temporarily left it at the Fuji household. I will retrieve it before sunset. What a coincidence. Zhou exclaimed, patting Baiming Yueying's shoulder with excitement. I can't use swordsmanship either. Baiming Yueying. Is anyone allowed to be a swordsman now? Afterward, Zhou followed Bei Mingyu Xingming to gather information. Although Bei Mingyu Xingming tried to conceal his feelings, Zhou could still sense his wariness towards him. Did I expose something? Or does this person have some unpleasant memories that I reminded him of? Zhou observed the meticulously organized Bei Mingyu Xingming, and his gaze remained fixed on his back. Though unable to see, Bei Mingyu Xingming was acutely aware of the scrutinizing gaze directed at him by Zhou, which made him uneasy. Excuse me. Is there something wrong with me? Zhou was taken aback, shook his head, but upon seeing Bei Mingyu's eyes, he quickly added, no, not at all. Then why do you keep staring at me? Oh well. Zhou felt a bit awkward. It's because Bei Mingyu seems to be wary of me, so I was a little concerned, wondering if I did something taboo. Bei Mingyu Xingming slightly lowered his head. His pale eyes, which should not have been visible, gave Zhou a sense of being watched. No, Zhou hasn't done anything wrong. Bei Mingyu Xingming gently twirled the prayer beads. It's just that I have my own mental block to get over. I see. Zhou nodded. I understand. Aren't you curious? To say I'm not curious would be a lie, but since it's a mental block, it must be something you don't want to remember. Zhou reached out to pat Bei Mingyu Xingming's shoulder. I've had my own mental blocks as well. Based on my own experience, I prefer not to share or mention them, so I can somewhat understand your thoughts. I should apologize. I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable. No, it's nothing. Bei Mingyu Xingming paused his movement with the prayer beads. Would you mind if I shared a bit more? Sure, I'm listening. Actually, a year ago, I was just a blind monk who knew nothing and was responsible for taking care of orphans. Bei Mingyu Xingming turned around and walked slowly. However, because the wisteria incense in the temple expired, a ghost broke in. Though blind, my physical strength was strong enough to confront the ghost, so I shouted loudly for the children to come to my side, but they were terrified and ran in all directions. Only the youngest girl, who was unwell, stayed behind me, and in the end, only she survived. Listening to Bei Mingyu's narrative, Zhou unconsciously recalled the first swordsman of Yinhu, Yinzing Lichuan, who used to be a teacher. Did Bei Mingyu Xingming, like him, resolutely take the path of slaying ghosts to protect the children from harm? However, when the daytime came, the ghost was killed by the sun, and that child, out of fear, identified me as the murderer. Zhou's thoughts froze. But if the child is too young, it's normal for them to speak out of fear. Couldn't the officials just check the bodies to understand? But there was another child. Didn't you say only the youngest survived? Bei Mingyu Xingming fell silent for a long time. That child wasn't really one of the temple's children. I had picked him up and raised him, but I had to kick him out because he kept stealing money and never repented. On the night I kicked him out, he returned to the temple crying and begging me to let him in, saying it was too late, and he was scared, asking me to take him in for one more night. Later, when he testified, he firmly claimed that I killed the other children. Upon checking the wisteria incense, it was found to have been deliberately broken, and since I was born with extraordinary strength and was the only one managing the wisteria incense in the temple, the officials ultimately concluded that I did everything. So, Zhou lowered his gaze. His voice remained unchanged, but his furrowed brows clearly indicated that he was starting to get angry. So it was that child who attracted the ghost, broke the incense, and then chose to pin everything on you. Perhaps because I am blind, I am seen as a person with dark thoughts, a villain who only vents emotions on children. Bei Mingyu Xingming twisted the prayer beads, reciting a mantra without directly answering. After that, although I was saved by the Lord and spared from death, dedicating myself to the cause of slaying ghosts, I really find it hard to trust children. After all, children are inherently fickle. Having experienced something like that. Zhou began to nod, but suddenly froze, looking up at Bei Mingyu Xingming. I heard that this year only a pair of brothers passed the assessment, and the one who ranked first just turned of age. Zhou, Bei Mingyu continued, and judging by your way of speaking, your taste in food, and your approach to matters, even if you are old enough, you are undoubtedly still a child. Zhou, tisk, it's all that Yanta's fault for overthinking things. Zhou was already contemplating how to challenge Yanta the next time they met, but Bei Mingyu Xingming, seemingly unaware of his thoughts, spoke earnestly. Even though I have mental blocks, I will still trust the companions of the ghost-slaying team in terms of tasks. I feel completely uncomforted. Zhou pouted, muttering, why are all my teammates so eloquent? I really want to team up with my brother. Bei Mingyu Xingming. Indeed a child. Though still finding it hard to trust, he earnestly discussed task-related matters with Zhou. People in the city may know that someone is missing, but they firmly believe that this city is protected by the goddess and that no ghost will attack. The missing person must have encountered misfortune due to insufficient faith in the goddess. Bei Mingyu Xingming clasped his hands together and recited a mantra. In my opinion, that so-called goddess must be the evil ghost causing trouble here. I agree. Zhou nodded, looking at the heavily guarded small shrine, but we can't get in there. There are still ways to enter. Bei Mingyu gently stroked the feathers of the crow on his shoulder. Juejia says there's a path behind the small shrine we can take. Who is Juejia? She is one of my crows, Bei Mingyu Xingming resumed, twisting the prayer beads. Because I can't see, I have 2 crows that often accompany me to guide my way. Do these crows have names? Did Zhou not know all this time? Who would know such things? Who would specifically ask a bird's name? Am I that idle? Bei Mingyu Xingming listened to Zhou's endless complaints, silently twisting the prayer beads. It seems he is indeed a pampered child. Though momentarily startled to learn that each Kagami crow possessed its own name, Asa quickly composed himself and began discussing infiltration plans with Himejima Jyomiai. The path behind the shrine is well concealed, but its terminus still falls within the patrol routes of the shrine guards. If possible, I propose one of us draw attention, Heathen. I'm not particularly fond of stealth missions. I'll take the frontal approach, Asa said, meeting Himejima Jyomiai's gaze. And though I'd rather not admit it, I tend to lose my way without guidance. Unforeseen complications might arise. Agreed, Himejima Jyomiai nodded. Take care not to harm civilians. And I can only guarantee no. Asa rested his chin on his palm, his eyes drifting toward the distant shrine. After all, under fervent faith, believers are capable of anything. Do be cautious yourself, Jyomiai. Those deliberately exposed paths are almost certainly traps, and it matters not. Should all the demons converge upon me, so much the better. How remarkably confident you are in your strength. Asa withdrew his gaze and rose from the table. By the way, I've yet to see your weapon. Let's head to the Fuji residence while we still have time, and inform the other swordsmen of our plan, though they're unlikely to. Very well, Himejima Jyomiai replied calmly, fingers still gliding over his prayer beads as he gave a slight bow. It grows late. Let us return to the Fuji residence. Asa raised no objection and obediently fell into step behind him. And thus Himejima Jyomiai came to understand precisely what Asa meant by easily losing his way. Though merely walking an ordinary road, Asa repeatedly paused or veered off course, distracted now by a trinket at a roadside stall, now by an unfamiliar wildflower. Over the short distance from the shrine precincts back to the Fuji residence, Himejima Jyomiai had to guide him back onto the path 5 times, following the Kagami crow's directions. Forgive my bluntness. Himejima Jyomiai's expression softened with sorrow. How precisely did Asa manage to arrive in Kyoto punctually? Asa turned away, refusing to answer. Yet the moment Himejima Jyomiai drew forth his weapon, he eagerly leaned in, seizing it without hesitation and testing its weight before the astonished eyes of the hidden. This feels far more unwieldy than a blade. Asa handed the weapon back. And wielding such a rare instrument in battle, Jyomiai, you truly are extraordinary in every sense. Since I cannot perceive the world beyond a sword would make precise decapitation nearly impossible, Himejima explained as the hidden helped secure the weapon across his back. But a blunt instrument allows me to strike demons directly, and from their reaction ascertain their position. Asa nodded thoughtfully, yet his gaze lingered uneasily on the grotesque chainmace, words faltering. In the end, he simply retreated indoors, not to rest, but to sit motionless, lost in reverie until nightfall. When the appointed hour arrived, Asa departed with Himejima Jyomiai, and to his mild surprise, every swordsman, regardless of injury, stood fully armored and assembled to bid them farewell. A single glance conveyed all. Should action be required, they would leave the Fuji residence without hesitation, even if it cost them their lives. Humans remain as complex as ever. Such was Asa's quiet reflection. As planned, Himejima Jyomiai followed the Kagami crow's guidance out of town and circled toward the mountain's rear, preparing to enter the shrine via the hidden path, while Asa, sword in hand, headed for the smaller shrine to incite chaos and divert pressure from his companion. Yet upon reaching the small shrine's gate, he found crowds of parents already lining up with their children for another round of blessing. Frowning at the swelling throng, Asa swiftly masked his expression and approached a passerby with practiced ease. "Excuse me, what is this gathering for? The shrine closes at night, does it not? You must be from out of town." The young man smiled. "This is the blessing rite. Locals between 10 and 16 years old line up nightly to drink sacred water blessed by the shrine maiden, said to shield children from illness. Even if you've passed that age, you're welcome to observe. Our shrine maiden is most kind. She'll surely grant you her blessing too. And thank you. I'll go have a look." Asa offered a courteous farewell, then resumed his calm demeanor as he strode toward the shrine. A demon feeding upon devotion. Should one call humanity foolish, or the demon cunning? He joined the queue's tail, idly pondering what might happen should he overturn the blessing altar mid-ritual. I'd likely be chased down by half the town. At least the commotion would suffice. After all, in a place teeming with devotees, a single act of sacrilege would inevitably command attention, no matter how it unfolded. Soon Asa reached the entrance where a shrine attendant guided him inside. The shrine's layout exuded refined elegance. The solemn torii gates and lush greenery harmonized into a scene of captivating serenity. Yet on the sixth occasion, the attendant halted Asa as he attempted to veer off toward a side path his patience had visibly frayed. "We're nearly there. Please refrain from wandering. Shall I not join the others? You're an outsider. The others are locals." The attendant pushed open the shrine's doors. "This is it. Please enter." The instant Asa stepped through the threshold, he froze. Inside, silence reigned absolute. Shrine attendants and Miko performed their duties, tending lamps, offering prayers, with solemn grace. Yet behind each figure stretched a stark, unmistakable shadow. All demons. No wonder the rite unfolds only at night. "Please follow me." Nasa met the attendant's disapproving gaze with a wry shrug before stepping across the threshold. Does this fellow even realize he's the sole human here? A flicker of pity crossed Asa's eyes as he observed the attendant. The attendant, however, failed to register Asa's sympathy, bowing deeply instead toward the high priest standing upon the dais. "Master Shurshur, this is a traveler from afar. Having heard of our rites, he wishes to receive the shrine maiden's blessing." "I see," replied the man named Shurshur, his smile gentle and refined. "I shall conduct the rite myself. You may—" Once the attendant closed the door and departed, Shurshur's smile twisted, his sharp fangs gleaming. "Another demon slayer. How resourceful of you to trace us here." "No, you're the resourceful ones." Asa lifted his gaze, a sardonic smirk playing on his lips as his right hand settled upon his sword's hilt. "I confess, I hadn't anticipated finding over a dozen demons gathered in one place. Truly, you've given me quite a fright." "We merely survive beneath our Lord's protection." Shurshur's smile contorted further. "Thus, to avoid drawing his wrath, we must ask you to remain here and become our meal. Rest assured, no matter the clamor you raise, the humans outside will pay it no mind. Ultimately, humanity is a species defined by ignorance. Offer them sanctuary, and they flock without question, even knowing we slay them. So long as we deliver benefit, they choose willful blindness." Truly. I was instructed to draw attention." Asa sighed, drawing his blade and tapping its flat against his shoulder as his gaze swept the demons encircling him. "Tell me, do you honestly believe this paltry number suffices for me to slaughter? Has despair driven you mad? Then let's test that theory." Asa lowered his blade's tip, a derisive chuckle escaping him. "Tell me, do you know who has watched me train day after day?" Haimajima Jomiai advanced through the forest as directed by the Kagami crow. Fortunate indeed that these birds, specially trained, retained keen sight, even in darkness. Otherwise, navigating alone would have proven perilous. "This is the spot, Ka." The crow's voice dimmed, sounding strangely distorted. "Straight ahead lies the small shrine, but patrols are dense. I wonder how Asa fares." Haimajima Jomiai clasped his hands in prayer, a faint crease of concern marking his brow. "Was I overly hasty?" And boom. A tremor of immense force. Haimajima Jomiai frowned, rising to his feet. "Kesho, what has occurred?" Ka. The Kagami crow perched upon his shoulder remained stunned for several seconds, only stammering into speech when prompted again. "A hall has collapsed." Haimajima Jomiai. "And precisely how is he drawing attention?" Even amid grave urgency, his focus wavered, just for a breath. "The patrolling guards have all rushed toward the collapsed hall." Ka. An excellent opportunity. Haimajima Jomiai snapped back to awareness, shifting the chain mace from his back into his grip. "Let us move. Dispatch the demons swiftly, then locate Asa." Asa stood atop the rubble, surveying the encroaching shrine attendants with a sigh. "In a certain sense, it's truly regrettable. I couldn't crush you all to death." Shurshur staggered upright, spitting dust from his mouth, his gaze burning with venomous fury. This swordsman was a madman. Having slain 3 demons with blinding speed, he'd ignored the rest entirely and begun demolishing the shrine itself. Worse, he'd seized demons by the collar and hurled them headlong into walls. And surely demon slayers were supposed to proceed with caution. Were they not meant to tread carefully, restrained by fear? Why could he act so unhesitatingly? And madman. As if reading his thoughts, Asa grinned. "My apologies, I hold no concern for discovery. In truth, I rather look for what in Though it appears demons prey upon humanity, now once their existence becomes undeniable, they'll be seen for what they truly are. Beasts wearing human faces." Asa scoffed. "Frankly, I'm quite eager to witness it. Merely frail humans. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Sure. Are you ill? That wasn't praise. Nasa glanced down at his sun-breathing blade, now slightly dulled, and smiled. 2 more strikes, and I can wield it without reservation. Don't stand idle. Attack now. Do you wish punishment from our lord? Sure roared at the surrounding demon attendants. Then as he lunged past one, seized the creature and hurled it toward Asa like a projectile. Asa accepted the gift without hesitation, decapitating the demon midair before pivoting his blade to meet Shurshu's charge. Yet as if preordained, Shurshu's hand shot upward, then slammed down with brutal precision, striking the blade's flank. Clang. And staring at the shattered edge, Asa instinctively recoiled, leaving him vulnerable. Shurshu's next strike landed true claws shearing through the cord binding Asa's hair. Asa staggered backwards several paces before staring dazed at the broken blade in his hand. It broke. You're a novice swordsman, aren't you? Shurshu kicked the upper fragment aside. Though a blade withstands direct impact admirably, its side remains brittle. A demon slayer without a sword. Tell me. Shurshu stared at Asa's impassive face, and inexplicably a chill snaked up his spine, halting his advance. What a... One more demon, and I'll wield this blade without restraint. Asa's grip tightened around the hilt. When I received it, someone begged me, tears streaming, to bear this burden. Do you know the weight of such a plea? Shurshu gazed at the fractured blade, its edge slowly staining crimson, and felt a primal dread surge within him. Who cares? What are you waiting for? Attack, all of you. Charge, and before the onslaught of over a dozen demons, Asa remained rooted. Voice low, seething, how long do you think I've endured for this blade? Filth. All of you. Mere filth. A crimson arc erupted from Asa's center, engulfing the rushing demon shrine attendants and Miko alike, reducing them instantly to ash. Terror flooded Shurshu's heart. He whirled and fled toward the crowd, only to feel a piercing impact. Something impaled him, pinning him to the ground, searing agony erupting from the wound as if scoured by wildfire. Asa straightened, gazing down at Shurshu, pinned by half the broken blade. He paid him no heed, instead retrieving the remaining fragment and gripping it firmly before approaching the shrieking Shurshu. Monster! You're the true monster! Shurshu screamed, now resembling nothing more than a pitiful, bedraggled mortal. Help! Someone help me! The commotion had never been concealed. Shrine personnel already lingered nearby, now surging forward en masse. What has happened to the shrine? Great heavens! Is that High Priest Shurshu? Who is that figure in the gray-blue Haori? Why are they fighting? Shurshu locked eyes with the crowd, hope flaring in his gaze. This man seeks to murder the shrine maiden. The other priests lie slain by his hand. Hurry! His voice choked off. As pain flared in his throat, Shurshu's final moments dissolved into profound bewilderment. Why would Asa sever his head so openly before so many humans? Did he truly not fear being branded an aberration? Why? Nahlas. No answer would ever come. Before him the crowd fell utterly silent, as if Asa watched Shurshu's head crumble to ash, first returning the broken blade to its scabbard, then drawing the second shattered fragment. His expression dimmed. Truly, I've held this blade for barely a week. I'd rather not endure another tearful embrace. Perhaps upon returning, I ought to cease evading swordsmanship training with excuses about lacking breath techniques. At the very least, I must master cleaving techniques that won't shatter the edge. Asa scanned the crowd, detecting no lingering demons, then stepped past them, vaulted onto the roof, and vanished in a series of swift, silent bounds. His task was complete. Now to find Jiomei. Long after Asa disappeared, the crowd stirred anew. He killed High Priest Shurshu, he slaughtered the senior priest. Where is Shurshu's body? He must have used sorcery. Yet amidst the panic, not a single soul dared pursue. By the time Zhou arrived at Baiming's side, the battle had already ended. The palace, though not yet collapsed, was marked with claw marks and semi-spherical craters standing there in a state of destruction. Baiming stood upon the high platform in the hall. This blind swordsman, apart from a slightly torn and dusty Haori, bore no injuries. Before him floated the ashes of the demons at the moment of their death. It seems, Baiming, you have finished the battle. Zhou entered through a breach in the wall, glancing at the tragic state of the palace with a hint of regret. It always feels like when the two of us are on a mission together, it's a bit like... What's that word again? I'll write a demolition crew. My weapon determines that I cannot fight as gracefully as other swordsmen. Baiming said, jumping down from the high platform with his chain hammer. As for the noise Zhou made, while it did successfully attract the enemy's attention, that shouldn't be the kind of noise a sword can make, right? Actually, I have been considering changing weapons or practicing my swordsmanship after this. Zhou diverted his gaze. By the way, did Baiming really encounter the 12th Kazuki? How did it feel? According to Jueigyo, it was a female demon marked with the characters for lower realm in her eyes, and her blood demon technique seems to be related to hypnosis. Baiming nodded slightly. She should be a newly promoted demon. Her strength is not formidable. So does this mean Baiming is going to become a Hashira? That will depend on the master's decision. Baiming raised one hand in a gesture of prayer and began to walk outside. Let's go back. The subsequent matters will be handled by Inashuk. Then I'll lead. Ba, while I appreciate it, please just follow behind me. Baiming held his chain hammer with one hand, while the other hand accurately pressed down on Zhou's shoulder. Though my speed is not rapid due to my blindness if we proceed in the way Zhou does. Zhou, I'm just occasionally not focused, not lost. Fortunately, when the two of them walked out of the palace, the crow that had been waiting outside immediately flew over and landed on Bai Mingye's shoulder. Congratulations. The evil demon has been defeated. Congratulations. Call. Thank you. A rare smile appeared on Bai Mingye's face. Juagio, I want to send out the news as soon as possible. Call. The crow Taro, the cranked swordsman, Zhou has already set out with the news. The crow flapped its wings. Before the master transmits the message, go rest at the Fujikawa household. Rest? Aren't we going to slay more demons? Zhou looked at the excited crow jumping on Bai Mingye's shoulder. We can call. There's always a rest period after a mission. I was just called over right after finishing the last mission. The crow will adaptively transmit messages according to the swordsman's physical condition. After all, humans do not possess such strong recovery abilities as demons. As for this time, it seems to mention the 12 Kazuki, and there are no Hashira stationed nearby. Bai Mingyu held the chain hammer in one hand and fiddled with a prayer bead in the other. After all, there are still many injured swordsmen at the Fujikawa household. I see. Zhou nodded thoughtfully, just about to say something, when the crow called out again. Also, Taro said your sword destroyed. He's going to notify the blacksmith. Until the new sword arrives, you must be on standby. On standby. Zhou. Enough, don't remind him of that. Thinking of Akiha who cried and clung to his arm, Zhou felt completely disheartened. He really couldn't deal with that blacksmith. It seems Zhou also went through a tough battle. Oh, did you get hurt? No, not really. Zhou's voice was lackluster. Rather, I'd say the mental trauma of my sword breaking was greater than that of the demons disguised as priests. Is your blacksmith very temperamental? Bai Mingyu tilted his head. I once got scolded severely for breaking my tools, and later my blacksmith found a way to replace my weapon, and indeed it is now more suited to me. They don't really bear malice toward you. If anything, it's quite the opposite. Zhou sighed. When he came to deliver my sword, he was crying the whole time, as if he were making a deathbed request. If he was truly hot-tempered, he would just knock me out, but who could withstand such a pleading cry? It seems your blacksmith has an exceptionally good temperament. Why do you say that? Because most blacksmiths would rush at you to hit you for breaking the sword. Bai Mingyu twirled the prayer beads, and some would even want to drag you down with them. Zhou, these people are the real demons. Sai, I wonder how my brother's mission is going. Zhou began to look around at the scenery. Although I have no problem acting alone now, I still prefer to be on missions with my brother. While missing someone is a testament to deep emotions, relying excessively on others will hinder your growth. Bai Mingyu tilted his head slightly. Zhou also possesses strength. Please grow quickly. Zhou revealed. Is that so? Does this mean I have been recognized by Bai Mingyu? I can feel that Bai Mingyu seems much closer to me now. Though your personality is somewhat childish and your methods can be surprising, it is hard to deny that you are indeed an outstanding and reliable swordsman. Bai Mingyu recited a prayer. This is beyond doubt. Childish, huh? Zhou's smile faded slightly. Perhaps it's because I've always been protected by others. Except for that period. That period? Bai Mingyu pulled Zhou back as he began to go off course after the crow gently pecked at his face. Is this Zhou's heart's knot? Well, not really. Zhou's smile turned somewhat bitter. If Bai Mingyu wants to hear it, I can tell you, but it's just a bland and uninteresting story. If Zhou doesn't mind. Of course I don't mind. Besides, didn't you also tell me? Let's consider it a trade of secrets. Zhou smiled, looking up at the starry sky. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. I am not actually blood-related. I was adopted into the family later. Besides my current brother, there is also an older brother who was very good to me. When I was young, my new father didn't like me and always had a fierce look, so I would always cry. My brother was also disliked by my father for some reason, but my older brother always protected us in front of our father, even if it meant getting punished. It wasn't until my brother showed greater talent than my older brother that everything began to change. My father started to neglect my older brother and turned his attention to my brother. Because of this, my brother chose to run away from home at a young age, even missing the chance to see our mother one last time. Yet the situation did not improve. My older brother became increasingly silent, eventually choosing to leave home as well, and I had to become the new heir. Because my father disliked seeing me excel, I never learned what an heir should learn, simply focusing on what I loved. As a result, when the sudden changes came, I was truly flustered as I had just become the heir. Fortunately, I managed to barely qualify as an heir in a clumsy manner. At that time, I realized what kind of pressure my older brother had to face, but with both my older brother and brother gone, I could only push myself to grow quickly. After some progress, my older brother returned. The brother I had always respected had turned into a demon, returning with the one who made him a demon, killing everyone in the household. But when that person tried to kill me, my older brother intervened. In accordance with the host's inherent capabilities, basic level culinary arts, 892 out of 100 has been elevated to specialized. Afterward, I lived alone for a while after my emotional breakdown, only to encounter my brother, who had run away from home early. Zhou fell silent for a long time, so long that Bai Mingyu almost thought he wouldn't speak again until he finally said, "After that, I was always protected by my brother, living safely until now. Actually, many times I know some of my behaviors are very childish, but because I lost so much in an instant, I still feel inexplicably uneasy, always subconsciously relying on my brother. Haha, my story is a bit boring, right? Ba, what a tragic experience." Tears fell again from Bai Mingye's eyes. Demons appeared in your family. It must have been very hard all along, right? Haha, that's all in the past. Zhou laughed again. And my brother is really super reliable. He is both gentle and strong. Bai Mingyu, you will definitely like my brother. After all, he is the kind of gentle person who makes you unconsciously rely on him. Even without seeing Zhou's expression beaming, you could clearly feel the genuine closeness and admiration emanating from him. Amitba, I am indeed curious about what kind of person your brother is, but speaking of which I seem to still not know your brother's name. Yuan-e. Zhou's smile widened even more. My brother's name is Yuan-e, the most dazzling swordsman in the... It was already late at night when the two returned, and after exchanging goodnights they each went back to their rooms to rest. News from the Demon Slayer Corps arrived quickly. The next morning they were informed that they needed to report to the headquarters within 7 days. I can understand why Baiminyu is going, but why must I go as well? Zhou stared at Ian in front of him. Did Suigetsu? No, but it was mentioned that your blade will also be sent to the headquarters. Ian looked at Zhou and Baiminyu with respect. You can give me your broken blade first, or I will take it to the forging village. As for the one you need now, you can take a common, unclaimed Nichiren blade from the Fujin family. Zhou handed his blade along with its sheath to Ian. Then I shall trouble you. No, it's nothing. We are merely cowards who lack the courage to fight demons. This is the only thing we can do for you. Ian shook his head vigorously, accepting the blade with both hands. Then I shall take my leave. May your martial fortune rise. Watching Ian run off in small steps, Zhou still felt unable to comprehend how very strange. All things have their destiny. Baiminyu clasped his hands together adorned with prayer beads. Zhou, do you have anything else to attend to next? No, I don't. Zhou shook his head. Is there something wrong? Then how about we head to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters together? Zhou pondered for a moment and agreed, partly because he didn't know how to get to the headquarters and partly because he could only be tracked unilaterally by Yuan-e. Yes, you heard that right. As the original demon, Zhou still found himself unable to track Yuan-e, whom he had transformed, and even ended up being tracked in return. Living until now, Zhou occasionally questioned whether he was the original demon or if Yuan-e was the original demon. After all, look at Muzan. As another original demon, his control over his subordinates was at an all-knowing level, yet here, he had no mind reading, no control over actions, and no distance perception. But at least I won't be cut down. Zhou thought this, but also remembered he was still talking to Baiminyu. So, when shall we depart? If it's convenient, let's set off. Baiminyu, yes, pale eyes looked in Zhou's direction. After all, it's quite a distance to the headquarters from here. But didn't Suigetsu return with news overnight? Suigetsu can fly about 50 kilometers in an hour, but humans can only walk about 5 kilometers in an hour, and we didn't spend much effort last night, so Jotaro should have set off relatively early. Actually, I think we could just run. Amitba, my eyes cannot see, so while running is no problem for me, I can't keep an eye on Zhou. Baiminyu's expression was quite sorrowful. Jotaro is already quite exhausted, so I believe it will be difficult to bring Zhou there on time with just him. It seems like I've been very subtly offended. Zhou felt a subtle annoyance rising. After breakfast, Zhou followed Baiminyu to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. After numerous corrections to their route, Baiminyu finally stopped and said, Zhou, after walking for so long, you must be tired, right? I could carry you forward. Zhou. After a moment of silence, Zhou silently picked up a long branch and held one in. It's truly embarrassing to always be saved. Ahaha. Cough, cough. Rengoku lay on the hospital bed, and despite his serious injuries, his face bore no shadow of gloom. I never expected that on my first mission I would encounter a 12th Kizuki. What great luck. Please do not speak so loudly. You have 3 broken ribs, you know. The girl who spoke had black hair and purple eyes, looking slightly younger than Rengoku. She had turquoise butterfly hairpins with pink edges on both sides of her head, and she was currently frowning slightly. With such serious injuries, laughing too hard will worsen your condition. It's fine, my body is quite robust. Rengoku smiled. By the way, is Kanehira going to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps assessment? Yes, she is. The girl named Kanehira was organizing the medicine, her expression softening slightly, but I never expected to encounter Rengoku here. I still haven't congratulated you on passing the assessment. Haha, thank you. Speaking of which, the last time we met was about half a year ago, right? At that time you were brought to the Misty Mountain to learn water breathing by the cultivator of Iwa. Rengoku smiled, but it's a pity that you left in the end and could not become my junior disciple. Otherwise, with you and Shinobu here, Misty Mountain would surely be very lively. Kanehira smiled and was about to say something when she heard the sound of the door opening. She turned to see the white-haired swordsman who had accompanied Rengoku with Suigetsu perched on his shoulder, walking in slowly. It seems I need to go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. As for Rengoku, you don't need to worry about me. I probably won't be allowed to move until my injuries are healed. Rengoku smiled. I really owe it to you, Yuan-e, for not getting into big trouble this time. I have been a burden to you, brothers. I'm just doing what I can. Yuan-e shook his head slightly before looking at Kanehira. Then I'll leave Rengoku in your care. All right, please rest easy. Kanehira watched Yuan-e leave before turning to Rengoku, her tone laced with curiosity. Rengoku seems to be quite familiar with this swordsman. Have you known each other for a long time? Not really. We've only known each other for less than a month, and you should have heard of him. Rengoku looked at Kanehira's puzzled expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He's actually the top scorer of this swordsman assessment. Legend has it that after nightfall, flesh-eating ghosts roam the land, prompting people to return home early. This story Okita has heard more than once, yet he never thought he would truly encounter a ghost. Draw your sword. The ghost standing before Okita styled his long black hair into a high ponytail, clad in a purple snake-patterned kimono and black hakama, his posture tall and proud, with red markings on his left forehead and right jaw that resembled flames. If it were only this, one might assume he was merely a traditional samurai. However, under the illumination of the bright moon, Okita clearly saw that the man possessed a total of 6 eyes. This was evidently not a feature of a human. Okita could sense that the being before him was far superior to himself, and he anxiously tightened his grip on the sword. What do you seek from me? Are you here to devour me? I am merely honing myself. The one who decides your fate is you. The samurai-like ghost spoke clearly, and slowly his 6 eyes fixed upon Okita. Victory means survival. Defeat means death. Okita struggled to steady his breath, finally drawing the sword from his waist, adopting a stance, as he shouted loudly, I am Okita Ammonius. I am the 7th heir of the Mugenryu swordsmanship. Who are you? State your name. His declaration was formidable, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed his fear. My name is Kokushibo. The samurai-like ghost placed his hand on his long blade, seemingly ready to draw it, but suddenly paused, lifting his gaze towards the distance. A summons. Okita felt the terrifying killing intent that had coalesced around him dissipate, and the fearsome ghost before him stepped forward, vanishing, as if stepping into the void. In the moment Kokushibo's figure vanished, the strength Okita had finally mustered dissipated, causing him to collapse onto the ground, his hands trembling to the point where he couldn't lift the familiar sword. After a long moment of dazed shock, he covered his face with his trembling hands. How could it be? That kind of thing is actually real. Oh heavens. Kokushibo looked around at the distorted space, knowing this was the blood demon art of Muzan Kibutsuji, Infinity Castle. Each time Muzan wished to convey a message, he would have Nikame gather the summoned demons with her blood demon art, though it remained unclear what the purpose of this particular gathering was. Kokushibo stood quietly in place, awaiting Nikame's transmission. After the sound of the biwa resonated 3 times, he saw his fellow demons. Oh dear, Kokushibo has arrived too. A man with white oak-colored hair, his eyes shimmering like a rainbow, opened a folding fan in his hand. Looks like no one is missing. I thought someone might have been killed. All of us are important partners. Losing anyone would make me Doma very sad. As he spoke, tears fell from his colorful eyes, his expression showing deep compassion. Just thinking about it makes me feel so sad, don't you agree? Kegakusama, if you were gone I would be so lonely. The man referred to as Akaza, or rather a demon, had short peach-colored hair and pale skin covered in countless deep blue tattoos representing sinners. Upon hearing Doma speak, he remained expressionless, his golden eyes showing no flicker of emotion as he looked at the long-haired woman holding the biwa. Nakime, has Kibutsuji-sama not arrived? The master has yet to arrive. It's quite rare to be summoned together after over 90 years. A ghost entirely white with yellow eyeballs and green lips crawled out from a pattern jar. It's great that everyone is fine. Few. How terrifying, how terrifying. It's been years since I last saw Yashiro, and he's forgotten how to count. The last time the upper moons were gathered was over 100 years ago. 101, an inexhaustible number. An elder with a swollen forehead and 2 horns trembled as he hid behind a railing, his voice sharp and filled with panic. Unlucky, unlucky, so terrifying. So terrifying. Really, that rambling is absolutely maddening. A slightly spoiled voice filled with irritation emerged from a beautiful woman with pink tattoos on her left cheek and right forehead as she frowned. Hantenga, you ugly thing, should just shut up. Eek. The elder ghost shrank back in fear. So terrifying, so terrifying. Daki is so terrifying. Oh dear Daki, don't be too harsh on Hantengu, after all we are companions. Daki lifted her hand to smooth her long white hair, raising her chin. Beautiful people can do no wrong, just like Doma and I. As for Hantengu, who possesses no beauty whatsoever, he should be disposed of quickly. Kokushibo remained standing there, but his long blade was unsheathed without him noticing. He looked at Daki indifferently. Daki, you have overstepped your bounds. Daki's head, which had fallen to the ground, stared blankly at Kokushibo. After a brief moment of daze, tears suddenly filled her green eyes. Wah, brother, where are you? My head has been cut off. It hurts. Brother, come out. Oh dear, how pitiful. Your head has been cut off. A thin-bodied demon emerged from the shadows behind Daki. Although he was ugly with dark green hair, his expression was exceptionally gentle. He picked up the crying head and approached the rigid, beautiful body, saying, Really, it's just a head that fell off. You can just pick it up and put it back on. Daki wiped her tears, looking particularly aggrieved. But, ultimately, it was you who offended Kokushibo-sama. The male demon's skin was a sickly pale gray, his upper body bare, while wearing loose blue pants below. His arms were wrapped with red and black ribbons, and he gently wiped Daki's tears. All right, stop crying. Muzan-sama will be arriving soon, and if you keep crying it won't be pretty anymore. Oh dear, if you ask me, Kokushibo is just too rigid. Doma opened his fan again, smiling as he looked at the male demon with dark green hair. It's perfectly fine for such a cute sister like Daki to be a little willful, don't you think, Kibutsuji Taro? Unconditional indulgence will only ruin things. Kokushibo sheathed his sword. Kibutsuji Taro, make her stop. Muzan-sama is coming. I can't help but lose my temper. Why does a perfectly good person now speak in such a terrible manner? Oh, I find it so frustrating to write. As Kokushibo's words fell, Nakime began to play the biwa. A handsome man in a well-tailored suit with plum-colored eyes appeared before them. After surveying everyone present, Muzan Kibutsuji furrowed his brow and said, after hundreds of years, a swordsman who can wield the Hekazai has appeared again. Several centuries have passed. Another swordsman wielding the crimson blade has appeared. Muzan's expression darkened with malice. Find him and kill him. Oh dear, whatever shall we do? I'm not particularly skilled at searching. Kokushibo smiled lightly. My eyes are quite beautiful. Shall I pluck them out as an apology to Lord Muzan? I have no use for your eyes. Muzan retorted, his brow furrowing further. He is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Since he wields the Crimson Blade, he will surely ascend to pillar status soon. Find him, and bring me his head. Given his extraordinary talent, might we convert him into a demon A? Kokushibo knelt solemnly before Muzan. Such a warrior would undoubtedly become a formidable asset to you, Lord Muzan. Do not meddle in unnecessary matters. Muzan's brow relaxed slightly. Then from his back erupted several crimson whips, each tipped with bony razor-sharp blades. With a sudden lunge, they pierced every figure before him. Find him and kill him. Only Kokushibo was struck in the shoulder. All others were impaled through the forehead. As the blood seeped in, Kokushibo beheld the man Muzan had described. The youth had jet black hair and wore the standard Demon Slayer Corps uniform overlaid with a grayish-blue haori. His features were gentle, almost boyish. Yet he stood calmly encircled by demons. Only when his blade shattered did a flicker of anger cross his face, and even then the silver-gray edge of his sword gleamed faintly red with fresh blood. A burst of crimson shards exploded outward from his center with terrifying force. Dozens of demons instantly reduced to ash. The final image, the youth clutching the ruined, splintered hilt, his expression stricken with profound sorrow. The Crimson Blade's power was undeniably astonishing, but to Kokushibo, a master swordsman, the youth's technique was abysmal. Thus he felt no particular stir of concern. Yet, Kokushibo reviewed the memory once more. The youth's visage in the grayish-blue haori gradually merged with a long-buried image from his past. Hiru. Oh my, does Lord Kokushibo know something? Kokushibo's smile widened as he gently fanned himself. Do share with us, won't you? This youth bears the countenance of one I once knew. Kokushibo remained upright and motionless. Perhaps he could become an ally. Muzan's gaze upon Kokushibo sharpened with quiet scrutiny. Centuries earlier, after suffering grievous wounds from Kaijiro Rengoku's predecessor, he had lost dominion over all demons transformed prior to that calamity, among whom Kokushibo was by far the strongest. Yet even during Muzan's most vulnerable years, Kokushibo had remained unwaveringly loyal at his side, and Muzan had retained full access to his thoughts. Thus Muzan had formally recognized Kokushibo as a true collaborator, releasing him from the binding curse entirely. But just now, Kokushibo had sealed his mind. Muzan had sensed nothing, and that silence unsettled him deeply. Why say so? Muzan fixed his gaze on Kokushibo. What makes this swordsman exceptional? He must be truly extraordinary. After all, even the ever-detached Lord Kokushibo takes interest. Ah, such vivid crimson blades never seen before. The Crimson Blade is indeed impressive, but his swordsmanship is utterly unrefined. He poses no threat. Kokushibo spoke slowly as always. I speak from personal inclination. Muzan sensed Kokushibo's thoughts return, unclouded by deception, and dismissed the matter with a languid wave. Very well. If you encounter him first, you may transform him and bring him before me. All others are to execute the kill without exception. What remains of the body is of no consequence. Yes. 7. Muzan swept his gaze across the upper moons assembled before him. Any other reports? Lord Muzan, in truth, I've recently discovered a promising candidate. Tamayo's voice oozed sycophancy. A young woman of remarkable artistic talent. Her embroidery skills are truly. Handle such matters yourself. Muzan frowned, faintly impatient. Anything else? Oh. Daki clasped her hands before her chest, her eyes alight with fervent adoration. Lord Muzan, I've devoured 4 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps since our last meeting. Muzan's expression softened just slightly. Well done. Yes. Daki nearly leapt with elation, her cheeks flushing with excitement. My brother and I will strive even harder. Foolish children are such a nuisance. Muzan continued smiling, but inwardly his patience had worn thin. That concludes our meeting. Should you have further business, discuss it here. Then let Michikatsu escort you away. Michikatsu, return me home. Yes, Lord Muzan. As Muzan vanished, Tamayo turned to Kokushibo. By the way, that vase I gifted you last time. Ah yes, it's exquisite. I adore it. Kokushibo beamed at Tamayo, whose facial features, save for his nose, were comically misaligned. I've placed it in my chamber, adorned with a woman's severed head. A most elegant accent. That wasn't its intended purpose, though it suits well enough. Tamayo looked thoroughly unimpressed. No matter. I have pressing affairs to attend to. Michikatsu, return me to my domain. Ha. Perhaps we'll soon welcome a splendid new lower moon. How frightening, how frightening. Yoriichi muttered incessantly. This old man must depart as well. Wait. Kokushibo waved his fan lazily. I haven't even caught up yet. But never mind. I still have my dearest friend Kokushibo. Care to join me? I have many delicious, nutritious young women awaiting us. Kokushibo's temple vein throbbed violently. The lower 6 you recommended is already dead. Oh dear. I'm truly heartbroken. Kokushibo's iridescent eyes shimmered with sudden sorrow, glistening tears tracing down his cheeks. I thought we were friends, yet you pierce me so cruelly. Kokushibo, you wound me deeply. Still, I understand. After all, though, I became a demon later than you. My rank now surpasses yours. How generous of me to bear it so gracefully. Kokushibo's temple vein pulsed anew, but glancing toward the silent, upright figure of Kokushibo nearby, he said nothing more. Instead, he turned to Michikatsu. Return me home. Watching Kokushibo vanish amid the Kodo's resonance, Kokushibo turned next to Daki and her brother. Escort us home. We're unlike the rest of you. Daki tossed her hair and lifted her chin. I am a celebrity perpetually occupied. Jutaro cheerfully waved at Kokushibo before melting back into the shadows behind Daki. Kokushibo returned the gesture with a graceful wave, and watched Daki disappear, then turned his gaze toward Kokushibo, who still stood motionless. Kokushibo had no intention of conversing with Kokushibo. Take me to Nagano Shinshu. As Kokushibo likewise faded from sight, Kokushibo turned to Michikatsu, smiling sweetly. Say, Michikatsu, would you like to? No, don't be so cold. The Kodo sang once more, and within the vast, endless expanse of the Infinity Castle only Michikatsu remained. Haizumi stood on the quiet street, gazing at the familiar yet strange surroundings. Over the past few centuries, he had returned here more than once. He did not know what emotions drove him to continually return to this place, where he was born, grew up, and ultimately abandoned. Looking at the streets that had long since changed beyond recognition over the centuries, Haizumi slowly approached the grand houses that once stood here had transformed into a temple for worship, which had been passed down for several hundred years. Haizumi remembered that shortly after the demise of the Jigwa, the family had exchanged all their assets for cash, with only one insistence regarding the ancestral home: that the small attic of merely 3 layers be preserved regardless of how it was later sold or treated. Even after hundreds of years, Haizumi could still see that ancient, fragrant attic standing out oddly in a corner of the temple. That was the room where Yuan-e once lived. Haizumi stood beneath the eaves, gazing distantly at that attic. Even now, having discarded his human identity, he could barely recall the faces of his parents and wife, yet he clearly remembered his brothers. First was Yuan-e, whose gentle and humble demeanor towards everything was filled with respect. Despite possessing godlike power that ordinary people could not match, he always belittled himself to the level of a trivial speck of dust, a self-unaware arrogance that was nauseating. Then there was Ji, who was extremely perceptive, yet maintained a calm and transparent attitude towards life, as if nothing could ever cast a shadow over him. Haizumi could still vividly recall Ji's expression when he first saw Haizumi after his transformation into a demon. Although he was no different from a human at that time, Ji revealed shock and detachment at the very first sight, and upon realizing Haizumi had come to kill him, his black eyes only held sorrow devoid of even a trace of resentment. That calm acceptance of one's fate, even when faced with the despair of death, only served to make Haizumi acutely aware of his own inadequacy. Why could he be so composed? To this day, Haizumi still could not figure out the answer to that question. Later he heard that Ji had become a demon and met Yuan-e. He thought that perhaps Ji would die because of Yuan-e, but Yuan-e hesitated, even going against his own earlier words. In this beautiful world, demons should not exist. I will do everything in my power to end this chaotic era. Not long after that, Muzan was severely injured and went into hiding, losing control over all the demons, including he gained freedom again, but it only made him feel more nauseated towards Yuan-e, as he had always been accepting Yuan-e's unaware charity from the beginning. Whether it was being the heir of the family, the breathing techniques that greatly enhanced his strength, or finally gaining freedom, Yuan-e had always been unknowingly bestowing upon him, and yet beyond this attitude, he would naturally and respectfully call him elder brother. What qualifications do I have to be your elder brother? I am even being protected by you. This was something Haizumi despised, yet had to admit. Since becoming a demon, he had continuously challenged powerful beings in an effort to surpass Yuan-e, yet in the end, he never encountered either Yuan-e or Ji again, only hearing about Yuan-e's suicide after slaying Ji. Haizumi did not know what Yuan-e's feelings would have been at that time, but he understood that upon receiving the news of Yuan-e's death, he could no longer surpass him. What he once said to Ji and Yuan-e, I will always protect you, after all an elder brother protects his younger brothers unconditionally, seemed to have turned into a joke. Looking at the monks from the temple replacing the wisteria incense, Haizumi leaped down from the eaves and walked away slowly. But at least now he had one chance, which may or may not count as atonement. Is this the headquarters? It feels quite ordinary. We had to switch so many people along the way. Because Kibutsuji Muzan has been searching for us, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and the residence of our lord must be kept secure. Only the Hashira-level swordsman can come directly, how everyone else must be led by in. It sounds really troublesome. But if only the Hashira-level swordsmen know, how does Baiminyu know? Umitba. I was saved and brought back to the Demon Slayer Corps by our lord, and since I had nowhere to go, I have been living nearby ever since. Ah, is that Mr. Baiminyu? Looking up, Chu saw a little girl running over with a package in her arms, looking quite excited. The girl seemed to be around 10 years old, with black hair styled with a mint green butterfly hairpin with deep purple edges. Her bright purple eyes were filled with admiration as she gazed at Baiminyu, her voice brimming with delight. It really is Mr. Baiminyu. Is that you, little Shinobu? Baiminyu accurately looked towards the girl, a slight smile on his lips. It's been a while? Yes. It's a pity my sister couldn't come this time. The girl named Shinobu smiled brightly. Otherwise she would be very happy to see Mr. Baiminyu too. What is little Shinobu here for? I came to deliver medicine to our lord. Shinobu lifted the package in her arms. I came with the alchemist. I'm currently learning to be an alchemist. I see, that's really impressive. Baiminyu bent down and patted Shinobu's head. Keep working hard from now on. Yes, then I won't disturb Mr. Baiminyu any longer. Shinobu said happily. I need to hurry and alright, off you go. After watching the girl bow and run away, Chu turned to Baiminyu. Hey Baiminyu, who is that child? She is one of the 2 children I saved shortly after joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Their parents were killed by demons. Umitba. If I had arrived a bit earlier, perhaps their parents wouldn't have died. But if you hadn't gone, wouldn't they both be dead? That's not how it should be said. After all, am a swordsman responsible for slaying demons. Failing to save their parents is my failure. You and my brother are quite similar in a way that makes it hard for me to speak. Chu sighed. Is it that kind-hearted people tend to take responsibility upon themselves? Amitba. I'm merely stating the facts. Tears welled in Baiming pale eyes, clearly possessing the power to save them, yet failing to do so because I arrived too late. That is my fault. Chu. This is really annoying. Having secluded with Yuani for hundreds of years, Chu understood all too well how stubborn such personalities can be. A typical example is when Yuani turned into a demon after encountering him thinking it was all his fault. He thought his own slow reaction led to the ruin of his family, that his own inability turned his brother into a demon, and that his own selfishness prevented him from slaying the demon, before him ultimately believing that his indecisiveness was too ugly to bear in the world. Yuani always denied his own existence, and even now just thinking about it makes Chu's blood pressure rise. They say that gentleness is rooted in strength, but all Chu saw were these strong individuals bound by their overly kind hearts, often falling into self-blame. Chu sighed internally. Before blaming yourself, why not accept the gratitude of the survivors? That child is named Shinobu, right? She is very fond of you and grateful, isn't she? She is thankful for your arrival at that time and the salvation you provided her. She understands who her enemy is, and by expressing her kindness and gratitude to you, isn't she trying to spare you from feeling burdened? Baiming, you don't let down the child's goodwill. Upon hearing this, Baiming you froze in place, and after a moment of silence he recited a Buddhist chant and spoke. It's not that I want to disregard the children's goodwill, I just feel that those two children should have some grievances towards me. If they don't appreciate you, but instead blame you, wouldn't that be easier to deal with? Chu spread his hands. Since they blame you for not saving their family, then just send them to reunite with their family. There's no need to care about those who are ungrateful. The Buddha will take care of listening to their complaints. Baiming you just send them all to meet the Buddha. Baiming you. It seems something is amiss, yet I can't find a point to refute. In the end, Baiming you could only smile and shake his head. Chu, you truly are carefree. Although I still can't be as perceptive as you, I will strive harder to train myself and save more people in the future. Chu. That wasn't my intention. In a daze, Chu felt as if he saw Yuani's shadow in Baiming you. As long as you're happy. Chu, feeling tired, didn't want to continue the conversation. His gaze turned to the surroundings, searching for something interesting, but upon seeing the figure ahead being carried by in, he instantly perked up. Brother. Baiming you was taken aback. Chu's brother has come too. Yes. Chu, seeing and set Yuani down after sizing them up, pulled Baiming you along. Come on, I'll introduce you to my brother. You two will definitely hit it off. Yuani thanked In, who had been carrying him, and then looked at Chu, who was bringing Baiming you over with a warm smile. It seems you've made... I guess so. His name is Baiming you, Xingming, a swordsman of Yinhu. His weapon looks really impressive. Chu turned back to Baiming you. Baiming you, this is my brother Yuani. It's no exaggeration to say he is the strongest swordsman. Hello, my name is Baiming you, Xingming. Baiming you did not sense Yuani's presence, and could only nod towards the direction of the voice he just heard. Hello, my name is Yuani. Yuani observed Baiming Ye's pale eyes, and understood a bit from the hollow gaze that passed over him. He slightly released the aura he had been suppressing. My brother has been taken care of by you. No, Chu is also a strong swordsman. Rather, this operation benefited greatly from him holding back the other demons, allowing me to slay the 12 Kazuki more easily. Baiming you now accurately noticed Yuani and expressed some astonishment. You are truly a powerful swordsman. I completely did not detect your aura earlier. Because I fear that releasing my aura would scare away the evil spirits, I often maintain a suppressed aura. Now I'm somewhat used to it. I hope it hasn't caused you any inconvenience. No, I should thank Mr. Yuani for your thoughtfulness. Mr. Baiming you, there's no need to be formal with me. I'm nothing. Then there's no need for you to be formal with me either. Baiming you smiled again. After all, I'm nowhere near you. How can I allow someone who surpasses me to be formal with me? That would be too disrespectful. Well, okay. Yuani reached out to ruffle Chu's hair and smiled. Then please take care of me from now on, Baiming. By the way, how did you end up in the Demon Slayer Corps, brother? Asuka slightly lifted her head to look at Yuani. Did something go wrong with the mission? Yuani withdrew his hand and nodded slightly. Yes, there was a 12 Kazuki encountered during the mission. After I killed him, Kanata informed me to head to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Asuka was taken aback. You killed a 12 Kazuki. Yuani nodded slightly. Asuka's expression remained dazed. So is brother going to become a Hashira now? I'm not too sure myself. Yuani chuckled as he ruffled Asuka's hair. Why do you look so down? Because the only chance to surpass you is gone. Asuka lowered her head. I thought I could kill 50 demons before you and surpass you just once. Amitba. Baiming you also came to his senses at this moment. Yuani is truly a formidable swordsman. Yuani smiled again and looked at the dejected Asuka. Actually, we didn't encounter the 12 Kazuki at first, but after I and Kanata killed a demon, Kanata found several suspicious disappearances at that demon's residence. After communicating with Kanata, we set out to investigate, and upon arriving we discovered it was a 12 Kazuki. Asuka's mouth twitched. Is that demon lucky or unfortunate? Why do you say that? Baiming you turned his head. Why do you think that demon is lucky? Because brother can kill him in one blow. And unfortunate? Still because brother can kill him in one blow. After a brief silence, Baiming you finally understood and couldn't help but murmur a Buddhist chant. That is indeed both fortunate and unfortunate. Did Kanata not come with you, brother? Kanata got injured by blood demon art while trying to save a living child. He is currently recuperating at the Fujiwara res. Yuan still wore that gentle expression. Thanks to Kanata bravely taking a hit, that child was able to survive, and I was able to smoothly kill the evil demon without revealing myself too much. That Kanata is really overly enthusiastic. We will likely separate tasks after this. Should I make a mask for you in the next few days, brother? As long as I don't have to use the Hikiri blade, it doesn't matter if I'm not with you, brother. Asuka sighed as she spoke. But I might have a bit of trouble this time, because my blade got broken, so in my anger I used the Hikiri blade. As a result, those demons died too quickly, and I didn't have time to deal with them. Yuan-E's smile slightly diminished, but he still reached out to ruffle Asuka's hair, his voice gentle. It's okay, the Hikiri blade shouldn't affect anything. If I may ask. Bai-Mingyu clasped his hands together and whispered a Buddhist chant. What is the Hikiri blade? The Hikiri blade is a technique that makes the Nichiren blade turn red through one's grip strength, increasing the damage to demons. Yuan-E patiently explained. However, it requires an incredibly high grip strength, needing a force of 10,000. A red Nichiren blade. Bai-Mingyu frowned slightly. I've heard of the legend of the red Nichiren blade before, but I didn't expect it to be achieved this way. The legend of the red Nichiren blade. Asuka couldn't help but feel confused. What legend could there be? The legend states that demons struck by the red Nichiren blade cannot regenerate, and that it is a divine blade that can bring demons and humans to the same level. Tears fell from Bai-Ming's pale eyes again. You must know how many outstanding swordsmen have fallen to the demon's recovery ability. If demons cannot regenerate, swordsmen would surely be able to slay demons at an even faster rate. Unfortunately, according to Yuan-E, without sufficient grip strength, one cannot awaken this red blade, which is truly regrettable. Yuan-E looked at Bai-Mingyu, who suddenly began to cry, and tilted his head, glancing questioningly at Asuka. Asuka shook her head to indicate that nothing was wrong, it was just Bai-Ming's personal habit. We've been here too long already. Bai-Mingyu wiped away his tears and fiddled with the prayer beads. You two should come in with me. Asuka and Yuan-E had no reason to refuse, and followed Bai-Mingyu as they walked inside. Thanks to Yuan-E not hiding his aura any longer, Bai-Mingyu clearly sensed how Yuan-E patiently guided Asuka back on track several times during the short 15-minute journey. Even Bai-Mingyu couldn't help but admire Yuan-E's patience, and felt that he still lacked in his own training. Upon officially entering the courtyard, someone immediately approached them, arranged their accommodations, and informed them that they were to participate in the Hashira meeting in 5 days. Are you sure I'm included? Asuka pointed at herself in disbelief. I haven't killed a 12 Kazuki. I don't know about that. The person who was questioned looked somewhat flustered and waved his hands. I'm just conveying the orders of Lord Tsujikuni. Don't trouble him, I'll let him go. Yuan-E watched the person run away as if granted a pardon. I suppose it has something to do with the Hikiri blade. After all, from what Bai-Mingyu had just said, the Hikiri blade seemed to have been lost for a long time. The Demon Slayer Corps must be eager to know how to create a red Nichiren blade. Brother, that requires a grip strength of 10,000 Jun. I could only manage that after living in seclusion for a long time, but strange that it hasn't been lost. However, when combined with breathing techniques, it doesn't require that much, Yuan-E said seriously. I think a grip strength of only 1,000 Jun should suffice. Brother, it's impressive for a normal human to have a grip strength of 100 Jun. In fact, achieving 100 Jun is quite difficult. Asuka's expression was complicated. So was your grip strength at least 1,000 Jun back then? I don't know about the situation in Japan, but in the context of my country, 1 Jun equals 30 Jin, and the current world record is 800 kilograms, about 50 Jun. Yuan-E shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. I just felt that I could do it that way, and then I did. But if humans theoretically cannot reach that grip strength, there must be some technique I've overlooked. Asuka, brother, do you want to listen to what you were saying? During the waiting time for the Hashira meeting to begin, Rengoku brought a piece of wood and carved a half-faced white fox mask for Yuan-E with patterns merely depicting the conventional Inari deity, markings, though the paint used was rather extraordinary. After all, the red pigment came from Muzan Kibutsuji. At such times, Rengoku sincerely wanted to thank Muzanu for all these years he had not used any other pigments comfortably apart from the red one. Of course, excluding the ordinary pigments he had made himself. Thinking of this, Rengoku even brought his hands together in a prayerful gesture. Yuan-E, seeing Rengoku's devout worship towards the carved mask, tilted his head in confusion, but soon smiled, shook his head, closed his eyes, and continued to meditate, reviewing the details of his use of the blood demon art, seeking a method to popularize it. The breathing techniques, patterns, and the transparent world were things that others needed to study diligently and train hard to master. To Yuan-E, they were as natural as crying and breathing are to a newborn. Because of this, he never felt that he was anything special, even if others repeatedly told him how outstanding he was. I, who have never saved anything, am unworthy of the word outstanding. Yuan-E opened his eyes, sighed lightly, and lowered his head to gently stroke the Nichiren blade resting on his lap. I wonder when I will find my brother and Muzan. Oh, if only. Brother, the mask is finished. Try it on. Though it couldn't compare to Mr. Rengoku's brilliant craftsmanship, at least it wouldn't obstruct vision. All right. Rengoku looked up, smiling slightly at Yuan-E, who had finished his devout worship of the mask. As long as existence remains, there will be traces. This time, I will definitely end Muzan. Soon the day of the Hashira meeting arrived. As the sun rose, a member of the Corps came to inform them that the meeting was about so early. Rengoku looked up at the faint light appearing at the horizon, surprised as he gazed at the member before him. I thought it would at least be in the morning. Because many new members have joined this time, the leader is quite excited, the member said. With deep respect, please follow me. Rengoku looked at Yuan-e only to see him had quietly come to stand behind him, nodding slightly when their eyes met. When the two arrived at the meeting location with the member, they found someone had already been waiting in the corridor. The person wore a light-colored kimono with cherry blossom patterns on the sleeves, appeared to be around 15 or 16, had smooth black medium-length hair, and a clean, handsome face that exuded approachability, though he seemed a bit slender compared to others his age. Hello there. The black-haired youth spoke, gently, his voice soothing. You must be Yuan-e and Rengoku. I've heard about you. You are the exceptionally talented swordsman from this year's assessment, but the others have not yet arrived, so you might need to wait a little. Yuan-e nodded slightly at the youth. Greetings, my lord. I have seen you before. Rengoku looked at the youth, or more accurately at the shadow behind him previously on Fujisaki Mountain. The black-haired youth smiled gently. I remember you too. You are the boy holding the illustrated book. Rengoku nodded, glancing at the items before the youth, and lightly wrinkled his nose. These things can't save you. I know. The youth appeared very calm. After all, this is the curse of the Tsujikuni clan. It can only prolong life, but cannot eradicate it. If we cannot eliminate the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji, then any so-called cure is meaningless. Tracking down the Demon King is a lengthy process, but you don't seem to have much time left. Yes, the youth paused slightly, still smiling gently. Perhaps I only have about 10 more years to live. I'm still taking medicine now just to relieve the worries of those who care for me. Hey, brother. Rengoku turned his head. Do you think my medicine has any possibility? Yuan-e hesitated for a moment. Rengoku, don't be too rude. I can tell at a glance that my time is short, mister. Rengoku must be very knowledgeable about medicine. The youth laughed casually, still smiling gently. If Mr. Rengoku has any ideas that could benefit this frail body of mine, please feel free to share. If it allows me to linger a bit longer and witness the demise of Muzan Kibutsuji, then I would be willing to do anything. I see. Rengoku nodded slightly. Then if there is a chance later. Greetings, my lord. I am truly ashamed to have kept you waiting. Rengoku was startled by the sudden loud voice, instinctively turning his head. As he caught sight of the newcomer, his initially dissatisfied mood quickly shifted to astonishment. The newcomer had long yellow hair with red-tipped edges and piercing eyes. He had a handsome face, but if one had to describe him, he resembled an owl. Did I just see a ghost? Zhua glanced around, finding the gathering conspicuously sparse. After all, centuries ago the Demon Slayer Corps had boasted 8 pillars, yet even counting Yoriichi and Himura, only 3 stood before him now. What? Him? He'd likely withdraw the moment asked about the Crimson Blade. How could he possibly count? Just as this thought crossed Zhua's mind, another figure arrived, guided by an member. Zhua's first impression upon seeing the newcomer was one of overwhelming, almost blinding splendor, so excessive it verged on visual overload. The man stood tall and poised, his silver-white hair cascading beside piercing crimson eyes. His features were undeniably exquisite, yet utterly overwhelmed by ornamental excess. A diamond-encrusted forehead ornament already drew the eye irresistibly. Yet his left ear bore 2 bold golden earrings. His left eye was ringed with radiating crimson makeup, and his fingernails alternated vivid clashing hues. And that was not all. Golden armbands adorned the lower deltoids of both arms, and each wrist bore 2 matching golden bracelets. A striking red scarf wrapped tightly around his neck. Were it not for his undeniable arresting beauty, Zhua might have mistaken him for some flamboyant, otherworldly demon who had strayed into the chamber. This man is strange, Zhua silently judged, and that judgment hardened the moment the stranger spoke. So this is the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters? The man smiled, lips lifting with theatrical flair. What an utterly unsplendid place. It clashes completely with my exalted identity, the resplendent god of festivals. This man is clearly unhinged. Zhua averted his gaze, only to find himself drawn back moments later. Yet his bone structure, his complexion, truly magnificent. And like my brother, he bears white hair and crimson eyes. Even the red Hanafuda markings on my brother's face match this hue. If only his aesthetic sensibility were slightly less exuberant. But fear not. Now that the glorious god of festivals has arrived, I shall elevate all of you to match my magnificent— Ha 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 ha. No, please spare us. Better yet, become mute first. Zhua turned away again, this time settling his gaze upon Yoriichi. Far more soothing to behold. Now that everyone is assembled, let today's pillar assembly begin. The youth who had spoken first bowed deeply. I am Ubuyashiki Kagami. On behalf of the Ubuyashiki family, I offer my deepest, most solemn gratitude for your unwavering service to the Demon Slayer Corps. Zhua scanned the room. Counting himself and Kagami, only 6 souls were present. Himura and Yoriichi had recently slain members of the 12 Kazuki, meaning they were newly appointed pillars. The silver-haired youth appeared utterly unfamiliar with the place. So this generation of the Demon Slayer Corps had but one flame pillar. How then would they confront Muzan? Or rather, what gave them the audacity to even attempt it? Was courage alone enough? What use was valor without strength? I imagine many of you are astonished, Kagami said, lifting his gaze. When I inherited leadership of the Corps from my father, only one pillar remained. Flame pillar Kaijiro Rengoku. The others had either sustained grievous injuries or withdrawn due to advanced age. The Corps stands at its weakest point in centuries. Thus replenishing the pillars is my most urgent priority. Fortune, however, has smiled upon us. In this brief span, an extraordinary number of gifted swordsmen have emerged. Today's assembly, therefore, serves not only routine deliberation, but also the formal ascension of 3 new pillars. Zhuan nodded inwardly, So he was merely filler after all. First sound pillar Yuzui Tenjin. Kagami's voice remained gentle, his smile unwavering. He has slain 50 flesh-eating demons. At Kagami's words, the extravagantly adorned youth stepped forward. Indeed, I am none other than the resplendent god of festivals, Yuzui Tenjin. Rest assured, I shall soon transform all of you into beings worthy of my brilliance. Kagami inclined his head slightly, his serene smile unbroken as he turned to Himura Jyomiai. Next stone pillar Himura Jyomiai. He successfully slew the lower rank 6 of the 12 Kazuki during a mission, and prior to that had dispatched over 30 demons. A warrior of formidable prowess. Nemo Amida, Butsu. Himura folded his hands, reverently bowing his head. May I continue to honor the trust placed in me by our lord. You're far too hard on yourself, young Jyomiai. Kayajiro clapped Himura heartily on the shoulder. When I was your age, I hadn't even encountered a single Kazuki. Nemo Amida, Butsu. This victory was not mine alone. Himura gently turned his prayer beads. Had Jua not held off the remaining demons and drawn the guard's attention, I could never have slain that demon so decisively. I have heard of this as well. Kagami's gaze settled upon Jua. According to Kikunajo, you wield a crimson Nichiren blade. Might you share the secret behind this rare phenomenon? Strength alone suffices. Jua drew his standard issue Nichiren blade and gripped the hilt with crushing force. The blade's cerulean edge instantly suffused with deep, vibrant crimson. This is the crimson blade. When striking a demon, it suppresses regeneration, but such suppression has limits. The stronger the demon, the faster it recovers. To wield it, one's grip must exceed 1,000 jun. I see. Not a trace of disappointment flickered across Kagami's face. Though such a demanding prerequisite is sobering, I remain profoundly grateful you chose to share this knowledge with us. You're welcome. After receiving Jua's reply, Kagami offered a warm, appreciative nod, then turned toward Yoriichi. This is Yoriichi. He ranked first in this year's Fujikase Mountain swordsmanship trials, eradicating every demon within the mountain in a single day. In his inaugural mission, he encountered and slew the lower rank 4 of the 12 Kazuki and rescued his fellow swordsman. A warrior of exceptional power. Yet, here Kagami paused, faintly puzzled. Though I received reports from Water Pillar Sakanji Urokadaki and from the Messenger Crows, I remain unable to deduce your breathing style. Might you enlighten us? Yoriichi lifted his gaze, a gentle sunlit smile, softening his features. My breathing style was born from contemplation of the sun itself, so I call it the sun breathing. After confirming the method of using the He Dao at the mansion and announcing the new Hashira, Jua applied to leave. Though he had now joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he still held a poor impression of the Hashira meeting. To put it differently, if he had not encountered Rengoku Kyujuru back then, Jua would have never agreed to join the Demon Slayer Corps, even if the Tsuchimikado family was relatively reasonable. When leaving, Jua did not allow the shadow to guide him, saying he wanted to wander freely. As for the swordsmen who could come to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the shadows always held them in the highest esteem. Alright then, I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just look for us. Thank you. The unknown shadow was very excited. Although it was never explicitly said, the swordsmen who can come to the headquarters all have the potential to become Hashira. I have a question to ask you. Yes. Have you ever seen a Hashira who doesn't know the breathing techniques? You don't need to follow me. I can walk around by myself. Shua shook his head and waved his hand, leaving the puzzled shadow. He had tried to learn the breathing techniques before, but no matter what, he could not master them, even attempting the 5 basic breaths of wind, water, flame, rock, and thunder. Yet in the end, he still could not learn. Every time he attempted to operate the breathing techniques, it felt like he was drowning, a sense of suffocation that rendered all his blood demon arts unusable. Yuan also tried to teach Jua the moon breathing derived from Yin Sheng's initial breath, but Jua still could not master it. Is it because I became a demon and thus cannot practice the breathing techniques? Or is there another reason? Jua furrowed his brows, unable to resist pondering this question again, yet his feet did not halt. It was only when he caught a whiff of mixed medicinal scents that Jua realized he had unknowingly arrived at the current pharmacy of the Demon Slayer Corps. The outer yard of the pharmacy was filled with wisteria flowers, while the inner yard housed various precious herbs that would be used in healing potions. The bright morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the wisteria, casting fragmented round spots of light on the ground. Bees and butterflies danced around the blooming herbs in the yard, creating a beautiful scene as they occasionally paused on the petals. How about I wait here for my brother to find me? Shua took out a sketchbook and wandered around the garden, looking for a suitable angle to sit and draw. As soon as he sat on a nearby stone, he heard a familiar voice. You can't just wander in here. Jua turned to see the girl he had met before, named Shinobu. I remember you, your name is. Jua supported his face with his hand and looked at the girl. You're helping to prepare medicine for Tsuchimikado. The master, right? I saw the medicine the master took during the Hashira meeting today. It doesn't help his condition, but that was personally made by the master pharmacist. Shinobu put her hands on her hips, looking angrily at Jua. Every master has taken it, and they all said it worked well, alleviating a lot of their burdens. Oh really? Jua recalled the scent he had smelled, but those medicines combined are just ordinary tonics for strengthening the body. They might be okay for ordinary people, but they are useless for the Tsuchimikado family. You're not trying to put on a show in front of a little girl, are you? Jua smiled at Shinobu's suspicious expression. I have no need to deceive you. I spent a period of time madly preparing medicine for myself, and since then I've learned a lot about this. Why? You look quite healthy. It's just the appearance. Jua shifted his gaze back to the sketchbook. I'm still sick. I see you're doing quite well. Shinobu watched as Zhua began to draw on paper, snorting. You better not wander around. These herbs are very precious. Go on, go on. Zhua didn't give Shinobu another glance. But if you want the master to feel better, add some pain relief medicine for him. That child has been enduring pain while smiling. After all, that family has always been like this. Shinobu muttered, what? You're clearly not much older, but you speak like an old man. Shinobu huffed, and after checking the garden, walked away with a puffed-up face. Yet when she returned to the pharmacy, she couldn't help but tell everything to her mentor, who taught her about medicine, Muzan. Muzan was not particularly handsome, but his gaze gave off a cold feeling. He was tall and robust, yet the sleeve of his right arm fluttered in the wind as he turned silently, telling a story. After hearing Shinobu's description, Muzan furrowed his brows and sighed slightly. So the medicine is indeed ineffective. Shinobu's eyes widened slightly. Does that mean you also know the medicine doesn't work? Perhaps it is useful. Muzan shook his head, but every time during the Hashira meetings when the master comes to the headquarters for regular checkups, his condition is getting worse, so that medicine might not be as effective as it seems. After all, something that so many pharmacists have struggled for hundreds of years to achieve is not something that could suddenly progress, not to mention the so-called curse that the master carries. Should we add some pain relief medicine next time? Let's add some as long as there are no conflicting properties. Muzan's expression was sorrowful. My medical skills are still too superficial. I haven't even realized that the master has been enduring pain. Shinobu, you must remember this. What is it? Learning medicine won't save this world. Without strength in this world, you can't protect anything. Muzan's face showed strong hatred. If only my swordsmanship had been better back then, I wouldn't have had to watch my companions sacrifice while I had to trade my arm for the chance to slay a demon. The most ridiculous thing is that I still couldn't succeed, only surviving because the sky was about to brighten, letting that demon spare me, barely scraping by watching one after another of those much younger children fight fiercely against demons only to return in a near-death state. I have hated myself more than once for being so weak, for not having died, and for leading them onto the path of demon slaying. You're amazing, sensei. Shinobu stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Muzan's leg. Whether it's swordsmanship or medicine, you are great. Mr. Izum has mentioned your incredible swordsmanship as the former rock Hashira more than once. And slaying demons is not a dead end. My sister and I will also become outstanding swordsmen. At that time we will end this era. Is that so? Muzan smiled bitterly, bending down to rub the girl's head with his left hand. But little Shinobu, your frame is too small. Oh, people who are too small cannot become qualified swordsmen, and learning medicine cannot kill demons. Who says so? Didn't the book you gave me say that? Shinobu became agitated again. Hundreds of years ago, an outstanding wandering pharmacist provided over 50 types of demon-slaying medicines to the Demon Slayer Corps, and more than 10 types are still in use today, without any modifications. Isn't that killing demons? Though I may be weak, that's just because I haven't developed yet. As long as I keep exercising, I can definitely cut off a demon's neck. If I, who am this weak, can achieve these things, then my sister, who is stronger than me, can surely do even better. We will definitely become the new Hashira and support the Demon Slayer Corps like you did back then. We will find the Demon King and kill him completely. Muzan ruffled Shinobu's hair again, then looked up at the sunlight streaming through the window, his smile finally softening. All right, sensei looks forward to that day. The recent meeting of the pillars was in fact quite brief. It was merely a report from the pillars regarding the demons they had hunted over the past 6 months, aside from task notifications and their concerns about certain locations that required further investigation. Bei Mingyu, unable to see, simply followed the reports of Sueya with hardly anything else to report. Yuzue Tanyuan, in a grandiloquent manner, expressed that although he had 3 exceptionally capable wives since joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he had only focused on becoming a magnificent pillar as soon as possible in his role as the god of rituals and had not paid attention to his surroundings. Yuan Yi had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps for less than half a month and went to investigate amid the doubts of the fellow swordsmen, which led him to encounter the 12 Kazuki. Thus, the only one truly giving a report was Rengoku Shinjiro. After concluding the report, Kenroji Ye took out a map to assign patrol areas to the newly promoted 3 pillars, explaining some tasks they needed to undertake as pillars and the rights they would possess. So does anyone have any questions? Kenroji Ye looked up at the 3 newly appointed pillars, his expression soft and smiling. I will answer each of your queries. Very well. Your elaborate explanation is indeed splendidly clear. This god of rituals has completely understood. Amitba, I have no doubts either. Is it true that a pillar can only be responsible for one area? Kenroji Ye was momentarily taken aback. Not necessarily. But if you take on too many areas, you won't be able to rest properly. It doesn't matter. Please assign me all 7 patrol areas in the Kanto region. Yuan Yi lightly tapped the map. Half a year should be enough for me to cleanse most of the demons here. Kenroji Ye, did he really mention cleanse? Young man, while it's good to have confidence in your strength, I must remind you. Rengoku, who had been observing, crossed his arms with a serious expression. Patrolling and executing missions are completely different. There are even more things to be mindful of while patrolling. Yuan Yi slightly nodded. I understand, but finding traces of demons is not a difficult task for me, and half a year is enough time for me to thoroughly search the Kanto region. Huh, how splendid. Yuzue Tianyuan looked at Yuan Yi with enthusiasm. Then I shall join. My lord, please assign me 3 areas. After all, with the help of my 3 virtuous wives, patrolling 3 locations should not be a problem, though I am quite reluctant. As the magnificent god of rituals, I have indeed lost this time. Amitba. Though I cannot see if the locations are merely adjacent, I can manage with sway, yes, timely notifications. Bei Mingyu lowered his gaze. After all, it is a time when the Demon Slayer core is weak. It is only right for us to bear more responsibility. Rengoku Shinjiro raked his fingers through his hair. You youngsters really don't give the elders a chance to rest. So my lord, please increase my task area to 4. The regions should also be close to the Kanto region. Mr. Rengoku, I appreciate your concern, but I am not trying to. No need to say more. Rengoku Shinjiro patted Yuan-I's shoulder. Since the younger generation has the will to strive, I cannot be too idle. And for some reason, hearing you say you are of the breath of the sun gives me a very familiar feeling. Familiar? Yuan-I lowered his eyes, and after a while smiled slightly. That does seem to be the case. With all the pillars in agreement, Kanroji Ye reassigned several of their jurisdictions to ensure they could quickly support one another, and after thanking the 4 pillars once again, he declared the meeting concluded. After seeing all the pillars off, Kanroji Ye, accompanied by his wife Amano, opened the family records regarding the history of the breathing techniques. The first lord to encounter the breathing techniques was Kanroji Mushi. According to his description, one of the 8 pillars at the time, Rengoku Teshiru, met a swordsman who taught the initial breathing technique, but that swordsman was unwilling to join the Demon Slayer Corps and did not leave a name, so it was not recorded. However, it was mentioned that the initial breathing came from the swordsman's understanding of the sun, but that powerful swordsman's brother joined the Demon Slayer Corps and comprehended a unique breathing technique. Although it was not as strong as the initial swordsman's, his breathing technique was also formidable, and neither of them found a successor. In the same year, the initial swordsman taught the Demon Slayer Corps how to utilize patterns which could bring greater power, but also hasten death, as those who activated the patterns could not survive past the age of 25. Next was the record of Kanroji Hikari, the child of Kanroji Mushi. That initial swordsman's brother became a demon, destroying his own family and killing Kanroji Mushi. Later, that initial swordsman, after severely injuring Kibutsuji Muzan, brought his brother, who had inexplicably turned into a demon, to the Demon Slayer Corps, providing them with notes detailing Muzan's weaknesses and teaching them how to activate the red Nichiren blade. By this time, the initial swordsman was over 25 years old and was a remarkably powerful individual. His brother turned into an initial demon akin to Kibutsuji Muzan, but managed to suppress his urge to consume humans and developed various medicines capable of slaying demons, which he bestowed to the Demon Slayer Corps. Personal note, I have always wanted to apologize to them. That swordsman, who clearly bore no sins, silently carried all burdens and continued forward even after losing so much, still showing kindness and tolerance to this world. It is just that they never returned to the Demon Slayer Corps afterward. If my child could meet him, I would ask them to convey my apologies. Kanroji Ye continued to read the records of Kanroji Hikari. When I took over the Demon Slayer Corps from my father, Kibutsuji Muzan had already been hidden for 20 years and had ceased creating demons, yet powerful demons still roamed outside. I always received letters from the initial swordsman along with formulas for new demon-slaying medicines, but those 2 never left an address. Thus, throughout my 18 years of leading the Demon Slayer Corps, until my body completely broke down, I never got to meet him, and my father's will could only continue to be passed down. It has been 13 years since I took over the Demon Slayer Corps from my father Hikari, and Kibutsuji Muzan still has not appeared. The Demon Slayer Corps has fallen into a situation where there are no demons to slay, but joyfully, yet sorrowfully, I finally received news of the initial swordsman. That swordsman took his own life, slaying his brother, who was the initial demon, just before his lifespan was about to end, then leaped off a cliff. His remains were shattered and unrecognizable, but the Nichiren blade he carried confirmed it. Kanroji Ye closed the book, a hint of worry appearing on his handsome face. I hope. I'm just overthinking things. After Yuan-I left the pillar assembly, a figure from the hidden came to take his sword, stating it would be engraved with the words Demon Slayer and further modified according to the user's needs. During this time, Yuan-I would have to wait a bit longer at headquarters. Alright then, I'll trouble you with that. Yuan-I handed over the sword to the hidden. I wonder if you could find me a regular Nichiren blade first. It feels a bit uncomfortable not having a sword by my side. Not a trouble at all. The hidden exclaimed excitedly, holding the sword, as if about to faint from exhilaration. I will deliver the Nichiren blade to your residence later. Do you have any specific requirements for the sword? Just make it a bit sharper since I don't have anywhere nearby to sharpen it. Alright. Then I shall take my leave, wishing you great fortune in your martial pursuits. Yuan-I watched as the hidden hurriedly left, and after a moment of sensing, walked towards the day. He had no idea where he would end up this time. Just as the day had not changed his self-perception for hundreds of years, he too had not altered the fact that the day would often be captivated by the scenery and wander off without knowing where he was going. At first, Yuan-I was unable to reverse capture the day's location due to the suppression from the original demon over the Even if the day could not read his thoughts, Yuan-I could clearly sense that if the day were to die, he as the transformed demon would completely lose everything belonging to a demon. The harm and lost time would all revert back to him. Yuan-I was quite satisfied with this, hence he did not attempt to break through that layer of limitation. He believed that one should always have some restrictions on oneself. But until the day went missing for 3 months after descending the mountain to buy paint, he found himself uneasy when he couldn't locate the day after descending. He had to try to break through the natural class suppression between the transformed demon and the demon king, and after overcoming that suppression, he successfully located the Day, using a trace of source blood, and brought him back to the mountain. Fortunately, He felt that although he had broken through limitations, he did not possess the ability of the original demon to turn people into demons. Otherwise, he might have sought to track down Muzan at that time, rather than enduring his anger until Muzan made a mistake before officially descending the mountain. Thinking this way, He finally arrived at the Sense location, but upon seeing the pharmacy with the sign reading "No entry for outsiders" and the Day inside inexplicably painting in the herb garden, he displayed a helpless expression. What a frustrating situation. He looked up at the sky and, feeling no rush, quietly and patiently stood at the door waiting for the Day to come out. After returning home, Rengoku Shinjiro couldn't help but tell his wife Ruka about the 3 new pillars in the Demon Slayer. The stone pillar is an unseen lad, but just looking at his physique gives a sense of security. He always looks so sorrowful that it genuinely worries me he might do something foolish. The sound pillar is a strange person, but his ability to get things done is incredibly strong. However, the fact that he has 3 wives and loves to flaunt that is simply hard to accept. And the last one, the sun pillar, who is said to have understood his own breathing technique. He just recently passed the assessment to become a pillar. Highly talented. Moreover, this time the distribution of territories was very proactive, taking on the entire Kanto region, claiming to cleanse the demons there. While I admire that it feels a bit reckless for a newcomer, there's also an interesting newcomer. He is the brother of the sun pillar, and he can actually wield the legendary red Nichiren blade, one that prevents demons from recovering. It's completely different from the kind of red associated with the flame breathing. Just looking at it gives a sense of oppression. Furthermore, he killed over a dozen demons in his first battle without a scratch. I believe he will soon become a pillar too. The woman in front of Rengoku had delicate features, dressed in a light kimono, her red eyes carrying a gentle smile. As she sat there smiling slightly, "I'm truly happy for you, Shinjiro." Yes, the Demon Slayer core has a new influx of blood. Rengoku couldn't help but smile, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face, his brow furrowing, but I'm still a bit concerned. What is it? I just feel like there's something off about those brothers. The sun pillar and his brother, who wields the red blade. Rengoku Shinjiro frowned, but I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong. If the former water pillar Kocho Shinobu were here, perhaps it would be easier. Also, the sun breathing sounds familiar. It feels like I've heard or seen it somewhere, but I just can't recall what it is that I should be so concerned about. Then just ask them directly. Ruka laughed softly. After all, from your description, it seems the sun pillar is a very gentle and responsible person. If it's not something unspeakable, I believe he would be willing to tell you. You're right. It's inappropriate to discuss others behind their backs. I'll ask him the next time we meet. Have you also been reassigned a task area this time? Yes. But before that, the Lord has asked me to investigate Hachiho Island. It's said that travelers have been going missing frequently there in recent years. Rengoku's eyes showed a hint of regret. I'm sorry, I had promised to accompany you to the fireworks festival after this pillar assembly. Next time is fine, but Rengoku, you must be careful. Ruka smiled, but her red eyes were filled with worry. She raised her hand to gently tuck a stray hair behind her ear. Shinjiro, the children and I cannot lose you, so please be sure to take care of yourself. Don't worry. Rengoku Shinjiro extended his arms to embrace his wife, gently kissing the top of her head. I am a pillar of the Demon Slayer core. A pillar will not be defeated by demons. In the end, the Day was still chased out by Shinobu, the reason being that after finishing his painting, he noticed a few flowers of medicinal herbs that looked beautiful and wanted to pluck them to take back his paint. As a result, Shinobu almost instantly dashed out from the room, grabbing his Haori and dragging him out. Truth be told, had he not seen Yuan-e standing at the courtyard entrance, the Day would have insisted on plucking those flowers for paint today. At worst, he would just help to replant them afterward. Even as the brother of a pillar, you can't be so willful. Shinobu looked at Yuan-e, who was half squatting in front of him, gazing up at him with an apologetic tone, and his anger dissipated like water splashed with cold. You must keep a close watch on him. All right, I will. Sorry for the trouble. Yuan-e turned to the Day, standing aside. I will keep an eye on him. Shinobu then huffed, pouting. Then I wish you great fortune in your martial pursuits. Certainly, you must slay many demons. All right, I will work hard with your expectations in mind. Yuan-e stood up, ruffling Shinobu's hair and looking at the Day. Okay, don't be petty with a child. You were the one who touched the medicinal herbs first, weren't you? Let's go home. During the days spent waiting for the Sun Will Blade to arrive, Zhou gently expressed to his brother his desire to learn some basic swordsmanship, at least to be able to recognize the opponent's attack patterns, so he wouldn't foolishly present the side of his blade to the enemy anymore. Yuan-e was more than happy to teach his younger brother swordsmanship, so he requested many training swords from the people of Yin and began to instruct Zhou. In Yuan-e's own words, since Zhou was completely uninterested in swordsmanship, it was better to learn through practical combat, to memorize quickly. The people of Yin soon learned that the newly promoted Sun Pillar trained with extreme rigor. Even though he always smiled gently and treated everyone with calm respect, he could be truly terrifying when it came to training others. The sound of strikes only paused twice over the course of 6 days while the people of Yin continued to deliver wooden swords, yet in just 6 short days the two had already exhausted over 400 training swords. Most of these swords were consumed by Zhou, and as for how much most refers to, well, let's put it this way, Yuan-e's swords had only broken twice due to excessive wear. The good news, however, was that Zhou could now at least meet attacks with the blade, under Yuan-e's lenient guidance. On the 7th day of training, Xiao Yi and Yi Mu arrived with their swords. When they arrived, Zhou was sparring with Yuan, so the two stood aside without interrupting. Zhou's attacks appeared formidable, but aside from the occasional weapon exchange, he couldn't even graze Yuan-I's Haori. Yuan-I seemed hardly to have moved from his position, yet each strike managed to leave a cut on Zhou's Haori. After his training wooden sword broke, once again, Zhou angrily tossed aside the hilt with the broken blade, shouting him done. No more fighting. There's no hope at all. Brother, let me at least graze your Haori once. Yuan-I chuckled lightly, letting his wooden sword drop. Haven't I broken my sword twice as well? That kind of thing gives no sense of achievement at all. Zhou removed his tattered gray-blue Haori, loosening the tie in his hair, so that it fell loosely as usual. To be honest, I don't feel like I've made any progress at all on Mr. Chiyoyi. Chiyoyi, carrying a sword case and wearing a fireman mask, was now clenching his fists, trembling all over. Zhou instinctively took a step back. I swear. I really paid attention, but it still broke after I chopped 4 demons. Look, I'm really training hard now. I'm sorry. Zhou looked at Chiyoyi, who had suddenly bowed with a bewildered expression. Huh. Even though it pains and angers me to see that child break his sword after only chopping 4 demons, just by looking at the part connected to the hilt, I know you must have fought hard with a broken blade afterward. I greatly admire your spirit. So this time I specifically reinforced the strength and weight of the sword. Water dripped from the edge of Chiyoyi's mask, finally falling to the ground, but. It only struck me after I saw what just happened. You really don't know how to use a sword. How could someone who doesn't know how to use a sword pass the examination to become a swordsman? I actually entrusted that child to— I absolutely will not entrust this child to you, you demon. Never. Saying this, Chiyoyi cried as he turned. Huh. He ran away. Yimu watched Chiyoyi's retreating figure, then turned to Zhou. If you want a weapon, you better hurry and chase after him. Oh. Chiyoyi once survived the 12 demon moons with just his legs and excellent hiding skills. Yimu's voice contained a tone of schadenfreude, and if he decides to hide, there's no one in the village who can find him except for that weirdo Huaying. But I don't think you want to meet Huaying. Huh. Why is that? Zhou's expression changed, and he immediately chased after him. Wait. Mr. Chiyoyi, I wanted to talk to you about the weapon. Hey. Wait. Hey. Yuan-I watched Zhou chase after Chiyoyi and couldn't help but smile, carefully placing the wooden sword on the rack, then looked at Yimu standing at the door. Please, Mr. Yimu, come in and talk. No need, I just came to deliver the sword. Yimu shook his head. To be honest, when I heard the village chief say my sword was sent back, I was so angry I wanted to come over and chop you with it. Yet the people of Een told me the next moment to reforge the sword to make it sharper and inscribe Demon Slayer on it. Yimu took out the Black Sun Will blade from the sword case on his back. I thought it would have endured a fierce battle, but the blade shows no signs of wear, as if it were brand new. So new it's hard to believe it cut off the neck of the 12 demon moons, and I also saw the training just now. You really are an outstanding swordsman. At that moment, Zhou returned carrying the still crying Chiyoyi. He ignored Chiyoyi's pulling at his hair and smiled. Of course, my brother is super strong. Humph, a brat who doesn't know a bit of swordsmanship. But his movement is not bad. It's really a stroke of luck that you got the sword forged by Chiyoyi. Mu handed the Sun Will blade to Yuan-I, closing the sword case and putting it on his back. If it were that guy Huaying, you'd have a tough time. Zhou set Chiyoyi down, holding his shoulders to prevent him from running away. It seems like this person was mentioned earlier. What's the matter? Huaying once injured a pillar with his sword. A pillar. Even without seeing, one could sense the mocking expression beneath Yimu's mask, although there are also reasons why some pillars don't want to fight. Huaying very easily chased after a pillar with a sword after hearing the news of the sword being destroyed. Moreover, the 2 swords he forged himself are sharp enough to cut hair with a blow. Yimu gestured a palm's length at his right shoulder, his voice filled with schadenfreude. The wound was probably about this deep, half a fingernail deep. Thankfully, that pillar reacted afterward and didn't just let Huaying vent, but restrained him. Although that pillar said it was fine afterward, Huaying was ordered by the village chief to forge standard swords, and to this day, he hasn't been able to reforge swords for the swordsman. So you should cherish Chiyoyi. He is one of the few in our sword forging village who won't attack swordsmen at all. Zhou, do you hear yourself? Why are you speaking with such pride about a pillar being pursued and injured by a swordsmith because of a broken sword? Wah. Chiyoyi clung tightly to the sword case. I won't entrust this child to you. Absolutely not. Beast. Scum. Why would someone like you become a swordsman? I trusted you so much with that child. And yet you treat him— Wah. My poor child. Wah. It's all Dad's fault for not seeing through this monster's true nature. Wah. Rest assured, Dad will protect you. I will never allow you to violate him brutally like you did with your older brother. Wah, Zhou. I'm tired, let's just— Hiru finally retrieved his blade from Akira and candidly admitted his ineptitude with swordsmanship, asking Akira to recommend a more suitable and portable weapon. Though visibly reluctant to forge another weapon for Hiru, Akira nevertheless recorded his requirements with meticulous care, promising to consider them thoroughly upon returning home. Having reclaimed his sword, Yoriichi immediately departed for his assigned district to purge demons, while Hiru's messenger crow Kitaro arrived with a new assignment. You are to capture demons. Caw. Precisely so. The crow perched upon Hiru's shoulder. To replenish the demon population in Fujikasayama for the next Demon Slayer examination. I see. After all, brother cleared them all out last time. Hiru nodded thoughtfully. But why me? Isn't this task reserved for the pillars? Because you wield the Crimson Blade. Caw. If demons cannot regenerate, the hidden division's transport will be far simpler, and the examination's difficulty will be somewhat reduced. My Crimson Blade cannot achieve that. At best, it only delays regeneration. Hiru protested gently. Moreover, though I can sense demons, I cannot pinpoint their exact locations. If you truly need someone to capture them, you'd be better off asking my brother. No, wait, never mind. Sending him to hunt demons is utterly unthinkable. Caw. After all, very few demons ever survive his blade. Hiru murmured softly, glancing toward the hidden member who had come to escort him out. Ah, how I wish I could join brother on a mission. Caw. Your jurisdictions are entirely separate. Honestly, you overgrown raven, just shut up. Enough. Meanwhile, Yoriichi walked calmly alongside successive members of the hidden division. Though the swordsmith village remained classified even after his ascension to pillar, the location of the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters was now known to him. Then I shall bid you farewell here. May your martial fortune flourish. Thank you. After orienting himself, Yoriichi prepared to depart for the Kanto region, the district under his purview, when he was called back. Turning, he paused, faintly startled. Master Ubuyashiki. Were you awaiting me? Are you departing soon? Ubuyashiki Kagaya stood beneath a canopy of blooming wisteria, offering a gentle nod. There is something that has lingered in my thoughts. I hope I may borrow a moment of your time. Of course, please speak. Yoriichi halted 3 meters before Ubuyashiki. I shall answer truthfully. Yoriichi's breathing style. Did you intuit it yourself rather than learn it from any source? Yes. Yoriichi inclined his head slightly. I have practiced it since early childhood. Ubuyashiki Kagaya gazed upon Yoriichi, bathed in sunlight, his expression serene. Yet the words poised on his lips retreated unspoken, replaced instead by a tender, knowing smile. Yoriichi, you are truly a being of extraordinary power and innate genius. I am but one among many demon slayers, master. Your praise exceeds my worth. Ubuyashiki shook his head, stepping forward from the dappled shade to stand directly before Yoriichi and look up at him. In truth, someone entrusted me with an apology to be delivered to you. Yoriichi froze in place, then tilted his head, a quiet, puzzled expression softening his features. Yet I met you only these past days, and before that my brother and I dwelled deep within the mountains. We shall speak further when the time allows. Ubuyashiki Kagaya smiled faintly, then turned towards several hidden members approaching in the distance, searching for him. It seems even a quiet stroll cannot remain secret. Please take care of your health. Concern flickered in Yoriichi's eyes. If possible, do seek out sunlight more often. I shall. Ubuyashiki raised his gaze to meet Yoriichi's. Then Kanto's people rest safely in your hands. I shall eradicate every demon there, to the utmost of my ability. Then may your health endure. I depart now. His tone held no trace of vow or promise, only the quiet certainty of immutable fact. Ubuyashiki Kagaya watched Yoriichi's retreating figure in silence for a long while, then furrowed his brow faintly. Could it truly be him? Master Ubuyashiki. Master, if you intend to leave, at least inform us. Even if you omit us, please tell Lady Kyoan at the very least. Indeed, Lady Kyoan grew deeply anxious when you vanished without word. Ubuyashiki broke off his thoughts, turning toward the 2 flustered hidden members with a gentle, apologetic smile. My apologies. I merely wished to breathe fresh air, yet lost myself in thought and wandered farther than intended. Forgive me for causing you distress. Let us return now. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters, Hiru first visited the Fuji house to procure a sturdy chest, then set out to hunt demons. Upon locating a demon, he would sever its limbs or cleave it at the waist, then seal it within the chest and deliver it to the nearest Fuji house. Yet after capturing 7 such demons, Hiru examined his blade's worn edge and realized he needed a different approach. Mr. Hiru slid his sword back into its scabbard and turned toward the approaching hidden member. What is it? People have gone missing in Tokyo Prefecture. Hiru considered the route briefly. Ah, yes, one of brother's districts. His brother, the Sun Pillar, not currently stationed in Kanto. Though the Sun Pillar has slain over a dozen demons since his promotion, he follows his own path without fixed itinerary, making his movements difficult to track. The hidden member appeared uneasy. 3 days ago, we dispatched a messenger crow to inform the Sun Pillar that a 12 Kazuki suspect has been sighted in Fukushima, the Flame Pillar's jurisdiction. As the Flame Pillar was away on another assignment, the Sun Pillar proceeded there instead. Thus you are now the highest-ranking demon slayer nearest to Tokyo Prefecture. Understood. I shall investigate. Thank you, sir. Where is Kitaro? Hiru withdrew a black cloth blindfold from his robe. If he isn't here, simply assign any messenger crow to guide me. Otherwise, I make no guarantees as to where I'll end up. Understood. I'll fetch one immediately. Please wait a moment. Moments later, Hiru felt the light weight of a crow alight upon his shoulder. Shall we depart? Caw. I am human. It is my profound honor to guide 5th-rank demon slayer Hiru. Caw. Why does a crow even have a speech quirk? Human knows not truly. Caw. Forward. Yes. Seriously, don't they make quieter crows? Human knows not truly. Honestly, enough. You're permitted to speak only to indicate direction. Shimi Fushishouan never imagined encountering such a twist of fate. Clearly that bastard father was already dead, and he was capable of working with life on the verge of improvement. It should have been like this. However, at the moment he caught sight of the figure before him in the faint light of dawn, Shimi felt as if his breath was about. The person wore a striped kimono with a petite stature and a familiar face, yet possessed sharp fangs unlike before, glaring fiercely as they crouched low, growling at him. Sherma's hand gripping the hatchet involuntarily trembled. Mom, wait. This can't be real, can it? Yet the petite woman opposite him showed no intention of letting him finish, lunging at him directly. Her sharp nails easily tore into Sherma's cheek. To save his life, Shimi had no choice but to raise the hatchet to block the attack. Mom, it's me. I'm Shimi. Ugh. This time Shimi was directly knocked away. Watching the figure pounce towards him, he quickly rolled to his feet, gripping the knife tightly again, letting out a cry that, though meaningless, effortlessly evoked sorrow in those who heard it. Shimi no longer held back, striking down at his mother again and again. The warm blood splattered onto his face and body, burning him like lava, yet he could not stop. If he stopped, not only would he perish, but his younger siblings would also meet the same fate. But why would Mom? Everything should have changed for the better after that scum of a dad died. It clearly should have been like this. Tears uncontrollably streamed down Sherma's face, blurring his vision. This again caused him to be knocked away. Watching his mother once more with a terrifying expression lunge at him, Shimi gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to rush forward, a sound of rushing wind caught his attention. The figure that had made him fight hard all night was pinned to the ground, struggling in vain. Saved. Sherma's body still trembled uncontrollably, but he stood up and walked towards the pinned figure. He still found it hard to believe that the one attacking his younger siblings was their mother, who had always loved and tried to protect them. She is already a ghost, and having tasted human blood, she won't regain her sanity until she consumes a certain number of. Shimi turned in shock to look at the newcomer, who appeared to be around the same age as him. The boy had a gentle appearance, wearing a long gray-blue Haori, walking steadily and quickly towards him. As their eyes met, the boy spoke again. You're severely injured, go bandage up. They'll deal with this ghost, or do you wish to say goodbye to her? Who are you? Do you know what's wrong with my mom? What on earth happened? Shimi finally lost his grip on the hatchet, slumping against the wall beside him. Why did it come to this? My name is Hiru. You could say I'm a ghost-slaying swordsman. Hiru frowned at the sweet, rich scent of blood in the air and tossed a packet of powdered medicine to Shimi. First, take care. But Shimi let the medicine fall to the ground, stepping forward to grab Hiru's arm. Despite his fierce appearance, the indescribable sadness in his eyes made him seem fragile. What is going on? Why did this happen? Hiru and Shimi locked eyes for a moment before Hiru slowly pulled away his hand. I can explain the matters concerning ghosts anytime, but I must remind you, if you have something to say, you should say it now. Otherwise, you may never get the chance again. When the sun rises, she will be killed by sunlight. What more is there to say? Shimi gritted his teeth, looking up at the figure, still struggling despite being pinned down. He opened his mouth several times, but closed it again. After a long pause, he raised his arm, wiping his eyes fiercely with his blood-stained sleeve, disregarding his own bleeding wound, and walked toward the figure he should call mother. Hiru's gaze scanned the surroundings, not interfering, but at that moment another figure rushed over. A little boy with a mohawk covering a wound on his cheek with a cloth ran over. But upon seeing the white-haired boy and the figure pinned to the ground by his knife, he couldn't help but shout, Mom, why? Why did brother kill Mom? Murderer. Brother is a murderer. Hiru noticed the white-haired boy's form stagger, sighed softly, and walked over, looking down at the black-haired boy. I'm truly sorry, but I killed her. You executioner. The boy struggled to draw his knife, glaring ferociously. Why did you attack our home? What could our family possibly have that matters to you? Why destroy our home? Humph. Hiru's lips curled into a slight smile. What matters? I don't care about your family. Then why do such a thing? Before that, shouldn't you first confirm whether your mother is still human? Hiru pointed at the woman starting to disintegrate under the sunlight. This is the reason I came here. What? Wait. How can this be? Wait. Mom. Don't do this. Stop. My name is Shimi Fushi. Hiru looked at the white-haired boy standing expressionlessly and shrugged. Hiru, as I just mentioned. Please tell me all about this in detail. Shimi looked at the boy, who was about the same size as him. I want to know the reason. The reason can wait a bit longer. Hiru raised his hand to catch the medicine packet dropped by Karasu and handed it to Shimi again. You go treat your wound. I need to follow the trail to find another ghost. After that, I will come find you. Shimi remained silent for a moment before taking the medicine packet. All right. Okay, you. Hiru reached out a hand to lift the boy up, easily pulling out the Nichiren blade he had thrown along with its sheath. Go back with your brother. He'll come find you later if you want to know anything. You for now calm down. The white-haired boy and the black-haired boy stood there for a long time. Until the sun fully rose, the tall white-haired boy finally spoke. Let's go, Jimmy, we are going back. But brother. The boy's face was still streaked with tears, looking very uneasy. Clearly he understood that when humans die, their bodies do not turn to ash and disappear like that. Moreover, they were attacked by claws, and when that person had handed over the medicine packet, their nails hadn't been that long, meaning that the one who attacked them was their mother. Their mother had turned into a monster, yet he said such things to his brother, who had fought desperately to protect them. Let's find a doctor, Shimi said, taking off his Haori to cover the wound on his face. How is everyone? Everyone is bleeding profusely. Tears streamed down Jim's cheeks. Even though I try to apply pressure to the wounds, everyone's still. Let's go back. I am just a murderer. If I had been home at that time, my brother and sister would not have. But at least you protected one, right? Shimi turned back in shock. Didn't you go to do something? How long could it take to kill a ghost that exposed its whereabouts? Joe looked at him strangely. And the sun is completely up now. It has been a while. Didn't I tell you to deal with your wounds first? Are you pretending not to hear me? Shimi then took out the powder and looked at his brother. Schwanmi, come here quickly. This is for you, and your brother will use this. Joe handed another pack of powder to Schwanmi. You have rare blood, and this powder is to mask the scent of it. Shimi randomly sprinkled the powder on the wound. The fiery sensation where the powder met his flesh made his cheeks twitch in pain, but he did not cry out. Instead, he asked, what is rare blood? Something that attracts ghosts, Zhou mused, rubbing his nose, frowning. This smell is really strong. To be honest, if you were the first rare blood I encountered, I probably wouldn't be alive right now. Huh, what's so strong? Shimi tilted his head. I didn't hear the latter part. It's nothing. Are there other people? That must be Mom. Zhou glanced at the place where the ghost had turned to ashes. What about Dad? What about the siblings? Other relatives? They are all gone. Shimi lowered his head slightly. It's just me and Schwami now. Then let's first collect the bodies for the family. Zhou's expression was calm. After that I will properly explain things about ghosts to you. Yeah, thank you for earlier. No need, it was just a matter of convenience. Zhou looked at the disheveled Shimi. It's truly remarkable that you could fight a ghost like that without any foundation. It's nothing much. My father fought with about the same strength. I am used to it. Zhou wanted to say something more to Shimi, but then heard a weak voice. I'm sorry about earlier. Zhou turned his head to look at Schwami. What? About what I said earlier. The boy with the rooster comb hairstyle lowered his head. The gory wound on his face had already stopped bleeding. I'm sorry. There's no need. It was indeed my fault for killing her, and she was indeed human before. Zhou retracted his gaze. And losing all your family members in an instant and breaking down emotionally is understandable. The one you really should apologize to is your brother who fought that monster to protect you, and he has done so more than once. I'm sorry, brother. Shimi placed his hand on Shinmi's shoulder, remaining silent. Let's go. We need to handle the aftermath. We can handle this ourselves. You have rare blood, and this thing is inherited through bloodlines. I need to see if your siblings still have rare blood. Zhou followed Shimi closely. If they do, I need to handle the bodies. Otherwise, the ghosts will smell them and dig them out. Shimi clenched his fists again at the mention, his voice filled with deep hatred. What exactly are ghosts? And why do they appear? Ghosts were once human. They become ghosts because they were tainted with the blood of the original ghost. If they couldn't control their desire to eat people at the moment of becoming a ghost, then there is no need for mercy. Zhou looked up at the severely damaged house on the second floor. Is that your home? Yes. Shimi nodded, looking at Schwami. I will go up to collect the bodies. You go find someone to handle the funeral, and remember to call a doctor. Zhou ignored the brothers' conversation, found a good angle, and jumped up directly in the astonished gazes of the two. The room was in disarray, but what Zhou first sensed was the overwhelming sweet smell of blood. Is this for real? What are the odds of an entire family having rare blood? Zhou waved his hand in front of his nose and clicked his tongue. This is truly torturous. At this point, Shimi also came down from the stairs, looking at the tragic state of the house. Tears finally fell from the eyes of the barely teenage boy. Zhou took out various medicine packets to sprinkle powder on the bodies, neutralizing the scent of rare blood. It's a miracle that your family could survive until now, in a sense. Zhou looked at Shimi. It's surprising that they are all rare blood and the concentration is not low. What exactly? Shimi wiped away his tears, but inadvertently touched the wound on his forehead, though he appeared unconcerned. What I mean is, what does it mean for ghosts? How should I explain this to you? Zhou clapped his hands, shaking off the powder. It's just like how humans need to eat. Humans are food for ghosts, and rare blood is one of the delicacies among them. Eating it not only fills their stomachs, but also nourishes their bodies. Therefore, when ghosts eat people, they tend to prefer rare blood. But you are slightly special. Me? Shimi frowned. Aren't they all rare blood? Rare blood also comes in different concentrations. One person of ordinary rare blood is about equivalent to 10 or 20 people. Zhou raised his hand to rub his nose. But your concentration is at least that of 200 people, and that's still considering your poor living conditions and that your body hasn't fully developed. High concentration rare blood is also a rare find for ghosts, but due to its high concentration, when facing lower level ghosts, the smell of your blood may intoxicate them. In other words, it's like a person who has never drunk alcohol before getting drunk the first time they try it. So even if I hadn't arrived, you probably wouldn't have died. After all, that ghost, even though it has already tasted human blood, is still just a newborn ghost and cannot withstand the scent of your blood. It would likely faint soon. Shimi remained silent for a moment, not speaking further. Instead, he began to gather the bodies, and after watching for a while, Zhou helped him wrap the bodies in blankets one by one. After wrapping the last body in a sheet, Shimi spoke again. Can I also kill ghosts? You can, but it will be very difficult and hard to be understood. Zhou looked at the wound on Shermi's head, unable to help, but take out the powder again. Sit down, I'll help you treat it again. Shimi sat down expressionlessly. Those nuisances that only disrupt others' lives should not exist. Indeed, ghosts should never have existed from the start. Zhou bandaged Shermi's wounds, squatting beside him with his chin resting on his hand. Then let me introduce you to a place. You can go to Showu Mountain, where there are trained ghost-slaying swordsmen. Did you cultivate there? No, I previously lived on the mountain with my brother, and after coming down, I was inexplicably pulled into the ghost-slaying team by the swordsmen of Showu Mountain. Zhou stood up. I will help you and your brother write recommendation letters. Plus, if you progress quickly enough, you might be able to catch up with the next swordsman assessment. No need to write one for my brother. Shimi looked up at Zhou. When is the next assessment? They say it happens once a year. It's only been a little over a month since the last assessment. Zhou looked at Shimi. But are you sure you don't want to bring your brother along? Yes, fighting ghosts is too dangerous. I just want him to lead a normal life. Although I want to respect your decision. Zhou sighed lightly. Once you know that ghosts exist in this world, it's hard for people to live normally. Even if you don't let him join the ghost-slaying team, it's good for him to go there and train to have some self-defense capability. Of course, if you can draw that original ghost out now and end all of this, your brother won't need to go since there won't be any ghosts. Shimi fell silent again until he heard the street gradually becoming lively. He spoke. Thank you for your help. Joe maintained his usual calm expression and nodded slightly. You're welcome. Shimi appreciated Joe's attitude, which lacked excessive sympathy or pity. After all, sympathy and pity are actions taken when one's psychological state is in a superior position. Joe's calm demeanor, which might seem somewhat unfeeling to outsiders, was precisely the attitude that allowed Shimi to relax. Joe, that's your name, right? Yes. I apologize on behalf of Schwanmi. I said it's unnecessary. Joe leaned against the wall. In such a state of sorrow and confusion, it's impossible to think clearly, so it's natural to break down emotionally. Therefore, I want to take the first time seriously. The first time? Yes, if they still can't think straight afterwards and want to come to me to cause trouble, I will directly send them underground to reunite with their family. What kind of expression is that? No, it's just that I didn't expect you with such a gentle face would say such things. You also have a bandit-like face, but you can still speak well, right? After assisting Shirmimi with the aftermath, Hiru escorted the two back to the nearest Fuji house and briefed Ken about the situation. Understood. We'll keep a close watch on him until they've fully recovered. Please bring me paper and brush. I need to write a letter to Master Sakanji. Right away. Watching Ken bustling about, Shirmimi tugged on Jinmiri's sleeve and followed Hiru. I didn't realize you were so well regarded. Not especially. They can hold all demon slayers in high esteem. You'll see for yourself once you join the demon slayer. Hiru exchanged a few words with another passing Ken, inquiring about herbal reserves. Your rare blood concentration is dangerously high. Traveling outside would put you at great risk. I'll prepare a compound to suppress your scent. Take 1 pill daily, and your rare blood concentration will gradually diminish. No need. If demons come, isn't that perfect? Shirmimi cut him off with a grim, venomous expression. Then I'll slaughter every last one of them. At this moment, you look even more like a demon than any demon ever could. Shirmimi's scowl deepened. You talk too much. Very well. I'll instead give you a stimulant to enhance your rare blood scent. Take 1 before each battle. Hiru withdrew his gaze. That way, even if you remain unharmed, low-ranked demons will still be drawn to you. Oh, and remember, drink copious amounts of water after taking it. Be mindful of that. Understood. Thank you. Later, Hiru penned a letter to Sakanji, briefly recounting Shimimi's ordeal and rare blood constitution, as well as his extraordinary feat of battling demons through the night despite having no prior training. He concluded by explaining he'd referred the boy here only because he knew no other instructors. When Sakanji later received the letter, so formal and terse it spanned barely a few lines, he pondered for a long while over its origin. Only upon detecting the faint lingering trace of scent on the paper did he realize it must have been one of the 2 youths brought back by Sabito and Ju. Having dispatched the letter, Hiru resumed his demon hunting duties. Yet after slaying his 21st demon, his Nichiren blade had worn down so severely that he was forced to halt and formally report the issue. This time, however, he received only a single sheet bearing a terse note. No blade for you, demon killer. Fight to your death with fists and feet. Hiru stared silently. The message was brief, the handwriting immaculate. But for a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming tide of resentment seeping through the paper, coiling around him like smoke. Is this even within the Demon Slayer Corps' jurisdiction? Hiru gazed at the slip for a long, heavy silence. Rest assured, the weapon will be delivered to you without fail. The Ken who delivered the note chuckled awkwardly. Such delays aren't uncommon. They're merely temporary. Rest assured your blade will be forged. In fact, the Ken handling replies mentioned seeing stacks of draft paper in Master Akiha's room. Your new weapon should arrive with the next shipment. Complaints are inevitable, of course. He covered his face with both hands. After all, this new blade has only been in my possession for 2.5 months. I pledge to use it for at least 4. I swear. I've done everything possible to avoid reckless usage. Truly, for a demon slayer as active as yourself, such wear is entirely normal, the Ken offered gently. How long have you served? Nearly 4 months. And what rank have you attained? 3 more demons, and I'll reach the 2nd tier. That's remarkable. Young warriors often require 5 or 6 blades to reach your current standing. Yet Hiru's expression darkened further. But my elder brother still wields his very first blade. Your brother is the Sun Pillar. The Ken fell silent, utterly speechless. Never mind. Hiru rubbed his face hard, summoning resolve. Just lend me any spare blade for now. I'll manage. Understood. I'll have it delivered to your quarters immediately. In the meantime, please rest well while awaiting your new weapon. Watching the Ken depart, Hiru contemplated how best to spend the coming days. Since ascending to pillar status, Enichi had become utterly consumed by demon slaying. 2 of the 7 districts had already been completely purged under his blade. Demons across the Kanto region began fleeing outward en masse, placing considerable strain on the 3 pillars overseeing neighboring territories Iwa, In, and Na. Consequently, Hiru hunted demons primarily in the Kanto periphery. Had Enichi not cleared the area so relentlessly, it would have been impossible for Hiru to amass such a tally in so short a time. Shall I remain near Kanto? Hiru stroked his chin. Yet this is a rare opportunity to rest. I'll go out alone without my Tsubaki Crow. If anything urgent arises, my brother can locate me instantly. Having resolved this, Hiru retrieved his temporary Nichiren blade and sought out Kikitaro. Kia, you won't let me accompany? The crow flapped its wings furiously. Have you forgotten how you got stranded in that mountain ravine for days the last time you left me behind? Kia, and what about the time before that? Vanishing without warning deep in the forest, terrifying the Ken traveling with you. You're insufferable. It's finally my turn to rest. I deserve some solitude. Hiru swatted the crow from his shoulder where it had been shrieking. Besides, my brother can find me. If I truly went missing, just seek him out. Kia, the sun pillar is perpetually occupied. How dare you burden him with your recklessness? The crow soared onto the rooftop. But since you've spoken so boldly, I'll return once your new blade is forged. Leave word at the Fuji house when you pass by. I refuse to scour every ravine searching for you. Yes, you rest well too. Kia, safe travels. It has indeed been a long time since I felt this relaxed. I honestly don't know where to go next. As Zhu stood at the entrance of the Fujigawa residence, he stretched lazily, his expression carefree. Should I go find Miss Zhuya and ask for some medicine to restore my sense of taste? However, Zhu quickly dismissed this thought. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't particularly want to visit Zhuya. Perhaps Zhuya was aware that he and Yuan wouldn't harm her, as every time she looked at him her gaze was inquisitive. She had been indicating that her transformation potions had shown some results, even managing to restore the human identity of some newly born demons who had never tasted human flesh. Thus, whenever there was an opportunity, Zhuya would inquire when the two of them could find Muzan to kill him, so she could conduct her experiment. In nearly 200 years after Zhuya transformed, and New Shilong Zhu was even less inclined to visit her aside from regularly supplementing his taste-restoring medicine. Because that Shirlang was completely like a mad dog. Talking to Zhuya would earn him a glare, and ignoring her would earn. Even his blood demon art had awakened a skill to conceal his presence, and there were several instances where he had erased the tracking marks he left for Zhuya right in front of her. Moreover, as a demon who had always concealed himself among the crowd with Zhuya, Zhu had no faith that Shirlang would forget how crucial identification was in the human world. However, when he and his brother left the mountains aside from receiving news about Muzan, Kibutsuji, and the current circulating currency, there was nothing related to that topic at all. That annoying brat. Zhu ground his teeth and frowned. How about going back to check? Zhu didn't know if the old house had been preserved by the successive owners as per the contract, but there was no denying that the house contained nearly all of his wonderful memories from that family. Even after Yuan left home, he would still go there to find solitude, and afterwards, Yin Sheng also tacitly allowed it to remain often standing in front of that house for half a day. Let's go back and take a look. The new weapons will probably take some time, so we should be on time. With this resolution, Zhu stopped overthinking, and after a slight orientation headed towards the direction of Shinano. Kagaku returned to Shinshu once again. During the last upper moon gathering, he had seen someone very similar to Zhu in the memories given by Muzan, so out of a bit of selfishness, he wanted to turn this person into a demon. Due to his explicit declaration, the other upper moons aside from monitoring their nearby areas did not engage in a massive hunt, and Muzan also tacitly approved of this matter. After all, for Muzan, he could easily create low-level demons, and even if the Demon Slayer Corps kept slaying them, it was nothing to him. However, if he gained another subordinate capable of wielding a Nichiren blade, he would certainly relish observing the reactions of the Demon Slayer Corps. Initially, Kagaku was full of ambition, thinking that with just one human, he would find him in no time, and then erase his memory, allowing him to follow at his side. This would be his way of making amends for past events. At least it would bring him some clarity. But now a long-lost feeling of frustration surrounded Kagaku. For the past 3 months, he had been tracking the traces of this swordsman, even temporarily setting aside his need to feed. Yet the swordsman's movements were completely unpredictable, causing him to miss several opportunities. As a former member of the Demon Slayer Corps who understood some of their principles, Kagaku couldn't help but wonder why this swordsman could kill demons so efficiently while moving so erratically. Kagaku looked down at the small house that had not changed much aside from repairs over the past few centuries and couldn't help but recall various memories from his time as a human. Unlike the complex emotions of disgust he felt towards his younger brother Yuan, Ikageki's feelings towards Zhu, who had been adopted, had always been guilt and pity. But that night what Zhu had said made him realize that Zhu had never cared for his pity. Father once said, when necessary, I must sacrifice everything for my elder brother. That is the significance of the existence of the 3 brothers. Now you have returned not as the identity of the Kirikage family. Do hope that after killing me, you will spare the remaining innocent clan members. He could still clearly recall those words even now. Facing death, Zhu was so calm and composed, even negotiating his life in such a calm manner. A person with such demeanor would not care for nor require others' pity. At that moment, Kagaku understood that Zhu and Yuan were fundamentally the same type of person. They cared more about others than themselves. Just as Yuan had voluntarily left home for the harmony of the family, Zhu could also easily give up himself for the sake of this. Made Kagaku, who had selfishly chosen to become a demon out of fear of death, feel extraordinarily ashamed. His inner desires and ugliness were reflected clearly by these two. Though on the surface it appeared he had let Zhu go, Kagaku knew it was actually his inability to bear the reflection of his own filthy heart that had caused him to escape. However, later Zhu becoming a demon surprised Kagaku, who had secretly been observing these matters. He couldn't understand why Yuan, who hated demons so much, would allow Zhu to remain and even walk the world together for so long. What he was sure of was that Zhu ultimately chose to accept death, and afterwards Yuan also took his own life. After receiving this news, Kagaku was stunned for a long time, unable to stop pondering a question. Why are you all so calm about death? Even to this day, Kagaku occasionally reflected on this question. Could it be fate? As the temple monk came out again to change the wisteria incense around the courtyard, Kagaku lost interest in staying any longer and leaped down from the eaves heading toward Yamanashi. With Muzan's special permission, he could receive memory feedback about the Nichiren swordsman from lower-level demons. Not long ago, he had received information about that swordsman in Yamanashi from the memory feedback of a lower demon, but before he could head there, he received news that the swordsman had left Yamanashi. Although he no longer held any hope of finding that swordsman for him, as a demon time was the most meaningless thing, so it wouldn't hurt to check Yamanashi again. Zhu looked at the mountain forest enveloped in moonlight, then at the old man stubbornly blocking his path, his tone filled with helplessness. I'm really not going into the mountains to seek death. You say you're not seeking death. The old man poked his cane forcefully. You clearly are just a brat who thinks he can hunt bears in the mountains just by learning a couple of sword moves. No, what do you mean I've done exactly what you're doing when I was young. The old man had an expression that suggested he had seen through Zhu long ago. There have been rumors about bears and blind men eating people in these mountains for ages. I've seen plenty of people like you over the years, but you're the first I've seen who dares to venture in here when it's already dark. Do you think you want to live too long? I just want to go to Shinshu Zhu's side. I swear I'm really not here to hunt bears. Then there's even less reason for you to be traveling at night. The old man pointed again at the black cloth hanging around Zhu's neck. Have you ever seen someone blindfolded traveling? But this is the only way I can ensure I don't stray from the path. Zhu sighed, inwardly looking up at the sky. He didn't want to use blood demon art, but his ink-colored eyes turned gray in response to the old man's angry voice, and Zhu extended his hand towards the still chattering old man. Blood demon art, illustrated world volume memory rewrite. After a brief moment of astonishment, the angry little old man seemed to look right through Zhu, reluctantly tapping his cane, then turned away, leaning on the cane, one hand behind his back, walking towards the adjacent house. The old are aging, the young ones nowadays are all too fast. Why is everyone so stubborn and unwilling to listen to advice? Watching the old man return to the house, Zhu confirmed his direction again and wrapped a black cloth around his eyes. Really? Are there so many nice people around now? Fortunately, there was nothing worth painting nearby. However, not long after entering the mountain forest, Zhu heard footsteps approaching and a deep male voice speaking in an archaic noble tone, Demon Slayer. Swordsman. Zhu didn't think much of it, assuming it was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, it was very normal for members of the Corps to operate at night, and they usually just greet each other when they meet. He raised his hand and waved toward the source of the voice. Hello. Do you have a mission around here? Kagaku watched as the person he had been searching for 3 months appeared so casually before him, even thinking of him as a companion, and a feeling of fate's trickery arose again in his heart. I suppose so. Kagaku watched as the person he had been searching for 3 months appeared so casually before him, even thinking of him. Although he found it strange that he could only smell sandalwood from the other person, he didn't think much of it due to Yuan-i, who had been around and was always scentless. He stopped and faced the direction of the voice. Are you going to Fujigawa to rest? No, not yet. Decided. Kagaku's hand had already rested on the hilt of his blade, but did not rush to act. Where are you? Going. I'm going to Shinshu to take a look at my old home. Zhu smiled. That's where I lived since I was little. He was born in Shinshu. Could it be that he is Zhu's reincarnation? Kagaku looked down at the person before him. Your eyes. Oh, it's nothing. Zhu shrugged slightly. Sometimes I unintentionally stray from the path, so when I want to go somewhere I do this to reduce. If you have nothing to do, would you like to go to Shinshu with me? That way we can keep each other company on the way. Sure. Kagaku's gaze never left Zhu, but the hand resting on the long knife dropped. I just so happen to have nothing to do. Listening to you is really tiring. Zhu teased lightly before stepping forward. You must come from a good family since you can speak in such an archaic noble tone. Why would you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps and do such a thankless job? Kagaku stepped up to follow, his gaze still fixed on Zhu. To surpass. Oh, I see. Demons are indeed stronger than humans. Using demons to hone oneself is a good idea. Zhu nodded, then shifted to another topic. But soon Zhu was captivated by this chance encounter with the swordsman. Aside from speaking in a noble tone that was somewhat hard to adapt to, the swordsman had a wide range of knowledge and was very insightful. No matter what Zhu said, the other would respond after a moment of thought, which brought Zhu much joy. After all, the people in the Demon Slayer Corps were either killing demons or finding demons, and the rest were either making medicine or practicing swordsmanship. Besides making medicine, Zhu felt completely out of place in these topics. The only ones who patiently listened to his tangential topics were Baiming and Yuan-i, but they would only quietly listen without much response, leading Zhu to not have such a smooth conversation with anyone in a long time. Feeling more engaged in the conversation, Zhu even mentioned to the swordsman how he had passed the Demon Slayer Corps examination solely relying on his strength without knowing how to breathe, but later always broke the Nichiren blade and was scolded by the blacksmith. Honestly, I am really trying hard to learn swordsmanship, but no matter how I try, I still can't use it properly. Zhu sighed. Do you think I should consider changing to a different weapon? Everyone has their own characteristics. Kagaku maintained a leisurely pace. You do not suit martial arts. Not suited for martial arts, huh? That's true. Zhu sighed again. But it can't be helped, I'm in the Demon Slayer Corps now, and I can't avoid fighting. If I don't have a suitable weapon, I have to use my fists. That would look even worse. Martial arts are unrelated to appearance. No, it's still important to pay attention to your image. Zhu shook his head. Think about it, the pillars have such great postures when they fight right. The forms they show are very beautiful, aren't they? After a long silence, Kagaku reluctantly responded. But if I were to become a pillar, I'd be fine without the presentation of forms, but when faced with demons, I'd have to rush in and grapple with them. That would be too lame, right? Just thinking about it feels embarrassing. Kagaku couldn't help but chuckle softly. Although we get along well, if you laugh at me again, I'll turn against you. Kagaku merely shifted the topic. How do you view demons? Demons. Zhu fell silent for a long time this time. I lost everything because of demons. Ooh, I will never reconcile. Kagaku was taken aback, then fell silent as well. After all, for the demon slayers, demons were absolutely irreconcilable. Indeed, it seems we must engage in combat. Kagaku sighed, inwardly looking at the small town that had appeared in the distance, feeling it was time to make a decision. Demons should not exist. Zhu did not continue forward. His tone was calm, but his suppressed lips revealed that he was not in a good mood. However, he quickly raised the corners of his mouth again. Speaking of which, we've been talking for so long without introducing ourselves. My name is Zhu. What about you? Day. Yes, it refers to the moment when the sun rises and sets, marking the boundary between day and night. Day gestured. In simple terms, it is the brief moment when night and day intersect. Black Death Mu was momentarily stunned and even forgot to speak in his usual noble tone. What about your surname? What is your surname? That Day turned his head slightly, the smile fading from his lips. I haven't used it since most of my family was killed by demons, or rather it became unnecessary. Black Death Mu tightened his grip on the sword sheath, falling into silence. His family was killed by demons. Such resentment drove him to join the Demon Slayer Corps. If I were to bring it up, he probably wouldn't agree. But how would he view me if I forcibly turned him into a demon? Black Death Mu looked at the familiar face before him and found himself unable to make a decision for a moment. Or rather, he could not accept seeing hatred reflected in that face. What's wrong? Why have you suddenly stopped speaking? Day turned to face Black Death Mu again, pretending to pull off the black cloth over his eyes. Did something happen? Black Death Mu reached out and grasped Day's wrist, stopping his action. My name is Sho. Oh. Day was puzzled by Black Death Mu's stopping of his action to remove the blindfold. But why do you want to stop me from taking off the cloth? Black Death Mu momentarily did not know how to respond and could only remain silent. If it's because of appearance, I want mine. Day smiled. Though your way of speaking is a bit strange, you are so talented that I believe after spending some time with you, no one would refuse to be your friend. No, we shouldn't meet again. What? Can't you speak properly? Day frowned. So were you just trying to act cool by speaking like that earlier? No, that's not it. Sho seems a bit peculiar. Is it a personality concerned about appearance, or just plain shy and introverted? Black Death Mu did not know how to explain and could only continue to remain silent. Well, if you insist. Day shrugged slightly. Then before Sho opens up to me, let's communicate through the crows. No, we won't. Meet again. Shouldn't that make you want to show yourself to me even more? Day tilted his head, pulling back the hand that Black Death Mu was holding. And saying such things in the Demon Slayer Corps is too ominous, isn't it? We need to kill Muzan, Kibutsuji, and live long lives. It's not like that. Black Death Mu returned to his aristocratic tone, speaking slowly. It would be better. Day fell silent while facing Black Death Mu, who also did not speak. Finally, Day broke the silence between them. So. Sho, are you a demon? Yes. What a pity to finally meet someone I can talk to. But it can't be helped. After all, I am a member of the Demon Slayer. This is my duty. You will die. Black Death Mu looked down at the person before him. Leave. Day laughed. Sorry, it's my duty. Day gently caressed the black cloth over his eyes, then pulled the cloth down. This time Black Death Mu did not stop him, and Day finally saw the true appearance of the demon. He had long black hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a purple snake-patterned kimono and black riding trousers. His forehead and neck bore striking flame-like patterns, yet he had 6 eyes. In the middle of those eyes was the inscription Upper Moon 1. He was indeed the strongest demon among the 12 Kazuki. Day was stunned, staring blankly at the towering demon before him. Let's go. Black Death Mu thought Day was frightened by him, and lowered his gaze slightly before I change. So, when you asked me about my views on demons earlier, were you intending to turn me into a demon? Day did not reach for the Nichiren blade at his waist, but continued to stare intently at the demon before him. Moreover, Sho should not be your name, right? Black Death Mu was quite surprised by Day's reaction, but did not deny it, or rather, he could not be bothered to deny it. Yes. I have thought about turning you into a demon. Sho is my name when I was human. Huh. Day lowered his head. That might disappoint you. You cannot defeat me. It's not about fighting. Day looked at Black Death Mu, his expression turning cold. It's that those who have already become demons cannot become demons again, so you will be disappointed. Black Death Mu was taken aback, all 6 eyes fixated on the person before him, and for the first time used the perception he learned from Yoriichi to see through the world. Day's body structure gradually became clear in his eyes, and Black Death Mu also saw the organs within him. 6 hearts, 4 brains. This was not a structure of organs that a human could possess. Black Death Mu's pupils constricted sharply. You. Tsuji. Day looked at the shocked Black Death Mu, speaking in a flat tone, yet a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. A demon whose whole family was killed by Black Death Mu. Impossible. Black Death Mu gripped the sword handle tightly. You clearly. I know you think I should be dead. Day chuckled softly. But sorry, because I overcame the sunlight on the day I planned to die at sunrise, and my brother also refused to kill me, so I survived. Overcame. Sunlight. Black Death Mu stared fixedly at the person before him. A demon. He never expected this swordsman who shared a similar appearance to truly be his younger brother, nor did he expect to hear the words, "overcome sunlight" from his mouth. But the most unbelievable thing for him was that this younger brother whom he thought needed protection was able to achieve what he could. Yes, it seems I never wanted my brother to bear the guilt of having killed me, so I must have consumed something I shouldn't have, while constantly mixing medicines. Day shrugged his shoulders. In the end, I didn't die at all, which is a bit of a pity. Then Yoriichi. What does that have to do with? Day looked calmly at Black Death Mu. You understand, don't you? The moment you chose to become a demon to survive, you could no longer surpass. Black Death Mu's expression showed no fluctuation, but his words carried a hint of anger. Are you provoking? I'm merely stating a fact. Day rested his chin on his hand. By the way, it seems you are still working under that scum who fled in embarrassment when facing Brother Right. Can you defeat him? Or rather, if you can't even defeat Brother's defeated opponent, what right do you have to compare yourself to him? Disrespecting your elders. Hey, this isn't right. I'm an enemy of that guy. Day's eyes turned gray and traces of demonization appeared on his body. As for you, sorry, I already said the moment you stepped out of that door, I no longer recognized you as my brother. Utterly, without respect. Black Death Mu lowered his gaze, slowly drawing the sword from his waist. It's time for a lesson. That truly is. Day lowered his body, fixing his gaze on Black Death Mu, what I have long desired. Yuan Yi is indeed powerful. Bei Mingyu still wore that ever-present expression of sorrow as he walked down the road at a leisurely pace, his tone filled with admiration. The ghosts we've searched for in vain, yet Yuan Yi can find them so quickly. Perhaps it's because he has already slain quite a few, so he is more familiar with their patterns of movement. Yuan Yi smiled slightly. In fact, my recent slaying of ghosts in the east has unwittingly put more pressure on you. Amitba, that's a good thing. Bei Mingyu also smiled. I suppose our lord will be quite pleased at the next Hashira meeting. Moreover, Riku has been very active lately. I've heard from the Tengu that he has already reached the 3rd rank, and at this rate, he will soon become a Hashira. Indeed, Yuan Yi's smile widened a bit. Riku has been quite active lately. I even received a letter from Mr. Rentaki saying that Riku saved someone and was directly recommended to him, and he is exceptionally talented. I have also heard is it the Shinazugawa brothers. It is said that one of them possesses rare blood. Bei Mingyu fiddled with the prayer beads, reciting a Buddhist chant. When I visited my teacher earlier, I happened to meet Mr. Rentaki, who was taking that child for a visit. It seems that the child was not suited for water breathing, so he took him to learn wind breathing, and the child learned it quite quickly. Everyone has their own characteristics. It cannot be forced. Learning a suitable breathing technique is a good thing. By the way, the child that Mr. Rentaki brought back from Hachiho Island is also there. The two seem to get along quite well, but those two children are a bit too obsessed with slaying ghosts, which is truly concerning. After all, they have been harmed by ghosts. Yuan Yi looked up at the moonlight, a hint of melancholy on his face. If we could find Kibutsuji Muzan quickly, they wouldn't have to bear so much. We will definitely find him. Oh, please don't worry. Yes, you said. Yuan Yi furrowed his brows as he looked into the distance. Why? Is something wrong? Bei Mingyu's hand moved towards his weapon at his back. Did you discover the trace of a ghost again? No, not at all. I'm sorry, Bei Mingyu, but I suddenly have something to attend to. Yuan Yi's voice carried a hint of apology. I must leave first. All right, then see you next time. Hearing the rapidly fading footsteps, Bei Mingyu furrowed his brows and tilted his head slightly. What an excellent opportunity. Where did Yuan Yi go? Lord Riku went east. East. Bei Mingyu slowly turned the prayer beads, gradually falling into thought. As the scenery around Yuan Yi rapidly receded, he became almost like a shadow racing towards the direction he sensed. In that brief moment, he sensed that Riku had completely entered a state of demonization. Aside from occasionally using blood demon arts to slay ghosts for pigments and assisting Miss Tamayo with her research, Riku almost never utilized blood demon arts and had never entered a complete demonization state in his absence. He must have encountered an enemy, thus abandoning his usual combat style and fully demonizing to cope. But what kind of enemy would force Riku to go this far? Could it be Muzan or one of the 12 Kazuki? But those lower moons shouldn't be enough to make Riku fully demonize. The upper moons. Yuan Yi pushed aside his mask and looked up at the sky. I fear that by the time I arrive, the sun will already be up. Any demon unable to withstand sunlight will surely flee. I wonder if Riku can hold on until dawn. Yuan Yi furrowed his brows, his pace quickening, yet he made not a sound. I hope I can make it in time. Riku, with a cold expression, climbed up from the ground, drew out the blood-red blade lodged in his body, ignoring the bleeding wound, and used blood demon arts on that flesh and blood blade. Watching as the blood-red blade gradually transformed into purple crystals of similar size, Riku calmly tossed it aside, clearly possessing power comparable to Muzan, yet content to stay beneath him. I truly cannot comprehend you. Deprived. Power. Kokushibo could sense that a small part of his power was completely no longer his as the crystal formed, which was different from the usual injuries he had suffered. Ordinary injuries would merely deplete his energy, while Riku's blood demon arts consumed his energy reserves. Indeed, but aren't demons fundamentally reliant on depriving others to survive? Kokushibo looked at Riku, who appeared disheveled, yet remained calm, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. How that kind of thing is of no concern. Riku tore off his tattered Haori. Rest assured, no matter how many times you pin me down, I will always rise again. Demons do not die easily, and as long as I can hold you off until the sun rises, that is enough. Kakushigoto gazed at the pale dawn in the distance, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone as the blade in his hand displayed its vicious form once more. You know not what you speak of. Riku scoffed and charged again. However, he was ultimately no match for Kakushigoto's skill, though after just a few exchanges, he was once more pinned to the ground by Kakushigoto's blood and flesh blade. The posture of the weak. How utterly ugly. Kakushigoto did not continue to attack, but simply lowered his gaze to observe Riku, who was struggling to rise today. Ends here. Next time, I will not show mercy. As Kakushigoto's words fell, a delicate paper, sliding door materialized behind him, reflecting the interwoven spatial structure, revealing the infinite castle of Tamayo. Weak is it? Riku extracted the blade from his body, transforming it into a purple crystal before tossing it aside, sitting on the ground, as he looked up at Kakushigoto. You are not wrong, but unfortunately I doubt I can stop you today. You seem to have another reliance. We are mutually dependent. Riku looked at Kakushigoto's figure as he walked toward the door, sneering. It is precisely because of this that you cannot surpass my brother. Kakushigoto paused in his steps and turned to look at Riku. You have been avoiding this. Riku leaned against the tree trunk. Avoiding your brother's superiority, avoiding your responsibilities as an heir, avoiding the death you must face due to your excessive pursuits, avoiding your betrayal of beliefs, and even avoiding the deaths of my brother and me. You are provoking me. Yet Riku lowered his head and smiled. My elder brother Yin Sheng is someone with responsibility and capability, a leader who stands before his family despite facing numerous dangers. He is the person my brother and I have always aspired to become. Kakushigoto may become Kakushigoto, but he will never become Yin Sheng. Kakushigoto, you do not deserve the name of Sheng. Yuani finally arrived at the location he sensed as the sun fully rose, seeing Zhio sitting in a pile of ruins with his head bowed. Looking at the scattered purple spirit stones around Yuan, he frowned slightly. Is it the 12 demon moons? I'm sorry I couldn't arrive in time. Zhio exhaled, lifting his head to gaze at Yuan, who was silhouetted against the light. It's my weakness. Who was Yuan? He walked over and pulled Zhio up. You are still a demon king. It shouldn't be. It's Muzan Kibutsuji. Zhio used the force to stand up, stretching his muscles and adjusting his misaligned bones. I just didn't expect he still clings to human emotions, having once decisively abandoned everything. Umph. Yuan paused for a moment, then instinctively reached for the wooden flute in his pocket. Brother. That guy is not an older brother. Yuan looked at the angry Zhio, feeling somewhat helpless, finally expressing sadness. At least he once was. I will never acknowledge that. Zhio gazed at the purple spirit stones scattered on the ground, his eyes now back to their original color, tinged with gray. My older brother died the moment he stepped out of the house. Yuan's gaze towards Zhio carried a hint of guilt. Indeed, Zhio witnessed the destruction of his clan firsthand. If I had seen my brother kill, sure, I would probably be as furious as Zhio now. I will stay closer to you from now on, Yuan, he said, ruffling Zaya's hair. I won't let him get away again. When the time comes, we will bring our brother home. Zhio remained silent for a long time before speaking again. They have space blood demon techniques. Can brother stop that? If we can't deal with that space blood demon technique, it will be too difficult to catch them. Space blood demon technique. This is indeed a bit challenging to handle, Yuan frowned. After all, in that situation, if they are determined to escape. TCH, found a useful demon from Muzan. Zhio crouched down, starting to pick up the scattered purple spirit stones. My blood demon technique is more effective on the mental level. If I can find that demon, perhaps I can influence it to resolve the blood demon technique. Otherwise, brother, why don't you practice how to cut through space? Yuan felt helpless at once. How can a person possibly cut through space? But brother isn't human. Yuan had no words to refute, only shaking his head. Even demons have their limits. Zhio lifted his head, his expression complex. So brother, have you ever touched the limit? Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then fell into recollection. After a long while recalling his past, Yuan realized that apart from sensing his lifespan nearing a few hundred years ago, he had not distinctly felt any insurmountable limits since then. Perhaps I can try, Yuan thought uncertainly. Brother has realized it too, right? Zhio wrapped the spirit stones in his tattered haori, then used blood demon techniques to compress them into a small piece. He took out a small box from his pocket where he kept his pigments, opened it, and his expression darkened. As expected, my blood demon technique isn't suitable for reinforcing the box. The colors have all mixed together from the impact. I can just replenish them when I encounter a demon with blood demon techniques later. But several light-colored pigments have mixed together. Zhio, who just moments ago had been pinned repeatedly to the ground with no visible emotions, even when pierced, now looked like a malevolent spirit crawling out of hell. In hundreds of years, I've encountered less than 50 light-colored demons. Damn it, my heart hurts. Next time we meet, I will make sure he basks in the sun. Absolutely. Seeing Zhio squatting on the ground, exuding intense resentment, Yuan, he couldn't help but laugh. How about you come with me to the Kanto region for a while? I find demons quite quickly. Sure. Zhio immediately closed the box and stood up, his eyes sparkling. Let's go now. Right now. I haven't replenished my pigments for ages because I've been too busy catching demons for that assessment. But how do we explain this? Yuan looked at the disarrayed mountain forest, then at Zaya's tattered uniform and his intact body. It seems a bit unreasonable. Zhio looked down at himself, then around, pondering for a moment before speaking. I heard there's a bear in the mountains when I came. Ooh, just right, I'm hungry too. A bear, huh? That's indeed a good excuse, but you Yuan sighed looking at Gio. Sometimes having too strong a recovery ability isn't a good thing. It's fine, I can just alter their memories with blood demon techniques, if anyone doubts me. Gio waved his hand, then couldn't help but look at Yuan. By the way, brother, aren't you going to give it a try? What? Drinking blood? Yuan shook his head. I don't have that kind of thirst. I see. What? You're not an animal, you're a plant. Yuan, how could I be a plant? Yuan shook his head helplessly. Let's go, we'll take you to find some beasts. Aren't we going to disguise ourselves here? Yuan shook his head. Just remember to use a knife when you kill the bear. As long as the knife shows where the cutting marks here will be easily explained. Yuan reached out to ruffle Zai's hair again. After all, it's Gio. Gio looked at Yuan as if he were betrayed. Brother, you never treated me like this before. Yuan just smiled gently. Gio grumbled a bit in dissatisfaction, but followed in Yuan's footsteps. Yuan rose, as usual, leaning on his cane at the entrance to the mountain. When he was a child, there were rumors of man-eating bears in this mountain. He had once been filled with youthful passion, dreaming of slaying the bear and becoming a hero in the eyes of the villagers. However, he fell ill and missed the expedition to hunt the bear. Just as he lamented this, he encountered the hunting team, returning in a frenzy covered in blood, shouting that the mountain god was present, all of them driven mad. Subsequent teams met the same fate, with all who returned injured and raving mad before dying, including his close friend. He wished to take revenge, but after witnessing the madness of those who had gone, he no longer dared to enter the mountain. He could only remain at the foot of the mountain, urging others to choose a different path, while secretly hoping to meet someone who could help avenge his friend. Later on, he often encountered individuals dressed like the boy from last night, and they only ventured into the mountain at night. Yet no one ever returned. Thinking of this, Yuan sighed. He should have clung to that boy's leg yesterday, wanting him to stay here. He was still such a young child. Old man, you're here again. Yuan looked up and saw the boy from last night, who had covered his eyes and insisted on entering the mountain. Although he appeared disheveled, he looked quite spirited, and one could even say he seemed happy. Behind him was a white-haired youth half a head taller than him, wearing a mask that obscured half of his face. He smiled gently. Is he someone you know? Yes, he's the old man who wouldn't let me enter the mountain last night. You too. Yuan trembled as he extended his hand. The mountain. Oh, that. You're mistaken, old man. There are no bears in the mountain, she laughed. Although it's a pity, it wasn't a bear. I've already taken care of the trouble. Please feel free to enter the mountain in the future. Yuan watched as the boy waved goodbye, chatting jovially with the white-haired youth as they walked away. After standing frozen for a long time, tears fell from his already clouded eyes. Jioseni. Someone has avenged you. Ji hummed an unknown tune, fiddling with a soft yellow stone. Although it's a pity I couldn't catch a bear to fill my belly, I was so lucky to encounter a pale ghost. My worries vanished completely. But that ghost didn't seem too happy. Not just unhappy, when it saw us crawling through the cracks in the stones, it was completely stunned. Ji's smile was uncontrollable. Look at its expression upon seeing a ghost. Though it truly did see a ghost, haha. Yuan looked at the nearby vine house. Let's go change our clothes first, we can't appear like this. That's true. Ji looked down at his tattered uniform. But I feel like the uniform still doesn't explain. Should I seek Ji? Yuan. The two looked up and saw E2 approaching with Young. Ji raised his hand to greet them. Long time no see. What's with your? E2 looked at Ji's uniform covered in cuts, but with no visible wounds, revealing a puzzled expression. Is this a new fashion? Ji. Tisk, here we go again. Meditation. Young nodded at Ji before turning to Yuan. I've learned it. Yuan ruffled Young's hair. Is that so? Then Young is doing great. No, we are different. Yes, but Young has done very well. Ji watched Yuan and Young communicate effortlessly, poking E2. Still can't talk properly, huh? Actually, it's much better now. E2's lips twitched. If it were before, Young would have said I'm different from you. But not much better, right? Haha, let's not mention him. You two are quite lively. E2 hooked his arm around Ji's shoulder. I was shocked when I heard Yuan became a Hashira. Don't mention it. I was hoping to become a Hashira even earlier than my brother, Ji pouted. By the way, have you two been back to the narrow mist mountain recently? Yes, we went back. E2 smiled. The brothers you recommended, brother Shimi is very talented, but he's not suited for water breathing. After passing the test, he was sent to another instructor for training, so he's not at narrow mist mountain now. So you don't have any issues getting along? Well, Makomo has no issues and can practice and discuss insights with Shimi. Yida's lips twitched. Young and Shimi ended up fighting when they first met. Although he has a bandit's face, Shimi is reasonable. Why did they fight? Ita glanced at Young, who was listening attentively to Yuan's lesson, and leaned closer to Ji, lowering his voice. That day, after we finished a mission and went to visit the teacher, Makomo made some rice cakes as snacks. Young saw that Shimi liked them and gave him his portion. Is that not good? But after Shimi asked why, Young replied with I'm different from you, and after Shimi got angry, Young added, I don't like this. Then because the teacher was still setting up tasks in the mountains and hadn't returned, and I was outside with Makomo guiding Jinya, I didn't pay attention, and then they. Ji. Haha, but it's fine, later Makomo, and I helped to explain it clearly. Itu tightened his grip around Ji's shoulder. I heard you've been very active lately. So how about it? Are you confident about becoming a Hashira this year? Don't even mention this year. I'll become a Hashira at the next Hashira meeting. Ji finally shook off Yida's arm. But I guess I'll be the first to become a Hashira by catching ghosts. Isn't that impressive? Catching ghosts is much harder than killing them. But it's quite troublesome. Cough, by the way, how many ghosts have you sent to the Vine Mountain? Ji looked at Itu curiously. Why do you want to know this? You've already passed. Cough. Itu lowered his voice again, leaning closer. Makomo is next for the assessment. Oh, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Itu. Ji's expression gradually became more relaxed. I've caught over 20 ghosts so far, and I estimate there will be other swordsmen catching more, so let's say 50. 50 ghosts. That's not much different from previous years. Itu stroked his chin. It feels like it will be another assessment where ghosts will be wiped out. Makomo, I feel like she doesn't have that much stamina, and finding ghosts is a problem, right? But Kanai and Shimi will also participate. Itu stroked his chin. Kanai is very strong, and Shimi has rare blood. I bet the ghosts will lose their minds upon. Shimi's blood is indeed powerful. Ji nodded solemnly. By the way, Itu, can you help me think of how I should justify my outfit to the Inusuke people later? Itu was taken aback. Isn't this a new fashion? What kind of fashion has holes all over the clothes? I thought the lack of wounds meant it was your hobby.